Well, I mean, I'm doing something else. I'll be ready when we do the show.
Okay, we're streamlining now, and let's we're on it. So let's see how the
Okay,
connection is
so
going. Excellent connection so far as we could tell. Is that Brendan who's with us? Okay, I thought I heard another voice there for a second. Well, he's on mute. Okay, Brendan, let's see if you're showing up on the OBS. Okay. And I guess he'll stay on mute. He's probably busy with what he's doing. So let's ask our listeners. Apparently, both Peter and Aristides are showing up on the online broadcasting software. And apparently, we have a connection. So El Nemo in Australia says loud and clear. Sheila Gavin gives us hearts, and T. Tank Berry says crystal clear. Thank you so much, lady and gentlemen. My love to you all. With that being said, at Sheila, let's send her some kisses. And let's get everybody else speaking. I'll start speaking, of course, a little bit as time goes on. Before I forget, of course, I want to admonish everyone to push those upvotes. We need those upvotes to appear on searches, and YouTube operates on a totally retarded aggregate where basically if you don't have enough popularity, they won't distribute your live stream, and so we need that popularity vote in order to appear on people's searches. The enemy is always active, even though my many friends are not necessarily always there. I'll explain that later. The none present right now, of course, that I'm talking about. Certainly, the enemy is ever relentless and remorseless, and that's the only thing they have going for them. So when it comes to what they do, they hit us with downvotes as soon as we start transmission, and that takes us off searches. So it being as Marshall McLuhan stated way back in the 1970s, somewhere in the early 1970s at that, World War III will be a guerrilla information war with no disambiguation between military and civilian populations. Understand, we are in that war, and it's your war. You've got to fight it. So the way that you do that right now is by hitting up votes from every IP address you've got. That means your PC, your laptop, your tablet, your cell phone, anything that's got a different IP address, you hit it with an upvote, and that's the only thing that's going to have us appear on searches. T. Tank Berry says support your local renegade military historian. Thank God for men like T. Tank Berry, who's basically helped me make rent last time I had to pay it. Before that, it was our dear Amy Como, and before that, it was Brooke Gibson. And now we're joined by Medusoid Humanoid. So let me send kisses to Victoria. Okay. And let me make certain that gets out there. Sheila Gavin, we're so glad for your company, and we're so glad for yours as well, my darling Victoria. All the feminine company in the world is appreciated from every angle, and we'll speak more on that later. Hopefully we will reestablish contact with Tony Leslie. I'll talk to Peter Moon about that. And aside from that, T. Tank Berry says now accepting cash through the mail slot. Yes, at 1242 Green Street, San Francisco. Yes, I'm one of these few people whose address is on every bathroom wall, along with my phone number. So all that's out there. And Sid has joined us. Sid says good evening at Team Dragon. So thank you, Sid. Very much appreciate your being here. He carried us through to the last minute when we were taken off air by the storms. And yeah, the storms are bad. Just to give you an example of how crappy, to use a pun, the situation is, this unrelenting Pineapple Express storm of nonstop pounding rainfall triggered a massive sewage overflow of at least 8 million gallons of raw sewage to spill into Los Angeles County streets and beaches, with health officials warning residents to stay away from the sewer-flooded coastal waters. We've got a state of emergency declared in LA as the flooding, the mudslides are swamping California. It's only been gaining in ferocity, but it's the tail end, supposedly, of a very powerful atmospheric river storm that knocked out power to nearly 500,000 California homes and businesses as we suffered the deluge of Noah throughout the state to begin our working week with more heavy rain and mudslides and flooding and several feet of snow in the mountains. The brunt of the storm's fury on Monday in particular was centered on the Los Angeles area, where our dear friend Samuel Romero lives, and where 1.4 million other people have been under a flash flood warning, including the Hollywood Hills and Beverly Hills. A local state of emergency was issued for the city of Los Angeles by Mayor Karen Bass on Monday afternoon, but all across Southern California, the heavy winds that blasted this region while I was transmitting were supposedly diminishing, but the National Weather Service was already warning that an unstable weather pattern was generating waterspouts and small tornadoes. So basically, the flash flooding was a far greater threat than any weak tornado that the storm was spawning. We've got this dangerous flooding that was across the state because the atmospheric river, which is the equivalent of a river in the sky, is responsible for extreme rain and snow in the frontier west. And additional rainfall totals of 5 to 8 inches were reported in some areas. That brought, I think, the last 48-hour totals to as high as 14 fucking inches for some locations. And a state of emergency was declared in 8 Southern California counties outside of Los Angeles. So we've got life-threatening conditions here that have been evolving extremely fast in many communities. In San Diego, where Peter Moon spent a great deal of his childhood or parts of his life, Mayor Todd Gloria issued an evacuation warning for all the low-lying flood-prone areas that were battered by heavy rains and flooded out about a fortnight, 14 nights ago. But some areas outside that city saw up to 7 inches of rain in the last 2 days, and it's all going to repeat. So Mayor Todd Gloria said, "I understand the wariness that must come from these repeated warnings. I recognize that fatigue may be settling in, but I can assure you this decision to issue this warning is not taken lightly. I ask that everyone remain prepared and vigilant." Aside from other developments that I could think of or that I personally saw, because even some of the property of the various estates affiliated with my son's husband have been impacted by this, that goes without saying. There was a debris flow that caused significant damage to about 5 homes on Beverly Hills just to start the work week. The Los Angeles Fire Department said that 10 people were displaced, but nobody was trapped. The same Los Angeles Fire Department, LAFD, reported that 1,000 firefighters were responding to 49 mudslides and debris flows, along with 130 reports of flooding, half a dozen structure fires, and other rescues of motorists stranded in their vehicles, trying to lift them out by helicopter before they drowned. And I think as for the county of Los Angeles itself, where our dear friend Samuel Romero lives, everyone maintain him in thought and prayer, along with all his family and children in particular. Los Angeles recorded more than 4 inches of rain while I was transmitting the last episode, breaking the record for the day by more than an inch. It was the most rain in one day in more than 20 years. Surpassed the average for the month of February. The AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am golf tournament that they were foolish enough to schedule in Monterey County, that had already postponed Sunday's final round to Monday. They canceled play Monday and declared Wyndham Clark the winner, despite playing only 54 holes of the scheduled 72-hole tournament. I think in Yuba City, 40 miles north of Sacramento, a man was killed when a redwood tree toppled on him in the high winds. The LAPD, which I don't know if you're aware of this, but Los Angeles Police Department also maintains some elite firefighters of their own. They responded to a landslide in the neighborhoods above Beverly Hills that caused 2 vehicles to be trapped in the mud, forced several residents to evacuate. These are mud flows through multi-million-dollar estates. Several of these multi-million-dollar houses in the Hollywood Hills were destroyed as the mud, the rocks, the debris all oozed and rolled through the area just to open the work week. We've got, of course, Mammoth Mountain in California, where the storm unleashed howling winds and huge snow totals throughout the mountains, as a matter of fact. The National Weather Service, I think they recorded a wind gust of 125 miles per hour at the Mammoth Mountain ski area. That was while I was transmitting that flash came across. That same location received a storm total of 39 inches as of Monday morning. So after battering California, the storm's moisture helped fuel heavy snows across the frontier west and heavy rain in the normally arid desert southwest over the last few days. We had rainfall totals generally between 1 to 3 inches that led to some scattered instances of flash flooding. And flood watches were in effect throughout portions of southern Arizona and southern Nevada because of the threat of heavy rain and flooding. Obviously, for those of you who are still in denial, this is a conspiracy of nature. It's a conspiracy between El Nino and climate change that's conspired to fuel these storms. Basically, multiple weather and climate phenomena are conspiring to make these storms particularly damaging. Warm water provides energy to storms, and record high ocean water temperatures from climate change are being detected around the world. And additionally, the Pacific Ocean is also seeing the effects of El Nino, where weakening trade winds have reduced the upwelling of ocean waters and allowed surface waters to bake in the sun and grow warmer still. And my golden California, coming off years of drought and wildfires, is particularly vulnerable to mudslides and flooding. There's no roots because all the trees are burned away, no roots to hold the mud. So it's just everywhere. It's Tartaria here. The myth being that Tartaria was buried in mudslides. Just an onslaught that's just only begun from this treacherous bomb cyclone. So we had 102 mile per hour wind gusts recorded in San Francisco. So when it comes to Central California, San Francisco is directly the center of California on the coastline. The storm has swamped our streets. It's toppled trees and power lines all across the city. We had a rare hurricane force wind warning that was posted, and winds exceeding 60 miles per hour with gusts that were recorded as high as 102 miles per hour, albeit in Marin County. That's the equivalent of a Category 2 hurricane, people. So in nearby San Jose, first responders went door to door warning residents of the flood threat and removing unhoused peoples, basically all the homeless encampments, from all the riverbeds. They pulled travelers out of the windows of cars stranded by floodwaters, rescued several people and their dogs from an island in the Guadalupe River as it became overwhelmed by high waters. So this was the second storm to blast our state in days, slamming California just days after much of our state was soaked with up to 6 inches of rain by the first storm in the Pineapple Express. So called because moisture builds up in the tropical Pacific around Hawaii and can roll across the ocean and pound the United States and Canada's west coasts with heavy rainfall and snow. And the current storm is packing more moisture and overwhelming already saturated regions. Governor Gavin Newsom's office said our state has a record number of emergency assets responding to this, as he puts it, serious storm with dangerous and potentially life-threatening impacts. Well, those impacts included well over 500,000, some 600,000 homes and businesses without power just to start the work week. Aside from that, just because of some of my son's husband's affiliations, I keep thinking back to Hollywood Hills, where the damage to all of those multi-million-dollar estates was apocalyptic. And we had smaller mudslides reported across Santa Monica, West Hollywood, Malibu, and Beverly Hills. Sammy Romero says, sound loud and clear, Doug. Hope you're dry and warm. God bless you, Sammy Romero. So glad you responded. I was hoping that you would. So that's our man in Los Angeles itself as a resident. And it was over there where he's at that Los Angeles County Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath, urged all the residents near these wildfire burn areas of Topanga and Soledad Canyons to get out ahead of the mudslides. They set up, that county has set up shelters for evacuees. She said, if you have not already left, gather your family, gather your pets, gather your medications, and leave immediately. So again, emergency declaration and urgent warnings, especially in Southern California. We've got waves that are unbelievable here. Chilling rain, swirling gray clouds, blustery winds, the strongest storm of the season geared up to deliver this record rainfall and life-threatening flash flooding throughout Tuesday. And this slow-moving atmospheric river has just only been gathering strength, spurring Governor Gavin Newsom to declare a state of emergency in those 8 Southern California counties. I think they're Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, San Diego, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura. And the National Weather Service in Oxnard, they warned that all systems are go for one of the most dramatic weather days in recent memory. Now, by the time that I got knocked off bandwidth, reports of storm damage and rescues were already multiplying. They were all whipped up by powerful winds, power lines toppled, trees fell across Northern California. One tree crushed a car on Highway 101 near Santa Rosa, injuring a motorist. Santa Barbara Airport closed due to flooding on the airfield itself. I think 19 people were rescued off Long Beach after the mast of a boat they were on broke in high winds. I can't imagine why anyone would be on a boat in this weather. Suicidal hurricane party, Florida style or something. In Tarzana, California, named after Edgar Rice Burroughs' character Tarzan, the swift water rescue teams responded to motorists stuck in floodwaters at West Oxnard Street and Donna Avenue, while firefighters in San Jose, they rescued stranded people and their dogs from an island in the flooding Guadalupe River. So this, of course, has been a historic storm. All the severe winds, thunderstorms, even the brief tornadoes. Just basically, it appeared to be focused on the Los Angeles area, where it parked itself for a few days, dropping up to 8 inches of rain on the coast and valleys, up to 14 inches in the foothills and the mountains, with the snowfall totals of 5 feet at the elevations of around 7,000 feet. So there was a briefing that was delivered by the Los Angeles Unified Superintendent, Alberto Carvalho, I think his name is. So they closed all the Santa Barbara County school districts, at least 7 Cal State campuses, Dominguez Hills, Fullerton, Los Angeles, Northridge, Pomona, and San Bernardino. They alerted all the students and staff that classes had to be moved online. So aside from all of that, we had, of course, the freeway flooding. And it's basically... the day was, well, these days, they're the days to work remotely. If there's ever any time to start working remotely, it was these past few days. There was the Inland Empire, the coastal slopes of the San Bernardino Mountains, all torrential rain, and locally catastrophic, life-threatening flooding. That's the Weather Service's words, not mine. And so you just over there, 7 inches of rain drenching Anaheim, Irvine, and Ontario. So it's obviously just been hell on earth to get around and back. But we managed to do that, and I'll be taking off again very soon, likely tomorrow, because, of course, we're entering basically the Armenian version of St. Patrick's Day. And this will be, of course, as listed on our show for tonight. Let me take a look at how our show is turning up online. And I believe I have other people cross-checking that. St. Vartan's EVEDy is today. It'll be St. Vartan's Day tomorrow. Hence the picture of my son and myself. Of course, all the local lights out. I guess I adapted to night vision pretty quickly, and my Kawasaki syndrome is quite manifest in the latest photograph. Okay, we have our people in the chat, and Medusoid Humanoids giving us the salute. Goddess bless her. Lightning bolts from both she and T-Tankberry. El Nemo saying B88. Love it. Okay, my best wishes to all of you. Okay, we're 20 minutes in. You have a general idea of the situation and what it took to get here. The fact that we got on it all, again, as always, is a minor miracle. And let me just check to make certain if anyone else joined the chat room. I'm going to click on the latest episode, what we're transmitting right now. And then I'm going to just check into seeing if I can scroll up. And we've got, of course, a number of people that are regulars. Mark H. has not joined us, at least not yet. He was one of the last that was on with us. The last, of course, being Sid himself last night. And, you know, that kind of brings me to exactly what happened. It was... you know, it's hard to express sometimes when you get disappointed by people, and you know, I'm gonna look up something right now just to kind of you know, go where I'm going with that, but maybe I should wait till later. Peter's probably got a lot of things planned, and we need him to get on it. So we're going to go to him first, and we can get to how the last episode ended. But it was another fortuitous break in the episode. Basically, honestly, every time the episode's been taken off, the last 3 transmissions, I've been nothing but grateful. And we went a fairly long time, longer than I expected. But by the time I had asked Sid to burn bandwidth and fill in airtime, so to speak, by that time I was pretty much done. I was pretty much demotivated, and I'll explain the story behind that later, whenever Peter's ready for it. But I was asked a question, responded to it, and everyone just at that point, it was like I had leprosy. They just wanted off. It was like, you know, why do you ask? Why do you people even ask questions then? It's so disappointing, and it's just really demotivating. And in the end, you realize how alone you truly are in this world. No one's there to back you up. No one. They just run away, scampered. Like, it's just, why show up? Anyhow, so with that, we go over to Peter. Honestly, left a really bad taste in my mouth, and but I can get to that later. So Peter, from your end, I hope things are okay on Long Island, and you can take it from here. I'm right here with you to back you up.
Okay, I'm going to give everybody a perspective. Not to minimize anything Douglas said. I've got friends and family in LA. I grew up in a flood zone in Lakewood, and you know, every day I'd walk to school, you go by the LA River, and the LA River is like empty. You'll see samples of the LA River in the movie Grease when they're having the race in the, you know, this big cemented area. That's the LA River. It's always empty, except when there's floods. So every once in a blue moon, you'd see the water just rushing through. It's not a real river. It just becomes a river when you flood. And I called my best friend's wife, or wrote to her to see how she was doing. She was okay in the flood zone, as I was concerned. Spoke to my sister. She was fine. She's in between. Well, she's near Oxnard, which you mentioned, yeah, in Ventura County. And my best friend's brother, he was sending pictures on Facebook of his home up in Big Bear and all the snow, and he says, "This is why I love it here." You know, he was having a great old time. And the only one I hadn't heard from was my daughter, who lives in the Hollywood Hills. she says her bedroom has flooded for the third time.
Jeez.
So she had an issue where I know she didn't have to pay rent while they were fixing it because the roof had to be fixed. So I don't know if this is a roof issue or what it is. But apparently she's okay. But she's had some. She's the only one that suffered a tragedy.
Wow.
And she's the closest one to me. And fortunately, it's not a tragedy. I would also say that living in LA, it was routinely, and this is not with regard to what you're talking about, but it was routine to hear that these houses on the cliffs would get washed into the sea. Routine. And no matter how many times they got washed into the sea, they'd rebuild them.
Yeah.
And you figure that people must have been rich. Okay, we'll build a home. Okay, they're not even insurable in many cases.
Yeah.
So that's part of it's a way of life. In LA, I remember having dinner. One of my friends took me out to dinner at this. The dinner was good, but the crowd was just horrible. She wanted to take me. My friend wanted to take me to this special place at the end of Sunset Boulevard, which ends up at the beach. So we're at Malibu, and she takes me to this place. And we'll go here, and everybody in the restaurant was old and just the worst that Southern California has to offer. And I don't mean in terms of being indigent. I mean in terms of being well-to-do and just dead. But as I'm sitting there, we have a table right next to this huge picture window, and there's all these rocks. And I looked at the waiter and I said, with the ocean here, you must have problems here. He says, oh yeah, this gets washed away, knocked out every so often. And we just build it back up. In other words, the water will come, crash in, tear the windows apart, come into the restaurant, they'll just fix it up. They must make a good chunk of change there.
Yeah.
To be able to afford to do that. But, yeah, it happens every now and then, he says. Like, just part of life on the beach. Now, it's like, as I said, we had drought in California. And for those of you who haven't been to California during the drought, it was like they don't even put water on the tables in restaurants.
Yeah.
But give it to you if you ask for it. But they wouldn't put water on the tables. And then I would see that the levels of drought in the reservoirs, particularly in the Gold Country where I went to, was very shocking. Now, I've seen pictures where they filled up, but they fill up too much. And this is, as Douglas says, a historic storm. So just giving a little bit of perspective. Meanwhile, in the Northeast here, we've been having some pretty nice weather. We had very wet weather, and it's been very nice here. And I'm going to start in today with a rather, it was a really good day. It might have been the best day of the year.
Wow.
Because I had a visitor.
Great.
We only arranged it a few days ago. You remember my friend Maggie Lam, who you spoke to up in Choclavina Cave?
Yeah.
That spoke Cantonese?
Yeah.
She came and visited me today. We spent, most of the day together.
Wonderful.
And I just expected to, see what is now an old friend. We had the wonderful trip together at Choclavina, and she was a part of it. And she was, we all, I guess at the end of the trip, they all made names for each one of us. And we had to vote for the name. There were several, we each suggested a name for everybody. And somebody suggested a name for her, and I told her this was my only disappointment in the trip, that she didn't get the name of mascot. I thought she should have been the mascot for the trip, which she was. Instead, they gave her the name Blue Squirrel, which she liked. She's in New York to visit her mother, and this is where she, grew up, and she currently lives in Madrid. But see, after the trip, she stayed in Romania. She stayed there for months, and I told her I didn't give her permission to do that. But then again, I also said I have no control over her. Now, what happened is she became, and this was very fortuitous, she became an item with the owner of the camp, which actually is turning out to be really neat. Because he participated at the Dream Workshop, and she told me something I didn't remember. When I formed the people into the dream groups, I did it by astrology. And because, we didn't have enough people to say, here's 3 Pisces here, 6 Capricorns, 4 Sagittarius. No. We had, I think 11 of us, and then we had the camp owner participated, and my driver participated. So we had about 13 people. So I had to divide people. So I know when there were only 3 left over, it was me and the couple, and she was a Virgo, he was a Aquarius, and I said, well, I'm a Virgo rising and Aquarian moon. Okay, so we'll get together. And we became the executive committee, and we fit together perfectly. But Maggie is an Aries, and the owner of the camp, Germán, is a Pisces, but he has an Aries moon. So I said, okay, you get together. You'll be the Aries people. And then I went over, to check on him, a few minutes later, and I go, okay, are you guys ready to get married? And they said, oh yeah. They'd already picked up on each other. They became an item. I feel like I married them. They're not married, but I said, oh God, I was just joking around, but it stuck. So what's so neat about this is that she reignited the whole dream workshop that we were doing there. And it was really incredible because we got to share more stories and got to know each other better. We got to know each other well enough to the point where we were very comfortable with each other. She spent a lot of time on the bus on my lap, if you know what I mean. Because she'd go and she'd sit with the different guys. And she she was then pushing me to do this Montauk Dream Workshop, which I had mentioned I intend to do in April. And I've intended to, but I haven't had time to do it. Now she's going to help me make it effortless just by her enthusiasm. And she wants to connect. She's going to go back to Romania. So I have to work it out technically, find somebody to do it, but I intend to have a Zoom hookup with Romania during this dream workshop with the camp coordinator and her. She will be back in there. So that's really an incredible, I guess what you'd say, synergy and synchronicity, that all this dream work I did back in August is now, it's not leaving me. And it's reigniting things. Now, what's special about this is I mentioned in the last transmission that Mercury is conjunct Neptune for about the last 2 days, and today it'll begin to fade away. But this is, and what's a perfect example of Mercury conjunct Pluto, well, Mercury is transportation, communication, and business. Well, today, I think it was the Federal Transportation Bureau or whoever it is, they mandated that every Boeing, whatever these planes they build are called, are being recalled to be examined for these bolts that were not inserted into the doors of this Boeing that the door fell off in mid-flight. So this is classic Pluto. Total control, ferreting out the problems in transportation, which is the airplane. This is how it parlays. Where it parlays into the dream workshop is this. Well, there was another dream I had last night, or was it 2 nights? It's 2 nights ago. I had another dream from last night. Very penetrating dreams. This one included David Anderson, which are always special dreams. This was 2 nights ago, and it also parlays into the work I'm doing with you, Douglas. I had a dream that I was getting escorted into a vehicle that was kind of a cross between a van and a Jeep. It looked more like a van, but it was a vehicle, and it was basically impervious, relatively impervious to danger. And it was amphibious. It immediately went underwater to protect me from the surface world, which was a cataclysm of sorts. Not specified, but it was like a storm. And like the storms they're having in California. I don't know if it was related to that or not. But I felt so safe going underwater, which is deep into the emotions. The vehicle could move fast on the surface or underwater. And when I say fast, it's going at least 20 knots and maybe more. So I'm in there being safe, and then all of a sudden feel totally safe. Through one of the windows or portholes, whatever it wasn't huge, I saw this huge creature, a whale. And it was bigger than any whale you could imagine. Bigger than a sperm whale, bigger than a blue whale. And this was intimidating because it was so huge.
Of course.
It was long, it was huge, and its eyes were checking me out. It was very well aware of me. And I said, what is this? I don't know. Now, by the time I interpreted the dream, I figured out what it was. It was, it had to do with the enormity of the work I've undertaken with my writing about David Anderson and time travel, the enormity of what all that represents, although it seems to be kind of at a relative stasis point right now because not a lot's happening. It also implies the work I'm doing with you, which is of an enormous magnitude. And I thank and appreciate all the support that our listening audience has been giving to Douglas. It's crucial, it's vital, and it's helping to make this happen.
Yes.
I then with this huge whale, I said, this thing could either consume the vehicle I'm in or just knock the hell out of it, like in Moby Dick. But it left me alone, which is a good sign because it means that, I'm not going to be canceled, to use current culture talk. So then I emerged from the water. Well, before I emerged from the water, I had 2 of my friends from my youth, between 10 and 15, who 2 of my best friends that I played sports with. We were all in the same class. And I just, that symbolized that I was amongst friends, I guess. I don't know why I picked those 2, except the only thing I could think in common is that we were in the same class together and we did sports together. We were on the same teams and stuff. Now that I think about it, we were undefeated in our, 5th and 6th grade flag football. We didn't lose any games. So that's, I guess, a good sign. But anyway, then I emerged and I came up out of the water. I got out of the vehicle. Wasn't with anybody anymore. And I saw in the field, it reminded me a little bit of Romania and where I go to the camp Atlanticron, and I saw this brunette lady, girl, whatever I want to call her, she was sort of picking up the pieces in some respects. And I felt like I should go to her to direction to find out what's going on. And she kind of made a motion. And then I went over and I saw Heather Anderson, David's wife, and who, you know, I've taken trips with to Romania my last 2 times. And I saw her and I went over to her and I said, are you all right? Is everything all right? She said, yeah. And she's kind of picking up the pieces of the cataclysm, the storm, whatever it was. And I said, is David all right? She goes, she kind of didn't answer my question. And then maybe I pressed her and she says, well, he's gonna meet up later with Wdy. And I'm thinking, why the hell is he meeting up with Wdy? Now, Wdy is somebody I kind of barely know. And Wdy, the last time, our last day in the town of Chernovoda, which is about 45 minutes from the Black Sea, where we stayed a few days to do our wash and get clean and chill out after Atlanticron before we went to the Sphinx area, where we met up with Maggie and her friend and some other people. Wdy came in, he gave us coffee the last day. He came over to our apartments, and he lived on that base, and this is why he's so special. Very nice guy, super nice guy. Amongst his duties there, he's a photographer, a nature photographer, and he's real good at it. Like, he'll go out and get shots in nature that you just don't get, and he'd show these pictures, and he says, I just kind of go, and the birds show up and they do this thing.
Wow.
So for David to connect with him, why he would want to connect, I think they have connected. I think he's connected in the US with David, but it's not on time travel. It's on just you know, whatever they do. But what, to me, because he's a nature photographer and he has this acumen, I feel that he can connect to nature up in the cave area. Hence, I wrote to Heather and I said, I think we should invite him to come. And this is like, you know, it's really neat to just, wow, I'm connecting to this guy through the dream state,
Yeah.
who I only know casually. And I hope he has time to do this. It was really a neat dream. And then I realized this was all a precursor to Maggie coming.
Right.
Because the whole dream came alive and I started telling her about all of the strategy involved in the whole thing, and sharing her. I said, I said, this is not a trip I'm inviting people on. But I said, you know, you can come because I can't stop you. You're part of the establishment there now, you know, because she'll go stay with her boyfriend. But it also makes me closer to him. And I already told him, I said, I want you to come here. I would like to facilitate your trip to the United States. And so he's probably going to visit me in the US. And this is such a big deal to him.
Yeah.
Because he's always wanted to go. But if I go, I'm going to, you know, I will really be a host to him and, you know, just repay all the favors he's done to me. I'll take him up to see, you know, my doctor friend in Woodstock who you know, they know each other and he'd love to see him.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd probably get treated by my friend, you know, and just like really give him a VIP tour of New York.
Excellent. Hey, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Keep going. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so this is really, I guess, a neat development, cultural exchange that is happening right now around my third Jupiter return, which is the 29th of February. The astrology for today, I was talking about Pluto being conjunct with Mercury. Now, you might see other things going down in the news that reflect this. What's going down right now in the news, and I don't want to digress onto this, is the issues around Trump being on the ballot in Nevada, and them a case ruling on whether he's guilty of insurrection, and that this should keep him off the ballot, all this sort of thing. So this will all be played out in the courts, in the news. And because it's this is like has to do with communication, but the real test of all this will be during the election time, because this election is when Pluto goes back into Capricorn. Be very interesting to see when it does conjunct with Mercury during that time, because it will conjunct again. Right now, it's doing it in Aquarius. When it does it again, well, when it does it back there, it will be in Capricorn. So, and of course, Mercury goes around the sun several times, so it'll conjunct again with Capricorn. But it's a time when there's big dynamic issues of power, transmutation coming up, having to do with business communication. What we're also having right now is the release of the Apple, whatever they call them, glasses. It costs $3,500, and you can put them on and you can see the computer screen and juxtaposed against your living room or your backyard, wherever you're looking out. And this is, I've heard some reviews that say it's pretty sad because it's making people more robot-like. And you know, when they put these things on, they said Steve Jobs would not be happy because he had a sense of aesthetic, and they make people look like AI. They don't look human. This is not my judgment. I haven't tried them on. I imagine the line is very long, and I imagine if they catch on, the price will come down substantially. And do you really want to be walking around your environment, whether it be the house or the office, with a pair of goggles on where you're looking at, you know, it puts you in a state of consciousness that you might not rather be in. I can't speak for that. But all these things get sorted out. I would say that I would also say about YouTube, as I watch YouTube and everybody asking you to click their like channel and subscribe to their channel, it really helps, they say, that everybody seems to be now working for YouTube. And that's what I'm saying. This is not, I don't want to be working for YouTube. I want Douglas's YouTube show to grow. Whether I'm participating or not, which I intend to keep participating. But and I'd like, well, I don't think it's monetized. I advised him not to monetize it, because even if you have a substantial amount of viewers, the monetization is not worth it. I don't like monetizing my own channels. I haven't been putting out videos. I've been spending my time to do that on other things, including Douglas's book. But I don't want my stuff to be interrupted by some stupid ass commercial for me getting, you know, potentially $1.50 a month or whatever it is, or $5, even if it's like, you know, $10 or $20. I don't know. It's not, I don't want it. I don't, it's irritating. But be that as it may, we have everybody working for Google or trying to work for Google. And some of these people are getting substantial incomes when they really have super big channels. And the bigger your income gets, the more influence Google has on you, because you don't want to lose your income. Therefore, they can censor what you say, or you're going to lose your money. This is, whether it's purposeful or not, at the very least, it's an inadvertent form of control in order to censor you. So you even have to wonder if they put out Rumble too, covertly, so as to be controlled opposition. I don't really know, but they'll have their dissent, and this is what people have accused Russell Brand of doing, is being controlled dissent, because he is so comprehensive in how he describes the case against the totalitarian state, where he blatantly is suspect, either through ignorance or deliberately, is his opposition to the Ukraine situation, not understanding that Ukraine has the gas which provides for the AI chips. And this is the ultimate control, the most strategic political issue, because it involves true AI, and where they're wanting to compete with the art elect. Russia is. And I don't know if Douglas knows this. He hasn't come back yet, and I will reiterate it when he does come back, is that Tucker Carlson has now announced that he's going to interview Putin. And Russell Brand was the first one who came up with this. And Russell Brand, who has been labeled as controlled opposition, one of the worst things he does is he talks so fast that you cannot process what he says, possibly. He's too fast. You can't process what he's saying, which is a form of neurolinguistic manipulation. And so he's been being controlled opposition, because he has a background in not only comedy and entertainment, but acting and being very well rehearsed. He's very, I guess what you'd say, very well trained in voice delivery. But he was the first one that I saw that announced Tucker Carlson, well before the news media did, is going to interview Putin. And of course, why is this of concern? Because Tucker Carlson is very much pro-Russia, no matter what he says. And Douglas has gone into Russia's influence, profound influence. It'll be very interesting to hear his take and bring this up again. What I want to talk about, until Douglas gets back, is I want to talk about healing, because my astrology right now provides a great opportunity to go into healing. And because I am facing the challenges of what would normally be called old age. I've just turned 71. And yes, I'm still playing football. And the challenges become a little different, a little bigger. And I overcame some challenges, but the more challenges you overcome, last week you realize you want to get more on the stick, more on the challenge. So what happens is, whether it doesn't matter what age you are, but, and I'm particularly referring to adults here in their 30s, probably predominantly 40s, 50s, 60s. When you're in your 30s, you figure you can get away with letting things slide, whether it's an extra cigarette or a cigarette or whatever it is, or a candy bar, or whatever your habits are that might not be best, or bread, which bread isn't necessarily, most of the bread we have in America is bad. Real bread, no. So anyway, it's very easy to accumulate bad eating habits in America, and anybody can let things slide. But there is a time, and as they say, the older you get, and I will just take an athletic example because it's something probably more easily to relate to. Ball players generally fade in their mid-30s, most of them, and especially when they get into their upper 30s, if they're still able to play. So what I'm saying is, as you get older in sports, and I'm talking about in the professional level, you have to dedicate more time to conditioning and to sharpening, refining the skill and mental aspect of the game, because you're losing the fast twitch fibers, the things that make you so quick and able. So the same thing happens when you get older. You have to put more time into taking care of the body, whether that be through exercise, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, or food, diet, or perhaps attention to your sleep or environment. And health requires changing your mind, your attitude. And you could say this about any difficulty you're having, whether it be career or just a difficulty. You're going to have to change your attitude and begin to examine your attitude. But when you're dealing with health issues, even if it's just a real sore shoulder or sore back, but particularly with general health issues, and it applies anyway, you want to examine and write down not only your attitudes, but the toxicity factors. What is toxic? And look up toxic in all of its different permutations. And if you're talking about environmental toxic, what do you take in your body? What do you take into your body through the mouth that could be toxic? What is the liquid you're drinking? Examine if it's, for example, if you drink Snapple, well, look into Snapple. What's really in Snapple? How is it processed? It's not a great drink. But whatever it is you're drinking and eating, make a list of it. And okay, so you're getting hamburgers from the store. What's really in that hamburger meat? Look into it. You might not have to go nuts on it, but how are these things processed? And how is it affecting you? You can't fix everything at once. What is it that you're taking into your mouth? And what are you drinking? What is the water you're drinking? How is it filtered, if it's filtered? Are you just drinking tap water? Not too many people drink tap water these days. But whatever it is, examine it. Then consider your house. Is there mold in your house? Are you breathing in mold every day? What is your job? Are you, breathing in whatever? All of these things, just simple toxicity factors, your living and working environment, and really take a look at them and talk to people about it.
Yes.
Talk to people who are toxaholics, who fret about every topic. But I'm not saying you should fret about everything, but what might be toxic in your environment? And then now this is the other thing, releasing toxicity.
Yeah.
Now, I have been getting, when I get the colon therapy that I get, I always ask for the foot bath, which is not a foot bath, but it's a ionized detoxing. And my practitioner was shocked at how much stuff came out because I hadn't seen her since before the summer.
Jesus.
But that wasn't the reason. I also got an acupuncture treatment which released all sorts of stuff. So I'm working with the gallbladder meridian and the liver meridian primarily to do, but she said she couldn't believe the toxicity that was coming out because she'd seen it before. And this is good. She says, you wouldn't have got so much out if you didn't have that acupuncture treatment.
Yeah. Yes.
So toxicity is a big deal.
Yes.
And even for, Sugar Daddy, he's getting all this blood and this is good.
Yes. Yes.
But he also needs to detox. I'm sure he does.
Yes. Yes. Through acupuncture, by the way, in the main, as you might imagine. But go on. Yes.
Yeah, and as they say, these foot baths are really powerful. And what she told me, she says, all of her patients right now are suffering constipation issues. And she told me constipation is basically parasites. And she showed a few worms coming out of me. They're like little sacs. They're in sacs.
Oh, Jesus! How did she film this, or how did she get the images of?
See, when you're on this table, specially built by her husband,
Mm-hmm.
you're sitting there, and there's a sort of a plastic thing over your groin area where you're going to, and you stick this, plastic tailored, with thing on the end of it to, stick it up your ass, and that's going to shoot water into your colon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's warm water. I think it's ozonated. You slowly put it in, and then, she's supervising it, but she's looking at a tube. This stuff's coming out. It kind of goes down into a channel, and then it goes out this transparent, translucent tube.
Mm-hmm.
And so she'll see all the shit coming out, and whatever's coming out, and every once in a while something will come out that's a little weird, she saw, she said that's a worm, and it's like in a little bubble, and people have these all the time. I mean, it's not a big thing. It's the first time she's ever seen them come out of me, but it might be because we got that deep, and it's very common for people to have such parasites. And as you yourself said, these are the parasites. It's the parasites or the worms that eat up your brain when you get Alzheimer's.
Yeah, yeah.
I think you said that.
Either I or somebody else.
But yeah, so this is, it's all about getting toxicity out of you. Yeah. But that's a good place to start with health. Health is the attitude, the toxins, and then looking into the diet, and then the particular areas of physiology, whatever's, because all of these meridians are, I guess what you'd say, a priori to health conditions. It's energy flows. And when the energy stops flowing properly, the body will begin to get ill. Whether that is through a typical medical disease or a affliction whereby you get calcium deposits or whatever's going on. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say about health. It's so much in the attitude. And it's even if you're thinking about approaching what I'm saying, it's best to start when you're ahead of the game and work at the under layer. Try and work at the layer of the energy meridians and energy channels of the body. Because if you can work on those and then integrate your life into it, rather than going to Buffalo Wild Wings, which could be fun for people depending on their lifestyle. I do not like Buffalo Wild Wings, and I've only gone there for you know, birthday events with my football friends. And while the food doesn't taste bad, it does a number on me afterwards. But are you back with us, Douglas?
Yes, yes, indeed. Yes.
I think he disappeared again.
What? Oh, I'm so sorry.
What I want now.
I'm here. I'm so sorry. It's the weather. Honestly, I actually had to check out around the perimeter to see if the wires leading to my box, my cable box, as I call it, I'm sure they've got a different name for it these days, was still holding, and I wanted to make certain the area around was actually safe in terms of lack of live wires falling down, which has been an issue lately. So in my case in particular, I want to be extra cautious. And by the time that I got back, then I was able to hear Peter talking about toxaholics in particular is so important. There are so many people addicted to toxicity, and Peter is addressing, of course, purging oneself of not only a physical negativity, but a lot of your emotional negativity goes out with that. Yes.
Well, yeah, and I just kind of realized the importance of it.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing a cleanup on myself.
Yeah.
Mostly because I was suffering from constipation, and the main reason for that is probably because I hadn't gotten a colonic.
Yeah.
In too many months.
Yes.
And there are various reasons for that, but these things are just great for me. And in fact, as a matter of fact, I want to say this. I don't know if I mentioned this,
Mm-hmm.
but it's mentioning again, because I would have seen her last Thursday, and tonight's Wednesday. Well, but her son,
Mm-hmm.
the one she cured of autism, and I had read his book, he's going to get it published.
Oh. Wow.
This overjoyed me.
Mm-hmm.
I could have published it myself, except it's just not my genre. So he's in the hands of somebody who's going to publish it, and it's going to be real good. And because it's so healing. And he has even given a talk on Zoom to other autistic people, where he's gotten like the equivalent of a standing ovation when he tells his story. And I have encouraged his mother, and this really, he thinks in Qigong, slow is good. So this has been I've been encouraging her for a long, long time to tell her story. Now, she's not into writing her story. She's into doing her work. Writing her story is sort of like it's something she needs to do, but it's more important that she does her work. So I told her, it finally crystallized. I said, what you need to do is you need to get your cell phone and get a program where you can talk into this cell phone. Talk your wisdom into this cell phone, and get your son to show you what program to use. I recommended some. And then you turn it into an MP3 file, and you get it to me, and I'll transcribe it for you.
Yeah.
And put it into a book. And he should also do a story on his, I told him he should do a story on his story, on how all disease starts in the colon, and how to export this know-how to practitioners, just like we're writing down your information so that it can be exported and put into comprehensible ideas and sentences so that people can learn to think with it, and it will have a magical effect in a positive way on the population.
Yeah.
So people can process some of the nonsense that's been done and the misunderstandings that have occurred since the beginning of time. I also had occasion to review, on the news tonight they had Laura Ingraham talking about psilocybin being used.
Mm.
And this is like the new bandwagon for, CBD. We're getting beyond CBD, and these people are talking about the virtues of psilocybin, which is the chemical version of the magic mushroom. And she couldn't even pronounce it right. She said she could, what is this? How do you say this? Because see, it's funny how you profile the staunch conservatives.
Yes.
The staunch conservatives were always very anti-drug.
Yeah.
And the liberals were very pro-drug.
Yeah.
Both in a very polarizing way. And the liberals were for free speech, and now it's the other way around. The conservatives are for free speech, and the liberals are against it. We've got to, and there was also, here's another good Pluto and Mercury, is that Amazon, it was the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen was being confronted in Congress by their saying, were you using, going into the banks and basically tracing the bank records of people who were antivirus. So it's very invasive to see who were antivirus and all this stuff, and they're going too far and violating privacy and stuff to control dissent. This is dissent on, and it goes beyond vaccinations. It's just what is not politically correct. And apparently there's been all sorts of misbehavior. And she really wouldn't say no. She says, I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm going to investigate it. So this is outrageous behavior, but this is Pluto taking her to task in the area of business. And that Amazon was being told by the government to trace people who were buying, not to sell books that were giving divergent views on vaccinations. So it's like you can't even have I guess what you'd say, questioning the ideological, well, not just the ideology, but the veracity of what the CDC is putting out, which is now proven to be phony. So it's like these are issues with Pluto and Mercury together. Government just going too far. But back to what I was saying is about the psilocybin is, although the liberals and conservatives have sort of switched on that, they're not switching on drugs because, cannabis is very cool. It's the thing of the future. Right. It's the thing. It's not the thing of the future. It's the thing of the present. And there are many drawbacks with cannabis. Many drawbacks with it. It's got its uses. And then they had some woman get up there to counter, to be the advocate for psilocybin. And she got up and she was very well spoken. And she basically talked about how psilocybin and other drugs had not only helped her, but it helped other people. And how she got out of this horrible state of depression or whatever she was in. But she made it very clear that she was the one making herself better. Okay. Not the drug. She was ostensibly intelligently used the drugs to make her better. This can happen. It's still, I guess you'd say, a controversial therapy, but it can work. Now, the opponent said, oh, you're saying all this works. He was miscategorizing her. In other words, there wasn't a sane, and Laura Ingraham could not be objective on it. She was too polarized against drugs. Right. And I would leave the opening for these to help somebody, but I would suggest it as a last resort. If the person couldn't get better by other means. But a person who's stressed out needs to de-stress. And how are you going to de-stress them? Your Qigong is a great way. But when you're talking about people who don't necessarily do that, although many therapists will integrate or recommend Tai Chi or yoga or Qigong, they'll recommend it strongly because of the breathing. So breathing is the best way to approach anything. But I'm not talking about from that reference frame, because that's not necessarily something you can do with people. But psilocybin, and then you have somebody saying, oh, I was saying I had occasion to, even before I saw this, watch stuff on the Grateful Dead. And it was very interesting. We go back and I want to say I've had occasion to look back into the 60s and the period when I grew up, and I perhaps find myself fortunate in terms of perspective to have had the opportunity to grow up in the vicinity of all that stuff happening in what you call the hippie era.
Right.
Like, to be right, I didn't consider myself in the middle of it at the time, mostly because I was in my own world. But I mean, everybody I was surrounded by was of that persuasion, it seemed. And certainly the culture, and reading the San Francisco Chronicle every day. And then, and as they say, the Grateful Dead were just getting there off the ground then. And I saw them before they became a national institution.
Yeah.
They were more authentic then. And then by the time it turned into what it became in the 80s, it's just like, okay, this is just a throwback. But it was a live experience in other words, the people going to the Grateful Dead concerts were getting their hit of the 60s, a couple decades later.
Yeah.
And, looked a little, it gave me occasion to look a little deeper into what was going on. Now, when you take it all down, I think the most shameful thing about the Grateful Dead, well, there's two shameful things about them. The one is completely non-critical, and I'll say that first, is I heard Bob Weir talking, this is several months ago, about their music and how it was being integrated into orchestration, or played like classical music. And he says it holds up very well. And he's totally wrong. It sounds like crap.
Yeah, their music sucks.
No, I'm not criticizing their music as it is. I'm not criticizing their music. I actually grew up with their music. I like their music. But it doesn't hold up with orchestration. It doesn't at all. It sounds like crap. Now, some people would say it sounds like crap anyway. I remember my father liking it. He says, that sounds pretty good. He never said that about any other music that I might listen to. But that sounds pretty good. Which really surprised me, because they were folksy, and they appealed to, they had a great audience. I mean, a big audience. They were, I guess, an authentic audience. When I say authentic, they were authentic, and they communicated with their audience. My friend Madeline had a backstage pass once. She was invited. She met somebody on a plane. She was completely repelled by it, the whole experience. Because the experience, was drug-laden. I never was taking hits off of marijuana when I went there. Whatever concerts I've seen, a handful or whatever. But I wasn't there to get high. You maybe get off the buzz, but people were there getting high all the time on God knows what. That was part of the experience. That was part of the experience. And I heard Jerry Garcia's wife, and of course, she was known as Mountain Girl. And I saw a long interview with her where she was being interviewed by some young girl, pretty young girl, who was interviewing her about uh, psychedelics, because this young woman, I don't know, I don't know what she was experimenting with, whether it was, but I think it was ayahuasca, but she was just, she was a tripper herself, the young girl.
Right.
And she was all enamored of that time period. And she was an honor for her to interview Mountain Girl. Now, Mountain Girl was, as I say, became the wife of Jerry Garcia, but she was Ken Kesey's lover, as is portrayed in the book, The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test. And Kesey was married to his wife, Faith, who he loved, never divorced her, and Faith tolerated the relationship he had with Mountain Girl because it, free love and all that. And it, whatever it was, but it had a shelf life. But it was very interesting to her. And one of my friends knew Mountain Girl. One of my friends in Scientology, he used to hung out with her. But I never heard her whole story.
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting. She was working as a student at Stanford in the chemistry lab, or when they spectrometry, where they kind of analyze chemicals.
Mm-hmm.
And she had all this shit available to her, all this like drugs. And she started taking this is before she met any of these people.
Yes.
She started experimenting with it. So it was almost like she psychically or telepathically connected with all these crazy ass people who she met, I think, either in a bar or music store. She met some of the whether it was the dead, they brought her down to Ken Kesey's house, and she was a natural fit just because she had already experimented with this hallucinogenic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was almost like the psychological experience connected her with, the people several miles down the road. So she was a natural fit. And Hunter Thompson, I didn't know it at the time. I probably read it in the book, but I forgot. Hunter Thompson, the guy who wrote the book about the Hells Angels and had created what they called gonzo journalism, he was the one who brought the Hells Angels down to Ken Kesey. And Hunter Thompson, I was watching him be interviewed. This was weeks or months ago. And I do not understand for the life of me what awe and admiration he ignites in the audience and how they clap at him and they think he's some hero. You know who Hunter Thompson is, right?
Of course. How could I not?
Yeah, I mean, it's like he's some kind of hero. I don't get it. It's just that he's like, you can say he's offbeat and rejects the establishment, but he was very pro-Nixon. I just don't get it. And that I just don't get it.
Well, it's what's there to get. He's got a personality cult going, and his severe overuse of drugs gives him a mystique that renders some people admirers. So it's
well, he didn't. I'd say what made him. This is a very interesting subject as well, because it's like you take him, then these beat characters, or the beat generation characters we take, and you kind of really sized them up real good the other night. But William Burroughs, Jack Kerouac, Allen Ginsberg, now Kesey had arranged to invite all the beat poets to come down there and have acid, LSD. And they didn't like it. They were cool with the marijuana or whatever they did, and the alcohol. It was too much for them. They didn't need inspiration. They had a muse inspired. They didn't need to get high to write. So they were kind of party poopers for the new Kool-Aid crowd. When I say Kool-Aid, they called it electric Kool-Aid because the Kool-Aid was laced with LSD in those original, what they called acid tests.
That's right. The electric Kool-Aid acid test became the title of a book.
Yeah, that's. And I had heard Mountain Girl say in a separate interview, and I remember people criticizing that book at the time because it's the book, it's not the experience. But she herself said, yeah, we criticized that book. However, she says, when you look back, decades later, that book grabs the essence of what was going on better than anything else. She says, it wasn't the truth at the time, but now it's the truth to grasp that historical period. And I thought that was very interesting. So basically what happens is what we remember are iconic things. We don't remember the truth. And I can think of that back to all the zeitgeist of Scientology at the time I was in it. It's completely different now. It's completely different. And of course things change. Your own views change. And I watch how the views of the Grateful Dead change. I was even shocked to see Joni Mitchell commenting about how things changed throughout the decades. She just adopted new viewpoints. In other words, she was following the times by her own admission rather than creating the times. Well, she might have helped create the times at the time she created, but then she changed with the times and basically said she was into the wealth gathering generation in the 80s. It's like, well, this is the time. And then said that everybody waxed nostalgic about the 60s because the future, there was hope to change things. Mm-hmm. But it's like these people, well, and of course you have, as I say, the degeneracy of Hunter Thompson and Jerry Garcia, who they portrayed in one documentary as degenerate. Well, they didn't call him degenerate, they called him self-destructive. Because he basically was a heroin addict.
Yeah.
And he was a gifted musician, and he had an intellect, but it didn't apply to his own, well-being. He was just, I don't know, there's something about being cool where you can just kind of play this instrument and kind of vibe on it and get other people to vibe on it, and therefore you're cool. It doesn't matter if you're on the road to unlimited destruction, self-destruction.
Yes.
They had one record called, Road to Unlimited Devotion. Mm-hmm. And certainly they were existential and philosophical. And it's even astonishing to hear them talk with an intellect. It surprises me because I never thought, I knew he had an intellect. I never heard some of the others. They never, but I think I was going to say is the most disappointing thing about them is that they fell in line with Bohemian Grove. Like, okay, what is, what more do you say?
There is nothing more to say at that point.
It reminds me, and I never read the whole book, but the beginning of Trinity, the book Trinity, was about this guy who was just completely dead-ass hostile to the Catholic Church. Just completely opposed to it for all of the usual reasons. Mm-hmm. And that at the end of his life, he falls into complete line with it. Like, okay. All of that protest meant nothing. in other words, it's the authority. Like, I remember talking to one of my friends' mother. She had cancer, and I was talking to her because her daughter was getting ozone therapy. And I talked to her mother, and her mother says, "Oh, I'll take the conventional therapy." She died a few months later. It's like, I'll take the conventional therapy, because that's what the doctor said. The doctor is a huge authority figure.
Right.
And while you should ignore a doctor at your own risk, you also must take the doctor's advice at your own risk.
Yes.
You better be well informed and have second opinions and third opinions and fourth opinions, and get yourself very well informed. Because there are times when a doctor will save your life, and there are times when a doctor will end your life. There's so many factors. There's so many factors to take into account. So, to see and this becomes a very interesting existential question for the work I do with you. Like, how does, because the establishment will take something, bring it in. And this is what I learned in my European and Asian civilization class that I talk about from time to time. A teacher taught me that China is the great absorber. It absorbs everything.
Mm-hmm.
The great absorber. Well, this is what the establishment of civilization does. It absorbs things. Walt Disney was at one time an outlier, a radical figure who borrowed a lot of money to create an amusement park,
mm-hmm.
which is now one of the, as they say, and only in a short time. It was only, 7 years after he created that it was such a stigma that, or such a utopian ideal that Nikita Khrushchev wanted to go there. I told you that story.
Right. That's right.
And I'll repeat it for those who haven't heard it. And I was a kid. I was about 9 years old, and they interrupted the LA TV stations. Yes, I'm not watching the news. And I remember watching it with my mother, and they show the Russian limos outside of Disneyland, which is only, about 20 minutes away from my house. And they're like, Khrushchev wants to go to Disneyland, but he didn't. They asked him if he wanted to go, and they'd have to get all the security cleared, but he said he didn't want to go, and now he wants to go, and he was really upset. You can see him pounding his shoe. Because he had a famous incident where he was pounding his shoe.
Yes.
With Kennedy or Nixon, I forget which was, but he's like, he was all upset because he couldn't go to Disneyland. And they were showing it on the news. They had the limos right in the parking lot of Disneyland. I never forget it. It was like, and I also remember when Idi Amin, who had made the headlines in, the former dictator of Uganda, for all of his misadventures. He was a horrible dictator in Uganda. But when he escaped into Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, he had a lot of money to give them. But there was an article that somebody had sent in to L. Ron Hubbard. It was out of one of those Inquirer type magazines, probably was the Inquirer, that said Idi Amin was, the one thing he wanted to do was come to America and go to Disneyland. I thought that was so funny.
Yeah.
A dictator.
Yeah. Well, it's typical. Go on. No, it's just typical, but go on. Yeah. Go
on. It's like, childhood arrested development or something, it's like,
yes.
I go see Mickey Mouse. A truly overrated experience. But as I say, that's I really wanted to see Paula to see Disneyland, just as I wanted my daughter to see it. And it's something every kid should do once, at least. As I said, Douglas, I'd like to take you there. Something your parents couldn't do for you.
That's right. That's right.
But anyway, but everything gets sort of, I guess, what you call consumed and reduced to the lowest common denominator. Like when you see these stupid cartoons teaching you about Jesus in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
This is reducing it to what? It's reducing it to the lowest common denominator. And Christians can be very inventive about, getting the gospel communicated as if it's an agenda that they have, like they're trying to convince you of something. One which is I think the Gideons had donated TVs to motels.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, did they really?
Oh yeah, lots of them. But the problem was they were fixed so you can only watch one channel.
Oh, which channel was that?
The Christian channel. And of course, motels rejected them because, it's not very popular with the guests.
Yes.
It's called, we're going to brainwash you with our Christian beliefs.
Yes.
Because this is the way it is. And this does not make an intelligent person. There's no discernment. It's just, we follow this doctrine. So it's like it's reducing. It's not asking for an intellect. It's not teaching you intelligence. It's teaching you obedience.
Yes.
But as I say, Christianity, as it would have been taught originally, if we take the stories at face value, there was an authenticness which does not translate down into the modern world.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting, in the history of Christianity, the zeitgeist of those times, and I think this is pretty inarguable, was that it created an impetus for martyrdom, whereas the martyr became the chic, the vogue of the times.
Mm-hmm.
And there are several instances of people being martyred over Christianity. The first biblical one was Saint Stephen, which is a song by the Grateful Dead. To mention a coincidence. But martyrdom was in vogue. And then later what became in vogue was not bathing. And eventually it evolved into, thousands of years later with Thomas Becket, and he didn't start it, was wearing hair shirts. So you could feel the extreme torture of wearing a hair shirt. Attract all sorts of bugs and stuff to eat at your skin. It was very uncomfortable. Decided that it itched. And this was considered a great virtuous act of stoicness and,
penance.
Getting in touch. Pain was, the more pain you suffered, the more in touch you were with the Lord. This is, as they say, you're taking what's ostensibly a higher truth, and you're reducing it to the lowest common denominator. And this is
suffering. Yes.
Suffering. Yeah. It's like, and you're supposed to relieve from suffering, but if you suffer And I never forget this stupid movie about Loyola, Ignatius Loyola,
Mm-hmm.
and he's being brought before a tribunal because, he's writing heretical works, and they're about to whip him because they find him guilty. And they tell him they're going to whip him. And he looks up, kind of smiles. Oh, but that's what they did to our Lord. Like he's going to be like the Lord. Like he's like, wow, I'm going to be just like Mike. And of course, then at the last minute, somebody comes in and says, oh, the Pope has decreed, your stuff is okay. And so he doesn't get whipped, and he's now goes on to form the Jesuit order. And he's a hero, at least per the movie. So, there's this peculiar passion for suffering, which, back to what I was originally saying, and you take a group like the Grateful Dead, which, as I see it historically, it epitomized, they lived in Haight-Ashbury. I never looked at them that way. When I went and saw them in 1989, when I visited California, my friend arranged. They were playing in Sacramento, and we went and saw them, and it was a really fun night. And of course, I was exposed to all that hippie chic of 1989, but to me, this was a throwback because it didn't exist anymore, as far as I was concerned. And you could go, and on that trip, we drove by the Panhandle. And the Panhandle, for those of you who do not know, is at the extreme western end of Golden Gate Park. It tails out into a thinner strip of grass.
That's right.
And it's called the Panhandle. And at that time, there were still hippies on the Panhandle. The girls with their long dresses.
Yeah.
There was a hippie motif there. And the people, those were still the last remnants of the hippies.
Mm-hmm.
The next time I went back, I think in 2006, it was a crack park.
Oh, yes. Yes, so
and
sad.
there was no vestige. There were no hippies left.
No.
Just a bit of reminder on the streets with, kids that were runaways and stuff. And lots of thrift shops. That's why I went there for the thrift shops. My daughter wanted to see the thrift shops. It's the only time I ever walked up and down Haight-Ashbury because she loves thrift shops. So as they say, something, whatever it is, the mainstream will absorb it and then water it down and feed it back. Like, here's a good example. The Beatles were considered very radical music.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't too many years, perhaps a few decades, before the Muzak Corporation, which was right in Westbury.
The Muzak, the one who gave us, the corporation that gave us elevator music?
Yeah. I didn't know that until, when we first came to Long Island, my wife worked at a place near there, and I'd go by the Muzak building. Wasn't very impressive. It wasn't horrible. I mean, it was, but with the Beatles, you'd hear Muzak, the Beatles in Muzak form. So, that's the Beatles getting turned into Muzak. And the Beatles became very, I guess what you'd say, mainstream acceptable many years ago.
Right.
They were accepted.
Yeah.
They were accepted. the so when you get into, and I would even say the Montauk Project has been accepted to the point where Lester Holt did a show on it. I refused to participate in it. David Anderson refused to participate in it, although we were both asked.
Right.
Richard Dolan filled the bill.
Oh, God.
And and see, one of my problems with it, you know, he makes about $100,000 for doing that production.
Who made $100,000?
Lester Holt.
Oh, okay.
He's not doing it for, he's doing it, he's producing it himself on the side, and he sells it to NBC. But it's all kind of like incestuous.
Right.
And they were just completely flabbergasted that I asked for money. They never heard such a thing.
Yeah, that's so. But
Just completely flabbergasted. So, you know, get Richard Dolan. He'll go out there for nothing.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, he gets paid by the government.
It was not damaging. It was sort of stupid, but it wasn't. You know, it was. You know, anyway. But the thing is, that came to the point where the Montauk Project is acceptable, on some level now, but not to go deeper into the story.
Right.
So, you know, they interviewed me for this other show on the History Channel, The Dark Files, which was a really bad show. It was really bad. And, you know, I think my daughter and her boyfriend were watching it, and they go, God, you know, how come you weren't on, Dad? God, it was really got stupid. You know, because they're not showing the truth. They're just doing stupid crap.
Yes.
And it's like they're not going to mention David Anderson. Why? That's the most damn interesting thing. But no, I mean, we can blame the censorship, but their minds cannot handle the truth. You see, these are two things, and this applies to your situation as well.
That's right.
They can't handle the truth, like that Jack Nicholson movie. Want to hear the truth? You can't handle the truth. And in that particular movie, as I recall it, what happens in the field of fire is completely different than dotting your I's and crossing your T's. And some soldier got compromised badly. But it's kind of like, I think Jack Nicholson, who was actually criminally negligent, says, I'm dealing with a bunch of chicken shits, which was true as well.
Yes.
And unfortunately, he crossed the line into, you know, living by the sword, dying by the sword, so to speak.
Yes.
In that movie. And it's like, you can't handle the truth. Well, no, they can't handle the truth. So, you know, people can't process, and this is notorious in New York sports, particularly baseball, particularly the New York Yankees, where you have certain players that their nerves can't handle playing in front of the intense crowd of New York. In fact, when my friend Doug, who you met, he came to New York once, and him and his wife and daughter, they watched a game, and I think I saw them right afterwards. I met them in the city, and he says, wow. You know, he was a big baseball fan, and we'd go to games in Oakland and San Francisco and whatnot, and he'd say, I can't believe the fans are just like in on it with every pitch. They're just into the game.
No. And
I guess he kind of liked it. Whereas in, you know, if you're watching a game in California, it's, you know, it's very laid back, comparatively speaking. So, some people can't handle. I mean, you can understand it. Some people can't play under pressure. I can even see it, in playing in just the scrub games we play. When things get pressure, I remember one time we went to another field and played an away game, so to speak, and a lot of guys couldn't catch the ball. We're playing on a turf field with different guys. We're playing a different team, and it's like it was very, serious. And a lot of the guys they dropped the ball. They couldn't take the pressure. They weren't performing normally. So you can see that in sports, but it also applies to real life. When you're talking about the information that we're processing.
Yes.
For example, the vampire issue. This is like, who was that tennis player, John McEnroe?
Uh-huh. Yes.
He would sit there and yell at the linesman, and they'd make a call he didn't agree with. He says, "Can you be serious?" Well, that was his famous phrase. Can you be serious? This is kind of what people look at me, and I don't mention it very, very often, but the vampire thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to mention it in the new book at all, but I had to.
Okay.
I had to mention it to maintain my own standard of literary integrity.
Thank you.
Or continuity, because when you talk about the nanoblood,
yes,
it should be mentioned, and it's only a brief mention with a footnote and a reference to the vampirology book,
mm-hmm.
which I do intend to follow up on.
Yes, good, good.
But it's like, I really do. I think I want that to be the next book. But it's like, okay, it's ontologically disconcerting, if not shocking to people. Mm-hmm. Despite the fact that Hollywood's been infatuated with vampire movies for years.
Right.
They've kind of gone off that. But it was like they beat the genre to death.
Yes.
And so now I have something to bring them vis-a-vis your story, and it's kind of like, well, and this is what Preston taught me. He says, science fiction fans don't like their stories to be real.
That's right.
So I think the reason people have vampires or will go down that road and be fascinated with blood or whatnot, and is because it makes them unique. It makes them chic in their own image, in their own mind. Makes them think they're chic.
Right.
Because they're kind of like making themselves mysterious and intriguing. Mm-hmm. When I look at people like that, and I think, you're trying to get attention.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, good for you. You're not getting mine. Because I've met a lot of people who are unusual, and I don't judge them. Like Marjorie Cameron, I considered her a friend for the last few years of her life.
Yes.
Because we talk and whatnot, and but what was it? People just, oh, I know what it was. My friend Tantra. Now, you have to understand, Tantra's on the cutting edge.
Mm-hmm.
You know who was her room? She had two interesting roommates. Carrie Thornley was one of them. She sought him out because she thought he was so interesting. The guy, who he was.
I believe so. Say his name again.
Carrie Thornley. He was the guy who was investigated, because he wrote a book about the Kennedy assassination before it happened. It was too haunting, too weird. He wrote a book that kind of was so much, but it was just a coincidence. It was a weird coincidence.
Huh.
So he was investigated within an inch of his life.
Yeah.
He also served in the same unit that Oswald had served in Japan.
Interesting.
So Kerry had all sorts of weird experiences. And I think he had a relationship with E. Howard Hunt as well. And so he was like investigated to within an inch of his life. She went down and lived with him as a roommate down in Georgia. That's about the time she was living when I actually arranged to meet with her. And Kerry died. She had me talk with him on the phone a few times. And he really liked my book, The Black Sun. We talked. He was a strange guy, to say the least, and very much a cult hero to many people. That's why she sought him out. She also lived with Allen Ginsberg, I think in Manhattan. And he was very, I guess, always frustrated and struggling with his frustrations with his lovers, meaning his gay lovers.
Of course.
Just he was very strung out over his sexual misfortunes. She was not there to service him or to be serviced by him or sexually, not at all. But she was, she's a literary person. She's, had lived with him for a period because she was interested in him, in his literary whatever. Because, Allen Ginsberg was a huge icon. And I think he was arranged for the Beat poets to come out, so many of the Beat poets to come out and see Kesey. And as they say, they didn't quite gel. Because you had two, the icons of the Beat poets with the icons of the acid heads, who weren't then icons, they were to become icons, ranging from Jerry Garcia to Ken Kesey to Neil Cassidy to Ken Babbs to whoever the hell else was out there. This Mountain Girl woman. And Mountain Girl I heard her talking, and she says, well, I'm glad you don't hate us. And there's so many people that aren't happy with us. As if there was some degree of guilt for the culture that they generated, most of which emanated out of the subculture of Stanford University. All those people were primarily from Palo Alto, or passed through Palo Alto. So, and then people will say, oh, it was a big government op.
It wasn't?
Not exactly. It was and it wasn't, because it was like these people were developing their own brand of lunacy.
Yes.
And she said something that I think I heard about it before, but I didn't really remember it. She talked about April 19th being Bicycle Day. Do you know about Bicycle Day?
No, tell me about it.
Well, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about as soon as I tell you. Bicycle Day is the day that Albert Hoffman discovered LSD.
Okay.
When he was riding his bicycle, because he was a chemist at Sandoz Labs in Switzerland. And he'd taken some LSD, and I guess he was on his bicycle, and that's when, he discovered the hallucinogenic properties of LSD.
Of course, they hit him hard.
So they call it Bicycle Day.
Interesting.
I never knew that. I might have heard it, but it didn't register. So she was like, it was like, she eventually married Jerry Garcia, and then eventually divorced him because he had a bad heroin habit.
Oh, no shit. And, yeah. When did she find out?
Well, I mean, I think she tried to help him and whatnot, and But the thing is, this is, it's just like whatever was radical, innovative, or arguably admirable about these people, they get watered down into being just a, what's the word? Piece of history, which is really all you can say about anybody. But you know, when you talk about that, there are some pieces of history that have a lot more legs than other pieces of history. This is really a funny concept. If you think of if you're going to give historical characters legs, in other words, where they actually, if you read the history of them, it gives them impetus and influence. Well, a major character who has impetus is Jesus. He has legs all throughout this life. Now, whether those legs are accurate portrayals of them or not, one can argue, but there's all this momentum. You have all these churches, you know, and all these crosses. It's like, do you think he'd be pleased and proud of all that? I remember watching a TV show, LA channel, it's probably Channel 5, the talk show, and it was Bishop Sheen, who was the cardinal. No, he wasn't the cardinal, he was a bishop, popular bishop in LA. And Bishop Sheen was very personable. And they asked him, he might have been on Merv Griffin or something, but he was like, they asked him, he said, what would you do if, Jesus walked into your church? He says, I'd go around to everybody in the church and I'd say, look busy, look busy. Like, let's put up a good front. Let's show them that we're doing our job. Say in Scientology, if I was sent or somebody was sent to one of their churches, as management, as a emissary for management, you go in and you'd see all sorts of things that weren't functioning properly or as they should be. And your job was to correct them and to get things functioning at an improved level. That's the most you could ask of human beings. So if Jesus were to come to his churches, what would he see? Well, we know historically that he would have seen a lot of molestation going on. Well, that's not the way you do it, sir. How could he react? And how would he react to the abusive practices of Christianity? I don't know if it's fair to say that Christianity is mostly an abusive religion, but with respect to the other side and the accusers, I don't want to offend them either. You have to say what percentage of Christianity is positive and what percentage is negative. I can't answer that question. And so I'm noticing Buddhism and Taoism have a lot more legs than they used to.
Yes.
Confucianism had tremendous legs in the Asian culture. I don't know that it transferred into Western culture significantly as Confucianism. There might be legacies of it that I don't recognize that wound their way into Western culture, but it's not recognized as Confucianism. So certainly Steve Jobs as a historical character has legs, and as does Nikola Tesla. So I don't know. It's interesting when you look at characterizations. And if we look at David Anderson, he has very unseen and hidden legs, to the degree he has much legs at all, because he's largely unknown, unrecognized, and unregistered in the society, minimally so. Yet he would seemingly or ostensibly be in a position to make himself the most recognized person in history, potentially, possibly. I can't say what his limitations are. And I'm not suggesting he does have that power, but if you say somebody who can control time, you know, he could go back in time and put his logo on everything. I'm being a little facetious there.
Yeah.
But basically, it's like I told that joke the other night about the guy the doctor who told the guy that had the bad laryngitis he needed an operation. He needed to cut off part of his genitals because the genitals were making him too much pressure on his throat, making him talk like he had laryngitis. So he runs into the doctor, 6 months later, says, "Oh, doc, by the way, you really fixed me. I'm really happy, but what'd you do with the rest of my genitals?" And the doctor says, "I don't want to talk to him." Well, that's sort of the same response you get with David Anderson. "No, I don't want to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about that." And even the one interview that I had done where I went into it, they bring out Michio Kaku to say, show him the time reactor patent. He goes, "This is the scratchings of a child." Yeah. It has no power source. It would have to have a power source. Yeah, of course, the power source is very well described in the patent.
Yes.
He either didn't read it or he just lied about it. Probably lied about it. And even the guy who was directing the episode said to me, he said, "I work for a patent attorney. This isn't a patent because it doesn't describe what the thing is." And I said, "Do you know what a closed time-like curve is?" He goes, "No." Well, I said, "That's your problem. You don't understand." And he acknowledged that. But he was so quick to just torpedo it because of his own mindset.
Yeah.
And then we'll go back to, and just to clarify, a closed time-like curve is basically what Douglas described one night as a world line.
Yes.
And it's just one point connecting to another. And we take the general theory of relativity by Einstein, first explained to me by my father. He says, if you were to make a straight line in space and just make that straight line forever, it would eventually come around and curve back on itself. This is the nature of space-time. Mm-hmm. That's called a closed time-like curve. Mm-hmm. Time-like. It's like time. And it's just a theoretical spot. But you can actually, if you can slow time down or speed it up, you can move the energy off of that line of, I guess, what you call projection. And when you move it off the line, the faster you do it, the more it goes back in time. The slower you move it, the more into the future it goes. So, well, as soon as I broke that down and set it and put it in a video in such clear, concise terms, as has arguably never been explained in the history of physics. And the only reason I did it is because I just broke down the words and David had taught me. Wikipedia immediately changed their definition.
Wow.
Because their definition said, one of the most disconcerting things in modern physics, the closed time-like curve, blah, blah, blah. And I was explaining on YouTube, on some obscure YouTube channel, my own channel, I said, Wikipedia calls it the most concerning thing in physics. They changed it so damn fast. I was shocked. I wish I would have had a screenshot of it.
Right.
But they said it, but they changed it because it made them look less than astute.
Yes.
Which they were.
Yes.
So technically, I actually educated them on something, and they put a more responsible definition or a more understanding definition of it, which maybe they went into some books, and I don't even remember what they say now. But the point was, how could I be watched that closely? How could I be watched that closely? Who the hell gives a damn? You know, like, why is it so important? Now, I don't know if that response was their own version of an art, the anti-Ardalek, the counter-Ardalek.
Right.
Like how does that happen so fast? And I would notice that happen when I would write something about the base and it would be echoed in the media. All of a sudden, the newspaper reporters would change their narrative based upon what I had said.
Right.
Without giving me any credit. But it was just some obscure thing like, Camp Hero, it would always say closed in 1979. And then when I wrote in the books, or they'd say, oh, okay, it closed in 1982 or 83, whatever, 82. They usually say 82, but it really closed in 83. But I'm saying they changed their narrative, like they're watching me.
Right.
And I can't believe for a minute that there's somebody in the CIA or the FBI or the NSA saying, watching my stuff and saying, okay, all your outlets, when you mention these rare articles about Camp Hero, make sure you change the date. They've got some spy watching my YouTube channel saying, oh, he explained a closed time-like curve. We better change this. It's hard for me to believe that I could rank that much importance or observability for them to actually do that. Because I don't consider that even if they leave it the way it is, that anybody's going to notice. But who is it that notices it? Is it as they say, is it a demon?
It is.
Something.
Yeah. Believe me, this is all they do. That's what the NSA is responsible for. Control of communications in the United States and what communications get in and out of the United States. So they've got all the resources in the world to intercept and read your mail, so to speak, whether it's electronic or physical. And you're left, especially if it's electronic. So they do what they can to impact you or suppress you. And as they do myself. And your work, as important as it was, has, as you know, only gotten more important.
Well, exactly. So I've, grown into a life of, I'd say, relative harmony, especially compared to the turmoil that I went through post-divorce.
Right.
But even with that, when I look back, because I had to learn to live a new way. I had to learn to live with, I guess what you'd call considerable debt.
Yes.
Something I had never known in my life, through whatever good fortune I had. If I had $1,000, I wasn't in debt.
Right.
If I had $10,000, I wasn't in debt. When I got married, and I had to mortgage my house and do all this sort of thing, I had debt. Now, but then, it was funny. One day I sat there and balanced out all my assets and liabilities, and I was in debt, but I said, you know what, I'm even. If I balance off the equity in the house, and the business, I was even. probably a little ahead of the game. But nevertheless, I had to live a new way of life. But my main attention was not worrying about that. It was helping my daughter, raise my daughter, and also doing my work. My work, maybe it was interrupted for a few years, but I felt that I was able to do my best work during so much of this strife, because I just, when I'm doing my work, I park it. And then, one day the strife is all gone. So because you just keep working, and that, all of a sudden that debt situation's no longer there. Which brings to mind a dream I had last night. Very interesting dream. This is following the one I shared about, David Anderson and nature. And in this dream, I was on it kind of reminded me of your pole. But it was somehow with a legacy of Joe Matheny and, all the mystery and intrigue he left behind. And I was finding trace elements of how I could find him if I want to. He actually has a website, but it was like this trace element of finding him. I said, well, okay, this is how I could find him. And then there was this there was a pole with these electric things on it. It was electricity in the dream. But then I was led somewhere else by following that electricity of him. And then I went back and I was going into this store that was like a bookstore of sorts. And I had, collected my personal belongings, like particularly my wallet. Maybe I had my cell phone and my keys. And then as I walk into this bookstore, I see my checkbook on the floor. I go, God, this is my checkbook. I pick up the checkbook. Now, checks are not something we use too much anymore.
Right, that's right.
Paula has never written a check in her life.
Wow. Oh.
She doesn't have a checkbook. In fact, so if she has to do something, she'll do it by money order or something, or go to the bank and get a certified check. But because they don't have checks in Romania.
Really?
No. If you like, if she wanted to go pay if she was in Romania and wanted to go pay somebody, she goes to the bank and say, okay, I want to put $500 in Isabella's account. So to give Isabella's account number. And speaking of Isabella, you know what that name means?
Not really.
Well, think about it. I just, Bella is like beautiful.
Okay. Yeah.
Isa is the name for Jesus.
Oh.
Think about it. Isabella.
Yeah. Great. Beautiful Jesus. Yeah.
I remember we had a guy who used to play with us from Afghanistan. I mean, he didn't look like he was Afghanistan, because he just looked like an American guy. He wasn't wearing a, headband or anything like that. He's a very good player. And one day his brother came to play with us. And his brother, was named Isa.
Mm-hmm.
I said, that means Jesus. He goes, yeah, I know. Isa. ISSA. So anyway, Isabella.
Okay.
But anyway, so you just give it, you say, I'm going to give a check to somebody, and you send it. But in my dream, I opened the checkbook, make sure integrity was there and whatnot, and there were 3 checks inside of it that were written on, not in my handwriting. They were written in the handwriting of Hymenius Beta of the OTO. Okay?
Yeah.
What the hell is he showing up in my dream for? I'm uninterested. Now, he wrote 3 checks and he made them out. And two of them went for 1,200 or 15. I think one was for 1,200, one was for 1,500. And the third one is the only one I remember, but I don't remember what they were written on. I guess they were made out to him, but he signed them. And although it looked like he signed them, it didn't look like he put my signature on it. He looked like he put Hymenaeus Beta. It was like, he shouldn't have signed it. Now, they weren't cashed. They were there for my approval to let him cash them. In other words, he wasn't trying to pull one over on me completely. He was giving to me for my approval because one of the checks I owed him money. I think it was the $1,500 check. I said, okay, that check's fine. I owe him that money. The other check was for $11 and change. I don't know if that refers to the 11th degree, but it was $11 and change. It was probably 1131 because 31 is the magic number of the Book of the Law. And that one said liquor on it. Like Liquor. Although I was explaining to Maggie today, I said maybe it meant lick her. I'm not sure what her is. But the liquor refers to alcohol, which refers to a spiritual factor. But what I saw in the dream was that, oh, well, he's writing me checks. He owes me money. I think I'll get some liquor off of him, just like what do you call it? A perk.
Mm-hmm.
And then he wrote the other check for $1,200. Well, yeah, I'll just, I'm writing checks here. Maybe I can get away with $1,200. Like you explained at Livermore Labs, these guys taking, what were they taking?
Yes.
These magnets?
Yeah. They were fucking heavy duty magnets that were like super magnets for like super colliders and shit. Go on.
Yeah. So many of you know that if you work in a place that it's standard fodder to just steal from the place.
Yes.
And that's part of the, experience of being a worker. What's one of the perks of being a worker? Like I remember my daughter had a piano teacher, very nice guy. And, he liked my book. He invited me to come over and talk about it. I wasn't interested in doing that. I never did it because I had better things to do than, talk to various neighbors about the Montauk Project. But he said, come over here. I'll give you get you a case of Pepsi or if you want water. I said, I don't drink Pepsi. Well, a case of water. Like, you work for Pepsi and he give me a whole case of Pepsi. It's like, well, I'm thinking like, isn't that kind of... I didn't ask, but I'm thinking like, why would he? It's like, it's very nice of him, but I don't know. I just heard a story of one of my friends who went to a shish kebab place, and I don't know if she wanted to pay with cash or credit card, but whatever he wanted to pay, the guy says, "Oh, the owner's not here. I can't do that." He says, "Just take them. It's okay. It's on me. It's a favor." She says, "Wait, that's not right." Contempt for the owners, contempt for ownership. She said she'd come back and pay him. And I'm sure she will. She didn't like that. She didn't feel good about it. But be that as it may, the dream, so I had 3 checks. And one was for actually owed money. The other one was for liquor, which was just, and the other one was just like, trying to get something out of me that wasn't going to go. And I said, I'm not going to approve that. I said, the liquor thing I might just let go because it's only $11. Who cares?
Right.
And humor him.
Right.
But it was also symbolized corruption.
Right.
Because I will tell you this, he has been very, I guess what you call, ridiculed for taking unfair advantage of his position of having the so-called legitimate rights to the OTO. I don't have any issue or care about it personally, but in other words, he's got all sorts of disputes about his integrity. But I would also say that he served me incredibly well because I never had any personal issues with him. He helped edit my second book, Montauk Revisited. He reviewed the whole manuscript, and he gave me instructional comments for my editing. I also had 10 other people, but he technically was a professional editor, and he helped me. I appreciated that. He also introduced me to Marjorie Cameron. So, you know, I owe him a debt of gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
And I never revealed his name for 30 years or something.
Right.
But anybody can look it up. Bill Breeze is his name.
Right.
And, you know, my friend Buddha would tell me all the quote unquote shit about Bill Breeze or whatnot. And that was more like, you know, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
But, and then there's all sorts of stuff about him on the internet, that blah, 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 blah. But in the dream, you know, he's writing these checks for my approval because it's my signature. But, you know, if I let these checks go, they'll go. And I say, he can have what's his due. This other one, no, it's not going to go. And the liquor one, I just didn't care about. Because, but it did not speak well of, I guess, what you would call his moral integrity. But what is moral integrity when you come to the likes of the Ordo Templi Orientis,
Right.
Mr. Lee?
Yeah.
It's not about what they're about is not about moral integrity. Not at all. Your own moral integrity might screw you up if you get involved with any of this stuff.
That's right.
But what was good about the dream, I you know, looked up the interpretation, and it's like I was the authority. I could adjudicate what would go where. It was a good sign. It was a good sign.
Cool.
But it's like, you know, what am I doing business with? You know, it's like what am I doing business with? But business is business. And you talk about Mercury and Pluto.
Mm-hmm.
Mercury is business. And I think that dream showed that I had paid my debt to him. I let him have it. I held the line on the other check, and the liquor was, you know, just the spirits involved.
Mm-hmm.
The spirits involved. So I took Maggie today to this forest, woods. She wanted to go out in nature. And I took her there, and I realized only when I got there, as we shared our dreams and stuff, that there was, I said, this is a sacred place to me, because this is where I have gone to do my letters that Dennis Adams taught me. These letters with the carbon pencil that I've talked about, writing to the guardian angel of whoever. And I've had very powerful spiritual highs writing these guardian angel letters.
Mm-hmm.
They're all positive. And then I notice after a year time, they start to come true. That's astounding.
Cool.
But as they say, if you wanted a new pool, or a pool, let's say, you write, I want a pool. I'm using a very, I guess what you'd say, unrealistic example. But you write, you want a pool. Okay, here's a pool. But then, in the meantime, somebody gave you free landscaping for your backyard, and you got it all landscaped, and it looks beautiful, and you like going out there. Okay, now time comes, and you get money for the pool, but you don't want the pool anymore. You see? Because it's inappropriate, or you like the garden so much.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like timing is so relevant and important. But what was so beautiful about sharing the dream with her, and there was many multidimensional things going off in our conversation, because I said, look, I just expected to get together with you and have a, visiting an old friend and recounting the stuff. And I said it was very heavy for both of us on just the layers of experience and how it interplayed with this dream stuff was serious business, and it's not dead. So I realized that not only was that spot sacred, that I could, would, or should be writing, letters to David, even letters to you, Douglas.
Right.
For positivity,
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
And I could have very positive effects on people that I consider important, just because it's a good thing to do.
Yeah.
It's a very positive. Nothing about writing these letters is negative. And where it grabbed my attention is when Dennis Adams taught me this technique, because he sells, well, I will repeat the story because it's so awesome. Dennis Adams, find him on the internet. He was born a hermaphrodite, and he suffered greatly because at the age of 4, they wanted to operate on him to turn him into a man.
Right. In other words, his parents wanted a boy. Go on.
Well, I don't know how much it was the parents versus the doctors. It wasn't, it might have been more the doctors saying, well, you got to do A or B. Because, he's older than I am by 6 or 7 years. And in those days, they didn't have transgenderism. Myra Breckenridge wasn't even written. So, like, say he was born probably around the wartime. And they would have considered it a freak show. And so anyway, at about age 4, they cut him up. The first cut up they did, it took several operations, he said, till he was about 13. And he was in so much pain, and the morphine did not help him. And he went into extreme pain. He was on the spiritual plane. He said that's where he connected to God. And the long and short of it is he came back in, suffered through that. And when he finished, I think he agreed with his father that he would go finish college. And he went to divinity school. And I don't remember if it was before or after he went to school, perhaps afterwards. He went into the forest naked. Spent about 6 months there, communed with nature. He eventually became a Catholic priest and was an exorcist for the Vatican. And when he had a personal friendship with Pope Paul VI. And he said that Pope Paul VI allowed him into the Vatican library or whatever, archives, to actually see a parchment manuscript was written by the hands of Jesus. And he said that when he went in to see it, he was allowed to look at it, not to touch it. And there were a couple of guards there to make sure he didn't touch it. And he had his notepad and carbon pencil to take notes. And he said that when he looked at the parchment, he was disturbed because he says, this is written in charcoal. Why would the Lord write something that is so, non-permanent, to be erased so easily? Why would he do this? And as he's thinking this, he sees this glow coming off of the letters. I guess you describe it like an auric glow coming off of the carbon charcoal on the parchment. And then he looks to his notepad, which was with pencil, and he saw the same glow coming off of his notepad on the letters on the pencil, from the pencil. And then he realized that God communicates through carbon, meaning the body.
Yes.
So he took it upon himself to create pencils that are in the exact ratio of carbon to the human body. And because he said they don't make carbon pencils anymore. They make graphite pencils, which is really like carbon. It's like an isotope of carbon. But he made these pure carbon or whatever ratio carbon correct pencils.
Mm-hmm.
He sells them in a kit for like $35 or something. And my friend JoJo quickly bought some. She had private sessions with him.
Mm.
As did, I think, her friend Jen, who's still very close to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that I bought one right away, but after I went home that night, and my body clock was off because, I was on California time, and I go home at night, or maybe I got up in the morning, and I'm looking at my Facebook messages, and I see this lady on Long Island has written to me describing the plight of her grandson. And she says, I would like to pay you to help me with this situation, please. And I wrote to her right away, and I said, it's very evident from what you're writing that your son is possessed. And it was, not his son, grandson. And I told her what to do vis-a-vis what I just learned from Dennis. I said, find a carbon pencil, but you probably won't find a carbon pencil, so just use any old pencil. And what you do is you write a letter to the person. You could say you're writing to the person's guardian angel, but you're writing to them. And you write them a letter. He recommended that you write to your father and your mother.
Cool.
To work out your issues with your mom and your dad. But I said, you need to write to your grandson and write in this letter, and then you take it out in nature, and you read the letter once,
yeah.
And you're reading it to the person, or reading it for yourself, reading it to yourself for yourself. Then you read it to the person out loud. And then thirdly, you read it out loud again for the whole universe to hear it, to everybody else. Then you take it and you burn it. Now, I told her to do this. Then I forget about it. I come back the next day or night or whatever it was. There's a message right there saying, I did it. I went out to the park. I burned my hand. It was really hard to burn this thing. It wouldn't burn, but I burned my hand, but I burned it.
Uh-huh.
And she says, 10 minutes later, I got a call from him.
Wow.
And the long and short of it is he ended up joining the Navy. I don't know if that was good or bad, but, but the point was it got a result.
Yeah.
it might not, it showed that this was a powerful medium.
Yeah.
At that point, I went in and talked to him about it, and I bought his pencils. And when I would write letters, I've used them a few times, not much, I would get an outrageous spiritual high from them. I'd be over the top. And because I was with Joe, and I'm out in the woods, and I called JoJo.
Yeah.
JoJo didn't pick up. So I said, okay, I'll call Jen, because Jen was she had pencils too. So I call up Jen, I get hold of Jen. This sort of started our, friendship, which we already had. But it, kind of like, I'll call her every Sunday morning on my way to football. That's the time when I get through to her. I will, I kind of update her, because she has some experience with this.
Right.
So it's like, it's just remembering this sort of paranormal communication. And Dennis is JoJo wanted to actually either get a group together or do a more serious study with him. I think that's gone by the wayside.
So sad.
Well, life is life. She's, Dennis was 77 when I met him.
Yeah.
He looks like he could last a lot longer.
He looks a lot younger. Looks like Sean Connery. Very healthy, very fit.
I told him.
Yeah.
But, and he really appreciated me because, I was referring him business. And then my friend Clara went and saw him. I said, go see Dennis when you're there. And, so she, I guess, took her family there and had a good time, got some benefit out of it. But it's a very interesting thing to connect with this vis-a-vis the dream workshop I was doing. So I don't know if I mentioned this. Yeah, so we're going to do this dream workshop at Montauk, which will just be a weekend thing. And we hope to connect up with Maggie in Transylvania, she'll be back in Transylvania then. Because it's now, it's kind of her home now. And that was so neat, because now I have, German was always a little tricky to talk to because he's now speaking much better English because of her. English okay, but it's now much better. And his scout students were saying, "Boy, you're speaking English a lot lately," because they understand it. So, I have another way because I have, friends I can get. I mean, I can ostensibly write to him myself, but he seems to do better if I write to him through an intermediary. It's more official that way in some capacity.
Okay.
But as I say, I look forward, because I said I want to bring you to America. Oh, I've always wanted to see America. So it's really, would be really neat. Because he's kind of the spirit of that area.
Yeah. Most
definitely. As they say, they come to him when the ambassador's son goes missing.
Weird.
The ambassador's son, the American ambassador to Romania, who was actually of Romanian extraction. The father was Romanian, Americanized Romanian. And he's, the son is up there doing some sort of documentary on the paranormal phenomena of the area. And I guess he's over the cave and he disappears.
Jesus.
And so they go to German and say, well, can you find this person? Because he's like, and he does a whole common sense analysis, gets a whole team out there, and he found him pretty quick.
Wow.
He was dead.
Jesus!
Well, he fell off of a cliff. And you have to be very respectful of the energies there.
Yeah.
And apparently, the two faults he would seem to have made is, number one, trying to commercialize off the energy there.
Yeah.
and two, trying to document the energy of the spirits. The spirits are, as Paula's brother said, he said, those spirits there, I don't even know if he's been there. It doesn't matter. He says, those spirits there are so huge, they could just crush you in a minute. This is evocative of the whale I saw.
Yes.
My dream. It's like, okay, just be very, very careful of what you're doing. And when I asked the first time I went there, before I even knew the great mysteries of the cave, I knew about the Solomonari. But the archaeologist, when I told him, he said, many of the stories you tell me about Radu line up with things I've heard from the people here. But he says, they're very reluctant to tell their stories, especially about the caves, because there are many instances when people of their family have disappeared or felt of misfortune. So they're very reluctant to talk about certain things. It's kind of taboo. But I think what was so wonderful, like when I left Romania, I kept hearing stories or whatever that Maggie was still there. When the hell is she going to go home? Not that it mattered, because she lives in Madrid and she's got a very, I guess, what you call vagabond lifestyle. No man. And God, she's staying there forever. I didn't realize that this situation would be so beneficial to me and make the whole area that much more familiar to me. Because it couldn't be better. Now, I mean, I explained to her today, I first went there in 2014. It's now 10 years I've been going to that area. And now I'm getting closer, not only to the area, but to Germán, who owns that particular property. And it's incredible that I'm creating all of this commerce and energy, I should say. And what's and then the plan is to get David there.
Yeah.
Why? It's really funny because she says, why did you want to put up the antenna? What is that about? Because she didn't really know about that. Why? So everybody asked me why. I said, because the first time I went into the wet cave, I come out and I'm talking to the other scout leader, Vale, and I'm just having this deep conversation with him. And Vale's this character from the city of Arad. And he has his own scout leaders, and he has his own scouts and whatnot. And I'm talking to him, and I'm telling him I went into the cave. And he knew I went into the cave, and he says, I'm very impressed. He says, that's a very hard journey. And you got to keep in mind, aside from my age, I was sick.
That's right.
I was not sick because I was recovering. Basically, I had diarrhea. That's what I had. I was actually far sicker than that. I never puked, but I had really bad dysentery that I got after my day, the best day I'd ever had in years at the Black Sea. Yeah. And I don't know. It was coincident with an attack, and not only an attack that I found out that the Michio Kaku was going to, that production, but being attacked in Hollywood, but I was attacked in the dream state very severely.
Yeah. And
by what I would now say was a chow.
Ah, yes.
Appearing not to be a chow, but I beat the chow. I defeated it.
Excellent.
then a few days later, I was invited into the cave.
Cool.
And so I said, as I'm talking to Vali, I said, I just got a message. I'm supposed to put up a ham radio station here. Because you got to remember, bats are radar oriented.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, so we went, on the way back, I said, I'm going to, do this. And Guillermo set me up with this guy who was the king of ham radio in Romania. And he only lived about an hour and a half north of Bucharest. So we stopped and saw him, and he didn't speak English, but my friend translated for me, and he was so nice. He brings out, he brings out his wine and cakes and fetus, and says, it'll cost about, $2,400 or whatever to get the secondhand radio, ham radio. I can get this all for about $2,400. Can you get somebody to put up? Yeah. So, okay. So I went and I collected $2,800 from people. 4 people donated $700 each. And I said, you can come back with me when I go back to the cave. You're welcome to come with me. Only one was able to do it because other people had other issues. They can still come with me if they want. But then this guy, so I write to him, I say, well, I'd like to do this. And he writes back and said, since it's going to be $11,000 or $12,000 to put up a ham radio station there. And so if you want to do it inexpensively, it's about 9,000, not dollars, euros. And I'm going, this is crazy. And I take it back to the person who translated. He says, that doesn't sound right. So I said it to David, and he says, this doesn't pass the smell test.
Right.
Because David, part of the reason is David is very active with ham radio, and he does a thing with the kids at Atlanticron.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was a natural fit to put a ham radio up there.
Right.
And I was all, in fact,
by David, you mean David Anderson, right?
David Anderson. Well, first off, I thought I needed to put up a ham radio something at Atlanticron. But the next year, Heather came for the first time in a while, and she already had it set up. So I said, God, I don't have to do anything. She's already got it. Thank goodness. I was on the same wavelength.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I think was the year I decided when I got up there that I need to put a ham radio up there in Chocolatina Cave. So I collected the money,
mm-hmm.
and then I got these ridiculous money. I said, what this guy, why is he saying this?
Because he's trying to juice you. What do you think? He thinks all the streets in America are paved with gold.
Well, yeah, but it's like, if you want, there's something really wrong with this. It's just like, it's just wrong. It doesn't, even my Romanian friend, he said, what is this? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, because I was very clear about it. So anyway, I disengaged him. And we got another guy who used to run the ham radio antenna in Atlanticron to do that. He said, oh yeah, I'll do it. I'll go scope out the area. Then he had a falling out with the camp leader at Atlanticron. I think he also had a physical issue. But it took me a long time to find out that he wasn't going to do it. And then I got somebody else to do it, who was very apologetic because he thought David was mad at him because he didn't answer some email from David from 10 years ago. I said, David doesn't care at all.
Yeah.
And so he was going to do it. And then he petered out. So it's like, if you say you're going to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, if you can't do it, don't say it. So then Heather said to me, look, I want to go up there and do it. I'm tired of this thing being done. And I want David to come up with me and do it too. I said, well, that's great. I never intended for David to do this, get involved. But he'd be perfect. So now we've got some other guy who's supposed to do it, but the three of us are projected to go up there and put the finishing touches on it. That's the idea. And the dream is telling me I need to get this nature guy involved. But so this is all being generated by the dream. Like, I never, ever intended for David to go up there and have anything to do with it. That was not my original intention. My original intention was just to put the ham radio thing up there and then to have a connection with ham radio for the camp so that the scouts or whoever can talk to the outside world. First locally, and maybe on a good night we could, connect with Atlanticon when it's open, if it's open. There's also issues with the license. That's a whole other issue. But first we have to put up the station. And it looks like I might get David to come up there and participate in it. Because he'd love to interact with the scouts if he could. But my interest in getting him up there is if he tells me this is the most important spot in the world for time travel, it just seems like, it's like trying to say, well, it's not quite the same as taking you to Beeblesburg. Right? Kind of, sort of, kind of, sort of. I'm trying to think of someplace else. I mean, you've been to the Presidio.
Yes.
Where maybe it would be Unterland.
Ah. Okay.
Maybe Unterland would be a better analogy. But so, as I say, the Dream Workshop is very active, and Romania came alive for me today. It was so beautiful because it's even interesting how this all happened. If I trace it back, it all starts with my friend Chad, who's actually supposed to meet me on Saturday. He'll be on Long Island. And Chad was the one who is from Cape Cod originally, and he met me at Shasta. He came all the way to Shasta to see me. And he, interrupts me on my way back to my motel where I'm going to go have an afternoon nap. And I said, he wanted to talk to me with his girlfriend. And I said, well, I'm going to have a rest now, maybe later. And then he mentions he's from Cape Cod. So, oh, you're from Cape Cod? Okay. We got to go meet JoJo. So I take him and I walk down several blocks. I said, we're going to go find JoJo. She's walking downtown. I pick up the phone and she says, look, I'm right across the street. I'm looking at you. I call her up. She's looking at me. I don't know where the hell she is. She's having lunch.
Mm-hmm.
So she comes over and meets him and they become friends. Mm-hmm. And then Chad then arranged for me to go to Michigan to see my old friend Mary Hardy, where I went, which was a really good trip. And then that's where I met Leia, who I call my Korean teddy bear. Mm-hmm. Because she's so teddy-like. And she hears my lecture on Romania. She says, I want to go to Romania. So she started the whole thing by her enthusiasm to go to Romania. Mm-hmm. And she was already friends with Chad. So we started planning out the whole trip based upon the Dream Workshop. I talked with Stephanie up at Mount Shasta. The whole thing starts at Shasta. And then Leah wants to bring her friend Maggie, who lives in Madrid, who's originally from, Queens. So I talk to Maggie, and then it's like, wow, this whole thing is spiraling. Through the Dream Workshop, which I had formulated with Stephanie South in Shasta, and based upon what Jose Arguelles did at UC Davis, which getting all of his students together by astrological signs and saying, work on your dreams. And what evolved out of that was the first Whole Earth Week, Whole Earth Calendar. So it's like, this is the power of dreams. And, you know, today as we speak, dreams are well aspected with the moon and with Jupiter. This is a time for dreaming. As today was a great copacetic thing for dreaming. So I hope to parlay this into a weekend at Montauk, which will be with different characters. I don't know that I will have any of the same characters I was with, although they're welcome to come. I have my own, but I will be connecting up Montauk with Transylvania. And I want to get a, maybe a Zoom connection where I'll have, you know, more of the people who were in the Dream Workshop and get that connection with Montauk, which will be, it's just neat. So I talked with her a little bit about you, and
Great.
she's very understanding. I said, maybe we will get out to San Francisco someday. You know, she's open to that. I don't know when or how but she definitely wants to come back here and plant a garden in my backyard, which I'm very open to. Strangely so. Perhaps not strange, because
Well, I mean, it would be wonderful.
yeah, it's good to have a garden. What I told her, the main problem with a garden, and this is what Chad's girlfriend at the time, she's got a green thumb. And she's just, when she walked, I didn't know who she was. When she walked into that building, I was immediately attracted to her because of her energy, because she eats pure food. That's why. That's why just the energy is just wow. They're no longer together, but she did say that, you know, I said that the hard part about a garden is you've got to be there to maintain it the whole summer. She says, exactly. So that's why she wouldn't go anywhere during the summer. Because she's got to maintain. That's why she wasn't going to Romania, because she's got to maintain her garden. And she's very serious about it. And she's very good about it. But anyway, it's all of this. It was a wonderful experience today, just to revisit Romania and to have it come alive.
Yes.
Because it's such a part of my adventures. And okay, you know, Paul is from Romania. I've had Romania in my everyday, you know, interactions for a long time, but it's different. This is the actual land. This is the land. This is the energy. It's and to mix it with Montauk is really exciting.
Yes.
So that's my diatribe for today.
Excellent.
I know you're going to say some interesting things.
Not sure about that.
I want to touch on before I go.
Yes,
And
of
I
course.
mentioned it while you were gone.
Uh-huh.
Is at first I saw on the YouTube feed Russell Brand, who I do consider to be controlled opposition, because he knows every conspiracy theory better than the conspiracy theorists. And he delivers them with more credibility. But he announced, he's in bed with Tucker Carlson now, and he announced before the media, who just released it, that Tucker Carlson's going to interview Vladimir Putin.
Of course.
And both of them are very anti-Ukraine war.
Yeah.
They think, you know, we shouldn't be fighting, or the Ukraine shouldn't be fighting, just let Ukraine go.
Yeah.
So Tucker Carlson's going to interview Vladimir Putin. And to me, that's a
treason, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, treason, outrage.
Yeah.
And I'm still amazed that Putin is as alive as he is.
Yes.
Although more people seem to be saying all these world leaders, they don't trust that they are who they, as if they're clones or something.
Understood. I mean, a lot of people are saying that. You brought that up before.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's of course on the surface, it's much easier to accept your vampire genetics or your connection to Hitler
Thank you.
than the fact that these people are being cloned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because, if this cloning worked, they would clone Biden.
Yes. Yes.
And he wouldn't be so effing dumb. Did you hear that he was giving a speech and he mentioned his, interactions with Mitterrand, not realizing Mitterrand had died years ago?
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
He's completely senile.
Yeah.
And of course they make fun of him, mm-hmm. and even the Democratic channels will show it. Mm-hmm. It's like the emperor's got no clothes, but everybody's afraid to mention it. This is what we're living in. Mm-hmm. But then again, I don't know that it's really that bad, because we had George Bush in office.
Yes. Yes.
And he was not only a bumbling fool, he was evil and he was an idiot.
Thank you. Thank you.
And he was very evil.
Yes.
And we survived that.
Yeah.
Obama, definitely the smartest of the bunch, but he was, more calculatingly evil.
Yes. Well, more of a puppet. Go
on. Well, he knew. They understand the game.
Yes.
How to play the game. Now, they just had on the local news corruption in New York City. Or as Gomer Pyle would say, surprise, surprise, surprise.
Yes.
That these people in the city were taking huge bribes for construction deals. Mm-hmm. And they had former mob boss Michael Francis. You should pronounce his name Franchisi. They call him Michael Francis. That's what he calls himself. The former mob boss from Long Island, who's, became a Christian and solitary. And he, he's all over talking about the internet, about his mob days and what the mob thinks. Very forthright and forthcoming. And he's saying, we didn't do it like this. He says this thing is so systemic. He says, we paid off a few guys. He says, this is horrible, what's going on. And then he basically, he didn't say this, but what the news said is these people are not only taking all this money, they're going on expensive vacations and showing off, and they're very proud of they've got all the emails of them bribing. Mm-hmm. So it's like they're saying, oh, there's corruption in, city of New York, city workers. It's, well, duh. I don't know. And they're saying this is through cities all out through America. And of course, if you're not, even one of my friends in construction who listens to your show, he's gotten in trouble for not going along with the corruption.
Wow.
In his career, he's retired now, recently retired, but he says, he would stand up against the corruption because he didn't want to have his name signed to it, because you could go to jail for that stuff.
Yes. And
it would make him very unpopular. Mm-hmm. And he'd be told not to work with him. But he was honest and decent. Mm-hmm. So it's like, being as honest and decent makes you a usurper. So, And when I first moved to Long Island, and I looked into New York City real estate, and the first thing I concluded, just from looking at the paper, and that and maybe making a phone call or two, the last thing I ever wanted to do was invest in New York City real estate.
Mm-hmm.
Because it can eat you alive.
Mm-hmm.
And I had one friend in Manhattan real estate, and I remember helping him with a brochure for his building, and I think was trying to get unloaded because he couldn't maintain it, and there's so much crookedness that goes on, and that's why Donald Trump deserves admiration, not because he's honest, but because he could survive and manipulate that situation to his advantage. Just, I don't mean to put him on the same level of Aquino, but just like you could admire Aquino for his competence,
Right.
for Donald Trump to be able to do what he has done, and I don't mean to imply he's good for what he's done, but he's capable of doing it. Most people would not be capable of doing what he did to amass his empire in a den of cutthroats and thieves. And the way he was able to do it was through his association with Roy Cohn,
Mm-hmm.
who's a very powerful attorney in New York that eventually died of AIDS.
Yes.
And I think he really liked Donald Trump because Donald Trump, to him, was the heterosexual's equivalent of a very good-looking member. I think he really admired Donald Trump's handsomeness and masculinity. And he basically helped make Donald Trump very rich through knowing how to manipulate the law. So much for that.
So
Which
I'd like,
rather,
go on.
ahead.
Oh, finish what your thought first.
Pardon?
Finish your thought first, please.
That's all.
Okay. And so let me show you what's in the chat room. Somebody has said something that I'd like you to address before you go out into the gentle night. Give me a second here, of course, and I will tend to that. And okay, such being said, here we are. Can you see the screen share? Cursor moving.
Yep.
Okay, good. All right, we're going to go down to Super Clutch 420 says, I already purchased the Roswell Deception twice. I would pay extra for a signed copy. Do you think there will ever be something like hand copy or hard copy special editions? I will buy them all.
But when you say hard copy or hand copy, I don't know
Hard
what
copy.
you mean.
He says hard copy. That's what he said.
He means hardback, I think.
I think so, yes.
There are no plans for hardback. The only way it would go into hardback form is if I retired it from a distributor book to a print-on-demand book. And I have no plans to do that. Could happen in the future, but, the only way you can do a hardback economically is to put it on print-on-demand. But there are no plans for that in the immediate future, nor any other editions at this time. After the next book I'm working on, which, oh boy, do I think I have a name for it. But I'll share that with you privately before I release it. But yeah, and the next book after finish that, I think would be the vampire book, because I think it's highly relevant.
Thank you. And as well, I think that obviously, personally, I want to at some point in the future revise and expand the Roswell Deception, but really, I think that'll be helped along. The fortune of the Roswell Deception will be helped along by the fortune of this next book that we're publishing. This next book,
and that book you want to do is such an enormous undertaking that I didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I understand that.
If you did it, or had somebody work on it, that's a whole history project.
Yeah, understood.
And it's really in the realm of historians. It's the responsibility of historians, and I'm, whatever I am, I'm not a historian.
Well, we still got, let's just put it this way, we'll talk about that more in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea, but I don't have the resources just in terms of time.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. So with what Superclutch is talking about, is there some way that we could somehow arrange for these books to be autographed, aside from, say, for instance, you're sending me some specifically to be autographed and then sent back, or something like that? Or
it's too damn complicated on Douglas's end.
Yeah.
But this is, I will tell the audience what my possible scenario is, and I've discussed this with Douglas, not in detail, is that when this book is finished that I'm working on, when it's finally finished, that and actually done, we might campaign to generate some money to have Douglas fly out here, at which point he could sign the books with me. It's an option. We could have all the books, all of it, because it's a special edition. I could obviously sign it myself. That'd be nice, but that's requires, getting extra donations on top of having to help maintain Douglas's month to month. So that's a possibility that I thought of and I discussed with Douglas.
Mm-hmm.
And to say nothing of all the, what do you call it, ancillary, costs involved. But if Douglas came here, I mean, basically what the agenda would, I'd have two agendas for him, would be to sign the books, but also take him to Montauk. Just so he could see Montauk. It's even possible, and I don't mean to suggest that we're going to do this, that we could do integrate it into the Dream Workshop out of Montauk or something. That's getting way too ahead of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So that answers the question. That's and then if he was here during that time, I could have him sign a bunch of books.
Mm-hmm.
Sign a bunch of the Roswell Deceptions.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible. Certainly not at the top of the priority list, but if it can make it happen and dovetails all together, perhaps. And they say it all comes down to time and money in the end. Money is such a big factor. It makes things happen.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Any other questions?
That's the only one that strikes me as the most pertinent. I'll look around at, let's see if we can find anything else that somebody else has said.
My Super Bowl prediction, which will be this Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be on Super Bowl. Super Bowl will be mostly over when I come on at 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Starts at 6:30. I'll have it on playing while we start the thing. My predicted score is San Francisco 42, Kansas City 17. That does not agree with the odds makers who do favor San Francisco, but I can't root against San Francisco. I predict they will win. We'll see how close my prediction is.
Yes, yes. And so, such being said, wonderful night tonight, and I so glad you were able to join us, express what you wanted to. Of course, I was talking about how depressed I was by the conclusion of the last show before tonight. Should I express that now? Exactly the details behind that, or are you ready to retreat into the gentle night?
Well, I can hang around for a little bit.
Sure, not much to it. I do want to say that, as far as I'm concerned, I really don't hold anything against these people. I'll be calling them as I call everyone, most certainly. But when it comes to just the, how do I say it? Mark H. asked a question about what can we do about this? What can we do about the child trafficking, the human child trafficking, as if I haven't heard this question all of my life. And it just keeps coming up again and again. And of course, the one thing that I do dare to do is I try to provide answers. And as a matter of fact, with that, I'll do a screen share again so that we can point out to something that really drives the point home. Let's take a look and see again if Peter can see this. Can you see the cursor moving, Peter? Okay. Here. Let's see if the screen share is working. There we are. So here we have the month of the military child, which was established after I exposed what I did at the Presidio military base. And one thing the U.S. military gets right: child care. Child care. This was something put out by the U.S. government. It's also on the U.S. government website. This is particularly at QZ.com, Quartz Magazine, but this is also what it says on the U.S. government website. The act ensured that fees for child development centers are based on family income and government matches, established an accreditation for the U.S. military. And here we have military child care programs. And oh my God, lessons on child care from the military. The New York Times. Here we are. Because childcare is considered essential to military readiness, the Defense Department spends over $1 billion United States dollars a year funding everything for the kids. High quality childcare gives military families peace of mind. It just goes on and on. As to all about how the military is there for one thing: to care for children. Now, the world that I grew up in was the 20th century, where it still was very much medieval. We were backwards. We thought that war machines, militaries, were for breaking things and killing people. But the United States changed all that. The American empire has decided that basically the U.S. military is all about caring for children, and that everything is based on childcare. So this was, of course, there was something else that was brought up by our man, again, Mark H. This was based on the what I had sent you. Basically, what I had sent you was a link on Georgia, the nation of Georgia. Do you remember all those children being stolen in the nation of Georgia? Did you have a time to take a look at that link, Peter?
Vaguely remember about Georgia.
Yeah, and just going to trip on back to that link. I'll go back to sharing screen, but I have to go back and forth when I do this. So when I go back to going on screen, say for instance, and we take us back to Peter Moon's messages, one of the things that Peter Moon said was, of course, he had watched the video on what were Hitler's relatives up to during and after World War II.
Yes. Yeah, that was just bullshit.
Yeah.
There was no mention of this Japanese anime.
Thank you.
It was completely irrelevant. And this is the same thing I was saying about me being watched. It's like they're mocking you.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
It's like it doesn't even register. It's not actionable. Not only is it not actionable in a court of law as them harassing you, it's not actionable in terms of having any meaningful influence on you, unless you're extremely paranoid.
Yeah.
It's just stupid.
Well, it's meant to make me paranoid. It's meant to make
Yeah,
me paranoid. That's
I suppose there are some people that would get paranoid about it, but it's lame.
Yes, thank you. Well, in the link that I had sent our man Peter Moon about Georgia's stolen children, one of the things that they bring up is, of course, that the number of children that were trafficked, and here was an example of twin sisters that were both stolen at birth, like very similar to what almost happened to Brendan Zogi and his sister, was that they were almost both stolen at birth. And of course, Georgia is in the Caucasus Mountains, where the word Caucasian comes from. It's a true Caucasian nation, and therefore true Caucasians are in high demand. And so 100,000 of them have been stolen from Georgia alone. And in a nation of only a few million, this is tantamount to genocide. So this is something that, of course, has been brought up with the entire government of Georgia implicated. Look at what it says right here. The scale is unimaginable. Up to 100,000 babies were stolen. It was systemic. Now, what Mark H. brought to my attention was that this is universal. Meta documents, this is Facebook. Meta is Facebook, for those who don't know. Meta documents show 100,000 children sexually harassed every day on Facebook, by Facebook, which makes Mark's...
By Facebook or via Facebook.
Via Facebook.
Right.
Via. And employees fretted over the company's negligible response to child grooming. According to internal documents made public in a lawsuit, they were all aware of it and did nothing. Studied at least 100,000 children being used in the United States as sex slaves. Human trafficking, basically a 10 billion United States dollar domestic industry with at least 100,000 children being used as prostitutes in America each year. And then it goes on, but even down to the Philippines. If I scroll on down further, the fighting child trafficking in the Philippines. Now, the important thing to know about the Philippines is an American military colony. It is infested with the U.S. military. Even after the U.S. military left, they re-entered, and they are now swarming the Philippines. And there we are. 100,000 children are trafficked each year through migration or within the country of the Philippines. And there we are again, child trafficking around the world. 100,000 children are victims of human trafficking in the Philippines. All U.S. military. All U.S. military in their goddamn child daycare. So when it comes through all of this, I said, where are the kids in Georgia going? Well, Israel sponsored all of these drones to wipe out half of Armenia. When half of Armenia was wiped out, that was 100,000 refugees. Many of them wound up in Georgia. Many of them trafficked. Where do all these...
What year was this?
This was just this year. Last year. In the opening stages of last year, Israel supplied hundreds of thousands of drones to the Azeris so they could wipe out the Armenian army. And they wiped it out using Jewish technology. And then they moved in and ethnically cleansed the population, but all these kids disappeared, 100,000. And of course, where do all these Russian kids wind up? And Armenia was a Russian satellite state. As I've said, for all these generations, it's been Israel, where all these Russian prostitutes wind up. So when Mark H. asked me, what should we do, Douglas? What about this number 100,000? What does that mean? Why does that keep coming up? I said, it's like a military recruiting number where they have a recruiting objective to meet. And the military says, we got to meet this recruiting objective. That's what they use in terms of their demands for human child trafficking. It's the same kind of recruitment statistic and demographic that's being targeted. We've got to make 100,000 in this country, 100,000 in this country, 100,000 via Meta or Facebook, 100,000 to be groomed until they become prostitutes in the United States, 100,000 out of the Philippines, 100,000 out of Georgia. It's always the same number because that's the trafficking objective. With the U.S. military, with all its bases all over the world, and I pointed out how many bases it's got all over the world. This is the human child trafficking operation. And I said, so much of it centers on Israel, which is why all the U.S. support for Israel, which is this flesh pot of the Middle East by which they're controlling all of the Middle East foreign policy.
Excuse me, let me interject here and say, this sounds like the whole, the base of the iceberg of which Epstein was the tip.
Yes, thank you.
And see, what we learn of the Epstein is very superficial. We learn of this one girl and some of these girls who appeared to be teenage girls that massaged and had sex with Prince Andrew and maybe some notable people, but it doesn't seem to go much beyond that as far as where they probe, whereas this is actually a much bigger network that would actually make Mr. Han's empire in the Enter the Dragon seem kind of pale in terms of its size.
Absolutely. Yes, this is worldwide. And so what I said was, at that point, I very passionately spoke of, there's two things you could do about this. Defund the United States military in the sense of reconstructing it by reinstating the draft. Get rid of this concept of a so-called professional military, which is simply a human child trafficking machine, and instead reinstate the draft to build an actual war machine that's back to breaking things and killing people instead of getting daycare right, quote unquote. And also defund Israel. That's a parasite nation. You defund it from America, it immediately shrivels up and dies. Of course, the Jews would claim that I'm advocating genocide. Oh, if you do that, the Jews will be wiped out. It's a total utter bullshit. You count all the number of Jews in America and worldwide, and it's well over 17 million. There's only something like 6 million Jews in Israel, with maybe about 3 million Palestinian slaves that are essentially workers who go home at night to their hovels, used to be in the Gaza Strip, where they check in and out like a prison before going to work. But without all that American funding, they shrivel up and die. And basically things naturalize. And you would see an enormous dent taken out of the human child trafficking problem. You know, and then this is where the clincher came in. When I said that very passionately, pretty much wore my voice out, then I said, so to Amanda Ute and Mark H., who were on the call with me, I said, you know, maybe you shouldn't say anything to implicate yourselves. But it was really a challenge. It was like, come on now, this is your opportunity. You asked this question. Say something like, okay, Douglas, what about this? Or maybe I agree with some of what you say, or maybe, or just go for it, or just anything. And they just it's crickets. It's just nothing. They didn't dare say anything. Didn't dare say anything. And then what happened was, I said, well, maybe Mandy fell asleep. And then she hung up. So it wasn't like she was just on mute and had fallen asleep. She hung up after that. So we knew she was conscious, didn't want to say anything, and then hung up.
Wait, was she the one who was pushing this?
No. She was just along for the ride. She was just there because it was her birthday night. It was her birthday night. But she didn't say anything to this, and then hung up. And then she wrote me later saying her battery died, but I think that was pretty convenient in the sense that, first we saw her mute for several minutes and then hang up.
Well, we know her, that she's always kind of, always.
Well, she risked her life to sponsor me. I mean, she suffered an assassination attempt.
No, I know, but she'll check out. That's just the way she is.
Yeah. That's why I just let it slide. Then Mark, I said, well, maybe we should change this to a more upbeat subject, Mark. And, I said, but hey, you know what? My voice is shot after that. Can you help me hold bandwidth while I refresh myself? And, "Oh no, Doug, I gotta go." He was like, "Oh no, Doug, I gotta go." And I was like, "Really, really? You asked the question. I put myself out on a limb there. It's not even like I'm saying I want to commit genocide, even though there are Judeophiles and advocates who will claim that I am. That's not the case at all. I said the Jews must breed like rabbits because after the extermination of the Holocaust, they rebounded in numbers to over twice the number they had before the Holocaust. That's pretty outstanding, considering the fact that the nations like Armenia and Georgia, which are coming under attack, have populations of only a few million each, whereas the Jewish population is at 17.5 million. It's like they're the majority, and these people are the minority that are getting trafficked by 100,000 children at a time. This is what I got passionate about. But when I lost my voice and said, "Hey, help me out here," oh man, I gotta go. Doug. It was like it's like in the end, when you take a stand, certainly when I take a stand, I'm always left standing alone. This is what really hit me about that.
Well, I want to say something is that, and this does not necessarily apply to the child trafficking issues because that's a deeper issue. But as far as the war in Israel goes, with Hamas, very harsh critics are I wouldn't call them fellow Jews or fellow Israelis. They're Israelis or Jews, are very harsh critics of Netanyahu's war.
Well, like I said, that doesn't mean anything without lobbying and action. They could lobby and say defund Israel. None of them do it.
Well, I'm just saying their criticism, but but they don't, not that I've seen, they don't take it into the trafficking realm.
Of course not.
Because it's not their, what do you call it? Not their wheelhouse, not in their purview. They don't see it. They don't know it. Some of them, and it's like, this is a very, this is one of the existential crises you fight, is you see things that other people don't see, whether it's through their ignorance or so their willful refusal to look, their denial. This is a critical issue because, the average working man or working stiff, if you want to be a little pejorative, they're basically trying to cope with their own, sometimes arguably meager existence. And so, it's like, what can they contribute? They can put their heart in the right place. They can contribute to you. But it's almost like you need a trained, well, I like to say a trained school of journalists, but it's like honest journalists going down this road, boy, they're not going to get very far in terms of getting paid.
No.
So it's,
Yeah, so, but how about you, Aristides? You heard it. Did what I say sound like an accurate description of what went down?
Basically, yeah, I'd like to chime in on this. I did review that portion, and they could have hung with it and backed you up a little bit, but also you did give them an out, and they took it. That wasn't necessarily an affront to you, and sometimes people just are tired and they want to get going. So I wouldn't read too much into it. But I will take this opportunity to say I agree with you, and we should not send Israel a single dollar.
Thank you.
For that reason and many others. And for the reason that, I think, half of the billionaires in the world are Jewish, I think, something like that. Why don't they send the money?
Yeah.
Why don't they send the money?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And I know some of them don't agree and they're against it. Well, plenty of them seem to agree. So, why don't they send it over?
Yeah, thank you. It's so true. Like I said, all the harsh criticism of the world is meaningless without lobbying to take some action. Here's what got me was exactly like Aristides says. I gave them an out, but the point is, it was meant to be a challenge. It was meant to be like not something that was to simply be taken. And I was really shocked that they took that out. That they took that out really did shock and disappoint me.
Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't know it was a challenge.
We could say that, and of course I'll try and give them the benefit of the doubt. But like I said, it's hard. It's hard when you see what happened. When you see what happened, because it was like nothing, not even a single word of support. It could have been like, that's the opportunity. It's not like there was any repercussions to happen either. It's not like they were gonna pay some kind of price.
I feel that. I mean, when it gets to like 4 a.m, though, like I can't say anything either. Right. But and also the that thing about you were talking about that thumbnail.
Yeah.
The what is it? Meet the Hitlers or whatever.
Yeah, that's so right.
So I did notice when I was on a different computer catching up on the show, not the one I'm on now.
Yeah.
And on this computer, it doesn't show any of those suggested, but on the other computer I was on, it did show several for whatever reason, had a different feed of the suggested, content.
Yeah.
And there were several videos from that guy. He's got a channel.
Yeah.
He's like also,
Simon Whistler.
Yeah, that guy. Several videos from him. So I popped over to the channel. I looked. I didn't actually watch any of them. I was still trying to listen to yours.
Yeah.
But he seems to be like this geeky guy. His name's Simon, so he's probably Jewish or part Jewish. And a bunch of videos. It was like kind of like a random collection of, I'm going to explain this, or I'm going to debunk this, or this was this oddity of history or technology or something. Which there's a lot of these guys out there, that have these kind of, hey, I'm a smart guy, let me explain this to you channel. But it's just like he had several of these videos, about Hitler or the Nazis peppered in there. It just kind of seemed like the rest of the content wasn't like that, but like he just had to slip them in there. Like he's got a thing, like he likes to read. So as to why that became the thumbnail, I don't know. He had other similar types of videos. They didn't have a anime family, but for whatever reason, I don't know. Whoever was like kind of browsing, we're like, oh yeah, let's just use that one. That's the closest thing to
No, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah,
They're all girls.
Choice.
They're all girls.
Stupid choice. Yeah.
Just to put it into perspective for everybody listening, and what Aristides for Aristides as well, Simon Whistler is just the voice. He's just the face and voice for a production company, and the production company just hands him transcripts, and they professionally produce these videos. And because they cater to what's in popular demand or what's going to get hits, they have to bring in Nazis all the time because that's popular, and that always gets some hits. So they throw that in there, and he just reads what he's what he gets put in front of him. That I think it's pretty much that neutral in his case. What we're talking about is that the thumbnail that was chosen was very bizarre, and kind of like another title from a different. I could always find it because it's easy enough to find some other YouTube video that was thrown up there that was in my searches about World War II history, talking about Japan. Why you lost the war? Like just literally that's what it says. Like it's personalized. Like why would they title it that? Who the hell will look at that? And how will anyone read that? It's almost like that comes up. Of course, these come up in my aggregate of recommended videos simply because of what I talk about on air. Anybody can see my subscriptions, and I'm not subscribing to history videos. So it just is like a part of what, like Peter Moon says, almost a taunt or a psyop. And it just comes up every once in a while, or actually quite chronically. So we can speak of that more. But Peter got a general idea of what happened over the past, over the last episode. Aristides, of course, is very diplomatic, and he's always very, very understanding about these things, more so than he should be, I feel. And I really, like I said, it was really disappointing to me. It was one of these things where I expected more, especially from the person who asked the question. Mark H. asked the question, what do we do? What does this 100,000 mean? Then when I answer, then it's like, oh, bye, Doug, gotta go. I don't want any trouble. I'm left alone. So it's like everybody says, come on, go out there, Doug. You take the risk. It's your channel. You're the one risking getting hit, getting struck, and your channel taken down, and the end of all your livelihood. Me, I got to protect my job. But I'll ask you the question. Okay, was how it hit me. And it was bad. It was just bad. I just didn't...
See,
Yeah.
a couple things is, first off, don't expect too much of anybody. Then you'll never be disappointed, and I'm sure you don't anyway.
Yeah,
But,
true.
but it's like, this is it's like that line from The Godfather 2.
Yeah.
When Michael Corleone complains to, what's that guy's, Hyman Roth, about them somebody being killed. He says, Hyman Roth says, "This is the business we have chosen. This is the business we have chosen." It's like, this is the business you're in. Whether you've chosen or not is beside the point. You're dealing with a bunch of issues that are just, that the average man cannot face, because you can say they're conditioning, whatever you want to call it. They're not capable. It's like, putting a nun to go pinch hit in a baseball game. It's not going to work. So you just have to do what you can do. That's all we can do. So it's discouraging, but as I say, don't let it discourage you, because it's just people they're only good what they're good for.
Yeah.
And I've had that frustration, and I didn't let working with Preston frustrate me, because he gave me a whole career. The fact that he couldn't deliver more, well, yeah, was it disappointing? Yeah. But I didn't let it disappoint me, because he did the best he could, or what he was capable of. And him and Duncan, they all added a lot. They not just added for me, but they helped educate the world. But everything has a shelf life.
Yeah. No.
So I know your shelf life is a lot longer.
Thank you.
More substantial than a lot of your audiences, but
yeah.
We'll see.
Yes.
And the main thing is, things have improved.
Mm.
They're far from perfect, but we've had considerable improvement over the months. Doesn't mean all your problems are solved with the landlord and all that stuff, but
yeah,
all we can do is work for increase,
true,
betterment.
True.
And so that's just a perspective.
And it has improved, as Peter says. It has improved.
Yeah. That's the only index you can go by, and I'm sure it'll improve some more.
Yes.
In this next year, and I was very encouraged and heartened by my visit from Maggie today. Completely floored me as far as where we were able to go with our discussions, and the amount of synergy and the amount of empathy and sympathy she had for what I'm doing.
Yes.
I don't even think she's read any of my books, but she's able to connect with me on a real, meaningful level, which is just is what all of this stuff is about. So with that, I'll say goodnight. Remember to donate to Douglas. It's Valentine's time of the year.
Yes.
Send him a Valentine present.
Thank you.
DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, and enjoy the rest of the evening. And I will be with everybody on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yes.
Coming on.
Yes.
It's 9 o'clock.
Excellent. Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard Time, yeah.
Yes. Bless you. Sweet be thy dreams, and blessed be thy slumber, dear Peter.
Okay. Good night.
Okay. Bye for now. That's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. And with that, we'll set to call everybody else, including, of course, Mark and Amy and Jesse if they respond, and let's bring on Troy as well. We'll try and, of course, recall our dear friend, Mr. Brendan Soget, and hit him again, and everyone else. Let's see if we can pry Amy into this. She wrote a wonderful essay on spirit and tonight should be George Knight's night. Yeah. So Mark registered himself as unavailable. He blocked contact. And not surprising, but honestly, just really wish he would have been more participatory. This sort of thing happens, and not going to call Tony Leslie. She'll definitely be asleep. Going to call Amanda Ute. Here we are, Real Tech. Victoria Hobbs. See if she's still awake. And let's see now. Here we are, Acid's in there. And with that, here we go. I think that's about it that I can think of. Aside from that, we're going to press the add button. Okay. And there we go. Let's see, we have some people coming on. Oh, there's hearts here. Okay, maybe they were sent by Sid. And let's see what Sid said. A little bit he said later on. Yeah, so not afraid to hang in there with you and agree out loud. Yeah, well, thank you. Appreciate that, Sid. And, such being said, Sid was not really the one that was on the floor, so to speak. Now, we got Brendan going through a lot. Yep. And as a matter of fact, I want you to kind of dominate this conversation. I want you to tell everyone, put it on the record.
I have plenty to talk about.
Excellent.
Yeah, can you guys give me like about 5 minutes? I'm walking out of
Absolutely. Take your time.
Employment zone.
Yes, we'll be here. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, you guys are in for a drama-filled night. Okay. So it should be fun. Okay.
Good. Right now, Sid and Aristides will hold it with me for a few minutes. Now, I'll go to refresh myself in a matter of minutes. And, I appreciate what both Aristides and Sid have said based on what I said, as in the latest episode towards the end, that they both support what I said and would have backed me up. And of course, look, that's appreciated. And it's one of those things where, I understand that this might hurt Mark when I said that, but it's honestly, he's a man in security. I know that he's got a job working with some celebrities, but nobody's in his work or line of work listens to this program, nor was what I said unreasonable. What I said was not anything other than defund Israel, reinstate the draft. That's what I said. And I said some people would accuse me of advocating genocide, and that's basically, and it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Now, I phrased it in such a way where I was passionate about it and said, the Jews have been through this Holocaust, but man, they've rebounded really well in numbers, whereas a lot of these countries that are targeted, their populations are incredibly small to have 100,000 children lost. So when I point out the connection between these two and say, you ask me, what can we do? I give a response. Here's what we can do. Then at least, good God, at least own up. Having asked the question, at least own up to, okay, that was a strong answer. At least that. But no, not even a word. I gave kind of an out, but like I said, it was, I didn't expect them to really just take it like that. So Brendan, we saw him go on mute for a minute. Let's see if he comes back on. Other than that, I'll go refresh myself, be back soon enough, and then we'll take it from there. And it's I hear Aristides. He's the voice of reason, and he's definitely tries to see the best in everyone and give everyone the second chance and the like. a matter of fact, that's what he said about the time that I said that about this girl who called herself Esther. And I agreed with him. I said, hey, I got security concerns, and it's, of course, we have to be cautious when somebody comes up and presents themselves. And then, Aristide said, give her the benefit of the doubt. And I said, I agree. And then she took it all personally. She personalized it and said, oh, man, you're dissing me during my time of grieving. There you go. And Brendan saw that. Amy Como looked at that and she said it was all a lie. She said, good, you can see it's all a lie because... Yeah, she said, laugh out loud, even when trying to, talk about her aunt. Like, oh, my aunt just died, LOL, just kind of like...
I forgot to mention that about that, yeah.
Yeah.
She's mentioned it, yeah. And what you said about, ISIS Raw L, Israel.
Yeah.
It's like, even if America defunded them, it's like they had 60 fucking years to build an economy, and the Germans have been giving them money for 60 years.
Yes!
It's like,
yes!
And Starbucks, the corporation of Starbucks, their CEO gives them billions upon billions per year.
Yeah.
So it's like, for anyone to say, oh, if America stops giving them money, they're gonna die and shrivel up. That's a joke.
Actually, they will, in the sense that the money we give them is so outrageously...
Well, they wouldn't afford all their military bullshit that they don't need.
Yeah. But
if they were just like a normal kingdom trying to survive, there would be no issue.
Yeah, right. If they were not an apartheid state that is basically expanding its frontiers into the West Bank and Jerusalem, ethnically cleansing the populations that are there, they wouldn't have these problems. Yes.
Right. And of course it's like an agenda. It's just totally...
Yes. Oh my God. So you've been through a lot lately, and I don't know how you're going to deal with it because you're still kind of like in limbo. Are you ready to start? Are you ready to start putting this on record? Let's go.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
First of all, I appreciate you, Douglas, for letting me even,
thank you.
have a venue,
forum. Yeah, thank you.
A public forum.
Yeah.
Because it does have its form of, like other people see it as a risk, but at the same time, it's actually more of a benefit.
Right.
If you know how to use it. So,
yeah. Thank you.
It takes people like yourself to use it properly, because most people are just, completely daft meat eaters like Mark Hetcha.
Yeah. Ooh. By the way, did you hear all the crinkling before Pete left? All that crinkling? That was some heavy duty crinkling. That was going on there.
Maybe he just said screw it and he pulled out the popcorn. He's like, forget about it.
That's what it sounded like. It sounded like he was popping popcorn.
That's fine. I'm in Peter if you're listening. I don't mind the crinkling.
Yeah.
But,
oh my God. So
it's like a fireplace. It's quaint.
Yes, it is. I tell people this is like a newsroom. You're going to hear some of that now. So what I'm going to do is you're kind of you're audible, but it's like you're on speakerphone. Are you in the car?
Yeah, it's So
okay.
Everybody knows my living situation, right?
Well, they may not, even at this time. So I think it needs to be explained that this person had a phobia about wireless, and that this has forced you to take certain measures, such as talking in your car. Yeah. So I think you need to explain that. While you're laying down the basics, I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back in just a few minutes. And Brendan's going to lay down the basics.
You know the basics of the how my general living situation is abnormal.
Yeah. I mean, abnormal to the point where there's a tree that's fallen down on the house that was way before this storm that was never removed.
Years.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but I'm saying that currently. I'm just saying in general, my whole backstory is like just in never-ending moving and dealing with crazies.
Yes.
Basically, it's been the last 10 plus years.
Oh, it's been awful. It's been a nightmare. And I don't know if you had a chance to look through that Children Stolen in Georgia link, but did you notice?
I did.
Okay, so did you notice that if you could also explain to people the parallel between yourself and your sister and how they tried to steal both of you when you were young? When you were born. When you were born.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
isn't
so-
your sister kind of like a twin sister? Like what do they call that? Except you're
No,
opposite.
she's a bit older. She's a
Okay.
bit older.
Okay.
But the point is her birth certificate was never filed, and the county clerk and wherever we were born, the county we were born in, they have no explanation, and she had to go through this rigorous process to prove she even existed as a person. And this was after living for 20 years, 30 years, however long. And then they were like, oh, by the way, your birth certificate doesn't exist. Like, we can't print a copy of it. So it was never filed originally.
Jesus Christ. That's incredible.
Yeah, which is bizarre because to get an ID or anything, it had to have
been filed. There had to be somewhere in the system because she had the ID. She had the ID and other accoutrements of adulthood. and yet this did not technically exist because somebody had been planning to steal her from the beginning. And and
on top of that, I mean, I'm trying to be respectful, but there was some shenanigans in the family from someone who was in the military that did engage in certain activities of abuse that we had to deal with when we were younger.
That makes perfect sense. Yes, that's a given. So, oh my God! See,
it's a given. Yeah, it's a given. So I've never mentioned that on air, but that's just had to be stated.
Thank you. No, thank you, and that's profoundly appreciated. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. And this is a platform where we're helping Brendan get some things on record just in case something has to be done concerning this individual. And so this is like a backup, and it's like important. And so I'll be right back. I'm going to go mute, but you've got Aristides and Sid backing you up, and things should be fine. And as soon as I come back, which won't be too long, I'll let you know I'm back. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, so in general, my backstory or my living situation has especially to do with my housing situation has been very inconsistent and has had many challenges, just in general. And on paper, it would seem as if if you were subjectively looking on paper, through all my moves, the assumption would be okay, this, me being myself would be like this person can't hold down a place to live. They're absolutely insane. But in reality, or from my perspective, it's completely circumstantial, how these different, and whatever it is, most likely it's something to do with my astrological chart and my birth chart that I have a lot of, instability in the home life because I grew up, basically with a broken home as far as my parents. Then later on, I haven't had a permanent residence consistently for more than maybe, let me think of the longest time I was in. So I haven't had a permanent residence for longer than maybe 2 years at a time in the last 10 years or so. And like I said, on the surface, or if someone's being pragmatic, they'll say, "Oh, well, you're just not trying hard enough, or you're not you're not being what's the word? You're not playing along with the rules of certain places, or they would always find some kind of reason to justify how is it possible." But in reality, it's it's definitely to do with the astro chart and how unstable my living situation can become, because it's almost like clockwork. Every couple of years, every year, every once in a while, my living situation just completely implodes, and it's I could laugh at it now because it's just so absurd. And it's starting to come to a close where I'm going to have a more stable thing in the future, or in the next coming soon, very soon, the immediate future. So I can actually sit back and laugh about it. But it's absurd that I've been having to move every single year, every couple of months for years at a time. And this latest situation is just a whole insane backstory. And I just wanted to come on tonight and just kind of give a background. And also, like I was saying earlier, it's a way to, it's a public forum, the old the orators in like the Roman times, or they had them in England. I mean, there's still places in London where you can do it, where you can actually come into the public space and actually state your case, whether it's, you know, whatever issues going on, or you have some issues with politics. There's like a public forum where you can state your thing for the record. You know, like when you're in a courtroom, someone says, okay, this is for the record, please enter it into the record. I'm going to state this statement. So in that way, this Douglas's platform is an advantage to that. In that case, to actually give not only himself but the guest a place to air opinions and things that can be put on record. Because and yeah, even if it's on YouTube, we still actually have the recording. So it's something that nowadays everything's recorded. So it's like you can bring these things into the light. You know, it's not like in the past where you had to have like many witnesses and carbon copies and all this. Like now it's just straight up, you can say something on air, then someone can take it, the recording, and just replay it. So I would like to use that to my advantage in this case, this situation. But it just needed that backstory with the, you know, the prelude that every time I've had to move in my life is under some sort of duress or with some kind of issue happening. You know, there's always some kind of instability. And like I said, the assumption would be, okay, well, then this person's crazy. Like myself, like if someone's looking on the outside, they would say, this person can't hold down a place to live. Like something must be wrong. But in my case, the instability was never monetary. I've always paid my rent on time every time. I've always paid everything that I've ever been asked. But it seems, and I do have like Pluto and Neptune in my 7th house, so that would be like dealing with other people. So that could be part of it, that there are these outer planets kind of just like stirring the pot in that 7th house, which is dealing with others. So at some point, like, there will always be some kind of issue with the other person I'm dealing with. Now, like I said, the assumption would be, okay, what are you doing? You know, you must be doing something wrong. But at this point, I've dealt with so many, like an array of different people that out of all those people, there's only one person or one family that has ever accommodated me properly, and they were good friends of mine, so they might as well be family of mine. Like I've known them for half my life. So other than those people, every single other person has completely imploded and gone. What's the word? Like 5150, just completely went bonkers while living with them. And you know, that includes like growing up, like when I was in high school. Like I was living, and I've gone and passed about like how my father was like, he was dealing with a lot of, he was like an old school car restorer. He was restoring old cars. He was actually a very high level mechanic, very accomplished, but he was like going crazy over the years due to all the, just the general chemical exposure, like in those days, like the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s, like there was a lot less concern about these chemicals getting into people's systems, and they worked in open air smog shops with no ventilation and cars running inside. And I remember growing up, I would be like cleaning engines barehanded, like with chemicals, like full chemical spray painting inside of a garage in the winter, like all kinds of stuff that nowadays people would say like, oh, immediately you'd be like, okay, like we know this is bad. So that ended up taking its toll on my father, and he, you know, whatever happened with that, you know, he descended into this kind of situation that was completely untenable, and he ended up passing away from that. But before that, I had, you know, that situation devolved to where basically the minute I turned 18, I was like homeless, essentially, at its core, homeless, paying for an apartment on my own, just like within minutes of being 18, you know, this kind of abandonment kind of situation. And then every situation I've got in after that, with renters, people renting with people or whatever, living with others, always descended into complete chaos by the end of it. So now that things are becoming more stable, I can actually look back on it and laugh. But because it's like, I mean, it's almost like clockwork. It's like this latest scenario I was dealing with is, I mean, it's like there were signs, you know, that this person was totally wild, wacky, and unstable. But, you know, I admitted that it is a mistake, but I gave them the benefit of the doubt, you know, like if someone comes in and does certain things and helps them out, you know, I help stabilize their home and different things, which I'll go into in a second. But so I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I said, okay, maybe they're just down on their luck, and of course that's gonna take its mental toll. So perhaps that will end up not necessarily resolving, but it would basically, the situation would become more tenable as I would help this person out of their issues that they were having at their house. So basically it's like that. And I do admit that's a mistake. You can't really trust anyone. So it's kind of made me extremely cynical. Let me just put it simply. At this point, I'm so cynical, like I wouldn't live with anybody, and I wouldn't rent to anybody, ever. Like, you know. And there's also, like, a funny thing is, like, no good deed goes unpunished, and nice guys finish last. And all these things are actually true in our current climate, like the world as it is. So if beings aren't working on their evolution and they're not trying to improve and they're in this kind of miasma of just madness, there is a way to deal with other beings. The only proper way to actually have a good dealing with other beings is if it's clear that the goal is evolution and evolving out of bad states and eventually, you know, going to higher realms or, you know, improving your situation to the point of soul evolution, you know, and that's a higher thing entirely. And the way things are nowadays is that there are no even basics in place, especially in the West here. Like, no one has basics, no one is practical. No one grows their own food, no one does grounding every day, no one is taking steps to improve themselves, no one cares about well-being. It's kind of like this burnout culture, like, oh, work yourself to death. If you don't work yourself to death, you party yourself to death. You know, like, there's not any basics in place or discipline that's even expected or required in this kind of situation. Even if you go to places that, right, like where people would say, oh, well, the Germans are super strict, or they would say, you know, like Singapore is super strict, but it's like this, that in and of itself is even problematic. Like, yeah, they have physical discipline or whatever, you know, study discipline, they go to college, whatever, but then they lose sight of other things, like the whole well-being aspect. You know, and I'm just going on a bit of a tangent to let Douglas, speaking of, you know, self-indulgence, he's probably doing some, you know, going skiing. But that's besides.
I'm here. I'm with you, Brendan. All the way. I hear what you're saying.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah. And yeah, I'm sure you liked the convo earlier where Pete was getting into the 60s, you know, like Ken Kesey and the electric Kool-Aid acid test. I mean,
oh yeah.
Those kind of stories are what got me into that whole scene in the first place. It's like that there was, you know, whether it was a past life or whatever happened, it's that whole idea of that there was some guys on a bus just handing out free acid just sounded crazy to me. It appealed to me. What?
The merry pranksters.
Yeah, the further bus and these guys, yeah.
Right.
So that was, yeah, it was cool to hear what Pete said about that. So.
Yeah.
But
did you ever read The Hell's Angels by Hunter Thompson?
I've read excerpts of it, and things like that. But
Okay.
I was never really like into the whole Gonzo.
Fair enough.
I mean, you know, like the film was enough for me. I like watched the film Fear and Loathing, and that was like enough.
Okay.
Even though obviously didn't do it justice. Yeah.
If you liked Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test and you're into the Merry Pranksters, you might actually dig that read, because that is like through the same time frame that the Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test was written by Tom Wolfe while he was embedded with the Merry Pranksters. Hunter Thompson was embedded with the Hells Angels, and and they weren't, you know, those books aren't meant to go together or anything. But if you read both of them, one is the story of the Merry Pranksters, the other is the story of the Hells Angels, leading up to their convergence and in La Honda, California, and the big like acid orgy that ensued, and a lot of the famous 60s writers were there. There's a story out there about one of the beat writers, his wife took a bunch of acid and decided she wanted to get gang banged by a bunch of Hells Angels. So that went on, you know, and other fun things.
Wow. Yeah, it sounds fascinating. I mean, it's intense. But yeah, I mean, like Hunter Thompson was like just supposedly a journalist, right? Like he did do column work and he was a writer. So,
yeah.
Yeah. He definitely has like the storytelling ability, you know, to tell a good story, write a good article. Like I think that's what his appeal was. You know?
Oh, sure.
His
yeah.
writing style is it's actually really unique and like, you know, nice. But
and it's very drug influenced.
Him as a person, I'm not exactly a fan of. Like, you know.
Yeah, you know, I don't know that much about his personal life. El Nemo was sharing a couple of details there in the chat, which I'll check out. But I only know him as a writer and as a drug person.
Yeah, exactly. That's one way to put it.
Yeah. So I mean, as far as he is both of those things for sure, and I think he was good at both of those things. He was good at being a drug person. He was good at writing, and if you can enjoy him and appreciate him on that basis, you can have a good time, at least. Keeping in mind that like all these characters may or may not have engaged in varying degrees of questionable activity through their careers as you know, counterculture celebrities or whatever.
Yeah, and a lot of that stuff, like, you know, it's nowadays that it's more accepted and like, you know, like microdosing is basically legal. I feel like a lot of it loses its charm. Even like with cannabis and stuff, is like I found that once it became quote unquote legalized, it's like, I mean, completely lost its charm. Like everything, including psychedelic mushrooms and stuff. Like, I mean, for people like yourself, it's not bad because then it's just, you know, status quo. But for new people coming in, like I find it to completely denude the subject. Like when like Joe Rogan was like pushing DMT, like to me that was like the end of like any kind of proper psychedelic era when it became mainstream. I mean, it's like
well, there are other things going on. There are other people doing some good work. I mean, I keep mentioning that James Bateman, and like anybody, if you check that out, it's very cool because he's a baby boomer aged guy who is acknowledging some of the folly of the approach that was taken in the 60s, you know, going for the mega doses and the ego death experience and stuff like that. And yeah, and a lot of people,
to me, that those times actually had more charm.
Well, like, I mean, that's what I grew up with too, so I get what you mean. But I also like legalization.
Like, it sounds good in hindsight. Let's put it.
I mean, I just like to advocate for legalization. So I mean, the way I do that is to like.
Oh well, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. I think that it should be totally decriminalized. Obviously, at this point there are way worse things going on. Like there's no point in criminalizing people that are just psychonautical explorers. I mean, there's nothing.
Okay, I'm back. Just so everyone knows, I'm back, and okay, we're ready to rock and roll. Or did we already start on, shall we say, the subject at hand?
No, I got a little sidetracked. I was just going into background about my living situation, how it's been through my entire life. It's been completely unstable, and every place I've ever been in has been.
Dude, whatever Brendan has said, he has given you no fucking idea. Brendan is one of the few people on Earth that I think has lived a life almost as miserable as mine. You're talking about a kid here who, wakes up one morning and, why is there a soccer ball between my legs? Oh man, it really hurts! And then he finds out it's his testicle, and it's swollen to the size of a basketball and shit, only he can't dribble it because of the pain. So he goes to the doctor, who happens to be Jewish, and basically does some draining and stitching and shit, and of course, I guess kind of like the time that Dr. Doof something, her name was actually Dr. D-U-F-F hyphen, it was a hyphenated name, I can never remember the last name, all I remember is Duff, like Doofus, and she sent me home without stitching up my sucking chest wounds that were created by chest tube sites when they were reinflating my lungs, and I went home with these patches, and suddenly found myself suffering from gangrenous fucking sepses that swelled me up till I looked like the Michelin Mummy Man and shit. And this is what they did to his testicles, essentially, something like that. And so he comes home, and then basically his, basically goes back, and the doctor keeps telling him, it'll get better, and, he's
as it's getting worse.
Yes, he suspects it's his.
So I actually didn't tell them this part, which is, like, all the stuff I said was already horrible enough, but I never even went to. But yeah, so during that time, while I was explaining how my dad went crazy, and then I had a bunch of
the crack pipe. Oh, I love it. Yes, he was sending all these other relatives. Look, my dad's a crackhead. He's spending all the money. Here's a picture. I took a picture of his crack pipe, and they said, "That's your crack pipe. How dare you defame your own father, you sick, drug-addled, young, perverted punk?" Yeah.
You're the one on drugs. You're the one who, all this stuff. It's like you could see the picture.
Yeah.
But I just gave them a little bit of context, not even close to that.
Don't forget, all the while that he's suffering this, his dad is watching Stargate and Ancient Aliens on TV through his crack pipe haze. He's like, this is the shit that Brendan... This is why Brendan found myself a welcome relief, because everyone else was...
Pretty much.
Yeah, Ancient Aliens, Stargate, the Nordics! The Nordics are the Greys! I mean, you talk about fucking satanic inversion. I just can't... I can't say enough about how sick... And his dad was just eating this shit up. It was like Brendan said, it was like watching somebody put a bowl of shit in front of him, and he just like dug into it.
And believe it or not, it ties into the current situation.
Oh, of course. That goes without saying. It's all the same. They all just like sit there glazy-eyed while people pump shit in between their ears. Basically, people open up the top of their skulls, they take a shit in it, they don't flush, they put that skull hat back on, and these people walk around with all that shit between their ears and all the flies hovering around their ears saying, Brendan just don't get it. They say, Brendan just, he's the one who just don't get it. And, tell him, Brendan. And yes.
Yeah, so that's, even that's being, generous. At this point. These people are just terrible. It's just horrible.
And it's always the same shit. Why don't you apply yourself, Brendan? Why don't you get a job?
Oh, yeah, that's the best part.
Yeah, he's working 2 jobs and shit. Working out himself to death.
2 jobs, plus going to college. And then it's like, You just must not be applying yourself.
Yeah, what are you doing all day, man? Sleeping and doing dope? Yeah. And he's the health food freak and shit. Yeah. Best part was when he had the job at that fucking what was it? It was after the Koreans. The Koreans, of course, were like they had this setup where the rail went right up next to the store so they could get deliveries, but it was delivering all the hobos and shit. And then they had like what was it? Everybody. My name's Kim, so that nobody could identify him and shit.
Yeah, the Koreans they had this whole compound in this city near me. It's like a shopping center that they bought out, and they have this whole thing. Like basically, they own every shop in the strip mall.
Yeah,
and
that's what they did in Japantown. That's what they did in Japantown in San Francisco. Go on.
Yeah, so it's like the equivalent of like, you know how Thailand puts out Thai restaurants.
Yeah.
Now that's like the Korean equivalent. They put out like shopping center compounds, basically. And so that's the Korean equivalent of that. So basically, I worked for them, and they had these giant Samoan guys, and like literally they were like 6'5", 6'7", big, like huge guys. And if anyone stole, they would literally snatch you up, like homeless people and people like kids with backpacks. They would literally snatch them up by the arms like something out of a film and drag them back inside and open the bag and like basically beat them up. Like, literally beat them up so they wouldn't come back. And then one time I was leaving work and just minding my own business, and I start hearing like commotion, and it's this young dude with a backpack on, and he's like, help me, and I'm like, and then I look at him, and then I look at the two security guards, and the security guards are just like, don't even try. And I was like, oh, looks like I gotta clock out of work and not say anything. So I didn't say a word, and I just hear the guy saying, help me.
And then the noise gets muffled as you shut the door. Yeah. The door shuts and the noise is muffled. It's kind of like that cinematic.
The sliding doors just like. And then I just hear basically they beat the shit out of him and threw him out.
Just so
you like a normal security guard would just like snatch the product, right, and push the guy out the door. These guys brought him back inside. Yeah, that's how you know you're fucked.
Yeah, yeah. No, just so people know, a normal security guard wouldn't even do that. They would just basically, they're just there to appear like there's some security, but most of the time they just let it slide because they're afraid of lawsuits. In other words, if somebody's like taking something, it has to be outrageous for them to interfere, because somebody takes like, a little Band-Aid here or something like that. It's like, come on, man. It's a security guard doesn't want to get involved in a knife fight over something like, somebody stealing some beef jerky. But, it has to be outrageous. And I know this because the industry has changed. But just to kind of give people an idea that Samoans are not bulletproof, one of the things that happened when they fired the Housing and Urban Development Police from the Acorn projects because they were beating up all the old ladies with baseball bats and forcing them to turn over their welfare checks to the police, they fired the Housing and Urban Development, which is the police for the project sites in Oakland, California. And they wound up the first people they turned to that they hired were Samoans. And these Samoans thought they were all badass, the new sheriffs in town. They came in with heavy weapons, swaggering around with shotguns and shit. But they went around cutting off the gang pigtails. Each one of these gangsters has cornrows. And the number of cornrows, the color of the cornrows shows which gang they're a part of. So the Samoans would cut off their cornrows and shit and steal all their gambling money and all this other shit. And one day while they were counting all the money they stole, all the gangs got together and they machine gunned them into the next level of dimensions and shit. And there was this part of Acorn Projects when I came in to work there that was forever sealed off. And I said, what's that? And they said, that's where they massacred the Samoans. And it's like, the entire shift of Samoans, like 8 or 9 of them, maybe 12, were all killed with machine gun fire all at once in that place. And, so no, that's been boarded up and verboten to enter ever since. So it's you know, they're not bulletproof, but they've got this sense of swagger that everyone usually wants to exploit and take advantage of. And the Koreans, you know, they couldn't give a shit. They hire these people and they act as these this filter between them and the homeless issue that's pervading in California.
Yeah, there's a reason the Koreans only and I'm saying this straight up.
Yeah.
The Koreans are only hiring colored people as security because if they die, they don't give a fuck.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Even now, I've been back to that store.
Yeah.
The armed guard they have up front is a black chick.
Yeah.
Like,
oh God.
straight up, like she's the first line of any kind of issue.
Yeah,
So,
she's just there to take a bullet.
And they do that deliberately. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna state it outright.
Oh fuck yeah, yeah, and they just do that to basically. Well, anyhow, we've laid it out. So such being said, back to where you were. I mean, so yeah, pick up wherever you want on the thread of narrative. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I haven't even gotten to the current situation. I just gave a backstory.
Yeah, and like I said, there's still a lot to that backstory. I mean, you were left.
There's
basically
painful detail.
Oh God, yeah, you were. Yeah,
as if it was, and it wasn't nice to begin with.
No, it was bad all the way around. And you know, after the whole testicular shit went down, and he almost died. It literally was told he was going to die when he finally turned himself into the emergency room.
The first surgery was a corrective surgery. They literally said, "This is the worst case we've ever seen in someone your age of testicular torsion." It's like, you know, if you didn't come in on time, you would have literally been in, not only lost your testicles, but die, you know, in fear of death, basically close to death. And then they said, after that, they said, okay, well, we're going to do the first or the one surgery to correct it or whatever. Cause you know, and then they sent me to the oncologist who was like some Jewish guy. He's like painfully Jewish. and
Brendan, you feel he intuited that you were Lebanese, right?
Oh, I mean, he just straight up, like, they knew.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they knew. They knew.
Yeah.
Because it was like I'd been in pain for like days, right? So I couldn't take a shower or anything. Yeah. And they came in like I was like a biohazard. They had like 4 pairs of gloves and they were like hand sanitizer and like they treated me like I was some kind of like pest or something. It was bad.
My God. Oh my God.
And it was like I was trying to explain to them, like, okay, I went basically on a hike, then I've been bedridden for 4 days, and it's like you would think a doctor would understand that, right? Like,
of course.
Like, okay, you know, but instead they were like, oh God, this, you know, so, you know, they were. It felt pretty whack the way they were treating me. But anyways, so he does the surgery. He says, oh, I do hundreds of these a year, and all of them are successful, right? He was talking himself up.
Yeah. I didn't even know that many people. How do that many people a year get testicular torsion?
It normally happens to, what he explained is it happens to younger children. So it's literally below the 3 years old.
Jesus.
Like it's something that can happen. And when it does, it always happens at a young age.
Yeah.
So he was saying for someone to reach past 16 or past puberty and then it happened is like statistically impossible. Wow. And even the guy I went to originally, he said, I was like, is it bad? And he's like, man, you're just unlucky. Like, this is like off the charts. He's like, I can't even explain to you like how, you know, this doesn't, like, for someone to happen after you grow up is like basically like it was, you know, bad juju. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Yeah. So. Yeah, so then he does the surgery, and then, so like 6 weeks go by. It's supposed to be like a couple week recovery. 6 weeks go by, still swollen, massive pain, issues happening, all kinds of issues. Then they wouldn't give me more pain meds. They're like, no, we can't because everything should be resolved.
Oh, what shit? Like, no, they're always like that. You're an addictive personality. It's always the same bullshit. You'll be in danger of addiction, even if you're dying. Anyhow, go on. They make me sick. Go on.
So I said, you guys have to do something. And they were trying to like write me off and say, oh no, you should be healed. Just go to your primary care. And I said, no, like you have to get me into someone that's, so the only person I had was a white lady who was, she was a urologist, but she was a pediatrician, like a pediatrics division. So she said, hey, I'll look at it. And because the other guy just wrote it off, he said, oh, this guy's full of shit. Like, every surgery I do is always successful. And, you know, there's no, basically, he literally told me on the phone, there's no way, you know, it's something bad, right? And then he's like, just give it more time, give it more time. So then I go to the pediatric lady, and she says, oh, fuck. Like, literally, like, pretty much. It says, holy fuck. We have to rush you in to get an ultrasound immediately. So she does the ultrasound, and she says, yeah, it's really bad. There's two severe subcutaneous hematomas that are infected and inflamed. And so I was rushed into a second surgery pretty much within hours or days. It was literally hours or days. Like, as soon as they basically said, you cannot, like, you're going to die. Pretty much. The infection will spread to your blood. And you'll get a blood infection. You'll die. And then so I went into that. And that was the most painful surgery, and I haven't had many, but that was the most painful surgery I've ever had to date, and you know, God willing, never have to deal with again.
Yes.
But you know, and people say, "Oh, it's just soft tissue. It's just soft tissue." Like, no, this time it was fucking crazy. Like, it felt like searing, burning pain through the pain medicine, searing, burning pain for like months.
Yeah.
And the doctor, when I came out, this was the same doctor. So the UC Davis Medical Center, the hospital made him redo the surgery. They said, we had a second opinion. You have to fix what you did. And he acquiesced, and he said, you know, my career's on the line. They basically threatened him and said, we're gonna screw you over if you don't fix this situation, because it's like he's already gone to another person and all this shit. So if I went out of network, it would have made them look bad, essentially.
Yeah.
So they made him fix it, and then the second I'm conscious, he comes in, right? Like, when does the doctor ever do that? It's like they're always busy, right?
Yeah.
But the second I'm conscious, he comes in, and he literally says, you know, I'm really, you know, I'm basically apologizing, not directly, but he says, oh, you're not out of the woods yet. And he said, he used these exact words, and I'm not exaggerating or remembering it wrong, but he said, I had to chisel the hematomas off of your testicles. Literally said this. Chisel. He used the word chisel. I'm not joking. I'm not being facetious. Like, yeah. And he said, we had it tested in the lab, and it came back for 2 types of hospital-borne MRSA that are the most deadly bacteria that the hospital can conjure. Literally is basically what he said.
Yeah.
And he said, if we didn't clear it, if this doesn't clear it and they gave me like massive rounds of antibiotics after that, but he said, if this doesn't clear it, like, you're in bad shape.
Yeah. You're gonna die, basically. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and then he leaves, and then I never saw him again after that my entire life.
Thank God, or you would have killed him. Yeah.
Yeah, because he had to come in while I was still like coming off of anesthetic, because otherwise a normal person would have fucking attacked him.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah. So he said that to me, and then I was like, oh fuck, man, you know, like, and I was in so much pain, it was like searing, burning pain. Yeah. They had to literally hook me up to a Dilaudid drip.
Yeah.
Something that like only like cancer patients get, or if you have like a broken femur or something, like a pelvis, or like, you know, like.
Well, Brooke was so jealous she didn't even believe it. She wouldn't even accept that you were on that.
Yeah, she said that's impossible. I said no, that's very possible, and it gets crazier. It's to the point where I was like writhing in pain, like screaming in a hospital bed, like literally like all night, and I'm telling the nurse, like, I was like, turn it up, you have to turn it up, and they're like, we can't, you're at the maximum level. This would they literally told me this would kill a normal person. Like, you're way beyond normal tolerance. Like, this would, they said, and I had to tell them, I flipped out. I literally flipped out and said, fuck you guys. I'm not even nauseous. That's the words I used. I said, I'm not even beginning to get nauseous. You guys have to turn this shit up. Like, there's no other way.
Did they?
And yeah, and then they brought in like 10 nurses in the middle of the night, midnight. 10 nurses and 2 doctors. And they said there's no way, like, you're like, we calculated the numbers, you're on more Dilaudid than we've ever given anyone. And I said, it's not fucking enough. I don't care what you have to say. I flipped out. I was like screaming at them.
Yeah.
And I just remember I went in the bathroom and slammed the door, and they like heard me in there screaming.
Yeah.
And then I came out, no one's in the room, right? And then the phone rings, and like in my room, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, so I answered it. I don't know how I was even able to do that. And I was like, what's going on? And it was one of the nurses, and they said, we got approval to turn it up all the way, maximum.
Oh, wow.
And she comes in and like presses the buttons on the machine. And this was the one that was taking care of me, so she knew I wasn't faking.
Yeah.
She turns the machine all the way up, like literally to max level.
Yeah.
And she hands me the remote. There's like a remote control. This is for like cancer patients that are on death's door.
Yeah.
She hands me the remote control, because usually it's just automated. It'll just do it when it'll just do it once every hour or something or whatever. She hands it to me and she says, it reactivates every 10 minutes, and walks out and leaves me in there. So every 10 minutes I'm just like getting a drip of like something that's stronger than heroin.
Yeah, cool. Oh my God.
And this went on for days, literally days. They sent me home with, and I tried to lobby to get as much pain meds, and because of the whole trauma of it, I got them to give me Klonopins as well. Like, I went to my primary care and I said, this shit's like, I almost died, and he acknowledged it.
Oh man,
and
that's
so
incredible.
They put me on like full everything, as much as I could stomach, because it was so painful.
That's incredible. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I don't know how are people able to handle this much shit at the same time.
Yeah, I mean,
this much detail.
my own story was that, without going too much into my own story, because I've said it in the past, but obviously a lot of new listeners haven't heard it. But just in summary, when my lungs were collapsing and they had these chest tubes in me that were just scraping against raw rib cage. I have no muscle tissue or fatty tissue between my ribs and my skin, and the pain was just indescribable. And when the stupid same doof, Dr. Doof Dash something, who honestly sent me home with the chest tube sites not even stitched shut, she, which caused, of course, this situation where I exploded into sepsis and bloated up like a floater on the beach, the dead bodies that float up on the beach and they're all swollen like a bloated whale. That's what I turned into on land. And when I was asking for pain meds, and she was like, no one can be in that much pain. She says, you're lying. No one can be in that much pain. And I was
Fuckers,
like,
man.
yeah. And I just said, fuck you. And I said, fine. And I went without the pain meds. And of course I was clenching my ass cheeks so tight I could crush ball bearings with them. And I ended up with the first case of hemorrhoids I ever had in my life because of all the pressure of just clenching my butt cheeks in agony. So those hemorrhoids became an on and off issue for years. I seem to be free of them at this point in my life, but it took decades for me to ultimately get rid of those goddamn hemorrhoids that I developed from that period in time, because of the pain I was in. Fuck them all, and that they're truly just horrible people, and painkillers are so important. And so back to Brendan. We'd get that from Sid. Yeah.
No bullshit. I had a similar experience in the hospital. It was horrific. I talked about it a little bit before, but the recovery was just horrendous, and the straitjacket experience after the surgery, coming out of anesthesia into full-blown clinical psychosis and pulmonary failure, and stuck on a ventilator for about 2 weeks, and then once that was out, I was stuck in a straitjacket and psychosis, and then I had to fight them. They came in to do somebody called it a PICC line. They went in, they started behind my knee, and that wasn't working, I guess. So they came in and put me on propofol, and I remember just writhing around in total agony, people holding me down, and just being like drugged out of my mind, but being aware and being in pain, and just being attacked by these motherfuckers, and having this shit jammed up my leg, and that not working, and then they went for my groin. And when
shit!
when they started to put that line in, that arterial line.
Uh-huh. In your groin, not your penis, but your groin near the penile area.
The
right?
side of my balls, like
Yeah.
between my balls and my thigh, okay? When they just started that, I fought them so hard, like fully on fentanyl and propofol. I managed to fight them enough to twist myself around and get that line pulled the fuck out. At which point I started to bleed out. Okay?
Yeah.
So then I was almost dying for like at least, I don't know what, the third or fourth time in that through the course of this thing. And they applied so much pressure to stop that bleeding. When I woke up, I was black and blue from my balls down to my knee on the right side. I mean, just in absolute agony and with this complete trauma from this assault. And this was also as to save themselves time, because I mean the solution after they put me through all that hell, the other option was just to come in every half an hour and draw my blood from somewhere. Motherfuckers. And then I had to argue with them about fucking pain management with, you know, black and blue from my balls to my knee from all this horror. Hospitals are hell on earth.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, thank you. I was about to say that hospitals are hell, and anyone who's had to deal with it, it was only
horrible.
natural to not want to go back.
Yeah, and separated only by a sheet from a dude who was throwing shit all over the room. They would go in, they'd fist fuck the shits out of him, right? Toss it in the garbage can and just leave it, and in the room would just stink of this guy's shit. It took me a while to start to be able to communicate after this, because I had major oxygen loss. You know, I was hypoxic for an extended period of time and almost died. So,
you mean you were refusing to breathe? You were refusing to breathe because you kept inhaling in this man's shit.
And it was, I mean, it was those smells and the sound of that guy freaking out. And all I perceived was just that I had been like that my consciousness had been stolen from the natural universe and uploaded into some kind of like living hell.
But I can't understand the oxygen loss. Where does that come from? Because you're not breathing because of.
Oh no. That was due to a tiny fracture in a back molar.
Okay.
All my other teeth are fine, and I've had no issues. But I had a tiny hairline fracture.
Wait, I'm sorry. How does that? What does that have to do with the oxygen loss? You said hypoxia, oxygen loss, right?
Yes, from resulting from Ludwig's angina.
Okay. So some kind of systemic infection.
So this started with the tooth was pulled.
Okay.
They sewed it up, sent me home with antibiotics. I was okay for about a day, and then I woke up out of bed out of like a sleep paralysis where I was choking and couldn't breathe. And I woke up and I was completely altered, and all I could really think to do is call a relative. And the relative drove me back to the dentist who pulled the tooth, who was one of these Pakistani people.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's like
these.
The chop shop.
Then and they look at me and they say this kid needs immediate emergency medical care. Nearest ER, needs an ambulance. Relative says, oh no, we're not gonna do that. I'll drive him to someplace way the fuck out 2 towns over, when there was a legit ER right around the corner.
What was that about?
They didn't call the ambulance themselves. They let this relative take me with my throat closing up from this infection, already hypoxic for hours. getting like all the way across the bay from where I was to where I was first looked at. And then instead of driven around the corner to the nearest ER, driven like a couple towns over in rush hour traffic, dying. And by the time they got me to by the time this relative got me where they thought they would take me, my throat was closed up so much they couldn't get the tube in to drive me all the fucking way back to where we came from. To begin the surgery where the story starts with the anesthesia. That was the surgery. Then I'm waking up from that.
Yeah.
I'm like having flashbacks to my second surgery because like the whole traffic, getting stuck in
Yes,
traffic.
yes, that was a big thing with me too. When I first started having my lung collapses in the domestic environment, I called the ambulance. And by the way, just so people understand, when you call the paramedics, they are required by law to take you to an emergency room. Don't ever let them talk you out of it. You just remember, I have a very low opinion of the medical profession and the paramedical profession due to reasons of experience, due to, years and years of experience with myself, care provision for my parents. But the first time that my lungs collapsed in a civilian situation, and I was at home, and I called the ambulance. San Francisco Fire Department had absorbed the paramedics so that they could all get bigger pay with their unions and shit. And so these two assholes show up and said I was having a panic attack. And these pieces of shit. And so, of course, they refused to take me to the hospital. And then, of course, I gradually started turning blue as less and less oxygen. And, my gang brother Beaver, who said, "Oh, you're having a panic attack. Let's go eat something. Maybe you'll calm down." Then he's like, "Hey, you don't look so good." Yeah. Of course I can't breathe. I have a lung collapsed. And, by the time they take me to the hospital, I'm blue. There was another one. I'm trying to remember. What was the other one? There were two separate incidents. Of course, it was just incident after incident, including the one. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Didn't you have a hellacious time dealing with a tooth situation yourself once?
Of course. Yeah, of course.
At some point.
Yeah, I mean, several times. But yeah, one of them was I think the dentist was Syrian in this case, but he looked very Middle Eastern. It's Bashar al-Assad, who is a dentist, who is the dictator of Syria, looks very white. He is like an Arab, but you could mistake him for a European almost. But this one, I think, was Syrian, and he looked very ethnic. He looked very
part of the Alawite ethnic group.
Thank you.
Who are descendants of the Templars and the various Crusader families that had settled.
That makes sense. Thank you.
That's why they're in control of the politics of most of those countries.
Yes.
Including Lebanon.
Thank you. Okay, excellent point. Thank you. He's speaking about Bashar al-Assad. Thank you, as opposed to my dentist, who was much more ethnic looking and swarthy, and he left me with a tooth that was in pain for the next 5 years. But this is like exactly what our man Andrei Nemezhinsky was complaining about in Germany. And, for what it's worth, I suffered from what he was suffering from. It sounds the way that he's describing it, that his case was worse, but I had it just as bad, I think, or almost as bad. It's all subjective, but certainly I had a tooth that was in bad shape for the next 5 years and was constantly giving me pain and was, it's just all of this is shit. And so all of that being said, back to the narrative of Brendan, we want to get this out there. So with all the horror story that you were through, and then just so people understand, I understand that things are better with his mother now. Things are more copacetic with his mother. But basically, after all this, and he was enervated, and Brendan was just trying to recover, rehabilitate, and lying in bed all tremulous and enervated, and just, watching endless rounds of various media. His mother just kicked him out of the house. Like, oh, I need somebody who can pay the rent, and you're not working, and
No, not only that. Well, yeah.
Drove him out to the middle of a national park and abandoned him, basically. Yeah. In the middle of winter.
In a car, drove me to a park, and just said, "Fuck you," literally.
Yeah. Left him out there with boxes in the middle of a national park.
And I couldn't even walk. Like, imagine someone who is like a month out of surgery and not fully recovered. Like, I couldn't lift the boxes.
Yeah. And how did you had to just wave somebody down who then drove you to your sister's?
I had to actually call someone, and this is the one time my sister's ever helped me in my entire life. That's how bad the situation was. Because, and this was when we were on decent terms. Yeah. So, but she's never been the one, because we have like a huge, not a huge, but like an age gap. So we were never really close. Yeah. But it was the one time where she like felt so bad, she actually came to help me. Because I had no, like, I had literally, like, I didn't have any money on me. My phone was dying, and she threw me out and locked me out, literally. My mom in that time.
Because she just she wanted somebody to help her pay the rent. She says, you can't help me pay the rent.
Or I was too, she said I was like, I don't know exactly what the scandal was,
and his mother's a nurse. His mother's a nurse, that's why she's so heartless. Yeah,
she was working in the medical field. So she said I was like disrespectful or something, and I'm like thinking to myself, if you got your fucking balls cut open or any kind of surgery, you would be pissed too if you couldn't walk.
Oh my God! And then
in that time, my sister, I couldn't stay with her because she was like had some, she was like renting or whatever. Or she also had like a kid. So then I went to my dad's house, which was basically a hive of scum and villainy filled with a bunch of crackheads and tweakers that were just taking advantage of his generosity, quote unquote. Yeah. Or just his foolishness. Let them move in.
His insanity, his increasing insanity, is drug-induced. Drug-induced insanity is what it was. And
so originally he'd been anti-drug, like his entire life. He'd been against drugs, like he drank, but that's just typical for Americans. But or he wasn't American, but he like was acculturated, like brainwashed, I would say.
Well, just so people understand, he was Christian Lebanese, so he could drink without the hypocrisy. You do get Muslim alcoholics, but they have that added onus of a hypocrisy that is part of their problem. But but he was just drinking like a good Christian. Let's just put it that way. And then what happened was, I think what happened to your dad was he was working with a lot of industrial effluvia that somehow he absorbed through working with those automobiles. That really altered. Well, tell people about that. Tell people.
That's certainly the case. Yeah, I brought it up earlier. It's like it was just like in that time, like from the 70s, 80s, 90s, mechanics literally wore no gloves. They worked in closed spaces in the wintertime, spray painting shit. I grew up like that. I was like, in a garage with like gas fumes and shit in the middle of winter, and he would do like, he would clean shit barehanded, where like the detergent was so powerful, like the degreaser was like so powerful, like his hands would be peeling, skin would be peeling and shit. Yeah. And but that was just normal. Like none of those like grease monkey type dudes, like those car guys, no one even batted an eye. Yeah. And they're all pretty much dead at this point, or like have cancer. Yeah. And I'm not being like rude. It's like literally that's what happened, all of them. Yeah.
They're absorbing it through the skin, the epidermis, all these industrial solvents.
Solvents, chemicals, the whole shebang. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that's, like basically it ended up destroying my father's thyroid, the endocrine system, and he just went insane. And then in that process, these people came in that were pretty high level regional gangsters and they took over my house, my father's house, and they were basically claiming to be his friend, but all this, you know, it was the classic. They just were using the pad to like launder money, put a bunch of stolen bikes. Like towards the end of it, they were just giving him crack rocks and who knows what else, just to keep him, you know, occupied. And that ended up killing him, you know, over time. Yeah.
By the way, Sheila Gavin says, "I'm so glad you're healthy and safe." You know, basically, she said wonderful things about all of us. So I do want you to know, Brendan, that Sheila Gavin was saying, "My heart breaks for what you, pure young man, the BS, the so-called medical." She says, "My heart breaks for what you precious young men had to endure. I am so glad you are here today. Bless you guys." And then. At Sid, who had thanked her, Sid said, "Thank you" at Sheila Gavin. So she said to Sid, "I'm so glad you're healthy and safe, Sid." Before we get back to Brendan, Sid, do you have something to say to that? Now, obviously, you answered her with a lot of prayer hands, but do you feel you're healthy and safe at this moment?
Well, compared to what I was in the hospital, yeah. I would say so. Compared to what I was dealing with in the hospital now, was that completely traumatic? Yes. I mean, it was majorly traumatic, and I require anti-anxiety medication, Neurontin to sleep and to get back to sleep when I wake up with night terrors. I have brain fog like I never had before. I have difficulty speaking, and I'm told that I went through some major personality changes after the hospital by some close relatives. So there was that. And I have all the trauma of the experience in that psychotic state of just like I had been abducted and I was just being assaulted for 2 straight weeks.
How long ago was that?
It was a few years now.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, a few years. It's by the way, Sheila Gavin says, "Blessings to you all. Be safe, Brendan, as well." And we'll get back to Sid eventually. We have time to cover Sid as time progresses. So, Brendan, back to how you got to where you're at now. Now, obviously, we have a situation in which you've been going from place to place, and I do want people to know there was another interlude here. There was another interlude here where Brendan he tried to be kind to fat people. He says, give fat people a chance, and fat people are nice people too. And so this fat chick comes along and says, "Fat people need love too. Ever try a heavy cruiser before?" Some shit like that. Anyhow, he winds up with this woman abducting him, and if you've ever seen the movie Misery, she basically has his legs broken, and she's got a funnel in his mouth where she's shoving in food to make him like her. "You are going to become like us." It's like the body horror story. Yeah. And so Brendan wound up weighing, I don't know, 200, 300 pounds or something like that. And he wound up having to walk miles and miles to walk it all off to work and back. And that's how he wound up listening to Douglas Dietrich for, 12-hour shows at a time, was 6 hours walking to work and 6 hours walking back or something like that. Brendan, maybe you could put this into better context than I can, but it's generally a paraphrase story that does it some justice, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not wrong. It's not wrong at all.
Thank you.
And yeah, so basically that goes along with what I was saying while you were on your break earlier, is about how every living situation I've been in since that surgery, or even before, I guess since I was 18, since the issues with my father's home, and yeah.
Oh yeah, and wait, when all the crack dudes were at your dad's home, you wound up being arrested, or what was it? The police thought you were involved with this somehow. I mean, you were thrown in the back of police cars. Don't forget.
Oh, more than that. Yeah. So they were basically one of the main guys that was, quote unquote, friends with my dad, or my dad was dating his sister actually. But it was just a way just to like compromise him so they can try and get the house for as long as possible. But I ended up becoming friends with this guy, the main, literally the dude that was running the gang. He was like training me how to throw knives and do different, things like that.
Cool.
But what had happened, yeah. So what I became friends with them over time, anyways. So I mean, but anyway, besides that, during this, while they were staying at my house, I was living there as a kid. You know, I was like 18. I was barely 18, 19 maybe. So one day I was coming home with a friend of mine. We were in my car. I pulled into my driveway because it was like a big, long, couple acre house, like driveway. Pulled into the driveway, and there's a dozen undercover police officers with AR-15s drawn, pointed at the house, literally. Surrounding the house, guns drawn. And so your first reaction is like, yeah, I gotta get the fuck out of here, right? Like any normal person would be like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. There's no reason to pull in all the way and go towards the cops with guns pointed at you and stuff. Like there's no point, right? So which you would think that this special gang unit, undercover unit would know the psychology of people, but apparently not, especially young kids. But so they saw me drive away and immediately assumed this guy's fucking in the trunk of my car, the guy they were looking for.
Oh, of course.
They just said, oh, this guy's escaping, right? This guy's got the guy in his trunk. So they catch up with us within 30 seconds around the corner from the house, grab me and my friend literally by gunpoint. Like I saw the rifling of the barrel. Like the gun was pointed in our face. And one of them was an AR-15 rifle, you know, fully decked out. This was a gang unit, unmarked cars. They were the most undercover cars I've ever seen. Normal license plates, all white. You wouldn't even tell that it's an actual cop car ever. Like no normal person would be able to tell. These guys grabbed us, threw us out, and my friend started filming because he was like a hippie, right? So he was like trying to like, you know, get the shit on tape. And they basically said it wasn't even like a read your rights or anything. It was, you know, stuff you see on TV where they have to like chit chat with you. And no, they literally said, open the fucking door or you're dead. Literally, they were saying shit like that. Like we're gonna just straight up shoot you. Like, and people think that's a joke, but especially people maybe that are from more civilized places. but in America, like they can literally say shit like this and intimidate you, especially the higher level police units.
Oh god, yeah.
You'll never get their name or badge number or anything, you know. And this is pre-COVID, and they had full masks on, like full face masks, everything.
Yeah.
So they pull us out of the car, throw me on the ground, throw my friend on the ground, grab his phone, throw the phone inside the car, and later on we reviewed the tape. And they didn't even touch the phone other than they threw it back in the car on the seat. Took my keys, opened the trunk, you know, all the stuff that people are like, you gotta state your rights, constitutional rights. They don't give a fuck about that, you know. So they pulled us out, threw me on the concrete, like literally boot to the head. I'm not joking. Like it sounds facetious. Like a couple of friends were driving behind, like they were driving, you know. Basically before that went down, we texted them and said, oh, don't come over, right? So they were like in the neighborhood, they saw us, they said, after that we saw you face down with the cop's boot on your neck, and the cop had set one of their AR-15s on my trunk. And one of the kids that was, he was like criminally mindset, he was like, oh, I was about to grab the gun, and I was just like definitely don't do that.
Yeah. Oh my god.
But that was just in passing. They just drove by. So, you know, that's what they saw, is both of us with cops literally standing on us. And we were young kids. It's not like we were going to run or anything. Right. And they saw the trunk was open. You know, they opened the trunk. There's no one hiding, right? We're not. Yeah. And we explained to them, we said, hey, we pulled up and we saw a bunch of cops with guns pointed at my house. I'm not going to go. I was like, what did you guys think we were going to do? And they said, oh, you just come up and talk to us. Like, no, not what normal people do. And then, so they said, oh, you guys are fucked, basically. Threw us, literally handcuffed us for 5 or 6 hours, threw us in the back of the cop car. And then they drove us up to the house. And they said, do you know this guy? And they pulled up his file and everything. And they said, do you know this guy? And I said, hey man, like I don't want to be this close to like the shit. Like if you guys are gonna like, you know, cause a shootout or like, you know, if he comes out shooting, like what the fuck? And the cop was literally torturing us in the car. He was saying, oh, look how close we are. We're in the line of fire. And he said, don't worry. He said, don't worry,
Yeah.
I'll get shot first. And I have a bulletproof vest on. And you'll just, you know, my brains will blow back there and fucking cover you guys. Like, he was literally, like, fucking with us like that.
Yeah.
Torturing us, basically, in other words. And so we're, like, pleading with them. And we're like, dude, you gotta let us out. Like, we didn't do shit. I'm not affiliated. And I was basically trying to be as vague as possible, you know, to the point where like I was like, hey, this is my dad's friend, you got to deal with him, I have nothing to do with this, I don't know where this guy's at, I've only seen him, you know, passingly, whatever. So they tortured us for 4 hours. Then after a while I just said, hey man, like you gotta let us talk to your sergeant, like you gotta let us talk to your sergeant, like we gotta, like this is not cool, this is not okay. And eventually we just said fuck it, and I started talking to him about like drones and shit. I was like, so if we fight China, I was like, what kind of drones we got anything good? And so this dude's like, so this dude's whole tone changes, and he's like, I'm not gonna tell you anything. And then and I was like, I know you guys are like super undercover, like what kind of covert shit do you got? Like, and he's like, we have drones that could basically kill anyone. And I was like, you know, trying to get information. And then eventually he stopped, and he's like, okay, like I could tell he was like, he let too much shit slip, right?
Yeah.
Like that was his feeling. He was like, oh, I gotta shut up. And then he goes into my file on the computer in front of us, because they have like the display in the front. And this is an open cop car, which, because it's an undercover unit, it's different. It's like the seats were open. There's no cage or anything. So this is like some special kind of car. And he's like typing, looks up my file, right? Scrolls down to Homeland Security, and he clicks on it, and it's completely blank. And then he like looks at me in the rearview mirror, looks at that, and then clicks out of it immediately. And then after that, he gets out of the car, goes to the sergeant, and the sergeant like comes to us immediately and says, okay, you guys are free to go. Sorry for the trouble. Bye. And then just lets us walk back to my car. They just give me my keys back, and they say, all right, bye, have a good day. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, it's just like that, and it's you know, there's nothing you can do to press for wrongful detention or anything like that. Of course, it's there's but
no, I could have sued if my dad didn't pull some stupid shit, but we don't need to talk about it.
Of course,
happened.
Of course, yeah.
Like he was like what is it called? Loose lip sink ships.
Yeah.
So I actually kept it vague enough to where I was defending both myself and the other guy.
Yeah.
And when that guy got out of jail, they caught up with him and literally ran him over. He told me this whole story. He was on a scooter, a motorized scooter, trying to run from them. Yeah. And they literally just ran him over. They just straight up just hit him with the car.
Yeah.
And so when he finally got out of the hospital, this dude had full-on swastika on his chest.
Yeah.
The eagle, the iron eagle, and the swastika and everything.
Yeah.
And the reason why he was cool with me is because I told him, I was like, you know, I told him the whole history about the swastika and everything, and how I was, you know, cool with that.
Yeah.
And he immediately, I was, you know, in his good graces, right?
Yeah.
To the point where even now he says I could call on him anytime and he would, you know, do what he's got to do. But I would never, you know, ask for that kind of help, you know.
Yeah, but it's good to have that.
Reason.
Yeah, it's good to have
this guy on speed dial, anyways.
Excellent. Excellent.
Or he basically said I can go to his house anytime, which this can tie into this current story in a second here. Yeah. But we haven't even got to present time yet.
Yeah. By the way, Sheila Gavin says what she says is the three of you young men. She says you three young men are definitely walking the hero's journey. So thank you, honey.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and so the honor is ours.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so
I'm waiting for the dawn, but so after this guy gets out, and this is years later at this point, right? You know, I saw him, and he says, hey man, they gave me the whole file after that situation with everything you said in it.
Yeah.
So imagine that they give the criminal the whole file of everything that every witness said about him,
Yeah.
and then let him out,
Yeah.
of jail.
Yeah.
And so he comes up to me and he's like, you really stuck to your guns and didn't let them get any info out of you. And I said, yeah, of course. Like, what do you expect? Like, I'm not gonna, fuck those guys. And basically after that, he said, in so many words, he didn't literally say it, but he said, I'll fucking kill anyone for you, whatever you need.
Cool.
Just, if anyone fucks with you, just come to me. So basically after that, he realized, I was, what would be the word? Seasoned enough for the streets, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
And I never affiliated. Like, he was pretty gnarly, but he actually had some morals because he was actually a Nazi. A real Nazi, not a neo-Nazi.
Ideological. Yeah, ideological.
He was an ideological.
Yeah. So he had a code, a moral code. Yeah.
He had a moral code, but he'd gone to prison when he was young due to some accident. He accidentally killed someone with an AK.
Yeah.
And it was a genuine accident. He told me the story. But because of the legal system, they just straight up put him into prison as a 16-year-old, and it just fucked him up for life. So he had to do a life of crime just purely out of just survival.
Well, this is what I was expressing to Esther when she was saying...
He had to join a gang inside of... He had to join, those guys.
Of course. It's when you're in a prison situation, you're going to ethnically enclave, and since he was white, the Aryan Brotherhood was the first logical choice. But once you're involved with them, you're involved for life. This is like you're not getting out of it. It's like once you may get out of prison, but you're still beholden to their agenda and their what they're involved in. Of course, all their crime running.
And he also saw my mom, and she's like blonde hair, blue eyed. So after that, he really was like on board.
Yeah, got it.
He was just like
Yeah.
And,
no, I understand.
The first time my mom had come over and saw him, like, he had like a swastika tattoo, I was like, don't say a fucking word. Like, do not say a word. And she actually shut up. She didn't say anything. Because she, like, understood the gravity of the situation. It's like, these are not some people you go Karen mode on.
Hey,
like,
yes, thank you.
Like, this is not the time, right? Like,
yeah, no, I'm glad she had that much common sense. Poor dear. I mean, I know she's got her own issues, but like, certainly.
Right. Well, growing up in Sacramento or this area is just very, it's basically a ghetto, an open air ghetto. Yeah. But, so that's that story. It just and then you would think, oh, my life improved after that. No, it got worse. Then I finally got that job, right? I had got the job, moved in with that fat chick who,
oh, Jesus.
Of course it always starts out flowery and nice, and then it ends up to the point where I had to literally...
So what did she do to seduce you, so to speak, to get you to move in with her? How was the acquaintance made?
It wasn't a seduction. It was kind of like I was working with this person, and her friends were trying to set me up with her, and then I went to my friend at the time, and I said, hey, man, like, I have nowhere to go. My parents are fucked. My situation's fucked. My only hope is literally to move in with these people because they were willing to, like, right? Like, it was basically like a move-in situation where I could be stable, what I thought was stable. Because, like, I was like, oh, all these people are employed, everything's good, right? Naive, of course, naive, right? And so I was like, okay, you know what? Fuck it. Do it, whatever. And then, like, it wasn't something I was ever into, or it wasn't ideal, obviously, but it was like such a bad situation that I was like, how much worse can it get? Oh, it can get. So by the end of that, she had fed me so much chocolate and a bunch of shit that, like, I almost, like, died of just obesity, and, like, then I was, like, addicted to weed by the end of it. Just to cope, just to, like, have copium.
Oh God.
With the situation, and then by the end of it, she moved in a new boyfriend.
So this is like a zombie. This is like a zombie effect. It's like the zombie bites you, so you become another zombie. She had to make you fat. It was like, forget her losing weight.
It was like a compulsion. Yeah,
she had to make you fat to be like her, to make you one of her kind. She had to make she had to fatten you up, like,
and she pushed the weed on you too to, like, increase your appetite.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Not necessarily, but it was like it was to the point where she just like was totally fine with it because then I couldn't fight back basically.
Oh yeah.
It was like I was so stoned that like any food that was there, I just eat it. You know, I was like,
Okay.
does that make sense?
And then this other boyfriend she brought in. So once she got you all fat, then and then it's almost like then it's like so you couldn't move when she. I'm being facetious, but you get my point.
Right.
It's like so you couldn't move when she brings in this other guy, or wait, what the fuck? What was going on there? What's
No, she like so she like causes a scene, brings in this other guy to cause arguments, right?
Uh-huh.
So she has an excuse, right, to, you know, basically. Then she tried to get a restraining order saying, "Oh, I was abusive," right? This classic trip.
Of course.
When she was the one that was like she literally grabbed my friend's phone and like smashed it against a wall and shit. You know, like
Yeah.
like the most absurd shit where like we should have beat her up. But like nothing had happened except for just like telling her to fuck off. And then she goes and does the sob story. Oh, they're crazy, right? Whatever. So I had to cook up a bunch of shit to flip the whole situation against her because once you're a guy and that happens, it's like the cards are against you immediately. So I actually used it as leverage to break the lease. I legally was able to break the lease, which screwed her over.
Yeah.
Which she didn't expect because she's like dumb, right?
Yeah.
So I was able to break the lease. Then I wrote a diatribe of like psychological points, like literally out of Sigmund Freud's handbook. And then I handed it to the judge. And then I handed her like a packet of it, and her and her boyfriend were laughing. Oh, this is never going to work. And I was like, okay, whatever. Well, I'll see you in court. The judge reads it and fucking embarrasses her in front of everyone. And he's like, so if what I'm reading here is true, and which it was because I had, I just done it off, because I have some litigation skills, believe it or not. I was basically representing myself. In other words, the judge was impressed. He was like, you guys are too young to deal with this. She's obviously full of shit. And then he reads out loud in front of a courtroom full of other minorities, like she's white, and there's like, because it's a courtroom, a family court, so there's like Mexicans, black people, everyone, the whole shebang. And he says, I'm concerned about this one point here. Appears that you constantly make racial slurs, because she was from the mountains out here.
Yeah.
And she was like a total, she was totally
a hick, just a hick.
A hick, yeah, a mountain hick. So every other word she would say nigger every 5 seconds. And so I brought that up in the court documents, and then he says, if this is true, it's really concerning. And he called her out in front of all these people, and like, she starts crying, folds immediately, because it's all true, right? Folds immediately, starts crying. And then he basically says, all right, I'm going to strike this from your record. You guys just stop being idiots. Just go, live your lives, whatever. And then as she's walking out, these fucking, like, these black chicks try to beat her up or whatever.
Oh, Jesus.
Saying, like, fuck you, like, fuck you, racist bitch, and all this stuff. And, yeah. So she's, like, crying, totally fucked over. Her whole plan backfired. And then I basically get the advantage of breaking the lease and never having to deal with these people again. Then what had happened is she moved in another friend who actually had a real abusive boyfriend, and he beat her up so bad that the apartment complex kicked all of them out.
Oh, God.
Because the cops were called and everything. And she had to move to a completely different state and live in a trailer with her crackhead father.
Oh, Jesus. Yes.
So it's like all this bad stuff has happened to me, but every time someone screws me over, it's like it always ends up like a disaster for them. So it's like I can take some solace in that.
Yeah. So it's somewhat similar to, but compare yourself to George Knight. You heard what George Knight said, right? About how, people were cruel to him and they wind up with these horrible things happening. Is it something similar to that? Is it something parallel? Phenomena?
It's parallel for sure. It's parallel phenomena, and it's like, by the grace of divine, it's like, yeah. It's because, like, in honesty, I am trying my best in my situation with my current level of understanding. It's not like I never had malintentions in any of this. That's where, and we're not even going into details, if you can believe that.
No, you were just buffeting around. It's like, it's like Driftwood, a true Ronin in the sense of, the wave men, as they called them, just Driftwood buffeted about by circumstances. So
And then after that,
yeah.
I appreciate that, by the way.
Yeah.
That reference.
Thank you.
You know, because that is what it is. You know,
Yes.
Ronin style. But in that way, I'm able to deal with a lot more than the average baseline person at this point.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Like, and then when these people complain around me, I'm just like, you guys are fucking whiners. Like,
it's
like,
true.
Like, I can't even
Yes.
handle this shit. You know, it's just like, there's no point.
It's amazing what people complain about. It's honestly, you're left
joke.
shaking your head. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. So then after that, after that fiasco, I moved with my one of my good friends. I moved with them, rented an apartment, whatever. But the problem was I didn't have a car because during this whole fiasco, my car broke down and blew up, of course. Because I was driving up the hill to go to work at a casino. So it was like I was making good money, but the wear and tear just blew my car up. So it was like a moot point. So I got a different job, but the place I'd moved, it was originally walking distance. The new job I had was walking distance from that apartment. But because that was no longer an option, I had to move somewhere else. The problem is I didn't have a car. The other friend worked completely different hours. The one, he had a car. But I had to work completely across town, which was a 2 to 3 hour walk per day. One way. That was one way. 2 to 3 hours one way. 2 to 3 hours back.
Yes.
So I was working full time, walking 2 hours one way, 2 hours back, and even taking and that was some of the best times that I had recent, in that time frame.
Comparatively,
because it was a freedom. Like I could get up, walk wherever I wanted, do my, go into nature, and it would be like a whole journey every day I'd take literally across town, walking, back and forth, and in the middle of the night, in the rain, in the mist. For this one was like a year and a half, almost 2 years. And so during that time, I would listen to different podcasts or whatever to keep busy while I was walking. So I'd listen to whatever Alan Watts or, these people or different podcasts and streams and different things because I needed, at least like an hour of runtime, back and forth. And for anyone that's wondering, why didn't you take the bus? I did take the bus, but this area is like suburban, so the buses were so bad that it's like you couldn't trust them.
That's true.
I was taking buses in the morning at one point, having to wake up at 6 a.m. And and there's only one bus route that comes out to this area because it's like somewhat out of the city. But the dude was literally asleep every morning at 6:30 on his steering wheel.
Yeah, on the steering wheel.
We would have to bang on the window. There'd be 10 people trying to get to work, and we'd be like, bro, we have to go to work. What the fuck,
That's
and this dude would wake up and drive us with half asleep in a bus full of people.
Yeah. No, it's just a nightmare.
So there's no point in taking the bus.
No, I hear you. But by the way, just for a second, just a tangent here.
Yeah, sure.
Aristides, are you awake? Aristides, are you still with us? Just want to check in on him. Let's see. I'm just waving because he's not mute. So, but Aristides, you there? It's just I really wanted to ask him this. It's hey Aristides, let's. I guess where he's at.
Aristides.
Yeah, no, don't worry, stuff. Yeah, I mean he's down for the count. That's okay. I could not make sense of what Peter Moon was saying earlier. When he says he's talking about the Cantonese-speaking woman, I think her name was Margie, something like that, and he said, yeah, she spent most of the time sitting on my lap. You know what I mean? And I was like, no, I don't know what you mean. Is he implying they were fucking on the bus? And then he said afterwards they were she went to everyone else, she was going around on other guys. Did you not hear him saying something like that?
The Grateful Dead and his '60s experiences and stuff.
No,
this was before that.
No.
I don't know what he was implying, but she could have just been one of those flirtatious girls that is just touchy-feely.
Maybe.
But she did kind of sound like she was getting passed around a bit.
Yeah,
no offense.
Yeah, the way
It was
he
just- that's
said
what
it.
sounded like.
Yeah, the way he said it, it sounded like we're on this bus in Transylvania, and there's this Asian chick,
Yeah.
and you know, she went around to the other guy's laps as well. Is what the way he said it. That's what it sounded like, and I was like, what the fuck are you? Anyhow, so just want to make certain I didn't mishear that. Okay, so we got that confirmed then. Okay, that's something we can go into later. That's funny as hell. Because then he said she dropped in on him, and did he not open up the show by saying this was the best day of my life? Did he not open up the show by saying
he said that? Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah, so that's good. I'm happy for him. That's really good news.
If yeah, but you know, all that being said, okay, so so I heard what I heard. All right, back to where we were when it came to this walking. So had you known about me before the walking, or this was it? This was how you discovered me?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Well, no, I had been told about you by my friend Michael and Alex, who had been on your show before. This was before they came on, years before they came on.
Holy shit! They were on my show. Who the fuck were they? I don't even remember them.
Michael was my friend from high school. You remember the whole incident?
Well, I remember those two guys. You're talking about the guy that we were in the car, and then the guy starts saying, "I don't need to kiss your ass." That dude.
Okay, so he's the one who told me about you.
Interesting. That's so fucking ironic. Isn't
that interesting? Yeah.
That is so funny. That guy, by the way, just so our listeners know, this is a black guy who, for whatever reason, decides he's gonna go to Russia and communist China. And he writes.
He's teaching English in China for a while, and then he went to Russia, which he admits was not good.
Yeah, I was about to say he's out of his mind in that alone. But he writes 3 very thick books that he self-published, that are just these kind of weird fiction books that I promised him I would not throw away. He said, "Please promise me you'll never throw." I said I wouldn't do that, and I still got them around, but I've scanned through them. They don't make much particular sense to me. I guess he was just processing something out. But I think the most memorable thing about him, other than the fact that when we finally got him on air again, he freaked out and went into a psychotic break and started saying, "I don't need to kiss your ass" and shit. And I was like, dude, are you fucking out of your mind? Like, what the fuck? But at any rate, he would send me letters from communist China that were scribbled on magazine pages. It was like he was ripping pages out of magazines and writing like a journal on them, to me, like Douglas. It was so bizarre. It was kind of like, I never read them because they're like illegible scribbles on Chinese magazines that he decided to use to write his missives to me on. And when he sent them to me, they're like folded up, kind of like crumpled almost. And it was almost like, I have no idea what was on his mind, but it was almost like I was afraid that if I would open them and read them, it would say something like, "I didn't mean to kill her. I buried the body where I don't think anyone would find it. And now I'm running across country and just getting job from job, but it's hard being black, something like that." It's like I expected something like that in these communique. It was just absolutely bizarre. So anyhow.
When you originally told me that, I found it quite quaint. Like it was like a almost like an espionage type vibe. He was like sending missives back. I mean, that sounds nice on paper, but I don't understand why he was so upset that one time when he came on. And then also during that time, we actually when you were traveling, we had hosted a show where we were like totally on board with what you were saying. We were bringing up points that you brought up.
Interesting.
So I don't know exactly what had happened after that. And it wasn't like something triggered him, because the conversation you guys were having was totally innocuous.
Thank you.
And it just, so I found that strange. And I've talked to him in person. I don't know if he still knows. I'm sure he still listens. I don't know. Yeah, Alex, if you're listening, you can tell me in person. But when I see him, we never bring it up. I never say, "Oh, have you listened to Douglas recently?" Or I've never
Probably for the best not to. Yeah, probably for the best not to. It's.
So I don't know if that maybe that upset him enough to where he doesn't listen anymore or what, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's.
I do enjoy going with him to Chinatown and stuff because he knows,
Chinese. He knows Chinese. Yeah.
He knows Chinese. Yeah, he knows Mandarin, and he's I've known him for years, and he's a good person to navigate the Asian sphere, that kind of stuff with. So so that's just, but yeah, it's a whole crazy story.
Yeah, it's obviously there's a lot to that that we don't need to go into publicly, right. But So right. Aside from all of that, then so it was. So he told you about me. You began to hear me more on these long walks. And
this was the Revolution Radio time, so I was able to go in the archives and just listen to whatever, because at that time Ringley had it set up where I could go all the way back to 2000 whatever 12 11 when you were on Revolution Radio, so I was able to listen to all of your backlog just to keep the time going.
And did you notice that Ringley made it more and more inexplicably how would you say, just difficult to navigate? He made it more and more unnavigable as time went on. He was so crazed. He thought he was quote unquote improving it. He kept saying I'm improving it, and everybody just kept saying, hey, I can't even.
Well, it got to the point where he started charging $5 a month, and then even when I think I did it 1 month just to see it, when you paid the $5 and went in, it's it wasn't even usable. It was it was just a scam. Basically.
It was unnavigable, and so therefore he just took your $5 and you couldn't even use it. He's such a piece of shit, and I'm so glad he's dead. And like I said, I'm so glad he died young, and I'm so glad he died in pain. It was exactly everything he deserved. He's just human garbage. And for people who think I'm being too harsh, I can go into that later. I mean, he was so full of shit about everything, and he was ultimately, as he said, enslaved to Aquino. Just another guy who was one of them, and it was But at any rate, so continue. So then and the first time I think I started communicating with you on Facebook was around that time. And honestly, I thought Brendan was totally retarded when I first saw his messages, because they were just the grammar, everything. It was just it was like single run-on sentences and shit. And I just said, geez, who is this poor bastard? And but thank God he speaks a lot better than he writes on Facebook. So
at that time I was writing. I was probably stoned off hash, but I was writing. It was stream of consciousness, but it was I was trying to be as direct as possible to where you could read it easily. But I could see now I understand that you grew up reading Pulp Fiction and stuff, so it's so when you're looking at that, it's different than someone my age that can read text.
Yes, thank you.
I thought I was being as clear as concise as I could, but that's just the difference in times.
Yes.
Paper versus not.
No, it's true. The text talk is a completely different language. This is a completely different language. Yeah. But go on. So now we're at this point where all
that happened.
Yeah.
So all that happened. I've never had a stable place. Every time I get into a place, something crazy happens.
Yeah. And it's with crazy people, because you're with crazy people. Yeah.
Right. For the exception of one family but I've known these people for years. This one friend, my friend, and I introduced him and his wife, and they, these are the only people that I would consider even real family to me, actually. So in that case.
That's the environment you lived in where your cat died?
Yeah. So this was that. Yeah, that was that environment. And then so that was stable, but what had happened was I was in their spare room at their house, and they were having another child, and I willingly said, hey, I'm going to move out because I understand that you guys will need the space or whatever. Right. Yeah. So it wasn't that was the only time where the move out in the last 10, 20 years wasn't crazy, where I had to move out abruptly or something. Shenanigans happened, right?
Right. Wasn't traumatic. Wasn't traumatic.
Other than the cat dying. Yeah, it wasn't traumatic. So, but that was another issue. It was just, serendipity. But so I said, okay, I understand you guys are leaving. And so in my solution to that was, because my current situation, the situation following that situation, how would I put this? Basically, so in transition of my final permanent home that I'm getting into.
By the way, Sheila Gavin says, "Hooray, Brendan, standing tall and setting boundaries." I guess referring to
right,
the chick you were with. Yeah. So go on. Yeah.
Right. I appreciate that. Yeah. That was I wouldn't say it's a triumph, but it was a good it's good to not get fucked over off some bullshit. That's the best way to put it. But so I left that, and then this is where my current situation comes in. Here we go. This is what I want to get on record. So there was a friend of mine and Michael's, the other gentleman I brought up with his brother and stuff, that introduced me to you, Douglas. That's what we just mentioned them. So he worked with this lady who is a German scientist, and she worked at Stanford and Berkeley National Labs. She was married to a Japanese, and then after he died, her whole world imploded.
Yeah, and this Japanese guy was also a scientist, correct?
He was also, he worked for National Lab, and he knew all these people. He even knew people like Stanley Proisner and these like high-level neuroscientists or whatever, Stanford crowd.
Yeah.
So these people were working for that group, and they were. I don't know how much detail. Do you think it's fine to give details?
I think it is. I think it is. Yeah. I think it is completely fine. It's completely fine. Go all the way.
Like I couldn't,
Yeah.
Like even if I wanted to help her, there's no chance.
Yeah. No. She's beyond help. Yeah. So.
She's beyond help.
Yeah.
So basically, what had happened was she ended up moving here to this area because she has family here, or like her last family member related to whatever her.
Right. But explain a little bit about how they fucked her over. Now, was there some suspicion behind her husband's death? Did he die a suspicious death?
Oh yeah, he definitely got like an aggressive form of cancer randomly. Yeah. No doubt, because he was Japanese and smarter than everyone else, and they just hated him. And,
yeah.
Because all these other guys are still alive. All of his contemporaries are still there.
Yeah, I got it.
So, yeah, basically, they killed him because he was one of the last people, or one of the only people in the world that could do X-ray crystallography that could actually photograph a virus, quote unquote, virus particle.
Wow.
So he was one of the few people in the world that in this current situation, he could actually prove whether it's there or not. So it's a very important piece, right, to that. So they basically took him out preemptively or whatever. They didn't like him, I don't know.
I believe that. Yeah. I've explained this before, so there's no need for me to go into the technical aspects of this now, but I've talked about cancer as an assassination tool in the past. It was used in the early days, and one of the first victims of this assassination technique was Howard Phillips Lovecraft. So, I've explained this at some length, and another victim...
Some people would even say, Bob Marley was also taken out like that.
Maybe. I'm not familiar with the music industry. He's music, right? Isn't Bob Marley like a musician?
Yeah, the Jamaican guy.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother thing. We can get another day. But, so basically, her husband dies, and then right after he dies, she instantly gets gang stalked, gets attacked, she gets demoted. They completely shut down her unit at Stanford. Push her out of the field entirely.
They blacklist her. They blacklist her in academia. So she's blackballed.
Her in academia, blackwalled. Then she goes to Berkeley and tries to maintain some semblance of professionality. But in the last few years she worked at Berkeley, they completely stripped her of her house because they weren't officially married. It was like her fiance. Yeah. And because they're both green card holders, the FBI and the probate court, she claims it's FBI. I don't know how that's even valid. Is that the case, Douglas?
It could very well be. It could very well be. I do know for a fact.
Maybe because they were foreigners or something.
That it could well be a factor.
So they came in and they actually, according to her, served her papers and forced the sale of her house and gave her ultimatums. And she tried to get a lawyer, but the lawyer even said, "Hey, there's only so much I can do here. This is pretty bad." And because they weren't married, they forced the sale of the house, gave her a small percentage of it, and sent the rest of the money back to his family in Japan, where he
Jesus.
actually went back to Japan and died. And, you know, she said he actually did interesting things towards the end. Like, he took back all of his knives, like his Japanese cooking knives, and actually he wanted them to die, or he wanted them back in Japan with him.
Yeah.
As some kind of samurai kind of ending. You know, it wasn't.
Yeah, I get it.
He was more attached to the blades than like the house or anything, which is very interesting.
Yeah, well, that's very Japanese. That's
yeah, very Japanese. And so, there's other stuff we can bring up about him later, but basically that happened. So she lost her house, and this was $1 million house. At this point, it's like worth multi-millions. It's on the coast of Pacifica, which is near San Francisco. It's one of the most expensive places on earth.
Yeah.
So they took it from her, sold it, forced the sale, pushed her out, and basically caused her to have like a straight up panic attack, psychotic break. She said she claimed that she had a heart attack at this time or some kind of severe health issues, right?
Yeah. Certainly a severe panic attack could be the equivalent of a heart attack. Yeah. I mean, but go on. Yeah.
But I'm certain they were trying to kill her too. But,
yeah, I get it.
Because during this time after he died, she started getting into cancer research, and she started challenging the narrative. She actually lobbied to get the organic certification, non-GMO certification, on all of the food. So part of that was her work in lobbying for that. So that's another reason why Berkeley finally got rid of her and said, okay, this is enough is enough. She was getting into Tesla technology. Oh, that's another factor. Her and her husband, they had been researching Tesla technology, and they were part of these Tesla research groups. And they had copies of Tesla's notes and all this stuff. Okay. So, so that's another reason why I feel they didn't like them. Not just because they were Japanese and German. Yeah.
Got it.
She studied in Germany. She's a PhD. She got her PhD in Germany. But the problem with her mentality, which is what caused the issue.
Also, just before we get to that, what is her excuse or rationalization for not going back to Germany?
She doesn't have one other than COVID. As of recently, she claims they're too strict about COVID. She's against vaccination and all that stuff.
Okay.
But she went there. This is how I moved in with her. She went back to Germany for a month, and I agreed to move into her house and take care of her house and all that stuff. So she went there with no issue, and she said it was easier to travel than she's ever traveled before. So in fact, she has no excuse to go back there.
Right.
She just is completely insane, other than that. But we'll
Thank
get to that.
you. By the way, Amor Fadi in the chat room says Brendan is a mega badass. Yes, says yeah. What? Mega badass. He's saying you're a mega badass.
I appreciate that, but it's like Douglas. It's like, we have good resumes, but it's like, we ain't getting shit. It's like, it's like just being alive is good enough for us. Anyways.
Oh yeah. So go on. Yeah. So you go. You're in her house sitting. Go on. Yeah.
Okay. So, well, I want to preface this just to put it on the record, like I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
So I agreed to move in for a fixed rate, and I told her what I was paying at my previous roommates. Like everything was clear.
Yeah.
Before I moved in, I said I'm going to do this, and I made it clear. I said, because she was living alone, her house had went into like a dilapidated state. She has a lot of property, and she's just in general not there, like present in mind,
Yeah. Yeah.
So her house started dilapidating, even though it was it's not a brand new house, but before she bought it, they did like a house flip kind of thing where they fixed everything and made it presentable, right?
Yeah.
So everything's relatively new, appliances and stuff, but like the sink was clogged, the wilderness around it was overgrown, the kitchen had completely decayed. There was like Indian meal moths in the cabinets, right? Like so many issues. And so I told her, and dust everywhere, cobwebs, like she was barely functioning. And I said, hey, if you're gonna leave and I'll take care of your house, I'll do the repairs, and I will help maintain your house and bring it back to a livable state, right? and she was on board like the whole time. You know, it always happens like that where they're like, yeah, of course, sounds great, right?
Yeah.
On paper, it sounds great. So then, right before she leaves, she has to go into a hospital, the local Kaiser, and she claims that she got zapped or some kind of thing happened to her. And she's very conspiracy minded. She watches, you know, like all these.
This is where we get to the heart of the problem.
Yeah. So
just like his dad
backstory.
with Ancient Aliens and Stargate, this woman dives into the Q swamp, the Q sewer. Go on.
Yeah. So yeah, she went into the Q sewer. So during 2020, that was like the last straw, I feel like, because we had known her before that. So Michael was working with her. I had met her many times, and it was like, cool, you know, we know a German scientist. She's very articulate. She was explaining a lot of stuff about GMOs, organic food.
COVID broker. COVID broker. So how to use vitamin C, how to use all these things. Like she was breaking it down. Her background is biochemistry, so she was a biophysicist. So that's what she was doing at Stanford. So we trusted her. We had a good rapport with her, and she was telling us a lot of good stuff about biomechanics, how supplements work, and all of that. That was her field that she'd got in after she left Berkeley. And then COVID happened, and she completely lost her mind, which, you know, that's fine. She didn't want to wear a mask and all that. But then she fell into the sewer, the eighth house. I call it eighth house, like in astrology. Yeah. She fell into the rabbit hole. And like what you say, Douglas, once you go down the rabbit hole, you're just going to step in a bunch of shit. Yeah, it's all just rabbit shit.
It's just a bunch of, yeah. So she went down there, and instead of like the rest of us where we're like, oh, well, enough of that, you know, like, yeah, COVID was sketchy, it's really odd, weird stuff's happening, whatever. Instead of just saying, you know, whatever, we're going to get back to normal eventually, you know.
Even though we never will, but we nevertheless.
No, but I'm saying as an individual, you just have to continue living, right?
Yeah.
Instead, she's like put all her chips into this shit.
Of course.
Where she feels like she's fighting the government by exposing the COVID, exposing the vaccines, exposing all this stuff, which I get to a certain point. That's fine, right? I'm not, I'm on board with that. But when that becomes your life 24/7, 365, where she's waking up at 5 a.m. and listening to like the neuro-linguistic programming of like the InfoWars narrators and all this stuff, it just, I mean, completely, she's gone insane. She's lost. To the point where she came back from Germany and completely forgot about all of what I had told her. Yeah. And she said, you've completely destroyed my house. And meanwhile, I cleaned everything, got rid of the pests, unclogged the drains, fixed the yard. I was watering her yard every day. Yeah. So for an entire month, I spent my time upgrading her house, brought a washer and dryer. I was trying to get her a full-size refrigerator because she was using these like rinky-dink refrigerators. Yeah. So she had absolutely nothing, like just out of her own neurosis. Like she could have gotten everything, but she just was so fucked up from all the stuff that had happened in her past with her husband and all that. Like she's basically like a hoarder. She can't function. Yeah. So I gave her the benefit of the doubt, which I agree was dumb and naive of me. I gave her the benefit of the doubt. I was like, okay, maybe if I bring the living standard up to like a normal, and then you have someone that's working in the house, she'll maybe stabilize, right? That was my assumption. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. So I did all that, and then she comes back from Germany, and she says, you rearranged my whole house. You have no right to do this. You cut all my trees. Those trees on the outside were protecting me from 5G. So she claimed that her overgrowing her trees had been protecting her from 5G beaming her from a distance, right? And there was anomalous stuff that had happened in her house. Like she had, this was at the beginning of 2020, she had like a camera on her desk explode and almost light her house on fire. So there's definitely gang stalking going on. Yeah. So what I did is I went there, I had set up security cameras, lights. I put signs up that was like, made that clear, beware of dog, all that stuff, you know. Yeah. I set up a security perimeter. I put a bunch of runes, like Nordic Viking runes around
Yeah.
the house.
Yeah, protective
And-
symbology. Yes.
Yeah, protective symbology. So while she was gone, nothing had happened at her house except a few thefts because it's a sketchy neighborhood. Like people were stealing cans and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, but that's besides the point. But she comes back and she completely freaks out. And so I told her, I said, hey, I have to finish this class. I'm only going to be here temporarily, you know, and I'm paying, and I paid her on time, everything she asked for. And I had given her one of my computers. Before this, her computer completely fried because she's listening to all this drivel and they're like hacking her computer and shit.
Of course.
So
of course.
they wiped her computer completely and her monitor in the same fell swoop. They just zapped it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Completely. So I gave her a computer that was like essentially unhackable, $1,000 computer for free. I said, here you go. You can have this, whatever.
Wow. Holy shit.
Just out of, because I respected her and she had helped me out in the past, right, with the supplements, and she would give us supplements and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, which were all very costly. It's not like, you know, so it was like a mutual thing, right? That's what
Okay.
I'm saying.
Okay.
So I gave her the
Striking a
computer.
balance. You struck a balance with that.
Yeah, I was trying to, you know, be friendly with her because I consider her my friend. It was someone who I didn't necessarily admire her because she was definitely wacky, but I was like, you know, I wanted, you know, it was nice to have like, okay, a scientist which her research is reliable, I could go to her.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, that's fine.
No, I mean, there's even some bragging rights involved there to an extent,
Yeah.
you know, originally. And
Originally,
but no, it's like just so people understand, just a short break here, just a short interlude. I want people to understand there was this one lady that I knew who was beautiful, and she had a very beautiful daughter that was, if I dare say it, it turned out even better than her. But she was very seductive herself, and she had a sister who had been in the pornography industry. Actually, was a professional dominatrix, and then died of ultimately, I think it was the hepatitis. And so she had this. She had a professional background which I could relate to, and yet she got into the queue, and she got just kept buying into it, and just became. You couldn't. Like everyone said to her on Facebook, it was just sad because this was all she talked about, and it just became her life. And also at the same time, I remember another lady. I'm trying to see if I can remember her name. Let me see if I can get here on the Skype, because her Skype account, hauntingly, you know, when people die, their Facebook timelines are still up forever. Their Skype accounts are still up forever. And, you know, so it's haunting to see that. And, but I don't think I can find her now. But there was this one lady who I had known for a while, and she was a lovely lady who started, for whatever reason, investigating child pornography, the child exploitationists, and like she said, they literally at one point turned her computer on without her turning it on. Her computer turned on and began operating and processing so fast at such a level beyond its capacity, it burst into flames. I believe everything she said in that regard. It's like, well, you know, it's like, don't investigate this shit. You know, why are you investigating this shit? There's no need for you to be investigating this shit. I mean, she was a mother who had all kinds of children who had grown up, and I guess she was just bored, and kind of like a bored, you know, woman who's a little older and has a little time on her hands, though she wasn't old, by my opinion. Anyhow, at some point, her husband just wound up leaving her because it turned out he had gambled all the family's money away, and then once he had gambled all the family's money away, he just took off and left, and then she wound up dying not too long thereafter. And the person who informed me of her death was Miguel Andahar, you know, which gives me suspicion he might have had something to do with it, with his occult connections and his connections to the pedo industry, that would have led him to consider her a target and an enemy, right? Because of her former investigations. It makes sense. And so there you go with that. It is what it is. If I ever remember her name, I'll share it, because she's dead, and obviously it can't do her any harm. But it's like with this woman and the other woman I was talking about, it's like why are they going into these morbid sewage slush heaps? It's but they bring no peace of mind to themselves, and the whole world becomes hell on earth for them. And they see enemies everywhere, and and back to Brendan with that. It's just to give further context to this. This woman is part of a people who are not connected. They're all atomized, but they're all suffering the same disease, the same psychosis. So please, Brendan, continue. And Brendan, holy shit, he's off mute. He's off mute. Let's see. Brendan, we cannot hear you. Yeah. Let me tell him. Tell him as well we cannot hear him.
We cannot hear you, Brendan.
No, I mean in text. In your own text.
Okay, I'll do.
Okay.
Oh, he left the call, looks like.
Yeah, he left the call. He'll come back, hopefully. There he is. Let's see if it works now. Oh, shit. Brendan, they got you. Jesus Christ. See if we can get you off mute. You're off mute.
Where are you?
No, he's leaving and coming back. He's trying to make it work on the call. I shouldn't have interrupted.
I'm just texting him. Say.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not quite sure that question helps.
Yeah, no. But it lets him know that I noticed that he has vanished, in a sense.
Maybe. There he is. Okay, Brendan. Come off mute.
How about now?
Yes, thank God. What the fuck happened?
Okay, nothing happened. It just stopped. The mic got cut off, even though I wasn't on mute and anything. But at least let me tell my side of the story. God damn it! Yeah.
Yeah, please, by all means, you do it.
But no, I wasn't saying that to you. Saying that to the alphabet soup out there.
Yeah, fuck them. Well, that's what they're trying to prevent. Yeah, so just take it away from this point forward.
Because the whole point of me bringing it up was when I brought her up on air the other day, they actually activated her as an asset and fucked me over.
It's so true. It's so true. I believe that completely.
That's why I was trying to bring it up, because not only is it going to protect me, but it'll also give context to everything that you say is true, because, it was like they flipped her like a switch.
It's so true. Go on. Yeah.
So, anyways, I had that agreement with her. I moved in, and she's falling down the rabbit hole even more. Goes to Germany for a month. I take care of her house, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
She comes back and she says, "You rearranged my whole house. This is not what I wanted," and all that stuff. So I said, that's fine. I won't be only be here temporarily. I'll have to finish the classes that I'm in and, start getting, working on getting different jobs, whatever. So we were on mutual terms. And I agreed. And I had, while she was gone, she had given me all the utility bills, and I balanced her books to where the rent I was paying would completely cover all of her utilities to a T. It was like on a spreadsheet and everything. And we were on the same page. And then when she gets back, because of the cascaded memories or whatever, she forgot all of that.
Yeah.
And so within 1 month, her books are completely fucked. All her utility bills, according to her, are like skyrocketing and all this stuff. And so she's perceiving me as some kind of leech. This is like pretty much what she's saying, that I'm just taking advantage of her, I'm scamming her. So slowly over time, she's like falling into this mindset, right? That somehow I'm scamming her, even though I'm paying her on time every month on the first of the month.
But she's also malevolently beginning to typify you as the enemy. Was it after she came back from Germany where she started saying, "Is that the new satanic haircut? Is that how you have to have the style to get hired? The new satanic."
So she's seeing she's perceiving everyone as some kind of enemy. And this is like a schizophrenic paranoia that often manifests in these conspiracy type people, which gives the whole truther field a bad name. Right. Because when these people go so far down the eighth house without any basics, that's why I brought up basics earlier. Yeah. People that go into that, what?
Oh, Brendan, Sid was just agreeing, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
But by the way, I want you to be aware that George Knight has joined us. But George Knight, say hello, and I want you to be patient because you got all night with us, right? And basically, Brendan is going through something that is directly affects all of us. So he was living with this German scientist who was married to a Japanese scientist who then very suspiciously died. And so this will be your chance to wake up, have your morning coffee, while listening to Brendan address what happened. This German scientist he was living with and trying to take care of, they basically flipped her because she's been so brainwashed by the Q that she's been diving into the sewer of cyber shit all this time.
Yes.
She began to perceive Brendan as an enemy. So it's important to get this out there for our record.
Thank you.
And so,
Yes.
but welcome aboard, George. Thank you.
No, thank you for having me on, Douglas. And so sorry to hear that, Brendan. Please continue. Apologise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Gratitude. It's good to hear from the Blessed Isles. So I appreciate that. And so that's what has been happening. Where was I?
Yeah, so she came back from Germany, then started talking about your haircut amongst other things.
Okay.
Yeah, go. Yeah.
So she forgot about the whole plan I had put in place, which was I balanced her books. I had set up the house. I had cleaned up all years worth of dust and garbage, and meanwhile I maintained all of her stuff. Nothing was moved or messed, or some of it was moved around, but it was just to clean behind it, right?
Yes.
It wasn't like moved into another room or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
It was just everything was dusted and cleaned, and then the only thing that had happened is I had to remove a bunch of stuff from the kitchen cabinets because there were mealworms and stuff from the fridge was rotting and literally leaking out of the fridge. So any normal person would throw that away. There's no reason to have moths flying out of your cupboards and destroying all the other food, contaminating.
Yeah.
Literally a pest problem.
Yeah.
So I had resolved that for her, brought in a washer and dryer, made the place livable, fixed some of her electrical outlets that were broken, hundreds of dollars worth of work, unclogged the kitchen sink, which cost me about $200 to rent the machine to do a professional plumbing job. And as I said earlier, I gave her a computer. So this is thousands of dollars worth of work for free, just out of compassion and, mutual understanding that she was helping me, I was helping her, right?
Yeah.
And then the second she comes back from Germany, all of that's forgotten. And then she's like, why did you do this? You disrespected my whole house by not asking me to do this. And I was like, well, we had it clear, the plan was clearly in place.
Yeah.
And then she said, oh, there's a lot of stuff you didn't do that a lot of my plants are dead. And I was telling her, I'm working full time and I did water everything. We had sprinklers going. I did the best I could to take care of her garden. It's a massive garden. And she's unemployed, so it's easy for her to do. She has all day. So, and I tried to explain that to her. So, all of this stuff goes down, right?
Yeah.
And so slowly in the last few months, it's I am becoming this, in her head, I'm becoming this leech that's parasitizing off of her and costing her all this money. Meanwhile, when I balance the books, including paying all of her half of the utilities, she would have over $1,500 of pure profit to play around with.
Yeah.
Just having someone renting her house. So this is someone with no job, who with a renter is able to live for free, which I had explained to her. I gave her all the math, the spreadsheets, and everything.
Yeah.
And within months, she's not paying the bills, and then they come in astronomically high, double the cost of what they normally are. And she's saying, look, this is 1 month's worth of bills. It's over $500. And I said, no, this is 2 months worth. And I broke down all the bills with her. And she's like, why don't you believe me? You're calling me a liar? And I'm like, no, we're going to break this down on paper. So we did, right?
Yeah.
So whatever, I paid her an extra $200 on the original fixed cost amount, right?
Yeah.
So not to bore people with details, but basically I paid her way more
than she deserved.
Her half of the utilities.
Yeah.
Way more than she deserved.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, she's telling me, oh, I don't want you taking a shower too long because when you take long showers, it's sinking the foundation of the house. She's like, there's cracks. Yeah, this is the shit I had to do. There's cracks in the house that are forming that have something to do with you because you brought all your stuff and now you're taking showers every day. And originally she wanted me to use a bucket. I would have to fill up a bucket with cold water while the water was heating up and then pour it outside to quote unquote save water. This is the kind of psychosis she's in.
Yeah.
And then eventually I stopped doing that, and she said, oh, now it's sinking the foundation of the house. Meanwhile, there's a tree, a massive tree in the backyard that had fallen, nearly hit her house, but has fallen parallel to the house. That's been there for over a year and a half, which I offered to help take care of. I brought a saw and everything, and we could rent a chainsaw, whatever. I gave her so many options. And she said, no, the tree is still alive. You can't kill it because, you know, that proves that if you kill my tree, that proves that you're under control of the 5G.
Yeah.
Literally verbatim.
Yeah.
Verbatim what she said. And I was like, well, the tree's going to damage your house. You know, what the fuck? That's just insane. Like, you know, I don't like killing it either, but it's just the...
And she claims the tree is, of course, protecting her from 5G, which, of course, it's not. Yes.
It's insulating her from the 5G. Meanwhile, when I open my computer, there's about 20 Wi-Fi networks in the neighborhood that are just like...
frying her if
she's bathing in Wi-Fi every day and sitting on a computer for 12 hours.
Yes.
Which is connected by Ethernet cable, but you're still like getting the screen, like the blue light and shit into your eyes.
Yeah.
But anyway, all of that aside, the tree is sinking, is basically compacting because we've had so much rain in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
That the tree fell down a year ago because of this rain, this kind of storms, and then the last few storms, the tree is shifting the soil underneath her house, and it's causing the foundation to crack.
Yeah.
And so instead of me explaining that it's the tree that's doing it, she's convinced that it's me that's doing it, and somehow I'm some kind of satanic plot that's entered her home. Even though I, you know, known her for years and we had originally agreed upon all this prior to moving in. Nothing was new. Nothing was, you know, out of the ordinary. I didn't do a bait and switch or anything, right?
Yeah.
You know, so completely.
They probably. I mean, there's still a lot of American military bases in Germany. She probably checked into one of those to get reprogrammed. And
by the way, her current house is catty corner to a military base in or it's still owned by the Feds, but it was an Air Force base.
Yeah.
And it's the Air Force base that when we had the wildfires here a couple years ago, Trump had landed there in California.
Yeah.
And did his press conference.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Yes.
So she's literally in the den of the beast.
Yeah.
And, you know, she is projecting this stuff onto me as if I'm some kind of... And so during this time, I go and get a haircut, right?
Yeah.
And I wake up, you know, and this is I'm applying for another job because now I'm working 2 jobs, right?
Yeah.
So I wake up in the morning, it's super early, and, you know, my hair is like sticking up, right? You know, you have bedhead.
Yeah.
And I guess it looked to her like it was like 2 horns, right? So I walk out and I say, oh, good morning. Like, it's so beautiful outside. This is literally what I said. I was like, oh, it's so beautiful. Look at all the birds.
Looking like Dagwood Bumstead. Yes, go on.
Yeah. And I'm like trying to be positive, and she's like, is this what the Satanists do? Are you a Satanist? With your Satanist haircut, that's the only way you can get a job. I was like, what the fuck did you just say to me? I didn't say that exactly, but I was like, are you serious right now? Yeah. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, first of all, don't call me a Satanist. That's some bullshit. And second of all, I just woke up and this is just how my hair is. And she's like, oh, well, that must be how you're getting these jobs and stuff. And I'm like thinking to myself, you know, that's some bullshit, because if I was a real Satanist, I'd actually have millions like those other guys.
Thank you. They always come up with that shit to the people who are not. By the way, that Dagwood Bumstead is what I meant by the hairstyle. You know, spikes on either side.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was Dagwood. It was literally Dagwood. Yeah. But in her head, it was devil horns. This is how psychotic shit.
Yes.
So, yeah. So this is funny. This is where it gets ridiculous. So that happened, and then so things start devolving after that because I'm pissed. And she knows I'm pissed. I'm just like, all right, well, this is bullshit. You're not gonna fucking just insult me on a daily basis and call me a Satanist and all this shit. So I try and keep it kosher and, you know, some semblance of peace. And Like, I pay her on time. She gives me that whole diatribe about how the bills have went up astronomically, but then when I actually calculated it, because the utility bills will show this year and last year, you know, year to date, and I calculated it, it was like a $70 or $80 difference, which is normal because there's a second person living in the house. So, but you can't explain this to someone who's completely insane. Like, there's no way that they can understand that. So in her head, I'm living for free, quote unquote. Meanwhile, I paid her extra money on top of the fixed rate that we agreed upon. And then she turns off the hot water heater while I'm living there full time.
Yeah.
She turns it off to like to a situation where like the water doesn't get hot at all. So when I confront her about it, I said, you know what? Like, first of all, it's wrong, and you know it's wrong. Second of all, it's totally illegal to do that to a renter.
Yes.
And then, you know, that's just total bullshit. And she said, oh, I was just testing it out for a couple days. And then I was like, no, that's bullshit because you know, you never moved it before. Why is it all of a sudden happening after I paid her the utilities and all that? Right. And then she says, well, why would you touch it? It's my house. You can't touch that stuff. And I said, no, I made it clear that I had touched it before because when she was in Germany, I was sending her like emails and phoning her about the updates.
Yeah.
And I told her I turned it up. And she, of course, conveniently, the cascading memories wiped that out. She's like, you never told me. I just came home one day and I found it. And I was like, what the fuck? Okay, so then I start moving out because I'm like, all right, this situation is just going to devolve into pure madness. Which
Yes.
it is. It did. Which is why I'm talking about it. So, and then she starts saying, I'm missing boxes as I'm moving. And my stuff, mind you, is stacked with a sheet over it to demarcate it from the rest of the house. Clearly, you know, like my stuff versus her stuff and nothing. And first of all, I wouldn't want a bunch of dusty old boxes with like, you know, her like weird shovel, you know, like hoarder shit. It's like hoarder stuff.
Yeah.
And so she's convinced that I took one of her boxes. And I'm saying, I was like, I am, you know, and I even sent an email and said, like, with everything, all what I'm saying listed here, just to say, you know, this is for the record, I would not take any of your stuff and there's no reason to. And you're welcome to come to my new house and look at all the boxes I have. And then she just keeps insinuating that I'm stealing her box. And I'm like, what is this box? Let's go look for it. And then she's like, I don't have time to look for it. And I'm like, well, I'm going to help you. We're going to go through all your boxes and look for it. And she's like, oh, I don't have that kind of time. And then spends the next 3 hours following me around the house, insinuating that I'm taking stuff from her house.
Of course.
Which is absurd because I'd been living there for a month when she wasn't even there. And then I'd been living there for 6 months. It's like, why would I take stuff at the end of that whole fiasco? Like, it's just crazy.
Yes.
So basically what happens is she moves stuff, and whatever kind of brain damage she has from the cascading memories,
Yeah.
she forgets it, completely forgets it.
Like a squirrel.
And then she says,
Yes.
huh?
Like a squirrel.
And then she says, oh, someone's coming into my house when I'm not around and planting these things to scare me. So it's like the gang stalking worked and completely damaged her, basically. So she's convinced that someone keeps coming in, and I was like, what are you talking about? So I'm trying to, like, you know, every accusation she throws at me, I explain it away and I put it in writing on this email. This is like a whole litigation list.
Yeah.
And then she says, there's more. I'm like, okay, well, what's the more? Like, let's get this over with, that type of thing. And she says, when I was gone, my car, I wrote down the mileage on my car, and there's 6 kilometers difference on the mileage. And I was like, first of all, it's an old-ass Toyota with like 300,000 miles. Like, if it was a BMW, okay, maybe I would drive it, but not some old, dilapidated shit that's just, you know, it's like I wouldn't even trust it to drive 6 kilometers.
Yes.
But I didn't tell her that, but it's like, I wouldn't fucking trust that car 1 kilometer.
Yes.
And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I wouldn't drive your car. I have no need to drive your car. And then she starts telling me, oh, there's one. Someone has a 3rd copy of the key. And I'm like, who has a copy of the key? And she's like, I don't know. She's like, I don't know. I find my house open all the time and key stuff is unlocked. And apparently she's never heard of lock picking in her life.
Yeah.
And
or basically she's opening these things herself and not locking them and forgetting it. Yeah.
Yes. So she's having lapses of memory, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the only other explanation.
Yeah.
So she's convinced that people are like planting stuff in her car. So she's full blown schizophrenic, essentially.
Yeah.
You know, which is unfortunate, but the point is, I'm not trying to get caught up in this fiasco one. So it devolves into this argument where she's saying, "You're some kind of scammer," and I'm like, okay, so what kind of scammer gives you $1,000 computer, fixes your entire house, and does all this work for free? I was like, what kind of scammer is that? She has no response.
She's just at this point, she's hopeless. Yeah. She's beyond help, and of course you have to leave as soon as possible just to get yourself out of there, because I would be afraid for my personal safety, in the sense that she might set the house on fire. She might.
So I'm not sleeping there, but some of my stuff is still there. But I tried my best to, I don't know how to say it, but basically threaten her. I said, I have all this stuff on record, and when I move out, I will have to have a chaperone from the local sheriff. Yeah. And then that seemed to kind of straighten her out for now. Yeah. So I'm going to be leaving. Well, I have an appointment to have some movers come, and we'll just take all my stuff in one go. Yeah. So good. So that it'll be done by the end of the week. But the point is, every time I deal with her, these fallacies keep increasing. Yeah. So this insanity keeps increasing, and she's devolving. This is basically go on. Apart at the seams.
Yeah. Well, basically, this is to prove that no good deed goes unpunished. That your idea of helping this person out of respect for their culture, because of their background and their resume, what they once were, that all of this is basically a misdirected sense of respect. That in the end you realize that this person has been damaged beyond repair, and it's basically programmed. That like I said, when she went to Germany, she probably checked into one of the American military bases still in Germany and just got reprogrammed. That's exactly what happened.
They cascaded her memory, and she doesn't know it. But.
Yeah, just to by the way, George Knight says he was going to the bathroom. He's still listening. If he's back, I do want him to give him. I'm going to give him an example of this. By the way, he says 100% agree, Douglas. So if he's back, George, let us know. I want to bring up a good example here this is very similar to. So we're going to segue to George, and George has a lot to share with us tonight, but we're going to take our time about it. Because, of course, I mean, Brendan may have to go to bed soon because of work, but...
Can I just say?
I want you to stay as long as you possibly can, because
there's one important point why I'm able to stay up with you guys.
Okay.
Because my current home, that my permanent house, is completely taken apart, and the contractors haven't finished working on it. Yeah. So I'm basically rendered homeless in my car again for about a week. And the person. So the person I was supposed to stay with, he ended up falling ill.
Oh, God.
And because the house is they're a bunch of, they're good friends of mine. They allow me to stay there if I need to crash there, right? Yeah. But the problem is they all got sick because they're all burners. They go to Burning Man and shit.
Oh, God.
So the whole house is sick, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to come over for at least a few days until you guys recover. And so I'm rendered basically with no place to go. With very few options.
Well, I mean, would you consider bunking in with Sid for a few days?
Well, that I would if I didn't have to work two jobs simultaneously. So I couldn't commute.
Okay, like that. So it's simply too far away.
Yeah. It's simply too far. Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, and mind you. So the whole time this lady's causing issues, I'm working two jobs. I'm out of the house over 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
So this whole thing she's cooked up about all this stuff is beyond. This is why I wanted to put it on record. I mean, it's beyond insane. Which goes without saying, but I just want to make it clear. That,
No, no, no,
And I
no.
presented her options, like I had set up the fireplace so she can burn. She has tons of firewood in the backyard, but she won't burn it because she has some kind of issue, mental situation.
Of course.
But that would cut down on her heating bill by 90%, but she just hasn't done it.
Yeah.
And instead, she spends 12 hours a day on the computer watching videos. Like, I wake up in the morning, and it's like gruesome detail about what vaccines are doing to people. Like, this lady is covered in leprosy, bloody leprosy spots, and shit's coming, squids are coming out of her arteries. This is what she wakes up and has her coffee to.
Yeah, Morgellons syndrome shit. That's called.
Yeah, literally a whole video about Morgellons.
Yeah. Which
is fine. I know about it, and I've been in that field, quote unquote field, about conspiracy and different diseases and stuff. But when that becomes your 12-hour a day job, side job, whatever, full-time.
No,
job,
obsession. This is her obsession.
Her obsession.
Yeah.
And then she watches things about cancer doctors.
Yeah.
How to cure cancer and all this stuff because she has whatever survivor's guilt and stuff.
Yeah.
Which that I understand. But
it's still not sanity. That's still insane.
It's not healthy.
Yeah. And Noreen was obsessed with Morgellons. Noreen was convinced she had Morgellons syndrome, and it was.
This lady's convinced too. Yeah.
Oh, she also thinks she has Morgellons syndrome?
She keeps getting these weird health conditions that are pretty much psychosomatic.
Yeah.
And because she takes so many supplements and colloidal silver, all the stuff that's happening to her is totally psychosomatic in my opinion.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There is a level of damage that they've done to her over the years, but at this point it's pretty much self-generated toxicity.
Yeah.
I hate to say it. Yeah.
So let me put some of this into some perspective for our listeners. There was this individual whose name I once had on record. It doesn't matter anyway. His name almost doesn't matter. I mean, it matters in the sense that it would help verify, vindicate, and validate what I'm saying. But honestly, if you don't believe what I'm saying, I don't see why you wouldn't, because the story, actually, I could understand why some people would find it difficult to understand, but I don't think it's particularly unbelievable. But what happened was some young investigative reporter who lived with his mother maybe at one point in his life, he wound up being taken in to the point of obsession, an obsessive fixation with the Zodiac killer in San Francisco. So for those of you who don't know, in the 1960s, the Zodiac killer became infamous in the 60s through the 70s because he would murder a woman, and he would say they were going to become his slaves in the afterlife. And he was basing a lot of his murders on the occult. He would send cryptic zodiacally based messages to taunt the FBI. He was never caught, but one of the things that happened was everybody who spotted him saw him in a military combat uniform, what they would call BVDs, or battle dress fatigues. So he would leave footprints on the scene of the crime that were combat boot footprints from Army issue combat boots. This wasn't just surplus store bullshit. This person was obviously militarily trained and operating with this kind of fixation in California. And so then what happened was, Michael Aquino, of course, had put this into context for me as being a member of his so-called California Little League of serial killers. Yeah, and but the thing about this investigative journalist who began investigating the Zodiac killer was that he began really tracking this guy down. There were things that he pointed out, such as this individual had sent letters to various political officials, and it turned out the letters he sent to them were tracings of their own street numbers from off of their front doors, that sort of thing. So very specific tracery in other words, the Zodiac killer wanted the politicians to know that he had been at their front door, that he had traced the numbers on their front door, that sort of thing. So nobody had ever pointed that out with the FBI investigations. This young journalist was pointing that out. So he felt he was getting closer. And then what happened was he began receiving strange phone calls at night, and it was in the dead of night when a person would be in their deepest sleep. And this is psyops, Pavlovian bitch training bullshit. And this crazy motherfucker began answering these phone calls, and he was always hoping that the person at the other end of the line would finally tell him something about his quest for the Zodiac Killer. And but instead the person would always either just kind of heavy breathe, maybe sometimes he heard some breathing, but mostly just hang up. And but he might hear some breathing, but only incidentally on their way to hanging up. So he was just answering this as part of a training. He was being trained to the point where he said if he ever vacationed or traveled, he would still wake up at that time at night. Exactly, because of his indoctrination through the phone call, he would reflexively wake up at that time of night automatically. This is how Pavlovian bitch this guy was trained. And then finally, he bent over backwards and went through county sheriffs and FBI and other sources and was asking and conferring and comparing all these sources until he finally traced where this call was coming from. And it turned out it was coming from a military base, a U.S. military base, an American military base in Germany. Now, by the way, this was in the 80s that he was investigating this, when we still did not have cell phones yet. Cell phones we had pagers. We had pagers in the 80s and 90s. Still have them in the 90s. So for people who don't know this, younger people who might not be aware of this, a call from across the Atlantic like that is hundreds of dollars. So that means whoever was calling him every night had like a $200 to $300 phone bill every night that they were willing to spend just to harass this individual. That's federal budget shit. There's nobody else is going to operate on that level other than federal budget. So these were coming to him from a military base, because this was the command center for the Zodiac Killer, was from this American military base in Germany. So this is something that I knew from Michael Aquino. So, when I knew there was no point in approaching this journalist and telling him that, because while he was being interviewed, and then the interviewer directly asked him, so when you found out it was coming from this military base in Germany, did you ever fly to Germany, to that military base, to find out more? And he said, no, that's beyond the scope of my investigation. And at that point you realize this guy's just a tool. This guy is just another brainwashed tool, just this side of the Zodiac Killer. The only thing he's meant to do is to increase the legend, basically like be the bard or the storyteller for the Zodiac Killer. He's just another government product who's out there simply programmed to increase the myth and therefore the potency of the Zodiac Killer meme, so that when they send another guy out, or the same guy, to kill again, that his narrative doesn't have a break. You get what I'm saying? So the narrative's unbroken. That this man's the bridge between the narratives. So this is like what's going on with this woman. When she went to Germany, she went to a U.S. military base, got reprogrammed, came back, and basically you are the target, Brendan. You are the target because of your affiliation with myself, and anything that's happening is simply to provoke her to attack you more, to the point where ultimately they're hoping that you kill her to get or injure her or do something to get implicated legally where they can press charges against you. They want.
Which for the record, I would not do. That's why I'm partially why I'm on here.
Yes.
Is like, I would, I have no ill intention towards her, which I put in my my file.
Yeah,
like,
but
the email that I sent. Yeah.
Thank you. But they're trying to get her to provoke that, so that they can press charges.
Which is why I brought it up, because when I brought it up in more detail on your program last week and the week before.
Yeah.
Ever since then, it's been exponentially worse.
Yeah.
Like whatever entity they put inside of her or like have near her is like definitely advanced.
Yeah.
And I could go into details if people want the occult details, but I'm just sticking with facts for now.
No, but this makes perfect sense. The moment that you came out a little bit with the story, they went overdrive and
They
activated
flipped the
her.
switch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at that point, she was an active asset, and as an active asset, she's just going to be harassing and attacking you nonstop. And so it's
Right.
So you did the right thing by getting out of the house, and there's no mercy for this individual. They're the enemy. They're the enemy at this point, and it's like that being ascertained. Anything else that you want to get on record about this?
Yeah, just that's pretty much sums it up. There's like other details like she had been she basically says I'm a Satanist because I have like Vedic deities in my room, right? So she considers that idolatrous, right? Because she's a quote unquote Christian. And then she was saying, read the 10 Commandments, and I was like, can you tell me the 10 Commandments without opening the book? And she's like, it doesn't matter. And I'm like, no, like tell me them, right? Like thou shalt not have any other gods, thou shalt not have graven images. She couldn't even list them.
Yeah.
But she's so fucked up with her programming. She was saying, you can't talk about Christianity. You have to know the 10 Commandments. And she was fixated on the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
And I was bringing up or previously, not in this conversation, but I was telling her about like Matthew, like the actual teachings of Jesus.
Yeah.
Like real Christianity.
Yeah.
And she has no idea. Like she's just totally programmed.
No, it's all programmed. The Christianity to them is just a trigger word used to, she doesn't know what the 10 Commandments are. I mean, basically, there's also a bunch of stupid shit in the 10 Commandments that doesn't even make any sense. Like, thou shalt not feast on Sundays or something like that. There's but then, of course, there's thou shalt not covet another man's wife, which is like, well, that's like fucking impossible. If a woman walks by and she looks hot and you say, damn, I wish I could get into that. That's not like, so what? It's not rape. It's not like, it's
basically all of that whole
You're gonna burn
no
it.
Christian ever does.
Yeah.
On a daily basis, except for not killing people.
Yeah. There you go. And
there's a few other things, like little things, like I guess I could just bring out the occult thing, but
yeah.
She's obsessed with like the COVID spike and how it's related to snake venom and all that, which like there's some truth to that, but she's like gone overboard with it. But the reality is she's infected with whatever that is, because when I would go in the house to like when I'm packing my boxes, she started hissing, literally, when I like making hissing noises. And like an idiot, I asked her, I was like, why are you making those noises? Like, what's going on? And she said, the iPhone is beaming it into your head and you're hearing these things. And I'm like, okay.
Wow.
So that's where we're at, that's where we're at.
Just, yeah, so...
It's definitely an entity, and she doesn't have enough psychic defense. And you know how I know it's a cult, mainly?
Yeah.
Like there's some kind of entity that they programmed her with?
Yeah.
Is because I put runes, like I said before, I put runes around the house to protect the house, which have worked.
Yeah.
Because during these storms, nothing had affected the house at all, except for her corner of the house.
Yeah.
A branch fell on her corner of the house where there's no rune.
Yeah.
Because she has like this pathological fear of the runes, where she's trying to like scrub them off.
Yeah. That shows that she's possessed. That shows that she's possessed.
She's possessed. Yeah, exactly. She's possessed.
Yeah. In other words, as Aquino said, they insert an entity. An entity was inserted. Yeah. So go on. Yes.
Yeah. So that is proven by the point that she's like, what's the word? Like angrily reacts to the runes being even present.
Yeah.
And so, that's the proof that.
Well, just consider
even
yourself.
though it's protecting her house, and then she said it's not Christian, and I sent her a whole article about how the earliest Christians in Europe, they used runes as a way to communicate with Christ himself.
Yeah, that she's not. That's not going to get through. That's not going to get through to her.
She didn't even acknowledge it.
Yeah, I mean, you're just lucky you haven't woken up to see her crawling across the ceiling and shit, like in, various fucking films, where...
It's pretty much at that point, which is why I'm not staying there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you don't want to stay there to where it gets to that point. If she's hissing at you already, it's bordering on that. Yeah, and so such.
Knowing all of this in context, I shouldn't take it personal. That's kind of the lesson here. Is like,
Well, take it personally in the sense that
she claims she's. Oh.
Yeah, go on. She claims that she's what? She claims what?
Oh, I'm saying she claims she's a targeted individual, but I'm the one who happens to be in more, more of a targeted situation, but she just won't accept it.
No,
I've
of course not.
I've never explained it to her, but
because even if you.
That's what's so offensive about it is.
Thank you.
She's saying I'm a Satanist and I told this to her. I opened my mouth, which you shouldn't usually do in these kind of crazies. But I said. I was like, you're the one who worked for Stanford and Berkeley. You're the fucking Satanist. You're basically. Yeah. So there's no, you at a minimum, you worked for them. I don't have that history of working for them.
Thank you. Thank you.
So her whole point is invalid just off that. But, like you said, there's no logic.
No.
Once there's an entity involved in possession, there's no logic.
Yeah, no. Beyond that, this is the pattern of everything. If you take a look at, George Knight can testify to this, if you take a look at the early Stephen Outram columns, he's calling me a Satanist. He's calling Douglas Dietrich as a Satanist.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this is like, this is their obsession, is to take the targeted individual, claim they're a Satanist when they're part of the gang stalking. She is a gang stalker, and what happened was they lured you, entrapped you into a situation that they exploited her background and your sympathies. Yeah. And things that she had done for you in the past. They exploited all that to draw you into an entrapped situation where they then basically flip the switch, they turn her on, and any incident that happens, it ratchets up the tension where she's going to, again, just say it's you. And then, again, the whole thing is to be as offensive as possible. And take it personally. It is personal. It's personally directed against you. These forces at the military base in Germany are the same people who controlled the Zodiac Killer. These are that have basically are manipulating her.
This.
Yeah.
And get this. So today, as I'm trying to move my stuff, and I was engaging her, and we were talking and whatever, arguing about stuff. Right after that, after the hissing situation, I'm outside the front of the house packing, moving plants, because I had my garden stuff there. A guy in fatigues walks by the house, doesn't look at the house at all, walks directly by the house and turns the corner, and he has like some kind of pouch in his hand, which there is a military base nearby, but it could be serendipitous, like he just happens to be coming home from work, but in context, that's pretty suspect.
I think I want
that on record.
Yeah, thank you. No, it makes perfect sense. And I remember guys who had told me on Facebook, they said, Douglas, we were talking about you, me and my friend, and suddenly a military Jeep drove up to our home and parked and turned its lights on and, brighted us in our own home. And we didn't know what to do. I get reports like this all the time. So understand that.
And so, like, how do I put it? Like, if something happens to her since I left this morning, like, I left this morning at 10 a.m., if they try and pull some shit and frame me, I was not there. I have not been there all day, and I have, receipts to prove it.
Excellent.
More than enough receipts to prove it.
Excellent.
That's what I want to get on record, So
Excellent.
If they try and pull some shit like that, that's not going to work either. So.
Yeah, no, that's the most important thing of all. So thank you. And with that, stay with us as long as you want. George Knight is going to start talking, and we're going to count on you to also communicate with us. And honestly, I think that this is a great time to cover a lot of issues besides World War II. And I don't know, George, since you've started on this adventure, I don't know if you've really been subject to any gang stalking whatsoever, or have been maybe leery or reluctant to share any of that. I hope you have not experienced any such, but mostly you've just been involved with work and family and I guess share whatever you're willing to share.
Yes, thank you, Douglas, and I really appreciate you having me on, actually, and I really appreciate Brendan being on with us, because I hope he can stay on for as long as possible, because I feel like we can interact and have a lot to contribute towards the show, and for people to listen to our perspectives on the reality of the world around us and what we endure and what we experience. Unlike, unfortunately, with Brendan's case, with the whole response from that individual calling them a liar, I've never had that, which is I'm very grateful, because there is nothing nobody could come at me with to refute or dispute anything that I've presented in terms of historical evidence, historical fact. I'd never get branded a liar or anything like that. So I'm very fortunate with that, and I've never suffered any form of gang stalking, occult attacks. Obviously, we've concluded that obviously they have tried to, what would you call it, occult initiate myself into turning to their side and backing them up. But obviously, I know that I've proven time and time again what liars they all are, and there's nothing they can contribute towards my benefit. So if they knew more than what Douglas knew, then I'm still waiting for an individual out there that knows more than him. So about what I seek, about everything that I pursue. So I'm with Douglas 100% all the way for the rest of my life. So he's got my backing and support forever. So I just wanted to just present that and share that, Douglas. So
thank you.
They'll love for all of us, me and Brendan, to turn towards their side, but that's not going to happen. I don't believe that's ever going to happen, and we obviously know better. So I'm completely immune to it, so there's nothing they can do to myself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes, I just needed to get that out there.
Well, definitely.
Yes, I really appreciate that, George. That's very
thank you.
Well said.
And the quality of your sound has increased astronomically, Brendan. Where did you go now that increased your quality of sound so much?
I just put my headphones on.
Oh, okay. Gosh, I wish you had them on throughout the night. By all means, George, now, of course, what do you feel about King Charles and the cancer situation? We do not know what kind of cancer he has, do we? I mean, it strikes me that I don't think it's much to worry about. Somebody at his age, I would assume it was prostate cancer because of what they...
I believe... Yes, I think you're right, Douglas. I think it was prostate that they announced. I think that's what they through the tests that they conducted on him. I think that's what the headline said, that he was undergoing some form of prostate treatment, suspected of cancer. That's all I know. I have not really ascertained any of the information from the news recently, actually. I just wanted to back up on what Brendan was saying, and also with the sewer shit that we call it, the cybernet, where people just dwell on, dive into, and they just consume all that just disinformation, false information, and they project it onto others in a very psychotic or crazy. I just think it's malevolent, and it's a form of indoctrination. These people, what they and I just find it very it's an assault. It's assault attacks on people that, when they talk about 5G, they project a fear mongering of radio waves and television waves and frequency waves that are penetrating our human cells, that are manipulating our very genome. I just find it all just very
offensive.
Very offensive.
Yeah.
That
was what was so funny. She was saying something about your because the iPhone's on, it's like everything you think is basically I was being mind controlled, and I was like, I was like, you don't know anything about Wi-Fi. And she's like, I have a PhD. You don't think I know anything about that? I was like, yes. I just straight up told her, I was like, yes, you don't know anything about frequencies or Wi-Fi. Like, obviously not, because you're swimming in it right now and you think
Yes.
you're immune somehow. Or, like, it's bizarre.
Yes. Yeah. Go on.
And even when someone believes they have a credential or a qualification in a field, they believe they have more of a right over what you present.
Yeah.
Like when I present the right craft, for example, and then I have a colleague say that he has a physics background, and he says that anything in the ocean depths of several kilometers beneath the sea level would be consumed or compressed and obliterated through the compression of the levels down there, the depth levels, and nothing can survive. That's material, and so that when someone says that they have a background in something, it doesn't mean they are right and they have a authority over what you are presenting. And so that just reminds me of that Brendan, when
Exactly.
the individual, the lady said she has a PhD, but a PhD in what? Do you have
biophysics, and like, of course everything has pros and cons, but like, to take it to the level where she's taking it is just not, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Like a 5G wave can't do what she's saying it does, but that's part of the propaganda. She claims that she hates the Russians, but she's watching propaganda 24/7 that is all Russian propaganda.
Thank
which
you.
I've told her from Douglas, like, what he said, and she's like, yeah, I hate the Russians, and then meanwhile 12 hours a day she's doing that. So
Yes.
yeah, that's how heavy the propaganda is. It's well crafted. We can at least give them that. It's well crafted.
This is what they're masters of. They're masters of manipulating the hearts and minds of the enemy. It's the only way they can win. They can't win militarily.
It's important to note, just quickly, just to wrap that part up. She is German, but she grew up on the of course, the East, in the East.
Behind the Iron Curtain. Behind the Iron
Curtain. And she grew up, like, she knew Polish and stuff, like, so she grew up in that kind of communist environment.
Yeah.
Yes.
So obviously she's been compromised.
Well, then she's totally compromised. Yeah, she's. This is like that woman that was working at the hotel where our man George used to work. You tell everyone about that. You had this Croatian operating like she was still in communist Yugoslavia and telling everyone to think on each other and shit. Go on.
Yes, absolutely. So that's what I endured for 12 years. It was her background was she came from communist Croatia, and she admitted that, but she retreated and she sought asylum in the UK during the Kosovo War during the 90s, when the Kosovo conflict was when that was initiated, when that broke out. So she fled the country to flee to the United Kingdom, and she left her family behind, which she has always regretted. She carries that guilt to the forever. She will carry that to the day she dies, and she's always emphasized that. But yeah, it was a spying report. It was always, and like, I remember just before I left the hotel, before I left that industry in hospitality, she just said to me, "Do not listen to Douglas Dietrich." And,
of all the things to say,
yes, and I never once mentioned Douglas's name to her. It was what other people was reporting to her, and so obviously she dived into that, listened to it, but obviously from her communist background, a form of indoctrination that she has been, susceptible to for decades of her own upbringing. And she even, when she was in school, they train them with firearms, so they learn to fight in school. So I remember her telling us the story that because she grew up in communist Croatia. She and Yugoslavia as well. She ventured into Yugoslavia as well for several years as well.
Well, just so our listeners understand, at that point in history, Croatia was part of Yugoslavia. But go on.
Yes. No, thank you. thank you for that,
Yeah.
Douglas. Yeah,
Yeah.
just I don't want to confuse anyone.
But
with
but
that.
she might have ventured into other parts of Yugoslavia, like Serbia or these other constituent parts. Yes. So cool.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And yeah, she would always talk about how she was always trained with firearms. But it was very frustrating for me, because whenever I wanted to speak about anything to do with history, if I mentioned anything, it was not work related, because they would always constantly talk about things not related to work. And when I tried to get into a conversation about anything, if I put in my perspective, I was always shut down. I was always told to, no, you're wrong, George. You're just wrong. I would never get called a liar. They'll just say to me just to stop talking. That was it. And the way they deflected it was they would call me a conspiracy theorist. So the individual that I worked with for many years, who plays video games very heavily, he would always tell everyone, "Oh, don't listen to George because he's a conspiracy theorist. Everything he tells you is nonsensical. It's nonsense and it's just ridiculous." And he was very. And they would always speak they were very antithetical, incredibly anti-Germanic, but they would always talk about how evil and horrible the Nazis were, and that was the terms they would use. And I would just literally just like shudder and walk away if I ever heard that, because it was just so offensive to me, just to hear them speak like that. It was so it was a horrible experience, as well as like I was very liked in that industry, in that hotel. I was very, very liked by everyone, but they couldn't afford to lose me. And she actually told me once, she goes, "If you weren't so loved by everyone, George, I would have you fired. I would sack you. I obviously don't want you here." But she said, "But because you're so loved, I can't do that." Wow. And she told me that in the office. She did tell me that, frankly, to my face, and in front of other witnesses as well.
Wow.
But that's what I endured. That was how bad it was. Yeah.
But at the same time, we concluded that she herself had this frustrated desire for you because she was almost protective of you. Like when she said something like "Don't listen to Douglas Dietrich," it's almost like
Yes.
she's fearing for you and what might happen to you. It's almost like she had this frustrated desire for you all these years and could never fulfill it. But definitely had an interest in you that was beyond professional, which caused her to behave in a certain way around you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, she had the pathological need, very similar to so many of these people. And for a while there, when Brooke was very symptomatic about processing out of her original drugs and out of that horrible lesbian relationship where the Bulldyke was abusive to her and everything else, well, she was processing out of that. She was doing what the enemy does, which was just anything I said, she would pervert it. And it's like when you were talking about the Julian calendrical system and astronomy, using that because it's much easier to calculate the future progression of the stars. She took that and immediately twisted it to like, oh, they can tell the future with the Julian calendrical calendar. She turned what you said into something astrological or prophetic, or divinatory. It's very bizarre.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
and thank you, Doug. Sorry, and just to also put out there that she also celebrated the Julian Eastern Orthodox Church calendar. So she celebrated Christmas at obviously in what we call the New Year. So she would always go by the Eastern Orthodox Church way of doctrine,
which is very strange because she's Croatian and the Croatians are generally Catholic. The Croatians are almost all militantly Catholic.
Yeah.
So that is very bizarre. Right. Where the fuck?
That's strange that these people growing up on the Iron Curtain, they all end up being like avid Christians.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, they all say that.
So
they all say that.
They all say that on the surface, right? And use that as like a thing.
Yeah, it's just manipulative. But go on, George. What were you going to say?
Sorry, but she was incredibly atheistic as well. She didn't believe in God. She said there was no such thing as God, and she would always be very. Yeah, she would talk about the church as a form of. She would very antithetical towards the church as well. But it was just, that was the reason for me bringing up the Julian calendar, the calendrical system.
Her adherence to Julian calendrical Christmas had to be programming. This had to be part of some programming, because most Croatians are Roman Catholic, even though they might have been somewhat atheistic just due to the communist state. Most of them didn't give a shit. It was mostly a cultural thing to separate themselves from the Serbs, who are Orthodox. So the fact that she would be celebrating the Orthodox Christmas, it was almost, it was, when she went to like Beograd, or the capital of Yugoslavia, it's like they put her under the hairdresser, so to speak, and turned on the electrical stimulation and got her all, brainwashed while her hair was wet. They did something to her. That doesn't make any sense. And
No.
so I'm atheistic, but I'm celebrating the Orthodox Christmas, but I'm Croatian. It's all fucked up.
It's all fucked. Yes, thank you, Douglas. And it really was. And I mentioned that it was another colleague, a totally different individual I haven't mentioned. He was in the room as well. And I mentioned that's why astronomers prefer to use the Julian calendar as opposed to Pope Gregory's calendar for astronomical future events astronomically. And that was then they just turned that around, they perverted it, they conflated it. And
both of them together. Both of them together.
Both of them together concluded that. And what I mentioned was a fact. And when they just said, "Oh no, it's to predict the future, or to project a premise on future events," they thought I was talking about that was their way of predicting the future on Earth, not astronomy. I'm talking about astronomy here, not anything to do with anything on Earth. So they completely perverted it, completely twisted this. Yes, it was an inversion. So it was just that was their pathological. That was the way they perceived everything. And when I showed her images and actual photographs, because her daughter she was studying archaeology at the University of Southampton. And she obviously had a massive fascination for Stonehenge, and I presented to her. I showed her images that in the last century, for the last century, the 100 years, there was the British government. They moved, and they basically what they did was to prevent the stones from toppling over onto all the tourists, which they're going up to the stones, and they were scratching them and leaning against them to prevent them falling down on the people themselves, onto the tourists. They would cement the stones in. So they had cranes to lift the rocks up and then place them in cemented into the cemented foundation to prevent them from falling over, because they were toppling over after being around for centuries. So I presented. They did that 3 times. I presented every single year to her, and she sent that information back, and I showed her the images, and she sent the images back and the information I said to her daughter. Then she presented it to her professor in archaeology, and he said that's not true. And then she came back, and then my boss came back to me and said the professor, her daughter's professor, said that I was wrong, so it must be true. And that's a qualified professor.
Yeah, so just goes to show they're full of shit. Half these people who have a PhD are just full of shit. Yeah, go on.
Thank you. Yes, and so these images. So what are these images then? Are they just Photoshop? Yeah. What are they? This was taken 100 years ago. Yeah. These photographs are black and white. Yeah. What are you? That was taken in the 20th century, in the very early ages of the 20th century, and they'd moved them 3 times. Yeah. In the very first decade of the 20th century, and in the 1950s as well. So it's all the 1960s. I can't remember if it was the 50s or 60s. People can look this up, but they actually had these operating cranes to move the rocks, so they're not in their geographical locations that they're originally put in. And then people just think that the stones have never been marked. But you can look at illustrations, former or prior diagrams of the rocks, and they are they're not the same place. Whether you want to call it that people think it's to do with alignment with the stars or astrological alignment on, it's not in the same geographical location as they originally were. People could just take a look at the original diagraphs of the rocks, and they're not in the same, the stones, they're not in the same place. So it was just over offensive, and there was no point me even counter arguing with with her, because it was just, she was just full of shit. And the irony of that was the receptionist that was at the desk who's listening to that conversation, because she doesn't do that personally one-to-one at a one-to-one level. She would only ever engage with myself when other people were present. She was too afraid to talk to me one-to-one. It was always when other people were around.
Interesting.
And the receptionist came to me afterwards and said, George, we went there literally just over the weekend, and the tour guide showed us that they are cemented into the ground.
Yeah.
So obviously they were placed into the cemented foundations to hold structures up. And she was like, I vetted and validated everything you said was true. Yeah. But obviously she was too afraid to speak up, because it was like she was like the commandant.
Yes, that was it. They were afraid to speak up before her. She had everyone intimidated, and
it was intimidation.
Yeah, based on this communist style system that she had grown up indoctrinated with.
Yes.
And so in terms of that, the other thing that Brendan brought up was that both you and he have parallel experiences with many people who are usually trying to malevolently impact you, do something that is negative towards you, oftentimes wind up paying a price. So Brendan has found out that this has happened multiple times with himself, like yourself. And I think that this is relevant, that both of you seem to have at least some sort of ability to karmically deflect what many of these people with malevolent intent, you have an ability to kind of karmically deflect back upon them their malevolent intent. I mean, if you could count how many cases, both of you, Brendan and George, how many cases would each one of you say you had of this? I mean, that you can consciously remember or, consciously recognize. I mean, feel free to take your time and count on your fingers, because this is something that I'm just wondering. I think both of you have this in common.
Yes.
And I think it's important.
Like minor things, lots of minor ones, but maybe like half a dozen of like where it was like a complete, like, I'm going to use an anime term, like Uchiha reflection, like the fan of destiny reflection. It's kind of like, it's not something I initiated, but it just happened like that, Everything falls into place where it blows back on the other party, like maybe half a dozen.
Yeah, half a dozen times.
And
yeah, go on, George.
And for me, Douglas, I cannot, and I have to say this is so important, I cannot strongly emphasize this. I didn't experience anything prior to knowing yourself. That's the correlation between me and Brendan, is it's only discovering yourself that is when this all happened. This is when it only happens. Prior to yourself, and now I was pursuing the Holocaust, I was pursuing 9/11. I never had any of that sort of malevolency towards myself in anything I was speaking about. Everything I was saying was validated and true and factual, but it was only until I started discovering yourself, and then I was presenting your expositions, and I was then presenting everything back to the people around me. That was when I noticed people started calling me a conspiracy. It was only because of that, and that's the correlation. That's to draw the parallels between me and Brendan. It would not happen otherwise if it wasn't. So there's obviously a link. There's a connection between us knowing yourself, and it is that decades of indoctrination that people believe that they are the victors of World War II, that Russia is our friend, not our enemy, and that was the reason for their response and malevolency towards us, because we're presenting that no, you are not the victors of World War II, and yes, Russia is definitely not your friend. They are definitely your enemy, and they're just two examples. Everything else, it's just. And even with like the H1N1, just another example, Douglas, the Spanish flu, the so-called Spanish flu, which we presented, as we know, as the American Army and Navy flew. When I showed that colleague who plays, my former colleague who plays video games, he just kept referring to the 2009 outbreak of H1N1, and I was like, I was trying to show him
like he was stuck in time. Like he's stuck in time. Go.
Flipping hell! And I was like, no. World War One, the outbreak, and it killed over 100 million people worldwide. I said it's very well factually documented. And he just kept saying, no, all I'm finding on the internet is about the 2009 outbreak under Obama. I was like, what are you? I was like, this is just preposterous. Sorry, I just had to throw that in there, Douglas. I've got so many things to speak about that we could go into, but we've got all night to do that. Yeah. But no, sorry, Brendan, I'll let you speak for the moment. I'm just going to have a quick toilet break.
Okay. Well, George is refreshing himself or relieving himself. Brendan, are you driving, Brendan? Brendan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to my resting for the night spot.
Okay. Yeah, stay safe. Jesus Christ. I know that you were at some weird-ass, funky-ass bridge one night where, it sounded pretty sketchy to me. I know. Yeah, it's, at any rate, I think that this is all...
that was when I was disposing of the coconut, yeah.
Yeah!
Right?
Yeah, that's right. It was, you were disposing of some of that shit. That's right. I remember distinctly. Yes. So you went over this bridge and it was like out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. And we're all saying, dude, be careful. And you actually went incommunicado there for several minutes. So we were extremely worried. Yeah, that was another time. Yeah. And so George is back. And so in terms of what we can talk about, I guess what concerned people was, what was it? Prince Harry went to talk to King Charles, like it was serious. He went to, see him right away. Like they had to really kind of come to terms with reconciliation while he was alive, that sort of thing. So, we can only say God save the king, right?
God save the king, yes.
But if something happens to him, who takes over at this point? Who becomes...
It'll be William. It'll be William, and then after William, it'd be George, his son, who I knew he was going to name it. So there was these bets. So if you go to these betting shops, you could have put bets just prior to George's birth, who's the oldest son of William. I knew he was going to be King George. I knew he was going to be named after myself. I just knew it, and I said that many times, and I was right when they announced it. And people were putting bets on it. I should have done it because I would have won a hell of a lot of money for doing that. But yes, it will be. Yeah, the next heir apparent is the king. It will be Prince William, who will be the new coronated king, and then it will be his son George, the oldest son George. We'll see what happens. But I just wanted to bring up very quickly, Douglas, because you can see pictures of Harry going back in the 90s. There was pictures of him dressed up in it was just the normal attire of the it wasn't the Waffen SS, it was the it was just a normal
it was just an armband.
Yes,
he just had an armband, a Nazi armband.
Yes, he went to a party. I think it was just a party that he attended. But then if people look up pictures of the late Queen Elizabeth II, her former Majesty, if you take a look at pictures of her, it's a black and white image of her performing the Adlucutio, the Roman salute. Yes, when she was a very young child. And they were taught how to do the Adlucutio, and it was just the connection with the German families, because they're all German descent. So it's very important. These things that people completely don't understand, and they're fully indoctrinated to believe that they're the villains of history, and it's still emphasized today, and people don't know why. No,
they're
it's all important. Yes.
Yeah, they're completely out of their minds. It's you're speaking to people who are demented by indoctrination. It has demented them and it's really fucking sad. But so such being said, how about with the other things that I think that one of the things that I forgot to tell you about, or basically what had happened in the past was you've gotten better at it. So George now tells us when he has to do something. And I'm so glad he does that. By the way, Sid has always been in that habit, and thank you, Sid, for cultivating that habit. But for the longest time, George would just check out, and he would just walk away and do something without telling us, and we'd be talking to him, and he'd be gone. It was extraordinarily frustrating. So thank you for picking up the habit of doing otherwise. So one of the things that I did not have a chance to bring up with you in the fairly recent past was what had happened with COP28. Now, you're familiar with the Conference of Parties and that this was the 28th Conference of Parties. Any of this strike any bells with you? Any of this?
Oh, yes. Consciously, yes. Subliminally or peripherally aware of it, Douglas. Yes, I should say. Yes.
Anything about it anything?
No. Nothing I can share. Nothing I can actually contribute towards that, I'm afraid.
Okay,
yes, but please continue.
So this is basically what had happened. What had happened was in 2021, I believe. What had happened was that Israel had been for years cultivating a relationship with the House of Saud and the United Arab Emirates. So what I have said before in the past, and I don't know if you caught this episode or remember it, but it was a few years ago, I told everyone that peace is coming to the Middle East, and this is the peace that basically guarantees a war. That this is the kind of alliance that guarantees another world war, just like before World War II, people were saying, France and Russia are coming to terms of peace, and they're making this entente, and this is what led a tremendous factor in leading to World War I. It was essentially the doomsday machine that led to that. There is a book out there about the end of World War I and the aftermath and the dismantling of the Ottoman Empire, and the title of the book is A Peace to End All Peace. Basically, the dismantling of the Ottoman Empire led to the Middle East of conflict as we understand it in one way or another. In other words, obviously there's other factors, the establishment of the State of Israel, etc. So with the State of Israel coming with the help of Joseph Biden, he was very obsessive about this, coming to terms with the House of Saud and the United Arab Emirates, and cementing with them this new alliance. One of the things that happened was the United Arab Emirates, and of course that's where the city of Dubai is. You're aware of this, of course. Yes? And
Yes.
Okay, so this is obviously one of the wealthiest nations on earth. And they wound up being the first Arab nation to host a half-year-long Israeli Holocaust Memorial Museum exhibition. And so they went all in and held this big cultural exchange with Israel, in which they allowed all of their population on various social media to communicate with Israelis and vice versa. And each one of them, the idea is to find out how human each the other is, that kind of shit. And I say shit because the Israelis automatically turn towards saying the Palestinians are subhuman or less than human after holding all of this so-called bosomness. There's no other word for it. This love fest with the Emiratis. But in exchange for being the first Arab nation to host and establish a Holocaust Memorial Museum, in other words, to buy into the narrative that the Israelis are selling, they were rewarded by the Israelis lobbied for the 28th Conference of Parties to be held in the United Arab Emirates. So COP28 was a catastrophe from the beginning because of the incredible corruption that was involved with the selection process, with the influence of the Holocaust Memorial Museum on the side of the Israelis, and this leading to, of course, the incredible paradox of the conference taking place in an oil state, a petro state. And it was something that, of course, people really have no idea of. I think that it basically failed before it began. So understand that to avert catastrophic climate change, they should have allowed, of course, popular participation. One thing that was definitely there in the original Conference of Parties in other locations was a lot of protestation by grassroots groups who represented the environment. And all of this was not allowed in Dubai. Dubai is a monarchy that is absolute. It's an absolute monarchy which has total control over the police force and the civilians. They were not going to allow any protests whatsoever. As a matter of fact, even if they did, it's one of the most expensive cities in the world. So lodging, food, and other expenses would be so prohibitively costly for most people that no common protester could even attend. So you're talking about a place that already had imprisoned Ahmed Mansour, the only remaining Emirati working publicly to defend human rights in the country, that human rights activists and dissidents are arbitrarily detained. And that included about 60 members of the Wdy020724 who were tried en masse in 2013, and they're still in prison. All of this means they're a complete and total dictatorship, and none of this was going to happen. So the international conferences that are supposed to discuss an existential global threat, like the COP28 in Dubai, without anybody there to protest, to represent the environment, they went all in to become a fossil fuels orgy, to push people into buying fossil fuels. And so what was going on was that the man who was running the entire affair, who practically runs the country, even though he doesn't, the king runs the country, but it was Sheikh Jabber. And Jabber, as we were calling him Jabberjaw, this fucker, he's so wealthy, he runs the state oil monopoly. So basically he's in charge of the national central oil production, and he was in charge of COP28. And the first thing he came up with was, there is no global warming. He said it's all a lie. There's, none of this exists, that, you can buy as much oil as you want. All of this is exactly what was going to lead, of course, to further catastrophe. I mean, I don't think I can really do justice to the oil giants that were represented with the COP28 and how many of them were there. But suffice to say that it's, I think, something like, if I can look up the statistics of the salespeople that were there representing fossil fuels. I mean, was any of this apparent to you at the time that it was going down? It wasn't that long ago, so I'm just trying to drag some more out of you.
I do remember, Douglas, that he denied that climate change or global warming was imminent, or it was actually a reality. I think he was completely denying it. So that's what I do remember. The individual, I don't know obviously I can't remember his name, but I do remember that being presented. That so it's like it's an unlimited. So there was they were presented there was an unlimited supply of fossil fuel resources that you can. It's just it's non-redundant. It's completely obsolete or redundant. There's no need to worry about how much you buy or consume. It's not a factor in the the ecological cycle of the earth. It's like it was just presented it completely phallus. It was completely a farce, the whole thing. That's what I remember. He was basically denying global warming and climate catastrophe or climate crisis. He was denying the whole thing. So that's all I can remember, Douglas. Thank you. But
Yeah.
no, please continue.
Yeah, I mean, well, it was obviously it was it looked like it wasn't going to go anywhere, and worst of all was just basically what was happening with my work at the estate was, of course, the young men that I teach history to and current events. I teach them not only history but current events. Obviously, I've been making them aware of the gravity of climate change. And basically what happened was that what I was able to ascertain, through their help, of course, was that there was a report that was released by KBPO Coalition. KBPO is a rather silly acronym. It stands for Kick Big Polluters Out. But they exposed that a record number of fossil fuels delegates were attending last year's COP28 climate talks. And the report proved that 2,456 representatives of the coal, oil, and gas industries were registered for COP28. That's 4 times the number, quadruple the number of the year before. So catastrophically, the COP28 had already failed before it began. It was just a big fossil fuel contract orgy.
Yes.
Now, because of course it was dealing with trying to at least maintain some semblance of a facade, the farce that it was trying to transition. What happened was that they allowed a lot of high-tech company representatives there. And, of course, as I said, these transitions are going to be expensive, but that shows a great profit potential for a lot of the transitional technologies. So my son's husband was there, but of course, because he could not really have any influence on everybody getting into this fossil fuel orgy that was going down. My son was crying, literally crying. The Blood Boys, of course, who had really wanted to go and engage in a kind of protestation, could not do so for the sake of their own physical safety. After all, they're too feminine looking as boys to really be safe from physical assault, let alone perhaps being arrested as transgendered or something, whatever they might be perceived in the Muslim world, if you understand what I'm saying. So the end result was that there was really no way to talk. He was begging me to do something, and so I said, look, I'll do what I can, but your husband has to get me in line with Sultan Javier, and at least some of his representatives, somebody who can get a message to him. It was when, with what little command over Arabic that I have retained, I suggested, look, why don't you render yourself as the person in charge of the new renewable technologies. You could centralize a government facility and departmental service along with all the functionaries under your direct command, and you can get them coming and going, not only selling the fossil fuels but all the transitional technologies that will ultimately take humanity away from fossil fuels and double your income that way. Well, of course, he loved that idea, and since the United Arab Emirates is a constitutionally absolute monarchy, there's really no need for litigation and legislation for any of this. They just make a decision and it goes. So he placed himself in charge of fossil fuels and in charge of renewable energies, a completely different department that would take care of profits from transitional technologies away from fossil fuels. And then it was only then, in the last day of the conference, that for the first time in human history, over 200 nations signed on to the reality of global warming, that they, at the absolute minimum, acknowledged its reality. And that's how it came about. It's something that, as I was saying at the time that I was talking about this to Peter Moon, you can tell Everly's generation they can build a few statues for me later. But without that, there would have been no conclusion to COP28 that would have satisfied any normal human being. It's the normal human beings that are going to be victimized by the catastrophe of climate change more than anyone. The people of great wealth have this sick, psychotic fantasy that Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or other entrepreneurs are somehow going to fly them off to Mars. Their insanity is based on not even comprehending, just like that woman who's a physicist doesn't comprehend wave technology in terms of microwave emissions or the kind of radiation emitted by cell phones or anything that she's afraid of, just like the people you were dealing with who are supposedly archaeologists and have no knowledge that the megaliths of England have been completely restructured for public safety reasons. Your average wealthy individual has no comprehension that these rockets are so dangerous, so useless, that there's going to be no mass migration that could ever be realized through the use of such primitive technology. This is that they're living in like the 1950s. This vision that big rockets, big power. Technically, the Saturn rockets were incredibly large, far larger than the crap these guys are throwing out into the stratosphere. They could theoretically, of course, bouncing off gravity wells along the way, takes cargo all the way to Pluto. But this is not an effective way to migrate even a small population of the elite to some new colony on the moon or Mars. So when it comes to the situation that we're dealing with, it's we're stuck here right now without, of course, cooperation with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile and their technology, which, if Americans have accessed, are incapable of reproducing on an industrial scale. So when it comes to, that was what happened with COP28. I wanted you to be aware of that. And that having been stated, I think that aside from, of course, what you might bring up about World War II tonight, we should discuss as well relic populations, and that might clarify to people some of what they mistake for quote-unquote alien races. These are certainly alien in nature to us, but obviously have evolved previous to the past mass extinctions. And we are undergoing another mass extinction right now, based on climate change and the human impact on the environment, which is equivalent to that of a supermassive bolide or asteroid strike. But that being said, let's start with what you feel is the most important thing to bring to people's attention historically.
Oh no, thank you very much, Douglas. Very much appreciated. Well presented, well spoken. I really appreciate that. It was Sultan Al-Jaber, the president of. That's the name I was trying to think of. I looked him up, and you mentioned him, Douglas. So thank you. Yeah, there's articles about him denying climate change, and he doesn't. He's not confident, or he doesn't trust the science behind it. That was just something.
You noticed all that changed in the last 24 hours of COP28.
Oh, yes, where they signed the petition, or what they basically they considered a reality. It's certainly something that is it's objective, and there's so much evidence to substantiate or prove that it is real, and it is a threat to humanity. They had to take into consideration. It was just like what the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin's regime here, to acknowledge climate change was a reality, because it was going to impact himself. It was going to impact Russia itself. even though they're at the northern part of the hemisphere with frigid climate, he even with the permafrost melting, he had to.
Well, it's beyond the permafrost melting. Just so people understand, Siberia's forests, its tundra is burning. And it not only is it burning, but it's also spreading in terms of areas that trees have not grown before. And this is destructive to the ecosystems and the way of life of the indigenous peoples of Siberasia, who have hunted animals for years in a treeless environment. So with the trees spreading because they're growing further and further into areas they've never penetrated before in terms of tree growth, all because of the global warming, global burning, it's changing, of course, the very landscape of Russia and the kind of lifestyles these people have led. Of course, this is something that first the Russians are welcoming because they want the polar ice caps to melt so that they have a free passage of the sea that people could take through the North Pole, that they're hoping they could control the way the Egyptians control the Suez Canal. This is something that they're trying to extend their influence because of that, and it's another reason why they must be ultimately defeated. That must be prevented, and ultimately the claims of Denmark must be realized, which go beyond the North Pole. For those who don't know, Denmark's claims go beyond the North Pole, and that would at least put it within a European control zone. So all that being said, back to George, and with whatever else I think of course, I'll interject as we go along.
Yes, much appreciated, Douglas. Thank you. And it's also this is great. This is a great opportunity for us to reminisce and recite past conversations and information that is very valuable to people that they would appreciate. I wanted to bring up 2 points quickly regarding David Attenborough. With David Attenborough, he is a man who is very highly respected. The millennials, or the what they call Generation X, is that correct, Douglas? They are referred to as Generation X. The millennials, the younger generation, as opposed to people like myself who are in the 30s, but the younger generation, David Attenborough is one of the most regarded and highly respected individuals. He's been honoured by Her Former Majesty and knighted. He is a sir. He is the man who has presented climate change is very, very real, and he is through his documentaries, through the BBC, his affiliation with the BBC. The British Broadcasting Company, the largest powerhouse, the power group in the UK for producing and presenting information and news. They've been doing this for forever, basically. Right. And
just so you know, the millennials are born between 1965 and 1980. No, that's Generation X. I mean to say, Generation X. Generation X. Yeah, and so the Generation Y or the millennials, they're born between 1981 and 1994. So Gen Z is born between 1995 and 2009. Yeah, Gen Z.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gen Z. Yeah, Generation Z. That's what I was thinking of. I couldn't quite remember, Douglas. Thank you so much.
Okay, so go on.
Yes.
About Attenborough. Yeah, and Attenborough's still alive, right? At the age of 100 and something.
Still going. Yes, and everybody's heard of him. That was what I was trying to allude to here. That everybody knows who this man is, and nobody's ever argued with him. He is the most respected man in the world that no one will ever stand up to, and this is a notoriety. This is something that is noted by everyone, and he's also someone. It's important to know that he's someone that supports the aquatic ape theory. He is someone that supports
excellent. Yes, we've gone into that, so go on.
Yes, we could go into that again later if you like, Douglas. Yeah. But yes, that's something that's very important also. And with the documentary that he released, and it was released on Netflix, the popular online streaming platform. He mentioned about we have a good 80 years left. It wasn't just like a shock and awe, scaremongering. He was literally presenting the evidence behind that thesis that we have about a good less than a century left with conducive living until we start to have mass immigration crisis where people will be fleeing nation states, seeking asylum because of global burning, the expansion of, like you just mentioned, Douglas, about the in Siberia, the actual extent of the forest fires. These formerly habitable locations will be one in the future prospects be uninhabitable, and that's something that Vladimir Putin was forced to recognize, that global warming was real because it was affecting the Russian Federation in the Northern Hemisphere. And so this is something that David Attenborough has famously been presenting, and he's someone that, again, like I said, nobody argues with. You can't disagree with anything he says.
By the way, let's have Brendan say goodnight to us. Brendan.
Sorry, Brendan.
Yeah, if you're leaving now, say good morning to everyone, please. Let's see if we can get him to do that before he takes off.
Good morning, and I will join again.
How are you going to sleep? Are you going to just fold the chair back
Pretty much.
and just sleep in the car? Oh my God! After a few days of doing that, you're going to be fit to kill someone.
Yes. But no, I'll be all right. Like I said, I have those Burning Man crew that will let me stay at their house. I just want to make sure they're not going to spread any germs.
Of course not. I mean, no, you're doing the right thing by avoiding that environment for now. It's just I'm so I just hate the thought of you suffering even a night like that. I mean, oh my God. But we love you dearly, and we want you to stay safe and be well. And for God's sake,
Part of being in the trenches.
Yeah.
Like just
But give me a status report as soon as you wake up, okay? Just let me know I'm awake, I'm going to work, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I shall, and I'll send updates to keep it on record about when I visit, when I go pick up more stuff, just to have it.
Yes, by all means. And of course, Sid is saying that you can stay with him at any time. That goes without saying. One of the things that I want to do right now is is let me give you a few things for. There's a few links that you might appreciate. So let me give this to you right now. I'd like your immediate opinion on this. I'd like to know what you think of this. And here we are. Let's see if this clicks and gets you. Okay. There's one, and this. Are you familiar with this? Do you know what this might be?
Let's see here. Is there a description? I'd have to go into it.
If you can just see it on your phone, the link in Skype text box, the Skype text box, your private Skype I sent to you.
Let me bring it up properly, because through the Skype on the mobile it's not.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I can imagine. Jesus, I just with everything you've been through.
My intuition is that they're talking about Blue Lotus.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Also, this is for you. I see that you'd probably appreciate this. And so, aside from that, look forward to your review of those links sometime soon. And so, you have a blessed night, okay? And you feel safe? Are you in a safe spot? Where the fuck are you?
Yes, everything is good. Everything is good. Yeah. I'm in a safe spot.
Okay.
I appreciate it, but everything is safe.
All right. I think anyone. Is this a forest area or what?
No. It's a safe spot. It's basically. So I have a place that's my house, but it's under construction.
Oh, is that where you're at? That's where you're at.
Yeah. So I'm able to stay here. It's just there's no furniture. There's no nothing. I mean, it's completely gutted. So.
Okay. Yes. So.
But it's safe. So that's the point. So everything's good. Yeah.
All right. Good. All right. Blessed be. Thank you.
Yes. Blessings, gratitude, and good evening.
Later, Brendan.
Good morning.
Yes. Thank you.
Take care of yourself, Brendan.
Yes. All right. Oh my God! And honestly, I shake my head. There's been a lot going on, and so with that, George.
Yeah.
That's too, George.
Yeah. Good night. Look after yourself, Brendan. Take care. I'll speak to you soon. Take care of yourself.
And yes, and so George, as we were talking about with
Yes.
David Attenborough, he of
Yes.
course has acknowledged this. And for those of you who don't know it, David Attenborough also produced a show on cryptids, cryptozoology at one point, at least a
Yeah.
documentary. You remember that? You remember?
I do.
It's
Yeah,
almost
I think-
impossible.
Yeah, I remember you speaking about it, Douglas. That's how I know. That's
Oh,
how
okay.
I know about it. Yes.
Okay.
About cryptonoids or cryptids. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's so many variants of their names, the terminology used for them. As we presented, like the what's that case called? Sorry, it's escaped my memory. It's the Crawford's case, the Crawford monster. Yes.
Crawfordsville.
Yeah. Crawfordsville. That's it. Thank
Yeah.
you, Douglas.
Yeah,
Yes.
no worries.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so when it comes to the situation with global warming, of course we could go on about that forever, obviously. But
Yes.
in terms of what else comes to your mind as very important for people to understand, certainly one of the problems that Brendan was pointing out was this woman claims to hate the Russians, but she was raised in Eastern Germany, obviously still very much impacted by the communist indoctrination,
Yes.
and further impacted by some kind of American programming from their military bases. It's obscene what these people go through. It's almost as if they have no volition of their own. And their behavior is so easily manipulated, as you saw with the Yugoslav emigre
Yes.
running her own little kind of camp commandant system in the
Yes.
in a British hotel. It's sad. It's just sad and unnecessary. And so. But all that, you survived it, and thank God you left them. I'm sure that was a very sad day for them, and a great
Yes.
loss for them. They know that.
Yeah, and they all eventually left after me. As soon as I left, they all ventured off. They all
Oh,
disbanded
wow.
after that. Yes, that was the collateral. That was the response to it. Yeah, so they realised they couldn't carry on. Even the owner himself, when he introduced me to his either his accountants that he had or his financial advisors, he would always introduce me as the general manager, the boss. She's the one that takes the money, but George runs the hotel.
Interesting.
Yes, that was how he always presented me. Yes, he goes, he's the one that makes the money, but she takes it.
Wow.
So yes,
That's amazing.
I'll
And,
never forget that.
it's also aggravating. It's aggravating because you should have been getting compensated far more for the fact that he said that means
Yes.
he should have made you the manager. And so
Thank you.
what the fuck is that? Yeah.
Yeah, that was his ultimate dream because he purchased 5 hotels, and because with his second wife he had 5 children with this lady, and his dream was to give 1 hotel to each of his individual children, and he had 2 boys and 3 daughters, but none of them wanted to go pursue that into that trade. They never wanted to pursue
Jesus.
a profession in hospitality, in running hotels. They all had their own dreams, which is right. Everyone should do. They shouldn't have to pursue something that their parents don't do. They should have their own mind and the right to do whatever they want to do. And so his dream was shattered from that. But he was hoping in his dreams that I would take it on. He was hoping that I would become the man that takes.
So you became kind of like a surrogate son to him.
It seems like, yeah. He always spoke highly. He always spoke highly of me. He highly regarded me as an important. I wasn't going to use the word asset, but I was an ambassador or a representative to himself and his name, because it was a dynasty. It was the Bailey dynasty. He was hoping to keep on going. So because he's a tradesman by so he's a builder by trade. So he's a tradesman who's got that background. So he ended up purchasing land. He saw land that was up for sale. He would buy it, develop on it. So that's how people would develop on property onto land. He would seek a bit of land, bought it for as cheap as possible, and got the planning permission to build on top of it. And that was how he created his business. That was how he started his own company. That's how it started off. It was builder by trade, and then he just progressed like that, buying land and then build on top of it. And then he saw a piece of land that was behind 4 acres of land behind the hotel that I worked in. That was the first one he purchased. So that was regarded as he considered that his baby, because it was the first one he bought. And the man that owned the hotel originally, prior to him, because he didn't purchase it until the 1980s, was a man called Ray Duckett, who my mum worked for when she was a child. So most of my family worked for this man who passed away years and years ago. And but my former boss, who's still alive and he still owns the hotels, he purchased the land because there was a land that was available to purchase, and he decided to build flats on top of it. Then he saw that the hotel was up for sale, so that's why he bought the hotel. And that's given a little back history on how he got the hotels in the first place. And so he was kind of hoping that I would eventually run it for him. I would take it on. So he always, whenever he introduced me to anyone, he would always say that George is the man that brings the money, brings the customers in, makes the money for me. The general manager obviously takes the money, but he's the one running the show.
Well, I mean, sorry,
Carrie.
No, I was about to say, so you think this Yugoslav dictator lady was jealous of that?
I think, she couldn't make it any more evident when that, like I mentioned earlier, that comment that she made that if you weren't so liked, George, by everyone, I would have you sacked. I would sack you if it was her choice. But she knew the repercussions if she did. She would understand that her own boss, so the man who owned the hotel, he would be extremely angry with that. He would have been extremely upset and betrayed by her. Because obviously he had those prospects. He had that future projection of myself.
That's incredible. I mean, I certainly feel that. I mean, obviously, we were all excited that you got involved with the job that you have now. Yes. But at the same time, it's almost sad that you didn't stay there, but we're not sure if that dream would have been realized, that he might have ultimately acknowledged your worth and put you in charge, because you never know if these things are actually going to happen. You never know if these people are actually going to follow up with what they say they're going to do. I mean, I've seen so many people betrayed in that sense, led on, and then and then not given their due, not given what they should be given. So, I mean, you made the right decision, but at the same time, it's so sad. And I understand what you're saying in a sense. Oh, everybody should have their own dreams, but honestly, I think that most of the time these children have no idea. I don't think they have any idea what they're doing, and I think they make horrible decisions, and they just are saying, no, I'm going to live my own life, but they wind up fucking it all up, and should have just stayed and taken over his business and run the dynasty, because it's such a much more stable life to live, is just to take what's been done in the family and truly render it a dynasty. There are business dynasties where commonsensical children will do that, and it's because you've been given a great start in life. Why not take advantage of it and just maintain the business instead of trying to realize your own potential, and so often none of that goes anywhere. So I think they all made a big mistake personally,
one of them, sorry, I was just going to mention very quickly, Douglas, one of them even publicly stated to many of us that he was just waiting for the inheritance. So that's the sad part of that. So he just saw it as, oh, when my father dies, I'm going to get this. But then it's like, oh God, there's all these other children. It wasn't just the 5 kids with the second wife. It's the older kids with the first wife as well that are all grown up, got their own children and grandchildren of their own.
So what did this idiot think he was going to get that would be worth anything?
No idea, Douglas. That's how sad it is. They just thought, don't need to work. I could just live off of daddy's money. That's just one of them admitted. One of them admitted that.
Yeah, yes. Right. And he'll probably be disappointed, and he'll probably be crushed by his payday not being what he dreamed it would be. What an idiot. Oh,
yeah, because actually, I know in the will, I know in the inheritance that he's actually, I know this from through the grapevine that people call it, that it was actually to his oldest daughter, so the first child, she's going to take over the company. Mm-hmm. But there's also these what they call shareholders. Mm-hmm. There's shareholders in stake as well, so they have a say as well because they will have a percentage in the stakes. So they have a percentage of the say as well about what happens to the future of the company. So yeah, it's just all. It'll be interesting to see what pans out, what develops from that. But he's still going. Again, like David Attenborough, he's like 90 years old. He's still going, so it's incredible. Yeah.
No, that's when somebody has purpose in life. That counts for everything. Honestly, it's so important to have purpose, and so obviously we're blessed in that we have a sense of purpose. Yes. So we maintain youth that way, okay. So with what else comes to mind? Like you said, we could reminisce about certain subjects, yes. but honestly, go ahead and point out what you feel is the most important thing for us to cover. Obviously, I'll interject. Yes. I'm sure I'll think of all kinds of things while you're talking.
Yes.
But talk about anything you want, and take it in a direction that you feel is important for people to know about.
Yes, thank you. And just like you said earlier about when you brought up Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, where people believe that they are the future. They're the past.
They're the fucking past when it comes to
yes.
to space technology. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Yeah, they're operating on a 1950s level of 1940s level of rocket launch. It's incredibly it's a joke.
Yes. They're still running off of Robert Goddard's liquid fuel rocketry technology, aren't they? They're still running off that. Yes. Because that's the other thing I just wanted to quickly ask, actually, before I jump into Elon Musk. It was Jack Whiteside Parsons that was working with solid fuel rocketry as opposed to Robert Goddard's liquid fuel rocketry.
That's quite correct. Quite correct.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I get that right. Yeah, because it's oftentimes I get mistaken. Sometimes I speak before I think. So yeah, beg your pardon. When it comes down to this this premise or thesis, this notion that people believe that Elon Musk is going to take humanity, and I think he refers to himself as a humanitarian. What does he call himself? He calls himself something like he's a realist, or he's doing it for humanity. He's on the side of humanity, where really he's on the opposite side.
Thank you.
Because he's destroying the environment. He's actually, he's detrimenting the environment as opposed to saving us or protecting us. It's preposterous to even think that he's even doing anything that is on the side of good. Yes, it takes, and I just wanted, it's important that, and you've brought this up many times, you've articulated this in the past, Douglas, that it takes the full mobilization of a nation state in order for anyone to actually go beyond the stratosphere, or to go beyond the boundaries or the boundaries of the upper atmosphere, to even go beyond our own atmospheric level on Earth. It takes the full mobilization of a nation state as opposed to a single individual entrepreneur, so to speak, that can, that's working with primitive technology that is very precarious, very incredibly detrimental, and very it's
not to mention physically dangerous. Not to mention physically dangerous.
Yes, thank you. and you've emphasised before, it's the base jumping. The
Yes,
base jumping.
it's safer to be. You're safer to base jump. Yes.
You have a higher probability of surviving base jumping than you are to survive in one of these rockets that they launch into the the lower atmosphere. So the upper atmosphere, the stratosphere of the Earth, which doesn't even go beyond Earth orbit. It's just something that it just
reaches the point of weightlessness when they get high enough, and then they get the thrill of that, and then they come back down. That's all it does. Yes, that's if you're lucky. That's if you're lucky and everything goes right. Yes.
LEOs, I think it's LEOs, isn't it? It's low Earth orbit.
Yes, LEOs, low Earth orbit. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, it's just I just wanted to bring that up. It's just to extend what you were saying earlier, just to elaborate more on what you were saying. And you've gone into that extensive detail, into excruciating detail as well, about how it takes the full mobilization of a nation state, such as what happened in Germany under the Reich, under the government of the Reich. They were able to, go beyond the normal level of physics, the normal level of any understandings, to go beyond Earth orbit. They were able to do that, to do so, which is something that even the West and any other nation is able to accomplish. So it took the full mobilization of Germany in order to do that. I don't know if that brings any. I don't know if that's if that qualifies or makes any sense, coherent sense.
Of course it does. But yeah, and what I would say to people is that we need to understand that we're going to have entire governments mobilized for a space colonization program. And the space colonization program has to take all kinds of things into account. I will try and address these things in the future. I mean, they're not something of immediate concern to me, because obviously our immediate concern right now is surviving past the next few years. We have the most important election year, probably in human history, is 2024. By that I mean every nation, about half the nations on Earth have elections. And we've already had them in Taiwan, and they've been monumental. The Taiwan's Democratic Party has stayed in power. And we're going to have them in the U.S. And this is going to be a wild roller coaster ride. And we're going to have them in other parts of the world as well. So these elections are going to be profound, and it's all part of what's a pre-war world, and we are going to have to survive these elections that might lead to civil war in several cases. We have to worry about the catastrophe of global burning, and of course the pending potential for war between China and Taiwan above all, and everything else after that. An expansion, of course. Many nations in NATO are preparing for a expansion of the Ukrainian war. And so this has to do with a desperation on Putin's part, and the ultimate fact that his economy, of course, his entire nation is mobilized for war at this point, and their economy is such that there's almost no option left. This is like as bad as they are at war. It will come to the point where they will desperately throw themselves at NATO in a last-ditch attempt to change the scales of balance that are right now against them because of their own incompetence. So Putin's insanity is such that in the end he might decide to go all out, all the way, thinking that's his only way out. And so all that being said, the very fact that NATO is preparing for it that's a good thing, and it's going to cause a lot of changes in and of itself. But where we're headed this year, I'll leave it at that for now. I mean, I've said a lot of this before. So I'll just
Yes.
count on our man George. Here's what I'm afraid of is that I'm
Yeah.
afraid that if I go into, say, for instance, the whole space travel thing, I'll start telling people about what I think should be done in terms of space travel, and that'll just like confuse the issue, or
Yes.
it'll take us in a different direction we don't need to go into right now. So rather, let's have you talk instead about, okay, if you want to start with space travel or anything else, just go ahead and bring up what comes to mind, and I'll interject whenever I think of something, whenever.
Yes. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, much appreciated. When you mentioned about Vladimir Putin, yeah, there is no other way out for him now. This is it. This is the he knows it's the end game for himself. And you'll notice the only countries he ever visits, because there is a international inquiry to get him
Arrested.
detained, arrested. Yes, there is a warrant on him. There is they need to arrest him for war, and they want to prosecute him for war crimes. So obviously, because it's an expansion war, it's a war of aggression, it's illegal, and under all international law, under any of the under any of the Amnesty International, the legislations, under all international law, it is deemed illegal what he has done. And so, there is a arrest warrant, international arrest warrant out there for anyone to detain him and have him arrested. He knows it's the end for him, but you'll notice that the only countries he visits are all under the BRICS administration. So Brazil, Russia, South Africa.
Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for bringing that up.
China.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's drive that point home. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the situation before World War II, one of the things that made World War II inevitable was the development of economic autarky. And for those of you who don't understand that term, autarky is a sovereign state's economic independence. And that means that a sovereign state has to become a regional hegemon or a global empire in order to become autarkic. That means it has to have resources coming in that will support itself without global trade. So prior to World War II, economies did that much more easily. This was because economies, we did not have fluidity in terms of currency. Today's world that everyone's grown up in is awash in liquidity. We have fairly easy currencies exchange, but a lot of that has come to a crashing halt with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. There's been further and further economic sanctions against Russia that have severed Russia from the world economy. As a result, Russia's economy has become dependent on nations willing to break those sanctions or work their way around them. And there's many. And there are big economies that are willing to do that. The China and India synaxis. Now, this is where things get confusing for people. The one thing I can tell you is that when it comes to communist China, every neighbor of communist China is, they hate them. Every neighbor of communist China is preparing for war with communist China. Communist China is engaged in active combat with some of its neighbors even now, such as India. And India, of course, you have an enormous anti-Chinese sentiment, but this is also paradoxical. So understand that, nevertheless, regardless of India's anti-Chinese sentiment, India is part of BRICS. And so BRICS is an acronym for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa.
Yes.
And what BRICS is now Saudi Arabia has joined,
Yes.
rendering BRICS a trillionaires club. So BRICS has 34 nations that are part of its developing alignment. And their stated objective is the overthrow of the West.
West, yes.
When they say that they want the end of United States dollar dominance, what they're saying is they want to overthrow the West. That's just another way of saying they are out to overthrow the West. So when it comes to what they're striving for, they're striving for economic autarky. So if they're saying they want to be independent of the United States dollar or weaken its dominance and somehow create some alternative currency, it doesn't matter that this is an economic alliance. Because, say for instance, there are economic alliances like NAFTA. Nobody ever looked at NAFTA as a military alliance. But BRICS, by its very objective, is very different from NAFTA. The North American Free Trade Agreement was not seeking to overthrow anyone else's power structure. They weren't seeking to overthrow the dominance of a rival currency. So what makes BRICS distinctively the enemy is they are actively seeking the overthrow of American dollar dominance, which means they want to change the world order as we understand it. So BRICS is the enemy, and as a global economic alliance, they are ultimately a military alignment. This is a military alliance. So fuck India saying, oh, we're neutral and we're actually pro-Western and we hate the Chinese. If that were the case, they would recognize my Taiwan.
Yes.
But they refuse to do that. So you know they're a bunch of chicken shit yellow house niggers who suck Chinese ass. If they were really at war with the Chinese and said, we really hate the Chinese, they could make a statement just like that. And say, we recognize Taiwan. And since they're a billion-person strong nation with supposedly a growing economy and a big military, why not? Because they're chicken shit, suck-ass, yellow house niggers who serve the communist Chinese. So their wars, their border conflicts with the communist Chinese, it's all bullshit. In the end, they are part of the Sino-Slavindic synaxis. And they are the enemy. So understand that when it comes to India and China and Russia, they are all on the same side with South Africa. And it doesn't matter that South Africa presented this case against Israel in the World Court, which led to a scathing rebuke of Israel. Granted, it's a game changer in its own right, but ultimately, as I displayed by that map I showed, you saw that Russian map I showed you just the other day about Russia's idea of Eretz Israel, a greater Israel that integrates Lebanon, and the former kingdom of Jordan. You know, former by their standards. They want the king of Jordan to disappear and be subsumed into some supermassive ISIS state that overtakes all of Africa, as well as Central Asia. You're talking about this Russian reliance on Israel. And with this Russian reliance on Israel and Israel's reciprocity in never condemning Russia throughout the Ukrainian invasion, never once helping the Ukrainians with anything, you have the Israelis firmly on the side of the Russian camp, and that puts them on the side of BRICS. So think of BRICS as iBRICS or Israel, Brazil. Now we're getting some interesting. I made my point. So Sid, come on for a moment. Wait a second. He says, come on for a moment verbally, if you would be so kind. He says, guys, not to distract, I'd like to stay mute going forward this morning. I must retire early for sleep. My love and appreciation to both you gentlemen, Douglas, George, Aristides, our listeners, all of Team Dietrich. Good morning. I'll be listening sleepily. I can likely be woken up if absolutely necessary. Are you sure you don't want to come on, just say good morning to everybody before you do this, Sid?
Sure. Thank you, Douglas. I'll come on for just a moment to say good morning, and please support Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you. Are you all right? Sid, do answer that question. It is concerning. Are you all right?
Thank you, Douglas. Yes, I am all right. I just have to sleep a bit early this time. It's
Okay.
unusual.
Yeah, it is. Do you have an appointment or something? May I ask? I was just curious. Just
I'll be happy to discuss it off air.
okay. Okay.
But everything's cool, and
Okay.
you guys
All right.
have fun. I'll be here. Okay.
No, thank you.
You need to wake
Okay.
me up.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, bless you. Okay. Thank you so much. Stay safe. Be well. Okay. All right. Yes, always concerning when someone does something unusual. So, just so people understand, the lineup for the next World War is BRICS with its 34 member nation states, Israel, and of course several other players that are simply non-state actors. And these non-state actors are basically usually seen as terrorist organizations. In other words, Iran certainly has Hezbollah, various other groups that
Yes.
it tends to sponsor. But even with that, we have to take a look at the BRICS lineup and just see exactly who's who and find out exactly who's in it. But definitely, we've already named the major acronym holders and the Israelis. And the rest of the non-state actors, they don't really count. They're kind of like dust in the wind. But
Yes.
still, they can't be completely discounted. But all that being said, take it from there, George. Your other impressions.
Yes, I was going to say the BRICS acronym. It's it stands for Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa, and the United Arab Emirates. And I was thinking the other day, it should be modified. It should be changed to like BRIICKSS, because there's so many other, as you said, subsidiary nation states that are not part of but are a member to that alignment. It's just so it should be Brazil, Russia, Israel, India, China, and Korea, and Saudi.
No, North Korea, just to clarify.
That's just to disambiguate. Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yes, just to qualify. Yeah, don't get that conflated with South Korea people. Yeah, yes. So thank you. That's the enemy. That's what I was alluding to earlier, Douglas. That's why I thought it was relevant to bring that up. And with Vladimir Putin, the only nation states that he could actually venture to are part of BRICS. You'll notice that they're not abiding by these international sanctions on Russia. It's even like in Britain as well, which I find very convoluted or dubious, is that there have the imposed sanctions on Russia by Britain themselves. They've allowed the oligarchs to still maintain their property or their assets or any of their what would you call it? Just their. I'm trying to think of the term that is used in America. Real estate, property within the United Kingdom. So they obviously, when we had under the Boris Johnson, under the rule of Boris Johnson, under his representatives and his party. When they imposed them, it wasn't harsh enough. On Russia. So that was why they ignored all the sanctions. And even though Putin was publicly stating that, this is these sanctions are attack on us, and it just justifies our invasion of Ukraine, and these are the enemies, and this is why he was just presenting. So all the people in the UK that I had on my Facebook were there, then supporting the expansionism, this illegal conflict that the Russians have instigated on the Ukrainians. This is just to elucidate, just to summarize, just the convoluted situation that we're in. Even further, it's just complete complete insanity. But what we're presenting to the people listening is that this is the enemy. This is who we're warning you about. That, and you'll notice that there is an arrest warrant on Vladimir Putin, but he can still venture to any of these nation states who are supporting this invasion. They are supporting it, and you have this again, like we brought up before. You have Volodymyr Zelensky. He's there saying that with the United States we now all stand in solidarity with Israel. And then the Joe Biden administration turned around and said, we'll send all our financial support to Israel instead of sending you weapons.
Yes, it was. You talk about treason, and just to put this into perspective for everyone, I'm not quite sure George or any listener grasped the enormity of what I was saying with COP28 being a direct product of this Israeli and United Arab Emirati cultural exchange, and this idea of the Emirates picking up the Holocaust narrative. And once the United Arab Emirates picked up the Jewish Holocaust narrative, or the Zionist Holocaust narrative of Israel, then they basically lobbied for them to host something that could very well have led to further spiraling towards global catastrophe. This is very nihilistic, very Adamite, and needs to be exposed. But when it comes to the BRICS, and of course their insanity, the idea that they're going to somehow create a counter-economy that is really just, shall we say, not a productive idea or objective at this point in history, but simply contrarian. Now, with Vladimir Zelensky, in this context, he is the only Jewish president of any nation on earth other than Israel. There's only one nation on earth that has an ethnically Jewish president other than Israel, and that's Ukraine. Yes. And Ukraine elected this ethnically Jewish president so that they could appear progressive, liberal, Western-leaning, and this is the price they paid. In terms of Volodymyr Zelensky, initially, it worked well because, in no small part, because he was Jewish, and he was able to garner a lot of sympathy from the West because he's Jewish, and therefore get Ukraine support that it needed. I mean, without him as president, it wouldn't have worked. So it was important in the beginning, but then as soon as Netanyahu pulled off what he did and Israel became involved in a war. Now, until this point, Israel had done nothing to help Ukraine. Nothing. Yes. Yeah, they had done nothing. They refused to condemn Russia. They were actually very supportive of Russia. And yet, when they came under, quote unquote, an existential threat, as they described it, then Volodymyr Zelensky says, I stand with Ukraine. No, he said, I stand with Israel. Not Ukraine. He stood not with his own nation, but with Israel. And when he said, I stand with Israel, exactly as George Knight said, Joe Biden in the United States said, great, let's funnel all our money to Israel and fuck the Ukrainians off. This is catastrophic.
Yes.
And
yes.
Take it from there.
All over October 7th, this orchestrated attack, which it has to be, there is no denying that was orchestrated, that was preempted, that was planned under Netanyahu. There's no doubt. As you emphasized before, Douglas, they have guns. Yeah. Where were all the guns to stop this attack from happening? Yeah. It was obviously pre-planned.
But by the way, for people who don't understand what George Knight is talking about, let me put it into context. Here in America, the National Rifle Association has constantly pointed to Israel as this gun owner's utopia. And they say that open carry is allowed, that anyone of legal age can purchase a gun, and everyone's allowed to display it. And we know for a fact that Israel has issued thousands and thousands of gun ownership permits. And
Yes.
now, granted, a lot of these are settlers on the West Bank who consider themselves frontier pioneers who are like trying to expand Israel's borders further and further into West Palestine. But that being said, there's guns all over Israel. And in terms of private ownership, if all of these terrorists broke in and started, as they claim, cutting babies' heads
Yes.
off, grabbing women and raping them, and and all these people just nobody gets off a shot, nobody pulls out a firearm. It's I don't get it. It's look, it makes no sense whatsoever, and
Kidnapping Holocaust survivors.
Yeah, Holocaust survivors, conveniently.
Kidnapping Holocaust survivors. Old women, yes.
Yes.
This is the insanity, yeah. Just
it is something that. So just to explain it to people, I want to tell people a little thing about Israeli culture they may not know, and none of this is urban legend. This is all quite verifiable. People remember that in the early days, like back in the 1970s, I think, Israel suffered a few plane hijackings. This resulted in, quote-unquote, the raid at Entebbe, for instance, a textbook case of hostage rescue from a skyjacked plane. And after that, Israel issued an order to all of its civilian airline pilots that if any of their airlines got skyjacked, the civilian pilot was under direct orders to just suicide dive the plane into the ocean or into the ground. Just, it didn't matter wherever he was, just dive that plane nose down into whatever's beneath you, either the ocean or the ground, and just kill everybody. Skyjackers, everybody. And we know that this is true because Israel never suffered a skyjacking again. Once it was known that Israel had given those orders out to its civilian pilots, nobody ever skyjacked an Israeli plane again. This history proves the fact. So when it comes to the Hannibal Directive, Israeli Defense Forces are under what's called a Hannibal Directive, which requires killing the enemy at all costs, even at the death of its own citizens. So when it comes to this kind of damning evidence for what happened on the 7th and the 8th of October, there were rounds that were found in the bodies of Jewish settlers killed by Israeli retaliatory fire that were rounds used by Israeli firearms. Including some heavy ordnance that were fired by Israeli tanks that killed some Israeli people. I mean, all of this is true. This is not urban legend. Yeah. It's not myth. And the reality is that when you pair that with who got killed, the majority of hundreds of victims, the majority of victims were at a peace dance of Israelis who were preaching side-by-side coexistence with Palestine.
yes.
So, and they were considered race traitors by Netanyahu and all the reactionary, radicalized, rightist conservatives that are really not conservative at all. They're radicals. That are the radicalized right that is running Israel and has run Israel for generations by now. They considered these peacemongers to be race traitors, and they were the ones that all got hit. So why would the Palestinians, why would Hamas hit them of all people?
Yes.
In the majority, but that's the majority of what got taken out. And then they took, and I don't know if you heard Aristides and me talking about this, but they took those party goers' possessions and they placed them all into like a modern day Holocaust Memorial Museum. Did you know that?
They do like they had in Auschwitz. No,
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that, Douglas, but no, I can understand.
Y-
Yes.
Yeah, they
yes.
took all
Then,
literally
Jesus.
literally
Yes.
there's shit like porta-johns, you know, people were using porta-johns that got all shot up and shit. And so you have these porta-johns that have bullet holes and are leaning against each other, these porta potties, these fucking, you know, portable
How
crappers.
offensive.
Yeah, and
Yes.
they put them in a museum display, and then they lit them all up along with the burned out husks of automobiles and, you know, blankets from the beach and all this shit. And they put this all in this museum underneath disco lights, multicolored lights, so that people can go in there and tour, you know, the possessions of these people who got killed at this party. And this is, yes, talk about offensive, talk about exploitation of the
To the
dead.
families, yeah.
Yeah, you would think the families would protest, but it's there's you know, there's no nuances here. This is sheer exploitation of the dead. So when it comes to what the Israelis have been committing ever since in so-called retaliation, you know, basically this has been my thesis, and my thesis is this, based on the fact that there's that for some reason no civilians in that area where Hamas attacked seem to have any firearms, which doesn't make any sense. That none of them got any shots off. That you don't have a single report of any one of them saying, "Oh, I shot one," or "I fired back," or you know, there's that. It's truly unbelievable. It doesn't make any sense. Aside from that, and who got killed in the majority, which were all the peaceniks. The last people Hamas would have any reason to attack. It's an orchestrated attack by Netanyahu, conducted under his orders, and besides that, we all have the evidence that he was warned a month ahead of time. That a month ahead of time they were told Hamas is mobilizing. So if any Hamas was involved, it was only with the coordination and cooperation of Netanyahu. It's he was given these warnings. So it's not like he didn't have an opportunity to prepare. So this was not we know it's not a surprise attack. So again, like Pearl Harbor, this is a conspiracy. And so
Thank you.
yeah, so Netanyahu operated on the Pearl Harbor model, trying to show great umbrage and outrage over something he certainly orchestrated himself to maintain himself in power for as long as possible, and to expand his own militant desire for a greater Israel, to ethnically cleanse the population. All of this is quite sinister, and America is on the wrong side. This is where things get confusing, as they often are in pre-war situations. So we have a pre-war situation in which America is aiding and abetting the nation that will ultimately be its enemy, which is Israel.
Yes.
And though, of course, there's greater and greater protestation on the part of many people to stop it, it's having its own civil impact on America and in Britain, I'm sure. And I'm certain that sides are being drawn, and this will become part of the problem we're contending with in our own potential civil wars. And which, like I said, England was heading very near civil war conditions. They were even preparing for it after the death of the Queen. Around the time of the death of the Queen, they were preparing for massive civil disturbances in England. And what really saved England was the invasion of Ukraine. And that kind of like brought England back to its senses of other threats in the world. America's too big and stupid to be impacted so decisively. So we'll see what happens. But, take it from there and go further, George. Yes, by all means.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and Bibi Netanyahu, Benjamin Milosevic, he's also the individual through prior to 9/11 was also orchestrating the attacks on the World Trade Center, whilst liaising with the leaseholder of the Trade Center complexes, Larry Silverstein, which was presented in the Haaretz magazine, the major publishing newspaper publisher in Israel, Haaretz. It was outlined that he had a conversation every Sunday evening, and it was without fail, without any without any objectives, to have a conversation with Larry Silverstein from Israel itself, communicated with Larry Silverstein in New York every single Sunday prior to the World Trade Center attacks. And the forewarning for the World Trade Center attacks was outlined in Condoleezza Rice's memo on August 6th, outlining that Osama bin Laden was to take commercial airlines, jetliners, and to suicide attack them in a suicide operation, a suicidal mission to penetrate the World Trade Center buildings. And that was outlined weeks ahead of the actual attacks that were imminent, that they had pre-warnings, and they were getting all the substantial information and evidence to prove that it was imminent. And yeah, it was outlined publicly in the Rats magazine, the newspaper articles that was published, that Benjamin Netanyahu was in conversation, liaison with Larry Silverstein. And obviously this was the preeminent orchestrated attack on the World Trade Center. That's what they were communicating and talking about every single Sunday after. This was in the evenings of every single Sunday. And it was just to make sure that the plan was going ahead. It was still going ahead. And what we've outlined in the past is obviously that it was the actual the operation was conducted by they were all ethnically, all their origins were Saudi. These were Saudi what you want to call them, assailants or vigilantes. The
which Israel has cultivated as a major ally is Saudi Arabia. Go on.
Yes. Thank you very much. So they're in collaboration with each other. So yeah, this was obviously an orchestrated attack, and October 7th is no different to this. And so yeah, this is just what we are trying to emphasize, what we're trying to just to present to anyone listening right now.
Well, it goes beyond that. Understand that Israel has conducted an aggressive campaign of espionage in the United States since their inception as a nation state, since 1948. That this campaign, of course, has been critical to sustaining and modernizing Israel's nuclear weapons program and all of its most advanced conventional weapons, even while it caused American firms to lose valuable proprietary information and unfairly advantaged Israeli companies in the international arms market. And while other countries, of course, conduct economic espionage against the United States, Israel is the only major recipient of United States foreign aid to do so. So this is the insanity of sponsoring Israel, as you're sponsoring people who are working actively against you. They're truly the enemy, and so it's it's all across the spectrum. For instance, when it comes to any other countries like South Korea and Taiwan, sure, they've exploited potentially sympathetic American ethnic groups, but or Iran and China. They've employed economic espionage to advance nuclear weapons programs as well, and the means to deliver such weapons, of course. Or China and Russia, with their political and strategic intelligence collection in the United States, which is still ongoing. They've merged all that imperceptibly with their economic collection. But Israel does it all across the fucking spectrum. And they're doing this for the sake of usually actively against America's interests, if not always so. So it's when it culminates with the 9/11 Twin Tower attacks, which the Israelis were definitely. This means Israel was conducted complicit in that. This means that they were complicit in a far greater attack against the American civilian population than Pearl Harbor. Because at Pearl Harbor, that was a strategic surgical strike on American military assets. Very few civilians were killed. But this killed specifically civilians by the thousands. If you don't see the Israelis as an enemy at this point, you're insane.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And was it 311, Douglas, with Stuxnet, the viral
Yes,
worm
that's
attack?
quite true. 311 was Stuxnet. The what our man George is referring to is March 11th, and what happened was the year my mother died, 2011. Basically, the week she died. In March 11th of the year 2011. And that you can see the symbolism there, 31111.
Yeah.
But anyhow, when it came to that attack, what happened was that the Stuxnet virus, which had been used to shut down all of the Iranian nuclear power plants, because the Israelis designed it with American help to destroy the industrial control mechanisms of the Iranian facilities, which were all built in Germany by Siemens Manufacturing Company. So these were Siemens Manufacturing Company industrial control systems, industrial control safety systems that were used by the Japanese as well. The same Stuxnet virus that was used against the Iranians to shut down their nuclear facilities were used to shut down the Japanese nuclear safety mechanisms that were going to kick in when the tsunami was approaching. So first the tsunami was caused. America does have tsunami bombs. And I've explained before how Americans have deployed them. They were first tested in World War II. And what happened was, with the unleashing of a tsunami bomb, then as it was heading towards Japan, just before their industrial safety mechanisms were able to kick in, the Stuxnet virus basically stopped all that and resulted in the nuclear meltdown with the... It's just honestly, I just get so angry speaking about this. I'm left, literally speechless. But what I'll try and do is explain to people some of the what I know about the tsunami bomb in Southeast Asia and what had happened. It was on the 26th day of December in 2004 that a 9.1 magnitude earthquake, the largest in half 100 years, 40 years, triggered a catastrophic tsunami that claimed 300,000 lives. More than that. The scientific community, they call it the Sumatra Andaman earthquake. Now, the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake was classified as an undersea megathrust earthquake occurring at precisely, basically on Sunday, on, as I said, 26th day of September in 2004. The epicenter was off the west coast of Sumatra in Indonesia. But that's the largest Islamic nation on earth in terms of both geography and demography. Its population, it's the homeland to as many Muslims as in all the Arabic Middle Eastern nations combined. So basically, first off, the date that this happened, it was on the 55th annual Independence Day EVEDy. It was their 4th of July EVEDy, their version of the 4th of July. And it was the half century and half a decade mark, 55th annual Independence Day EVEDy, from their struggle against the Netherlands, which they had been ruled by the Dutch for over 300 years and had been independent for only 55 years. Now, these top secret 33-foot wave-generating tsunami bomb experiments were conducted by the United States and New Zealand during the Second World War. And the United States simply went nuclear with it so that they could increase the effect of their tsunamis by orders of magnitude. And so what had happened was in 1997, there was a warning that was issued by way of threats projected via ecocidal terrorism, developing electromagnetic pulsations technology, eco-weapons, which employ electromagnetic waves. It was then U.S. Secretary of Defense William Sebastian Cohen. He warned about enemy nations being able to alter the climate or set off earthquakes and volcanoes remotely. The December 26, 2004 earthquake struck along a known fault line deep beneath the surface of the Indian Ocean. It generated these 30-foot swells of water that engulfed all the resort areas, entire villages along the coasts of Thailand, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and India. All the result of thermonuclear detonations triggered in place to destroy a series of the major emergent Southeast Asian economies, wash away all those terrorist organizations, and rebrand the Great Satan America as a model humanitarian nation in leadership of recovery of the region, gripped by anti-American sentiment until they desperately needed American help. All of this beginning with heavily populated Muslim regions of Southeast Asia where the bulk of the casualties occurred, and where the Australian and Thai governments deliberately failed to respond to warning of the impending earthquake. All of this under the direct executive order of George Herbert Walker Bush the Sr. So the United States government most certainly knew of this disaster ahead of time. They refrained from warning the Asian peoples in the impacted nation states. This is evidenced by the American Navy base situated in the middle of the Indian Ocean on the island of Diego Garcia. And they managed to avoid a single casualty, while all other islands suffered enormous losses in human life. The U.S. Navy's official Diego Garcia website claimed that the earthquake generated a tidal surge on the island estimated at 6 feet, but the island was never hit by the devastating tsunami because they say it was surrounded by deep waters, and the grade of their shores never allowed for the tsunamis to build up before hitting land. Oh, that's awfully convenient, and I think that it's literally what they calculated when they set the bombs off. So this is what they did with Japan on 3/11, and this was because Japan was dealing in oil with Iran. And so when the Israelis took out the Iranian nuclear enrichment processing facilities, then decided they were going to take out the Japanese who were dealing with the Iranians, and the Americans, under the Zionist occupation government, followed their orders and launched the tsunami bombs, and the Israelis launched the Stuxnet, then it resulted in 3/11, Japan's version of 9/11. This is the world we live in. This is how your enemy operates. And it should be considered an act of war, and the Japanese should at some point in history retaliate. But unfortunately, your average Japanese person is totally ignorant of this, and Israel is very popular in Japan, just like it is in my Taiwan. Both Taiwan and Japan are, in a sense, reflexively taking a stance that's opposite communist China, which has been very sympathetic to the Palestinians. So it's this is a kind of simplistic politics. The Asians lack a real sense of sophistication when it comes to geopolitics. I would be the first to say that. And it's so back to George with that.
Thank you. Yeah, just to clarify that. Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. The paradox between the two these two the two phenomena. I don't have a other way of putting it, but the terrorist attack. It was a form of terror. It was a direct attack to bring Japan into another nuclear form of nuclear attack, another nuclear age of just trying to initiate a self-destruction, so to violate the mechanism that will prevent a nuclear meltdown. What Israel tried to do was cause another nuclear attack on Japan at Fukushima Daiichi, at the radiation power plant. It was at Fukushima. And the other point that I remember you bringing up years ago, Douglas, is when you presented about the Kuroshio current, and it goes across the Pacific, the one direction it flows in. And Fukushima Daiichi, the radiation was trickling down the west coast of the United States down the California current, and that was something that most people were completely unaware of. That it was, if Fukushima Daiichi was actually radiating Japan itself, you would have, and like you presented many times, you would have 20 million boatmen reside or emigrate to the United States, but you didn't have that. That's because the Kurishiro current, the jet stream, flows in one direction. It flows from Japan across the Pacific to the west coast of the United States, and so yeah, that's something that that was another point and note I wanted to just bring up. That's important for people to know about when it comes down to and thank you for for bringing up the reasons behind it. It was because of the support of to Iran. That's the reason for the attack, what initiated that attack. Just to clarify and bring that important note to people.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm so glad you brought that up. And it's great to reminisce on all these important factors that we haven't spoke about for ages.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Just the enemy to people. Yes.
And so I think we've got the basics down, and just so people again understand it, if Japan had been radiated, the Kurashia current has been such that people have literally experimented. One man took a primitive boat that was based on designs from that ancient Japanese carvings of trimaran boats, and he used this primitive boat to sail across the Pacific and literally reached San Francisco within a period of a few weeks. It would have been a few days, except he encountered a number of storms along the way. There was another individual who basically took off in the equivalent of a fiberglass bathtub, really. And basically encountering no storms, it'd be because if he had encountered storms, he wouldn't have survived.
He
would have just been inundated and drowned. But he reached San Francisco in a matter of days. So honestly, if Japan was truly radiated, yes, 40 million people would easily have come over to North America, Canada, and the United States. They just would have resettled as boat people. And believe me, it would have done nothing but good for the American and Canadian economies. Thank you for bringing up, But yeah, such being said, as I said, that would have been truly historic. It would have been like a renaissance. When it came to the Stuxnet program, this was the cohesive effort of this highly funded group of the best programmers and hackers the world has to offer. Now, there's only a few nations on Earth that could have done something like this, sponsored such a project. The Empire of Japan, the Communist Chinese Empire, the Russian Empire, the Greater British Empire, maybe a select few other European countries could do what the United States and Israel did together with Stuxnet, but no terrorist organization without state sponsorship could have done that. It's the equivalent of a nuclear bomb program. So basically, Stuxnet was this computer worm co-designed by American computer engineers in consultation to Mossad that sabotaged Iran's nuclear program. So the Stuxnet model that was used, the cyber weapon against Japan, it evades detection from virtually all virus scanners. I'm sure things have changed since that time, but at that time, there was nothing you could do to stop it. So this was devastating. It was truly devastating, and they considered Japan in alignment with Iran at the time, and therefore decided that they could rationalize this attack. Obviously, the Americans cooperated with Israel in doing this. Again, this is America under Zionist occupation government. It's truly not a myth. It's not some neo-Nazi propaganda fantasy. It's really what we're under, and to a great degree. And with that, back to George. I just want to drive that point home. So George, go on, and anything else that comes to mind, feel free to bring it up.
Oh yes, no, thank you. So many things, Douglas, I could bring up. Yeah, I remember one of your interviews that you conducted with. I think it was. I don't know if it was It wasn't Kerry Cassidy. I think it was the other individual. I just know her as the witch or Satan.
Right.
Well, I'm trying to think. Rita Louise. I think it's Rita.
Rita Louise.
Rita Louise.
Dr. Rita Louise. Yeah, she was Jewish. Now, why? No, just out of curiosity, I'm not angered or upset by you saying all I can think of is the witch or Satan. Where does that come to mind? Why does that come to mind?
Oh, because I remember when you were having a conversation with her, she published a image of Satan and your post was underneath it. So that's what comes to mind when I think of it. It was just the conversation that you had with her. And you said, "Oh, conveniently enough, but yeah, my post is underneath your post with with Satan, an image of Satan."
Wow,
but yeah,
that's
she was
so
very.
weird.
She was promoting. Yes, she was promoting the NOG, the Nazi-occupied government of the United States. That was just that just came to mind when you mentioned about the Zionist occupation. The United States is under a Zionist occupation government. I remember that conversation you brought up, and I thought that was an important point because there is this out there, like people like Jim Mars, who produces books on the Fourth Reich, the rise of the Fourth Reich under the United States government.
By the way, what George Knight is talking about,
yes,
just so people understand, Jim Mars, thank God, is dead. Thank God he died a while back. Oh God, he died a while back, thank God. And all you need to know about Jim Mars is that he became a propagandist for Scientology. So if that doesn't tell you what you need to know, you're just in some state of denial already. But Jim Mars became a Scientology propagandist. He claimed he was only doing it for money, but this is how he ended his life, was as a Scientology propagandist, which in a sense he always was. And by the way, what I'm saying is not at all antithetical to Peter Moon. Peter Moon, of course, disassociates himself from Scientology as it exists today under Miscavige. Peter Moon's memories of Scientology are far more romantic and basically based on the L. Ron Hubbard years. But when it came to Jim Mars was one of many people, but he was probably one of the more successful ones promoting NOG, N-O-G, or Nazi occupation government that he was claiming was running America. I'm not quite sure. I of course tuned out. I had I kind of severed an acrimony from Rita Louise because it was nothing to do with. I feel sorry for Rita Louise. I don't consider her an enemy. But she was just someone. She was a Jewish lady who was not unattractive. She was okay. I mean, she was all right. But she was definitely looking for a man to kind of help her with her home, which she had purchased was a fixer-upper, and she was kind of stuck. And but her problem was she fucked up with me because she wouldn't publish my show in time. And by the time she got around to publishing it, it got all fucked up where she couldn't produce the camera work. She couldn't. All she had was the audio. And all these people do this. They all fuck up. And whether it's conspiracy, in her case, I think it was truly just incompetence. She really didn't know how to work the technology or something. But she, I get on camera, and if you can't work with that and bring the camera up, what's the point? So, I severed with her in some acrimony. I told her I would sue her if she published it, and demanded the audio so that I could publish it myself. Hopefully somebody has that on record somewhere. The audio, I mean, uploaded on some channel. Maybe it's on John Warrington's or something. But Rita Louise had published a number of books in her life, but she was Jewish. She's ethnically Jewish, and it was just I don't remember if she was ever pushing the Nazi occupation government trip, but she might have interviewed someone along those lines. maybe eventually, or maybe in the past. I certainly wasn't aware of it at the time, if that happened. But the thing with her was she kept trying to work on a model that just was not going to work. Henrik Palmgren, who was the white supremacist that had interviewed me and then cut off a full hour of the goddamn interview, and put up a spliced interview that just didn't make any sense. Henrik Palmgren operated on a model where he had 1 hour he would put up for free, and then you had to pay to hear the second hour. So for some reason this worked for him. And this was because he had a big start, a big audience, and enough people were willing to do that. She was trying to work with that model. And she was trying to produce a show maybe once every few weeks, maybe twice a month. And the problem is she couldn't live off that. She couldn't, but she was desperate to try and live off that. She could not seem to work the technology by herself. So that didn't help. And everything was backed up. So she decided she was going to put these stupid, like, interviews or specials with the stupid people who were at the high desert bullshit, you know, contact in the desert bullshit. So she decided, I'm going to put the contact in the desert. And she kept pushing my interview back as to when she would publish it. And then by the time she published it, she couldn't find the camera work. And so it's like, that's why I broke up in acrimony with her and just was never in contact with her ever since. I don't know if she's still alive. A lot of these people will die suddenly, and you won't know about it till later. But I have nothing against her otherwise, unless somebody can tell me something. That I'm not looking to make her an enemy. Like I said, I felt sorry for her. I hated to treat her like that, but you know, she fucked up with me, and it's like she should have put my interview up first, and just we would have gotten everything out of the way, and she probably would have still had the camera work instead of losing it. So that's what I have to say about that. So go on.
Yeah, I didn't know any of that. Any of that, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
And I, you know, and I'm not flattering myself. I think she was looking at me as someone potentially who could have replaced the guy who was leaving her. She had some weird kind of hippy dippy kind of beardy bear guy who was like, you know, she let in as kind of like a live-in who was fixing up the home, and then he left her hanging, like, and she didn't know how to repair half the stuff that was around the home. But I couldn't fulfill that role. I mean, I don't know how to repair shit. That would have been a disaster. But there you go with that. Just all kind of sad. I honestly, I wish nothing but the best for her. Otherwise, it's the same with the girl who has the Medusa channel, Solaris Blue Raven. That poor dear. She never forgave me for ripping off her title. I was a remote or I can't remember what it was, Life of a Remote, something like that. And I was trying. Anyhow, that's a whole nother story. But anyhow, gee, I feel bad for her too. And hopefully someday maybe you know, amends can be made. But she doesn't seem open to that. Can't say I blame her, but I honestly think she should have understood where I was coming from when I did what I did. I was honestly trying to help her out by making that term more accessible, by popularizing the term. But anyhow, let's get back to where we are. And whatever else comes to your mind that you feel we should be paying attention to.
Yes, thank you, Doug. So I do apologise for bringing that up. It was only relevant because it was people like Jim Mars that promotes that the United States government is occupied by a so-called quote-unquote Fourth Reich, which is preposterous, and we've outlined, you know, several factors that. But
by the way, for anyone who can't see the idiocy of this, just think of all the Jews running Wall Street and the Jewish influence over Hollywood, and you know, how on earth can you even imagine that somehow the Nazis are running the show when you've got so much Jewish influence in finance and media in New York and Los Angeles? It's like. It's come on. I mean, anyhow, back to George.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, thank you. That was just just to outline the preposterousy of that. The irony of it is just ridiculous. Men like Eli Roth and Quentin Tarantino. I can't even pronounce his name.
Quentin Tarantino.
Quentin Tarantino couldn't produce the movies they produced if it was anyway. So it's just it's ridiculous. But yeah, no, I'm happy to bring up anything else, Douglas. Yeah, any direction you want to go in, anything I can remember, because of course everything I'm trying to cite is from memory. So it's great to reminisce, to get a refresher, speaking to yourself. So
well,
you first direction you want to go into.
You first found me. You first found me
Yes.
when you were researching the Holocaust, and then
Yes.
you ran across me on this 9/11 truther channel
Yes.
that has been completely scrubbed from the internet. Is that not the case?
That is the case, and thankfully, because of men like John Warrington, who we refer to as the former archivist, but now I think Nemo's probably taken that role on, and he's published on the Odyssey channel. Yes, and I haven't seen him for a little while now, so I hope he's all right. If he could join us tonight, that'd be amazing.
Nemo, you mean? Nemo, you mean?
Yes. Did I say someone else? Did I say?
No. You were talking about.
Nemo.
You were saying I hope he's all right because you haven't seen him in a while. I mean, that's also the case with John Warrington. I mean, yeah. I can assure you, Nemo's fine. I can guarantee you, Nemo's fine. Nemo was in the chat room earlier. It's just that Nemo's very leery of coming on sometimes because he's just very. He's quirky. He's just sometimes he'll come on and then other times he'll just not feel like it. So you just kind of like roll with it. But John Warrington, on the other hand, is more alarming from what I can understand. I think he's still alive, and he seems to be semi-active on the internet, but it's mostly just republishing old stuff that he published in the past. So it's like he gets a few hours on the internet at some cafe someplace. He doesn't have it at home. He has a few hours someplace, and then he'll just re-upload old stuff, memories and shit. Poor guy. I mean, literally, I'm more concerned about him. Nemo, on the other hand, we keep track of. So but definitely everybody maintain John Warrington in your thoughts and prayers. And the good news is his channel is still up, and so everybody take advantage of that. And and the same with Nemo. So back to George. Yeah. So Nemo's okay now that you know that. Yeah. Back to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And with John Warrington, I've tried reaching out to him, but had no response. Multiple times I've tried to reach out to him, message him, and I've had no response. So we do maintain him in our thoughts, and I hope he's all right. But it's I forgot now where we were going to go, Douglas, to be honest with you. There was
we were talking about how you originally found me researching the Holocaust. And then there was this 9/11 truther channel that just kind of got scrubbed off the internet. And that was originally, by the way, a guy who kind of had a relationship going with Holly Kaditis Kiefer, who has contributed $100 United States via money order recently, and of course she contributed $200 around my birthday. So Holly Kaditis Kiefer tries to help as much as she can. She was the lady who drove me down to Arizona for that experience that we don't need to touch on right now. It's again, whenever I think of it, it's one of the most bizarre stories of my life, and it just it's so bizarre that it bears retelling just for the sake of morbid entertainment, but another time. So you were checking out that channel. That was so tell us a little bit about your headspace at the time, the context at the time.
Oh yes, thank you, Douglas. No, just to go back to summarize, outline how I discovered Douglas. I was doing research on the Holocaust, and the way YouTube works their algorithms, it suggested on the right hand side I remember on my iPad, it had the thumbnail of Douglas, just an image of him. It was being interviewed by 911.org. It was like 911. Or something like that. It was the name of the YouTube channel. I remember it was like 911, either Truth or Org or something like that. The channel, it doesn't have the videos of Douglas anymore, but there was a 2-part video with, it was just called Douglas Duane Dietrich with the Holocaust and 9/11 to draw parallels between the two. Of course, mainly he goes into the Holocaust as opposed to 9/11. And through my own research, my own knowledge of back history, my back understanding education on the 9/11 situation, I could verify what Douglas was saying was true. But I realized that I was learning a hell of a lot more listening to that interview than I did doing my own research. But you presented it in such elucidated detail, excruciating detail as opposed to elucid. I learned so much about not just history on the Holocaust, but back history leading to the Holocaust. And you go back all the way back to the origins of why the Holocaust was initiated in the first place. You go into the history of the Jewish persecutions, and you went into the biblical aspects of it. You went back to the jealous God Yahweh, and his the desert God who called upon the genocide of the Canaanites through the very first Holocaust, which was the first historical reference to Holocaustos, the Greek term for Holocaust.
Holy burn. Yeah.
The holy burn, sacrifice to God, sacrifice by fire. So I learned so much. And when you brought up, with the Christopher Cologne expeditions to the New World, it was under Jewish influence, and it was funded, supported by Jewish merchants, prominent Jewish merchants such as Don Isaac Abravanel. When you mentioned all these points, I learned a great deal of history that I never knew about, which is what I was seeking. And so I rewatched that. I downloaded it. I rewatched it multiple times, over and over again. And there was another multi-part video that they also published on that YouTube channel, which is not there anymore. That was another important interview that I don't think John Warrington has even published. And if he has, I would love for him to communicate with me in order for me to rewatch it again. But again, that was bringing up with anthrax and Fort Detrick. That was other important historical points that you're bringing up, Douglas, which I would love to be able to ascertain and review them again. And also to do with the meat market as well, the meat market in the United States as well. It was so many important valid points that you brought up, which I would love to be able to ascertain that video again. But that YouTube channel I can't find anymore, doesn't exist. Your videos don't exist, but thankfully your 2-part video of the Holocaust is uploaded to your own YouTube channel, so thankfully that is there for anyone to watch at their own leisure. So that was when I discovered Douglas. I realized that I've hit the nail on the head, so to speak. I've found what I'm looking for, so the truth around you, the reality of the world around you. And so I've learned so much, and I haven't turned away, and I'm always hungry to learn more. And so that's what it is. It's a journey of just consuming as much information as possible, but you're genuine history. I'm genuine information, as opposed to, like we talked about earlier, about then just diving into the cyber sewer shit that
most people are drowning in. Yes, they're drowning in this shit.
And they're just spewing and regurgitating it, and it's just truly profound. I just find it truly profound. It's just, even like just thinking about it now, it's making me shudder just thinking about it. Like, with the inception of COVID or the coronavirus, when people say it's a biological weapon that was unleashed by Wuhan, it's just like, and I remember during the lockdown period when we were in the stringent, confinements of our own household, where people were just, then all they were doing was swimming in that sewer shit. There was nothing else for them to do apart from just swim online and consume all this stupid information. I remember people publishing about, this is a biological weapon, this is something the government has perpetrated or orchestrated, and I remember people going, just supporting that. I remember there was so many thumbs up about it. It's just supporting this. They're doing this on purpose. This is trying to take away our freedoms. This is all just a government attack on its people. Just spewing so much garbage which made no sense whatsoever. Made no sense. This is them trying to take control of us. This is the coronavirus is not It's not a detrimental threat to us. It's just a cold. It's just a flu. Oh my God, it's just so much shit. I remember that. I remember it was just so much shit that was just being spread, and that was why I had to, just what's the term? Just passively just kept on. I had to keep publishing post after post, just explaining the coronavirus out, the inception of that, and just outlining the historical aspects of it. I had to, because it was just, I was just being, just bombarded on my newsfeed about all these conspiracy theorists. And it was ironic, because as I mentioned earlier, I was called a conspiracy theorist.
Yes.
And then,
yes.
It's always the ones that really, it's always a projection. People, and I remember someone else saying that, trying to tell me that extraterrestrial life exists out there, that it has to be. It's the probability is so high, and it's
high.
Another stupid statement. And I just outlined to him, he was trying to say that what I am is a conspiracy theorist, and I told him a conspiracy is someone who does believe that there is life out there. That is what a conspiracy theorist is by definition. Oh my God, I couldn't. But that's me. I'm sorry, I had to just guffaw a little bit, Doug.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. But by the way, I did receive a communication from Jennifer Hawkins. I just want everyone to know she's alive. She's going through a stressful time right now. One of her dogs, and she loves her dogs. One of her dogs is apparently sick. So apparently she's got some financial troubles, probably veterinarian's bills, I would imagine. So just want everyone to know that what I wrote her was that I will be unavailable for working with her until March anyway, so maybe it'll work out for both of us. And I hope, just want to put that out there. And hopefully I'll remember... I'll remember as well later, before the end of tonight's episode, to credit, we'll do this at the very end, I'll credit some people who have made some contributions more recently. So obviously they deserve their credit. And to get back to where we are with George Knight, George Knight has of course been public with trying to share this information. And it's resulted, of course, in a lot of people just scorning him. But he's been very emotionally resilient about this. And one of the reasons that he's able to maintain an emotional resiliency is thanks, of course, to this program. This program enables us to speak the truth. And just so people understand our stance, so they get somewhat aware of our cosmology, if you will, understand that Brendan Zogit's a bit different. Brendan Zogit is kind of like a special case in that he's with us on many subjects, but of course he has a fairly... I confess I don't understand his perspective on quote-unquote the shape of the Earth. Now, he's not a flat earther. Not a flat earther. He seems to be taking the 9 realms perspective or something like that, or in Vedic cosmology or the East Asian cosmology, it's 14 realms or 14 worlds or something like that. And I believe that he's taking that as opposed to a conventional round Earth. In other words, something that's multidimensional or something like that is his perspective. And I don't think we've ever had him try to explain it. So there's no point in my trying to do that for him. But such being said, otherwise, he's pretty much a shoulder to shoulder with us on everything else. And basically the stance is, so people understand this, if I were to point out several important things about human history, I would say that first off, for people who don't know this, my mother's background goes way back to the Mage Kings of China, and these were the monastic vampires that ultimately received the signal, the star, the vision of the star, which led them to basically lead armies to invade Roman Israel and
Yeah.
consecrate the Christ. So I come at the universe with a Christian perspective. The Christian perspective is such that I do integrate elements of biblical history or concepts into our geological history. So understand that obviously or maybe not obviously, unlike many quote-unquote Christians in America in particular, and even in places in England, you get quote-unquote fundamentalists or literalists who think that the world is much younger. Now, in all fairness, I do want to emphasize something. There was an Irishman named Bishop Ussher, and Bishop Ussher was brilliant, and he was probably one of the most profoundly educated and erudite minds of his day. This was someone who was not by any means stupid or even misguided. And what he did was he took all of the biblical dates that he could and calculated the beginning of the world as he understood it via what was available to him in terms of data, which was going to be biblical in nature. And basically calculated that the origin of the cosmos was October 23rd, my father's birthday, my legal father's birthday, George Joseph Henry Dietrich's birthday, October 23rd, 4004 years before Christ. I think it was that. And I know the birthday was, I think it was 4004 years. So it's, I have a deep respect for his work, but I view that as more the conception of a certain phase in human development. Let's just put it that way. 4,004 years ago is like nothing. I mean, before Christ. That's 6,000 years ago by now, but it's like, that's still nothing. That's like nothing. But a biblical literalist would take that, and they do. And most people who claim that we have a young earth, the young earth fundamentalists, they're operating off of Bishop Ussher. Yeah, most of the time they're so ignorant, they don't even acknowledge that. Because they don't even know that. Yeah, but just so people know, I treat Bishop Ussher with deepest respect. I would like to say any serious historian would have to read his work. That's it's definitely educational. It bears looking at, and it's available on PDF for free. So don't be afraid to check it out. But when it comes to not obviously, but just to emphasize, the world is much older than that physically. So I think of that as some kind of like cosmically important moment in terms of a change in evolution. And but geophysically, the Earth is millions of years old, and so this is our stance that during that time, follow the conventional evolutionary path of many forms of life developing and being extinguished by extraordinarily regular mass extinctions. Our mass extinction, the mass extinction we're in now, is completely irregular. It is not a normal mass extinction. Mass extinctions have occurred in our world's history like clockwork. Yes. This is based on the fact that we have a companion star. So for those of you who don't know this, astronomically, the majority of stars in our universe or our galaxy that we can see, the majority of stars are binary stars. And we happen to have a binary star system as well. But our binary star system our binary star partner is a brown dwarf that is very hard to see even with modern technology. And so this brown dwarf is a star that in its counter orbit to our primary star, what we view as our primary star, this dark star goes through the Oort cloud, or rather the Kuiper disk, and destabilizes many planetary bodies that then hurl inward and cause the mass extinctions. This is the only real logical explanation for the clockwork mass extinctions. Our mass extinction that we're going through now, we're causing ourselves. So it's the atypical mass extinction. But the other mass extinctions had been so far apart that sapience, this is different from sentience, any animal is sentient. Any animal is sentient. It senses and will avoid pain, but we are sapient. We are conscious. We are cognizant. And so other sapient species have evolved and been generally wiped out, not totally, but generally wiped out by the mass extinctions. But the remainders are what we call relic populations. And sometimes these are degenerate populations, degenerate to the point where they're feral or animalistic, but others are maintaining some level of technology and are either in pockets underground on Earth or in caverns underground on Mars or Venus. And this is not particularly far out. As a matter of fact, Earth almost missed becoming Venus with a runaway greenhouse effect by only 5 degrees worth of temperature during the Permian mass extinction, which was the last big mass extinction, and I think the worst one that we know of till now. In the Permian mass extinction, 90% of all life died out, and the Earth got so hot, we were 5 degrees away from becoming a runaway greenhouse effect like Venus. And imagine that. I mean, that's terrifying. That's like almost inconceivable. So these are things that we hold as basically part of our stance. But what people need to realize is that in general, aside from amorphous... Oh yeah, by the way, did you take a look at that article I sent you about this? They were talking about quote-unquote cannibal plasma balls that were absorbing each other. Did you see that in the email?
Holy crap! No, I have, Douglas. I do apologize. I wish I had now, but prior to coming on.
Open your email now. Let's see if you can access it. Oh, the latest email from myself. Let's take a look at this together, and we'll take a look at this. So let me look in my sent box to GEK, and not going to give away too much of your. There we are. Plasma entities. Do you see that?
Entities, just scrolling up just to try to find the email. Gosh, you get so many junk mail coming through. They were coming, getting there, Douglas.
Should come up 6 days ago. 6 days ago.
6 days ago.
February 2nd. Friday, February 2nd. From Douglas Dietrich.
There we go. There we go. Plasma entities, found it.
Okay. So do me a favor, open that up and read what you find aloud.
We know what the Foo Fighters that buzzed Second World War pilots really were, say scientists. So, wow. There's nothing else, is there? No, just that. Yeah. Co-author, Dr. Rudolf Schild of the Center for Astrophysics, Harvard, Smithsonian. These plasmas are electromagnetic entities that have a variety of shapes and sizes. They have repeatedly approached spacecraft and the space shuttles and are attracted to electromagnetic activity, including thunderstorms. They have been filmed from space, descending into the lower atmosphere, and appear to be attracted to airplanes, fighter jets, nuclear power plants, and hotspots of radiation, such as Hiroshima, which was destroyed by the atomic bomb. Based on video, photographic, and computerized analysis, including reports by military officers and astronauts, we believe these plasmas account for at least some of the numerous
some.
Yes. I just noticed that. Yeah, some of the numerous reports of UFOs and unidentified aerial phenomena over the last several thousand years, included the Foo Fighters, observed by German, Japanese, and Allied pilots during World War II.
Now, of course, this is they're in a sense covering up the aerial mines, the radio-controlled aerial mines that I've spoken of, but these are obviously a separate phenomenon that is quite real, and what it is a semi-sapient, or at least sentient form of energy. So please continue.
Yes, no, I'll continue to read on if you like,
Please.
Douglas, but that will account for many of what people conflate. Like, certainly, I have noted that, Douglas, that not all of the craft that appear in the sky could be the 1,000-year Reich. There could be these balls of energy, so that makes perfect sense. Co-author Dr. Christopher Impey of the Department of Astronomy at the University of Arizona said, "This does not mean these plasmas are alive or engaging in intelligent, purposeful behavior."
You notice they have to add that what would you call it? A disclaimer. They have to add a disclaimer that, in a sense, belies something else. But go on. Yes, please.
Thank you. Yes. Rather, as documented experimentally, these upper atmospheric electromagnetic plasmas may be engaging in energy cannibalism and behaviors referred to as what is that? The
Collisionality.
Collisionality, yeah. Wow. In which they turn, follow, collide, intersect, and possibly exchange energy.
How is this not sentient?
Well, exactly. It's got to be. Yeah, exactly. They portray all the characteristics of a sentient. So it's just, yeah. This just baffles me, this premise. They're trying to elucidate to. Yeah, and then it says to tap to download. So I've got some material to download. The original appeared in 1939. Yeah, what a apropos year. A charging book of the topic by Eric Frank Russell. This 1948 edition revised and expanded from the magazine version. The preferred text is available, and then there's multiple downloads I could click on, Douglas. So I have all that. Yeah, it just shows you the books. Yeah, it's just imagery, I think. Yeah, it's just images. Yeah. But no, thank you. Yes.
So there is, of course, if you go back to the top of the email and click on that link, please do so. And that might give us something different, or it might give us more of the same.
At the top, Douglas. Sorry, beg your pardon. Yes.
Yeah. At the top. So this takes us to the Telegraph.
Yes, Telegraph.
Okay. And so here we are. Please continue and read this.
Just load and beg your pardon.
Sure.
We know what Foo Fighters are, so that was that plasma's like behavior. So I've taken strange L-shaped object, Buzz Aldrin. Plasmas behave like living organisms. So I've read that, I believe. Yeah. So there's a lot of context here, a lot of transcript to read from. New kind of weather phenomena. The sightings were largely dismissed as German weapons or flight fatigue, although some speculated at the time there may be a new kind of weather phenomena, such as that St. Elmo's fire, a plasma effect that makes aircraft wings glow. Plasma represents the fourth state of matter distinct from solid, liquid, and gas, but its properties are still being uncovered. It is responsible for lightning and phenomena such as the northern lights, when plasma from the sun interacts with the Earth's magnetic field. Plasma-like entities have been filmed congregating in their hundreds, particularly around satellite tethers, which generate electromagnetic energy or activity. They have numerous shapes, travel in different directions, with some moving quickly while others hover in place. They even appear to target or follow each other, and sometimes collide, leaving what resembles a plasma dust trail in their wake. Co-author Dr. Christopher Impey of the Department of Astronomy. I believe I just read that one earlier.
No, these are new. These are. I guess you did read that one. But then, if you go down further, look at what it says.
The relatively unknown to public. He added, "There's a whole world of lightning science which is relatively unknown to the public." But
you notice what it says as the headline: "Plasmas may represent an alternative form of life."
Yes, sorry, excuse me, Douglas. Plasmas may represent an alternative form of life. Some of the authors believe that the plasmas may even represent an alternative form of life that is not carbon-based, although others are skeptical. The team has called for some research studying the plasmas, including sending up satellites, which generate electromagnetic pulses, equipped with infrared and X-ray cameras to capture the phenomena. Commenting, on the research, Dr. Mitchard, a lecturer at Cardiff University School of Engineering, said, "It's not surprising that previously unknown charge-based phenomena exists at this altitude, and that they exhibit behavior that we don't yet fully understand. It's also likely that they will be attracted to or repelled from satellites and the space shuttle, which can build up static charges of their own. Even at ground level, glowing balls from thunderstorms that behave strangely are occasionally reported, often called ball lightning, and no one knows what these are either. They may be the same as Foo Fighters. It's definitely interesting research.
But you notice he's not saying they are the Foo Fighters. This is where, see, these are the compartmentalization of science.
Yes.
None of these scientists are educated in the technology of World War II. So it's not like they're necessarily malevolently trying to cover up the World War II weapons, but rather that they're ignorant of them. So both phenomena are quite real, the World War II weapons and this phenomenon as well.
Yes.
And yeah, please continue. And then there's a few other things that you missed, but already when you take a look at this, relatively unknown to the public, yes, take it from there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. He added, there's a whole world of lightning science which is relatively unknown to the public, even though we try to get it out there. There's a giant structures called sprites, which look like jellyfish, 25 miles, 40 kilometers tall, elves, which are giant discs that can spread to 250 miles, which are 400 kilometers across, and upward lightning bolts from clouds called jets, which are 3 or 4 times longer than anything we can see from the ground. The new research we publish in the Journal of Modern Physics. Yes, as you said, they don't allude to any, because of they're only ascertaining the information that they can ascertain and what they understand. So yeah, it's just pure ignorance on their part. They're oblivious to any of the obviously the historical
the World War II mechanics.
Yes, they're completely ignorant of that.
But what's interesting is that this is different from even the giant cellular amoeboid type of life forms. Mm-hmm. This is something that is also quite real and is finally being acknowledged. Now, if you go back up further, please note that there's a part of it called Strange L-Shaped Object. Take a look at that and then read from there.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Buzz Aldrin also said he and his crewmates had seen a strange L-shaped object which was very big and coming closer during the Apollo 11 mission, moon landing mission, although later said it was a booster panel. The team believed that plasmas in the thermosphere, 66 to 372 miles high, may descend into the lower atmosphere and account for reports by pilots. Co-author Dr. Rudolf Schild of the Center of Astrophysics, Harvard, Smithsonian. These plasmas are electromagnetic entities that have a variety of shapes and sizes. They have repeatedly approached spacecraft and space shuttles and are attracted to electromagnetic activity, including thunderstorms. They have been filmed from space, descend into the lower atmosphere, and appear to be attracted to airplanes, fighter jets, nuclear power plants, and hotspots of radiation, such as Hiroshima, which was destroyed by the atomic bomb. And obviously I read that earlier, but based on the video, photographic, and computerized analysis, including reports by military. Yes, and it's, again, military officers and astronauts. We believe these plasmas account for at least some of the numerous reports of UFOs and unidentified aerial phenomena over the last several thousand years, including the Foo Fighters, observed by German, Japanese, and Allied pilots during World War II.
But the last sentence we didn't read, the last sentence was not in the original.
Fighters.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Foo Fighters were first reported by the Royal Air Force personnel in March 1942, and several US pilots saw glowing lights over Germany throughout the war. And so, that's another important point to make. And I always remember they always say that, it couldn't be any new type of Wunderwaffe or a new type of
Wonder weapon.
Wonder weapon.
Right.
I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Wunderwaffe. Yeah.
Yes,
by the way, if you go up further, if you go up even further beyond the strange L-shaped object, I don't believe we had that in the original letter. That's plasmas behave like living organisms.
Experts from the universities of California, Arizona, and Harvard Smithsonian argue that the strange properties of plasmas make them appear to behave like living organisms, even though they are not alive. Plasmas can grow in size and replicate make contact with each other, and may feed off the electromagnetic radiation of satellites and spacecraft. They argue huge glowing masses of up to a mile wide, which behave similarly to swarms of living organisms, have been filmed by 10 NASA space shuttle missions, while astronauts have reported strange phenomena since the 1960s. Astronauts Ed White and James McDivitt spotted a huge metallic object approaching the Gemini 4 orbiter in June 1965, while James Lovell reported a bogey at 10 o'clock high on a mission 6 months later.
So they are conflating perhaps some of these with some Reich's phenomenon, but honestly, of course, some of the Reich ships would not necessarily be. How large was that? One of them was like, I guess they don't say how many, up to a mile wide. Some of the Reichscraft at that point in history may not have been a mile wide. That might have been a collection of these organisms, or one huge, one huge specimen of these organisms. But, for them to, originally they're starting to say that they're trying to say these are not necessarily alive, but then later on they're saying it's an alternative form of life. You see how this progresses?
It progresses and also contradicts, conflates a little bit. I've noticed.
So if you go up a bit further, there's a couple of paragraphs up there that we did not have in the original letter. There we are.
Thank you. Is that in the 1940s Allied pilots during the Second World War? Yes, during the Second World War, reported being hounded by fast-moving blobs, which they dubbed Foo Fighters, shaped like clouds, donut balls, and spheres, and often glowing or translucent. The strange entities have fueled conspiracy theories that Earth was being visited by advanced civilizations. Now a paper suggests the phenomena are in fact plasmas, or ionized gases, which are drawn to the electrical charge of aircraft, spacecraft, and satellites.
Well, it's a combination of two different phenomena. There were, of course, the German aerial weapons that were, of course, manipulated by the propaganda department. But when it comes to, those would be more like balls and spheres. But when it comes to, say, these clouds, not necessarily the donuts, which fall in between the two phenomena, but the clouds, that would be something more like these. That would be something more like these kinds of semi-organic plasmoid entities. So this is an important development, and it's something that George and I are not deconstructing. What we're doing is we're integrating this new factor that is finally being acknowledged into our cosmology, into our perception of our universe. And so there's the amoeboid types of life forms that are in hard vacuum and also in the atmosphere that we've described, that are epitomized by the Crawfordsville monster as the most solid evidence of the cadaver of a dying version of the this kind of specimen or species. And when it comes to these are also a kind of alternative life. Now, this is all very different from people and their concepts of aliens. The relic populations evolved on Earth or on Mars or on Venus at times when those planets were much more habitable. But you see, our solar system is so different from any of the solar systems. We're finding all these exoplanets, but our solar system is the only one we found that's flat. We may not have a flat Earth, but we've definitely have a flat solar system. And it's the only solar system we found that's flat. And this is what's led to life being even possible for us. It's very mechanically constructed, like a Swiss watch. And it's even to the point where the mass extinctions operate like clockwork normally until humans come along. And so we are in a very specific spot in the universe, which is almost impossible to replicate. We're in just the right place in the galaxy, just the right place away from our sun. And by the galaxy, we're not too near the edge where it's too cold. We're not too near the center where there's too many stars and it's too hot. And in our solar system, it's the same way, repeated on a smaller scale. We are definitely completely unique, and we are not receiving any signals from any sapient form of life in the universe. Now, see, what we're speaking of here with these plasmoid entities or these amoeboid entities, these are sentient but not sapient. And sapient, of course, cognizant, self-aware. As we brought up, there are relic populations which are like that, others that have degenerated to the point where they're no longer like that. But our universe is definitely very complex, and but it's complex enough where people don't understand how complex it is, and therefore is so complicated that life is almost impossible. Where it has evolved, it continues to evolve, even when almost wiped out, because once life grabs a hold, it never lets go. And life will keep coming back, because that's life. That's almost like the life essence, the life spirit.
Yes.
But when it comes to our perception of life, there are other intelligences, but these intelligences are not extraterrestrial as people want to imagine them. And they keep trying to project that the universe is full of extraterrestrial life, that it's to imagine that there's all those stars and all that space, and it's just not, overwhelmingly populated with life, is to affront to many people's sense or notional sense of how would I say it, proportion or something. But it's, in reality, they don't understand the complexities of life itself. And we've gone into this before, the calculations on the Cray supercomputer that were conducted by the U.S. government. But the end result was that a lot of the alien myth was pushed by the U.S. government to try and justify their loss of World War II by saying that they were the myth that has evolved and has been distributed to the American public is that after World War II, or sometime directly during World War II, that aliens were contacting first Truman and then Eisenhower. This is the myth that Truman and Eisenhower were involved in alien discussions. And this is something that was just hiding their talk down processes with the Japanese. So this is the importance, of course, of your understanding the alien myth, and therefore demystifying yourself from that indoctrination. One of the things that I've gone up against has been the military, which effectively runs the American government. And the fact that they have effectively run the American government is the reason why they've been pushing ancient aliens and all this shit for years. I mean, that show's like one of the longest running shows on Earth. Been running for decades. I don't know if you caught this earlier, but Brendan Zogiet attributes his father's increasing insanity. His father's dead now, but his father, during the period of time while he was disintegrating and spiraling into further and further madness,
demise, yes,
was watching two things repeatedly or chronically: Stargate and Ancient Aliens. Both of which are lunatic kinds of cosmologies that in Stargate, total inversion, they take the gray aliens, quote unquote, and they call them the Nordics. They say those are the Nordics, and it's just so offensive. It doesn't even.
Yes.
But anyhow, back to where we were. So this is something else for you to study, take a look at, and from now on, do me a favor and try and check your email more regularly and check your Skype text messages more regularly. I'd appreciate it.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's our only interaction, isn't it? It's our only form of communication.
Yes.
But yes, absolutely.
And because you and I, of course, can't talk telephonically very conveniently, in fact, we can't talk telephonically at all, really, practically. So it's just the Skype and the email, aside from these programs. So aside from that, what does this bring to mind for you? Take it from there.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Doug. There's so many different ways we can go with this. So yeah, if people take a look at the physical atoms of the universe itself, if you take a look at that pyramid where you see the all visible atoms, the physical visible atoms of the universe, it comprises of 0.01% of the entire universe, which is, again, if you go to what the people who we call cargo cultists, if they present to you that, well, the probability of life out there, because there's an infinite number of stars there with an infinite number of planets that orbit around those stars, there's got to be an infinite number of life out there, which is preposterous if you take a look at the actual composition of the number of visible atoms of the universe. It comprises of 0.01% of the entire universe, which is a very, very small percentage. The rest of it is helium and hydrogen gases, and you've got invisible matter, visible atoms, which you don't see. And then the rest of the universe comprises of dark matter, and the majority of the universe comprises of dark energy, which equates to 70% of the entire universe, which is the dominating component which governs and is responsible for the expansion of the universe itself, which is overemphasized by astronomers. They know that the universe is expanding at a rate which has to be deliberate by an intelligence, because if it's expanding too quickly, you won't be able to capture all the dust particles, the atoms, the physical. I'm talking about the physical atoms, the physical matter to actually conjure up and comprise a planet in the first place for life to, and you need stars in order for it to form in the first place. And if it was expanding too slowly, most stars will implode on itself and become neutron stars, and so then you'll have black holes, and therefore life will not exist. So they recognize that the universe itself is so it's, I'm trying to think of the term they use. They say it's a I'm trying to sorry, Douglas,
go on.
I need to just pause for a second to think. The term they use, they coined it, is so I'm trying to think of the word they use. I do apologize, I'm holding you up.
You're not holding us up at all. You're doing fine.
No, it's yeah, sorry. I feel like I'm doing an Elon Musk moment where he pauses for about 10 minutes just to answer a question.
Does he really? I think that's funny as hell. That's funny as fucking hell.
And that's a conservative job. But no, I'm joking. It's just just take the mick out of him. But yeah, it's so fine-tuned. That's the word I'm looking for. That's the term I'm looking for. It's so finely tuned, and astronomers are recognizing this, that the attributes that it consists of is only manifested in human beings. So again, sapiens. So we are a cognitive, we are intelligence, we have intellect, we are able to intelligently design, we have care, we have love, we have power. And we have knowledge, and so these attributes are represented in the expansion rate of the universe, which is people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who has publicly stated and admitted he keeps him up at night because he's pondering, what the hell is dark energy and what is responsible for dark energy? We know it exists, we can sort of measure it, but we don't know what's responsible or causing dark energy, because it is the dominant component which is governing the expansion of the universe itself. And this is what keeps these men awake at night, because they are atheistic and they can't accept the reality that it is a form of intelligent design. They cannot accept that concept. So
I think what keeps Neil deGrasse Tyson up at night is concerns about his next rape charge. That's what keeps him up at night. He's just saying it's dark energy. But go on.
I remember you bringing that up, actually. That brought attention to me. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. They had these charges against him.
Yeah, he basically harasses all the women working for him and shit. So
yeah,
yeah,
it's great. Yeah,
no.
not surprising either. It's just that's what these men do. It's just they're At any rate, it's just to it just so when people take a look at that pyramid, the whole universe itself, it's a very small percentage, and you are that small percentage. So you are the pinnacle of
Creation. The pinnacle of creation. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. There's no doubt. And I think with that Esther lady that we had on.
That's right. Go on about that, please. Yes.
I'm not trying to insult her or disrespect her in any way, but when she said it is naive to assume or to speculate that we are the apex, that we are the most intelligent sentient species or form of life that exists in the universe. And again, that was her overindulging in her trip with Sakurai Sitchin. That was her. Yes. Again, that was her just being her form.
That's the Sickenite. That's the Sickenite in her speaking. Yes.
Yes. And so, God, I had to cringe. It made me cringe a little bit because, when you understand that when you understand that whole construct, that we are unique, and our universe and our solar system, as you said, it's an atypical solar system. It is truly unique, and we are exceptional. We are it is only here where we are on Earth. It's the only place that life could form in the first place. And as you said, once life is formed, it takes a foothold and it never lets go. And just like clockwork, we have suffered multiple extinctions. And when you mentioned about the Permian extinction, that occurred roughly around about 227 million years ago. And that lasted, which is the largest mass extinction we have on record that we understand that ever occurred in our human existence. Well, sorry, in Earth's existence. So they concluded that Earth is roughly around 14.8 billion years old. And so during that whole time period of Earth's existence, the largest mass extinction we ever had was the Permian extinction, which lasted 25 million years, and it was responsible for 95% of the loss of marine life. Yes. And roughly around about 80 to 90% of all life on the surface world. And the populations, the species that survived, relocated underneath the ground. So they retreated or descended into a form of to seek a form of habitable life, to escape the mass extinction that was occurring on the surface, which was like a form of it was a geothermal hospital environment. I can't pronounce my words correctly, Douglas, but it was so uninhabitable. It was just raining acid. It was just raining. It was lava. It was rock. It was dust. It blocked out the sun. It was just our most excruciating time of Earth's existence, time of to be alive on Earth. And the species that retreat into the underground cavern systems, when they emerged once the surface became habitable again, they evolved into the dinosaurs, which we know in the Triassic and Jurassic periods. The species that re-emerged to the surface then evolved into the dinosaurs, and that's where we get the dinosaurs evolving and come into existence. And many of these species that still habit underground are a form of relic population. And it's just a theory that I've got in my head, Douglas, that I think when most people conflate what they call Dracian or Draconian or reptilian, they conflate these forms of ancient relic populations. They conflate it to the species that submerged themselves during the Permian extinction that still harbor or are extant throughout these underground cavern systems that the Reich have taken massive advantage of themselves in their retreat from genocide from the surface world, from the Allies. So I think these are all factors, important points to make. But just a question for you, Douglas. Would you conclude that as well with myself? It's just without any circumstantial evidence to support that. But I think where most cultures have seen these, one of these sentiences, one of these forms of relic populations, they've conflated with the draconians or the lizard reptilians.
Right.
It's probably a form of the species that submerged themselves during the Permian extinction. Would you say that is viable, or I wouldn't know how to elucidate any more on that?
Well, I think we're thinking in the same general direction, most certainly.
Yes.
But one of the things that I'm trying to remember is the name of the species in particular that I'm thinking of. So give me a minute here to see if I can call up some notes upon the species that I'm trying to remember in terms of let me see, avians. Avians.
Yeah, why don't you do that, Douglas? I'll extend further on what I was bringing up earlier about
Please.
the time period what astronomers and astrophysics have concluded the Earth existence. They have concluded that it's 14.8 billion years. What is so significant, what's relevant with that, is that what Hugh Ross has presented, and I advise people to check out Hugh Ross, the astronomer's work, and he is a man who is what you call, I think he's like an old world believer. So he is a theist. He believes in God. So he is someone who is he's forced to believe in God for what he knows and all the evidence that he sees when he takes a look out into the universe itself. But he has pointed out the significant fact that with our technology, we're able to check with our telescopes. We're able to look deep into the universe. We can see that the Earth is the universe started around 14.8 billion years ago. And we're able to see the creation event, and that's what he refers to it as. And so he goes, we're at a pivotal point in our existence because we are at the only time where we can actually see the starting point of time itself. And he goes, that is nothing that is coincidental or something that is by accident. That's something that's very deliberate. So us humans on Earth are able to see the creation event ourselves for our own technology. And he has concluded it's because that's what he wanted. That's what God wanted us to do. To know that he exists so we can see his work, we can see his creation. So that is something that has come from Hugh Ross himself. That's not from myself, but I can certainly also qualify that also. I certainly do agree with that. Certainly through, it's a very pivotal point that we can actually, it's amazing that we can actually see the creation event itself using our own technology, which means we're in a very significant part of our own existence. So I just wanted to mention that also, Douglas.
Absolutely. Yes.
I think that was just important just to, I have mentioned that before, but
yeah,
I think it's always good to just always
we're at a midpoint in time. We're at a midpoint in the time of the universe itself. We're in the middle age of the cosmos, or the midpoint of its development, so far as we can understand it. And this is, of course, where we can see into the past, see our beginning. I mean, that's profound, because if our species evolved further into the future, we would not necessarily be able to see the past to that extent, all the way back to the beginning of the universe, because it would be too far in the past.
Yes, thank you. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Douglas. Thank you.
Yeah.
And sorry, did you find what you were looking for? Did you find the name of the...
I'm still looking slowly,
yes.
but it's one of these things that it's not important that I find it today. Let's just put it this way: we're talking about, just so people understand this. There are several different species of what people would consider draconian or serpentine, and even some of these more simple-minded, there's no other word for it, simplistic or simple-minded conspiracy theorists who are following, are delving into the UFO trip. A lot of these people will disambiguate serpent people from Dracos, that some are more draconic, right? And others are more snake-like, right? And so they will say things like this. So there is such a disambiguation. It is something that people should, I guess, understand, who are truly interested in these relic populations. And trust me, not too long into the future, we're going to be dealing with these relic populations simply by dint of catastrophic climate change. And that is going to cause us to try and invade certain caverns or interior spaces that are not occupied by the Third Reich in exile, in which case they're going to be occupied by species like these. So these species, in terms of some level of disambiguation, there were, I don't know if I gave you the, well, let me see. The last time I was on our Skype, let me check and see if I went. I'm going to go over to George Knight's private Skype here, and I did give you photographs of a sculpt of Homo testudines, or turtle people. So I gave you the sculpt. Yes. So you saw that. Yes.
Thank you.
So I could give you photographs of a different sculpt, which is of a relic population that would be, of course, the, something different. And this would be Archaeo. I'm trying to remember their name exactly. But basically, these would be avians. And not blue avians. That weird. The logic here is based on, of course, different studies of relic populations that, when released to the public, they'll say that these are intellectual exercises in trying to recreate evolved dinosaurs or something like that. And I can tell you which ones are basically crap and which ones are logical or based on true examples. So I'm trying to take a look now and see if I locate one of these. Right now I'm finding immediately the crap. And seeing if I can find one of the few examples of something that is more realistic. So everybody be patient. It's not really all that important that I find something like this, shall we say, on a speed basis. And in the interim, what we would be talking about with George, his real specialty, the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, tell us a little bit about, say, for instance, the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile and the technology that you familiarized yourself with. Say, for instance, what those astronauts saw, this L-shaped object. Is that something that could possibly have been one of the Rodcraft, or I'm sorry, you have a name for them, Andromeda Gerad?
Yes, and Gerad is the in the German language, the Deutsche Sprache is device or machine, so that's what the Gerad means. And Andromeda is obviously it's a star system, but it's a reference to. So I believe that's where they got the name from, but they actually named them after some of their Nordic gods, the Nordic pagan, the Norse religion. They named them Freyr and Thor. So they gave them these names, including the real craft, the prototype, 8 prototype, they named it Odin, the god of war. So yeah, they gave them very specific names. But yeah, certainly when it comes down to what the astronauts were encountering, and I have footage of from the space mission, the Mir space station, the Russian cosmonaut space station, the Mir space station, footage of the Andromeda Gerad circling and coming within quite close proximity of the Mir spacecraft, obviously conducting surveillance or monitoring surveillance of the Mir spacecraft itself. And so oftentimes what people will spot is these long cylindrical objects, which are basically world travelers. It was given the name world traveler. It is what people colloquially refer to as a mothership, which is essentially what it is. If people want to take a look at any details or any cases or examples, if they take a look at Travis Walton, his case, now what he encountered was the 1,000-year Reich in exile in an accountant. So he was abducted and taken on board the Andromeda Gerrat itself, and he describes this great big vessel. It had rounded room. It was a rounded room with straight edges to the sides, and he was on board one of the craft, and there are two other similar spherical crafts that were inside this massive, he called it a hangar, but you could see the stars above him. So obviously he was on board the Andromeda Gerrat, and he was presented by he called a man who was very tall in stature. He was a lot more stronger than he was, because he was presented as a more masculine, far much more muscular in proportion to himself. And he was basically he escorted him from the ship to a room where there was a man and woman, he said, that were also like himself. Of course, they have these jumper suits on from neck to foot with these boots, and people, I will tell you, it has a seam on one side, so this is how they get into their these jumpsuits, space suits that they call them. And he had a fishbowl on his head, which he calls the fishbowl, which is obviously like a form of spacesuit. And he kept asking him, well, are you from Earth? Where are you from? And obviously he just
But by the way, the
smiling.
fishbowl on his head, the first thing that comes to my mind, it would be
Yes.
to prevent the Nordic from getting diseases from the baseline human.
Yes.
That's the first thing that would come to my mind, is
Thank
that
you.
it's basically like a hazmat suit, except much more streamlined. Obviously,
Thank you.
yeah. Go on.
These are not oxygen tank these are not helmets like what you get the conventional astronaut to wear, because of course otherwise Travis Walton would be wearing one on his head if it had anything to do with being above the levels of no oxygen in the upper atmosphere or the lower atmosphere, where it is more frigid and more hostile for any form of life. So no, with these craft itself, basically the way the electromagnetic impulse that bends around the craft, it prevents them from being susceptible to any form of hostile radiation or exposure to hostile radiation or form of any form of.
Well, it might also electromagnetically repel smaller meteorites and space debris, I would also.
Thank you. Exactly. Exactly, Douglas. So that's the reason why Travis Walton was in a spacesuit himself. He doesn't have to be. So if they take a look at the interviews, the original interviews with him, the very early stages in the 70s when he was abducted, later on he retracted talking about men in spacesuits. He retracted talking about seeing men like you and me, for instance, that were walking on these spacecraft. Of course, they told him, you can't speak about this. This is not. You have to talk about the red populations that you also encountered. So that is why he refers to the so-called quote-unquote aliens as the Dregar, the dwarf, elven, small stature, 4 foot tall, malevolent entities, what you call sentiences. They had the blacked out eyes.
Well, they would. Okay, yeah. So continue, please.
Yes,
by all means.
thank you. So he obviously encountered them, and they actually produced a movie on this. And excuse me for my shame and disgrace, I can't remember the name of the movie, but they actually based this on a movie which they turned them very malevolent and very, oh my god, just grotesque looking. And they conducted very horrible, morbid experiments on the man in the movie. But the real Travis
wasn't it simply? Yeah, wasn't the movie simply called Travis Walton or something like that?
Something, yeah. I can quickly look it up. I'll get because I'm not referencing anything. I'm just going by memory. Travis Walton movie. So if you take a look at Travis Walton, yeah, movie. God, they've got him as a movie actor. that's funny enough.
Yeah.
Take a look at Travis
Well,
Walton.
that's what I noticed when I was talking
It's
about.
tough.
Yeah, that's what I noticed when I was talking about that guy who was supposed to be at Dulce. Was
Yes.
they called him an actor too? I mean, basically.
Amazing.
So
Yes.
yeah. That's
Yeah, the movie is called Fire in the Sky. It was released in 1993. That's the movie based on Travis Walton case. But of course, they don't in the movie itself. They don't portray the 1,000-Year Reich. They don't portray men in spacesuits or jumpsuits. Which it's like it's between the neck and the toes. They wear boots as well. And if you take a look at some of the evidence that was what you would call an archaeological evidence that was captured, you take a look at the as you mentioned earlier with the Zodiac killer, the footprints that was left was military grade issued boots. But you take a look at the what they literally what they do is, I'm not sure what the term used in archaeology is, but they put like a clay print. So they pour like a form of liquid clay down, and then it solidifies, and then they've got a footprint, and which is based on evidence. But you can look at the sigils and the symbols on the boot itself, and it's of the swastika.
Yes.
On one side of the foot, and then it's different symbols on the other. Obviously, with different meanings. So yeah, it's just all these to indicate that it's the 1,000-Year Reich in exile. But yeah, it's amazing how he had to retract his initial testimony, his original exposition on his encounter with his abduction case by the Reich themselves. He had to retract that he saw genuine people, and when he referred to him, "Are you from Earth?" There's simply he just simply got a smile gesture as a response. They never actually spoke to him physically. They just simply then put him under a form of they just made him unconscious and they dropped him back off, but several miles away from his actual where the location where they abducted him in the first place. So if you take a look at the nuance of it, or the details of that, you will see all that circumstantial evidence, and it backs everything I'm saying up. So if people want to take a look at it for themselves. But yeah, obviously that will be one example that's presented in the book, Douglas, as well, because it emphasizes the encounter with the 1,000-Year Reich, and he identified people, genuine people that look Nordic, Aryan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But much more tall, 6 foot tall, and so yeah, a man and two others, a man and a woman. So yeah, it's just to go over that. Thank you. It's important, but that's another case if people want to look at it.
So what I've done,
yes.
yeah. So what I've done right now is I have sent you some images in your private Skype text. So this is the sculpt of the what would be a relic population example of a sapient dinosauroid. So the point to be made here when I use the term avian is that for people who have any familiarity with dinosaur evolution, in a very real sense, dinosaurs survived the KP extinction event. They call it the KP extinction event. The dinosaurs that survived would obviously be the sapient ones that evolved. For those of you who are even passingly familiar with the modern science of dinosaurs, or rather the postmodern science of dinosaurs, understand that it is becoming increasingly accepted that the overwhelming majority of dinosaurs are completely misunderstood in their physiology, that they are basically almost certainly in the norm feathered. That the way that we saw dinosaur fossils and tried to reconstruct these dinosaur fossils into the primitive dinosaur toys that we had for years growing up with people like George Knight and myself, these would be the equivalent of plucked chickens or plucked turkeys or plucked ravens, of plucked birds. They're basically, you can see the nakedness of them once you realize the majority of dinosaurs were feathered because they're the precursors of birds. And the survivors of the KP extinction event that were not sentient, or were not sapient but sentient, the sense they could sense but not be aware in the cognizant sense that we are. They became birds of the much smaller ilk that we see swarming, flying today. And of course, for those of you who don't know, Pteranodon was not a dinosaur or a bird; it was something else. But there are much larger animals that are winged. But in terms of the quote-unquote dinosauroid that were sapient, evolved consciousness, evolved technology, that, of course, hid from the KP extinction event underground. These are creatures that would look something like the photographs that I'm presenting to our man George Knight just now. In taking a look through these photographs, you get somewhat of an idea of the bird-like physiology. But then again, if you take a look at the skull or the back of the skull, you'll see a kind of formation, which I think is really visible only on one photograph from behind. So if you take a look at the one photograph from the side and one from behind, so you can see a kind of horn effect, or kind of a almost a peaked effect on the back of the skull there. And if you take a good look at the wings, of course, that are both upward and downward, you can see that the feet are very similar to some of the capuari, are these birds that are very large, that can tear through people in a heartbeat with their beaks, like ostriches can to a degree. These are all very dangerous birds, but the capuari, I think, in particular is the one I'm thinking of that's very dinosaur-like. But with this particular sapient entity, if you, I'll do a screen share here, and let's do a screen share. And if you, let's see now. Okay, start sharing. So can you see the cursor moving around on the screen, George?
Yes, I can, Douglas.
Okay, and then you, of course, you've taken a quick look at all of these images, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and so this is what I'm talking about using the cursor. Let me see if I can find it again. When it comes to the cursor, I can point at, here we are, this pointed cap kind of effect of the back of the skull, what would have originally been a plume, more like a vestigial plume. And so let's do a little search here as to what this creature might remind you of. So you notice the upward wings, the downward wings.
Yes.
Kind of like an effect of a four-winged effect that you have with this creature. And you see the kind of pose, you see the kind of look. Bear that in mind. And let's look at something else. You were on here with Jennifer Hawkins and myself when we spoke of The Exorcist, were you not?
Yeah, I believe so, Douglas. I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You at the start of the movie, is that?
Now, the demon of The Exorcist is Pazuzu, and
Pazuzu,
notice the
yes.
similarity.
Yes, the wings, the four wing, yeah. It's
The
two
claws.
wings, but yes.
Yes, there we
The
are. I
horn.
mean, you take a look at there's two wings upward, two wings downward, the claws, and this is a, you take a look further at other illustrations and just the sculpts, the original sculptures. The only difference being a human penis. You notice the physiological identity, the identical nature of the physiology.
Yes.
So Pazuzu was a demon of the air, carrying disease upon the winds, and was, of course, prayed to counteract Lamashtu, the goddess who stole babies. And this is, of course, you take a look at, these are real statues. These are real, genuine historical statues. And what they represent is very much this dinosauroid archaeoavian specimen of sapient entity. In other words, surviving members of the relic population were appealed to for help by the ancient Sumerian and Babylonian populations. So when you think of the crap that's pushed out by Eric von Daniken and Zachariah Sitkin, what they're pushing forward is a vulgarized, bastardized cosmology where I've just shown you a sculpt based on government-funded evolutionary studies of these dinosauroid relic populations and what they look like based on eyewitness accounts. And I've shown you the similarity to statues of Pazuzu, the demon which was then known as something to be feared yet appealed to for help. And we realized that they had a part in interaction with early human civilization. Now, this is something that Eric von Daniken and Zachariah Sitkin push in their own ways, but they're doing so from a totally ignorant perspective, and they're just doing it as charlatans who are pumping the public for money. I, on the other hand, am sharing something that the public, I cannot share readily with the public simply because I don't have the technological capacity to do so. I can share it with one person at a time until we can get this up on a website, which I don't even know how to use my own website, and until we can get it up on a website and then put it side by side with pictures of Pazuzu, the public will never understand what I'm just sharing with George Knight, but is what I'm sharing coherent to you?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Douglas. No, completely.
Okay. So this is the difference between myself and Sitkin and Eric von Daniken, is they're trying to push an ancient astronauts theory, but what I'm telling you is that these so-called ancient astronauts are relic populations that were at a far more advanced state technologically, but it's not necessarily technology that they were sharing with people. By the time that they were encountering human beings in those ancient days, they obviously must have had some grasp of technology and technique, maybe agricultural technique, maybe something to render themselves important to humanity to the point where humanity appealed to them for help. And since we have various statues of them that are obviously different shaped physiologically, this accounts for individual variations in these relic populations. They would be as different from each other as human individuals are. Does that make sense?
Yes, of course.
So, so this is something profound that I don't believe most people have any awareness of, and you're probably the first person who's ever been shown this outside of certain government circles. And that's an important point to be made. Let's see what other points I can make, and let's take a look at, of course, the live stream. We've got about an hour and a half left at least, and numbers are good, for this hour, and I mean, we're doing well. We maintained good numbers throughout the night, and I definitely want people to understand how much I appreciate that. Like I said, towards the end of the show, remind me to give credit to people who have made contributions more recently.
Yes.
And but aside from that, let me tell you some other things that come to my mind to remind people about or bring to people's awareness, and then we'll turn it back to George. One of the things that I want people to be aware of when we bring up things like these relic populations, this ancient sapient species that I believe the technical name for it was something like Archaeoavians, or I would just have to find my notes. But
yeah, I think it was Archaeo, yes.
Yeah, but definitely Archaeoavians, something along those lines. And this is because they were obviously they were in that transition point from dinosauroid to avian species, but definitely had taken a turn into sapiens, and as aware and cognizant sapient entities, species, like ourselves in that sense. They were self-aware and technologically driven, developed, and therefore never needed to develop fully into birds. In other words, if you'll notice those wings are not really capable of helping that thing fly. The thing's mass is just too heavy for those wings to carry. So those wings are almost vestigial. In other words, they're almost like an evolutionary point of pride, almost maintained for I would say almost like a mating display or something of that nature, or display of aggression, more than anything to do with flight at that point in their evolution.
Like a peacock, yes.
Yeah, and but certainly if you take a look at man's early concepts of angels, they are four-winged with two wings pointing upward and two wings pointing downwards. So the early conceptions of angels follow that. Now, a little side trip here, just on something that I thought of when we were speaking of the Stuxnet. And so I want people to understand that the Stuxnet that was used to sabotage an Iranian nuclear enrichment facility, and later the Fukushima Daiichi, or Fukushima Big Cluster 1, if they were to use such an attack against even less secured systems than nuclear power generation facilities, like those of many major American corporations that comprise so much of the world economy, or any of the many even less protected governmental systems that our civilian populations depend upon to survive, well, there's a lot to be feared there. Stuxnet, I remember there was this individual named Ralph Langner who was trying to explain Stuxnet about 100 times at the time of Fukushima Daiichi. He never maintained, or never explained, rather, the mechanism of the Stuxnet malware attack. Probably because he either did not know the explanation or more likely feared to state the explanation. Now, there was this company called Symantec, Symantec. Symantec published a report on Stuxnet on the web. I think it's been scrubbed, but it was titled Stuxnet Dossier, that studied this phenomenon. And that report uncovered the underlying vulnerabilities of all postmodern civilizations. The comprehensive response that would be necessitated by such, I've gone into in the past. We don't need to go into how to protect ourselves from such an attack tonight, because that's not necessarily the subject of tonight's show. But in definition of the two basic terror-targeted systems of Stuxnet-modeled cyber weapons, they would be industrial control systems and networks. And industrial control systems developed by Siemens were what were running the nuclear facilities. These German-developed industrial control systems by Siemens Manufacturing Corporation in Germany were running both the facilities in Iran and in Japan. So these are what's called an ICS. And an industrial control system, ICS, is a control system designed for controlling large electromechanical systems. Now, a network, the other target of a terrorist attack, is exemplified by the internet. Information is stored and rendered retrievable. Now, the central heart of every ICS, or industrial control system, is the module termed the PLC, or the Programmable Logic Controller, or computer controller. The PLC possesses a programmable memory, and the memory of a PLC is write always. The advantage for fast change being afforded by WAMs. WAMs are write always memories, as they can be reprogrammed on the fly. In other words, you can go in and with a write always memory, the WAM, you can just reprogram it as you need to as situations developed. Now, ICSs, the original industrial control systems, were initiated in automobile production assembly lines. Anno Domini 1959, wherein the memories of their PLCs, their programmable logic controllers, were basically, if I remember, they were changed only for car model year changes, which would be about every 3 years back then. In today's milieu, the corporate management of ICSs, or industrial control systems, they're attained through a corporation's network connectivity, enabling saboteurs to find paths through just such connectivity to the WAMs, the write always memories of PLCs, and employing malware that immediately reprograms the memories on the fly. Ergo, WAMs are vulnerable to rewriting by saboteurs. So, by example, Schneider Electric is a major vendor of ICS equipment. the Department of Homeland Security fields a team in Idaho that publishes ICS Alert, kind of like an electronic magazine. Now, ICS Alert Volume 346, Issue 1, references a Schneider vulnerability notice. And in that notice, there follows admission about Schneider's PLC WAMs, or programmable logic controllers, write-always memories, which allowing remote attackers to modify the memory of the module and execute arbitrary code. Meaning, code by caprice or whim to fuck the system up. The alternative type of memory is write once. Now, write once is exemplified by music CDs, compact discs, and movie DVDs, digital video discs, that are used around the world. These are storage media that cannot be rewritten. So if a PLC were fitted with a WOM, WOMM, a write once monitored memory, malware would be blocked from reprogramming a PPM, a priorly programmed memory. Now, basically, the attendant installs the specific pre-programmed write once memory into the specific PLC, and the control room monitors the specificity of the memory. This is a potential computer security technique. And of course, it's impractical because, of course, you're always trying to change as society changes. But the alternative is what happened in 2010 when the Stuxnet malware reprogrammed the memories of the PLCs of the ICS of the Natanz nuclear enhancement facility in Iran, causing the destruction of 1,000 centrifuges. So the Stuxnet made its way into the computers in the Iranian nuclear processing plants through universal serial buses, USBs, flash drives that employees brought home and connected to their own PCs, the personal computers which were subsequently infected with Stuxnet from the internet. This could just as easily happen in any American nuclear power plant, as security procedures in American plants are equally insecure. But Stuxnet was written specifically to target United German-designed Siemens industrial controllers. And Fukushima Big One nuclear power plant, Fukushima Daiichi, means Big One, also ran on Siemens systems, just like Iran. So the computer sabotage of the emergency cooling systems by the Stuxnet virus left viral traces of Stuxnet at Fukushima Ken, or Fukushima Prefecture, after the incident. There was a leading Japanese journalist, Yoichi Shimatsu, who came forward and publicly proved the use of Stuxnet to sabotage the Fukushima Daiichi cluster of atomic energy generators. So this isn't just something I'm pulling out of my ass. This is something that genuinely happened. Now, since civilian infrastructures are quite obviously now deemed open terror targets, then active measures should have been taken immediately to harden civilian systems, just as militaries satisfy their own security needs. Now, the sheer number of PLCs that are present in all the control systems spread throughout all civilian industries, including public works, transportation systems, etc., they're simply too large for the majority of nation states to attempt to firewall them by replacing them with WOMs, or write-only once memories. There'd have to be a completely different type of security system that would be multi-layered. A kind of SOS, or system of security, for monitorable public infrastructure, to include police and fire departments, would have to establish, you'd need to establish a third secured ION, or infrastructure-only network for every developed nation state, modeled on secured military networks. And militaries enforce classification of their networks into classified and unclassified. And that's the model for public access infrastructural security systems for the future and for their users to be mirroring. Maintaining 100% total isolation of a military secured networks from the public's internet provides whatever postmodern nation state which that military serves with its population's first line of defense. No secured system which any postmodern military service is utilizing is connected in any way to the public internet. No secured computers on such nets are allowed non-secured USB devices or any other unsecured devices, inclusive of any and all privately owned devices from the external environment attached to them. That would basically provide developed nation states with 3 very large networks, 2 secured and 1 unsecured. The secured military networks, the secured infrastructure networks, and a third public internet, the World Wide Web, which everyone uses. So in infrastructure says, well, I think all infrastructure designated systems in any developed nation state should be hard disconnected and at no point be accessible through the regular internet. And that security protocols for all devices and plants, communications, monitoring, etc. for infrastructure networks must be modeled on secured military networks. It has no PCs, no USBs, no personal computers, no flash drives. Nothing sourcing from the external environment breaches it. And within that ION framework, each civilian government must also firewall and segment all the various entities from each other. And finally, all public critical systems on the ION that require backups, police, fire departmental, etc., as well as water, power, food, transportation, must have network-free SCS or secondary control systems that allow for more MOR, or manual overrides, that would permit quick fallback in the event of NDI, or network-driven incidents. These manual human control systems cannot be changed via the external environment or a network, and are even more isolated than the secured network primary systems if this is to work. So this is what I think, as I said, all these secondary systems must comprise the write once PLCs, as I've already proposed, the WOMs, and that way they wouldn't be overridable. So again, my idea for, as I said, what I call the ION, our infrastructure-only network, that's something that I want you all to comprehend. I think I had to go into it. I didn't really want to, but it's the only way to make sense of what I'm going to say next. Now I'm going to return to our call because I got a notification from our man, George, who says, I'm just grabbing a quick coffee. 2 minutes, Douglas still listening. Well, I hope he is. Now, George and I, when he comes back, let me know. He can testify to the fact that he has personally never been interested in pursuing magic. Wanted nothing to do with magic. This was not his interest. He has no desire. Of course, many people around me, particularly one individual that we know of, Jambo the Reese Monkey, it as Jameson Reese, was obsessed with magic and trying to find out everything he could from me. And that brings us to, why do magic spells even work? We're talking about the quantum physics here, but with the allegory or the example provided by the cyber systems that were so easily taken down by Stuxnet, understand that magical spells are kinds of video game cheat codes, that certain instructions that are fed to the operating system of reality itself allow for rewrites and new instructions. Now, they might be the sorts of sonic keys that, when spoken aloud, change reality on a quantum level, as exemplified by the Vox Arca, which we've spoken about. Some might say ad nauseum. And this is because reality itself, people keep talking about the Matrix, that, oh, we're locked in a Matrix. And, in a sense, they're right. Reality is, in a sense, Maya, illusion in the Buddhist sense. And those bold enough may force their will upon it. spells are no more than disciplines to more easily part that veil. And enchantments may be seen as a completely rational phenomenon that operates outside of scientific research. And of course, dark forces are attracted to words and gestures, and more importantly, emotion and intent. And they hear the spells being cast and change the world to accommodate the will of the caster of that spell. This is something that is, how would I say it, alluded to by George Knight when he brought up so much of our universe being just plain dark matter. And just plain otherwise not part of the world you know and love. Basically the world which you can see. So when George Knight is talking about the composition of our universe, that part of it which supposedly Neil deGrasse Tyson spends all night worried about, if you want an example of it, take a look at your dollar bill, your United States dollar bill, and you see the pyramid of all visible matter. That shows the pyramid with the eye. That eye is all other visible atoms. And the pyramid itself is hydrogen and helium. But that's all visible matter that the alchemists, the founding fathers, who were all Freemasons, knew about. If we were to take a look at the new order of the universe, the cosmic density pyramid, all matter and energy, well, basically, the bottom of that pyramid, that bottom of that iceberg, would be a lot bigger than that which you see on that dollar bill. It would comprise dark energy, which is 70% of the universe, cold dark matter, which is 25% of the universe, invisible atoms, which is 4% of our universe. Now, the base of that pyramid on that dollar bill, the bottom half of that pyramid, which is pretty fucking the majority of the pyramid, that's hydrogen and helium, which is only half of 1%. And all those other visible atoms, that eye of the pyramid, that eye on that pyramid is everything you see. Flowers, puppies, rainbows, everything you know and love. All the other visible atoms, that's 0.01%.
Yes.
You are just the flame of life, this flickering candle in this black universe of darkness. This is why so many magicians are dark magicians, because it's so much easier to reach down than it is to reach up. So that needs to be emphasized to understand, again, an aspect of our cosmology which George Knight is very much aware of, but never wanted anything to do with. Yes. And by the way, Medusoid Humanoid, our dear Victoria Hobbs says, getting ready for work, but sending my blessings and love. We love you too in return, honey. Believe me.
Wish you can come on, Victoria, yes.
Yes, oh, certainly, honey.
Yes.
You're welcome to come on. I've called you earlier, so you could just jump on the call just to say hello if you would be so kind. So we might try to call her just to see if she'll respond again. Let's give that a try. I press the add button and see if she'll do that. Join us for just a few moments. If she doesn't, we understand, of course, but always fun to try. Can't hurt to try. Here we are, Victoria, and let's press that add button and see if she responds. That would be so nice, and be a nice touch to our show, really. Woman always add a bit of glow, and pity Mandy didn't join us again tonight. So, you were with us when I was speaking to Jennifer Hawkins about The Exorcist and Pazuzu and all the rest of that, and now you have a more concretized idea of where the Pazuzu concept came from, and that's on your own free time, you can compare some of those images to the sculpt I presented you with, and it's uncanny. I'm sure yes,
you could definitely draw parallels between them both. It makes perfect sense. So yeah, I really appreciate that, Douglas, you sharing that with me. So yeah, it just extends my knowledge base on that.
Well, that
That
along with the
yeah.
plasma, now scientists are beginning to finally comprehend plasma as potentially an alternative life form. It's behaving like a life form.
Yes.
Very important as well. Of course, Victoria is unavailable, but I understand.
Oh, yeah.
She says, I just tried to join and it said call failed. Okay, let's try and call her again. So let's see. We'll try and call her again. All right. Let's see now. And if it doesn't work, obviously we'll miss her, but we tried at least. Let's see now. Victoria, try and call us and I can merge the call. Call us and I can merge the call if you try and call us, honey. Otherwise, I'll be trying to call you simultaneously. Oh, there it is. This will probably work now. She's got her green button on. There we are. So let's see how this works. There we are. And there we are, honey. Oh, honey.
Hello,
How much
Victoria.
time can you spare, darling?
I don't know. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, honey. Hi.
Yeah, I'm just getting ready for work, but I did want to say hello to everyone. How are you guys doing?
Well, much the better for you being here, I assure you. Oh, George, please say hello.
Yes, hello, Victoria. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I've been looking forward to having you on the show again.
Yes, hi, George.
So many things to talk about, but if whatever you can spare, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yes.
I have so much to catch up on. I really have been quite out of the loop recently. So all I know is that people are sending more money to places that aren't us, and that's the only thing I've heard. Accurate? Oh wait, is it a day in the life of America? Yeah, of course.
And by that, you're talking about foreign funding of...
foreign funding. Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, of course. So what I'm going to do, darling, is I'm going to share screen again. Honey, can you see these? Can you see the cursor moving?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, excellent. So let's see if I can do this. So basically, did you receive my Maps of the Mind? I tried to give you a file called Maps of the Mind with these various schematics of concepts of the human mind. Did you receive those?
I did, but I did not get to view them as you are on a desktop. It's much easier than on my little phone. So this is quite amazing. I did download it though.
Okay, excellent. At your leisure, I would look forward to your review of that. Of course, it depends on the politics of the publisher, and obviously, I would put it in political context. But one of the things that was ordered for me by Aristides at my request, he went out of the way to order it for me, was a timeline that took into account biblical chronology, as well as, of course, the geophysical chronology. It's one of the things that, of course, it's very hard to find this chart. This was the McFate chart that was produced right after World War II. So I'm trying to make this larger so that it can be viewed. Hopefully it comes into perspective. This is actually another publication of it, and this is an inferior edition, believe it or not. So let me turn on the original model. And so the original model, McFate's Graphic Outline of Universal History, started off with, I can do is, of course, enlarging it to a degree, make it more legible. Adam, Seth, the righteous third son of Adam, who did as he was told, went on to Christianize the Chinese, and the various Enoch, Noah, of course. The flood takes place pretty much around, I think, here we have it marked, the flood. Actually, of course, understandably, they use as the plumb line between AD and BC the advent of Christ himself, the cross just a little off here from his life as his death. I would actually, because of the geophysical age of the earth, render Noah's flood to be that plumb line in the center if I were to use this clock face kind of design pattern. And the rest of human history would be more compressed, but actually go towards midnight. In other words, they're not using a quarter of the space that could be used to render this more even, we would be more approaching midnight, but I think they were afraid to do that because they would confuse people into thinking that we were very near the hour of eschatos, or some kind of apocalypse, which of course many Christians feel we are at any rate. But the geological ages and development of life, including, say for instance, certain elements of what he indicated about the American Indian, which was very important to Mormons because they believe American Indians to be Semitic. This was erased in the next presentation of this chart, and as the chart was reprinted, it got more and more bleached and denuded of much information. Now, since this is racially based, the three major races, Mongoloid, Negroid, and Caucasoid, the Semitic people are considered Caucasoid, and this is what becomes, of course, a part of the racial history of humanity, which is one reason why it's so hard to find this chart. And when it's reproduced, it's often literally bleached. I can show you now by examples of some of the other reproductions. The next reproduction of the chart simply showed a world in the middle, took away several parts of the historical key. In other words, rather bleached it all out further. And then by the time that we reach further reproductions of this chart, by the third reproduction, it's becoming literally whitewashed, and pattern and style is changing, and certain things are actually rearranged depending on the agenda of the designer. And by the time of the latest printing, which I have a physical copy of, it is completely denuded of much information. It is truly censored.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
It looks like there's like half of the information there.
It's gone. Yes. So
Wow.
it's quite sinister, and it depends upon the agenda of the particular Christian group which is publishing it. And the original copy I now actually am privileged to have a copy of, thanks to Aristides ordering it for me. So I know now what was censored. So this is important for studies, but I will do everything I can, if I can, to get you a copy of this. So I certainly believe that of all people you would appreciate it, and it would help with understanding of history. If the worst that we can do is at least this is still available. This bleached, whitewashed version is readily available. I'll try and get one of the guys to help me purchase a copy and have it sent to you. If you provide me a mailing address, I'll make certain to do it personally. I would just have it directed to you.
Now, Douglas, this is all of these that they're showing me. Is this all within the file that you dropped to me in the Skype initially? Yes.
Unfortunately, no. It's different timelines. The other the other email that I sent to you had links to various timelines that were produced by a different individual named John Sparks, and that would be the histomap of religion, which is important. And so if you link onto that and make it larger, which you'll be able to do with the link that I provided you, then you can see the religions. And notice that at the time of the Noachic flood, which was the flood of the Black Sea, when the Black Sea flooded because of the end of the Ice Age, what happened was at the end of the Ice Age, 7,500 years ago, the Black Sea flooded, and all of the original Eden, which was, of course, let me show you again. There is a link we can look up, and let's see if I can do this without screwing myself up and hitting a porn file. Let's see now. Eden in Caucasus Mountains. Caucasus Mountains. Here we are.
Isn't this where the kind of like the center of our world was initially, and where the four rivers branch out from?
Yes, yes. You're very astute. Very astute. In Caucasus Mountains on map. Here we are on map. Here, I press the right button here, and then we'll get some greater examples of this. So, in terms of the file that I find most familiar or most useful, the point to be made is this. Here we are. Here's a good one. So here we have, if I can click onto this, and there we are. This is the file that I'm looking for. So this is www.ramsdale.org, and it's all about the Garden of Eden, and it's I can provide you that link, but this is the 4 rivers of Eden that you're referring to, and they become much more available on the map. Garden of Eden, this would be in this area that, again, in terms of maps that portray this, the importance of understanding this region is that this was what was flooded over when the Black Sea flooded. Now, it was in this area, of course, Caucasus, where the word Caucasian comes from, that Adam had developed farming and agriculture, and therefore had to develop a concept of time binding, a concept of understanding the seasons so that they would know when to reap, when to sow, when to harvest. And this Caucasian tribe under Adam, whose very name means red, as in the red soil they were tilling, and the fact that Caucasians are the only ethnicity that can blush, they show the blood in the face because of the paleness of their texture of their skin, their epidermis. This was in Greater Armenia, the 4 rivers mapped out, and of course when you notice the proximity of the Garden of Eden between the Caspian and the Black Sea, this explains why it was so impacted when the Black Sea flooded. So if we go back to the charts that we were looking at and the time of the flooding of the Red Sea, let's go back to the chart of religions here. This is when things become very clear. Here we are. Going back here to making this larger, and we see the flooding of the Black Sea 7,500 years ago was during this period of time. Here we have, of course, the Great Thaw. Here we are. And floods of Hebrew and Chaldean literature, destruction of Akkadian city of Ur, early Neolithic period in Europe. This is when, of course, within a short period of time, the Hindus, Iranians, and Nordics differentiated from the Proto-Nordics by migrations from Turkestan. Aryan culture and languages developed, pre-dynastic culture in Egypt. So it was the time of the flood of the Black Sea when Eden was flooded and the Adamite man had to move on and disperse throughout the world. This is the dawn of Aryan culture in Central Asia, from which evolved Iranian, Persian, Hindu, Indian, and probably also the earliest Greek religions. So this really shows the dawn of Aryan culture came from the flood, which devastated Eden and the dispersal of the Adamite tribes. Now, if you notice, the religions of the Aryan culture actually precede the Jewish religions of Moses. They are far older. So this is an incredibly important point to be made. Charts like this are no longer produced or republished. For reasons like this, they reveal information which is now forbidden to the general public. So I wanted to make sure you had access to those links so that you could see that.
Yes.
And so hopefully now that was, I hope that you enjoyed that. And beyond that, of course, how have you been doing? How are things going with you? And share with us whatever you're willing to share.
Well, I've been well, but I've had a little bit of drama at my CBD/THC shop. I got raided a couple weeks ago.
Oh
and they
God.
decided that that Delta 8, which is a slightly weaker molecule, is now illegal in Pennsylvania. And so I'm allowed to sell multiple cannabinoids that are stronger than Delta 8, but I guess they're just not in enough high concentration that I am able to sell them. So I had 5 annoyingly hipster undercovers come into my shop the other week, and it's like, oh, how rare. I have 5 customers at once in the morning, but no, they took like thousands of dollars worth of my product. So,
oh my God.
Oh, well, I'm just hoping my little business doesn't go over or under, I mean, so.
Oh my God, that's shocking. By the way, I've just given you this link to the Garden of Eden file. Okay, I've given that to you in your private Skype messages. Okay.
Thank you so much.
And
yes.
so by all means, that's devastating. And that's just so. It's why did they need to do that? They could have just
They don't,
talked.
honestly, and everyone's asking the same thing, and really there's not much of a difference. It's just what the feds decide to pick on, and it's all about money. So, you know, they just want to, if they want to confiscate stuff, they want to confiscate stuff. I'm just glad they didn't get me in trouble or put me in jail. So
Yes, that's to be thankful for. George, are you're aware that Victoria is the manageress of a CBD dispensary, basically a legal drug dispensary. You're aware of this, right?
I don't believe I was, unfortunately. Sorry, Victoria.
Oh, what
Yeah,
did
no,
you,
but
what,
thank
just
you.
out of curiosity, what did you think she did?
I had no idea. I had no idea. Not a profession, Douglas. I wasn't aware. I don't.
well, I
I've ever
could be
caught her
like
saying-
all the other girls and like selling fans, like something about fans. Oh wait, are they plug-in fans or are they like Japanese? I'm sorry, what? only fans or something? I don't know.
That's it.
That's what all the girls do now. I don't understand the obsession with fans. But
Yeah, it's well, you got to admit it's an easy way to pay rent. It pays the rent. Yeah, fast. By the
look
way,
at me lick my toe on cam, but
yeah, and by the way, it comes down to that. A lot of guys say that. I want to see your toes. Yes, there's all kinds of weird fixations out there.
Fetishes.
yes, of course.
Yeah. By the way, George, I made certain you had that same link to the Eden file. Okay.
I have.
Okay.
Thank you
Good.
so much.
So Victoria, please continue. I mean, now that we've disabused George of the notion that he can run into you simply by hitting some fans file, you know,
Well,
honey.
I haven't been on in a while, so I'd love to know. Has Brooke or our dear Jennifer, have they been on?
Oh, Brooke's been on a few times. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Is she doing okay then? Is everyone doing okay? I started to listen to Peter last night, and I could not stay awake. I was so sleepy. I needed to catch up on.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. He he does what he does, and we love him dearly. But yeah, he's not exactly, shall we say, necessarily, we'll just leave it at that.
In a minute, I was quite interested to hear what anyone had to say about anything because I've just been out of the loop. But I was a bit tired, and of course, on my multiple hundreds of milligrams of THC gummy. So I'm fighting the nature at that point.
That's fine. So darling, with with the THC gummies, how do you resist popping them all day, or do you pop them all day? I'm just curious.
I work, hon. I work. You know, I don't have time to be stony baloney all day.
Okay.
I'm too busy, you know.
True. Yeah.
Giving health advice at my CBD shop and sharing the gospel, whatever way I can. So.
Yes. And how's that going? Are you still involved with a Bible study group?
So I like to tune into different Bible streams and stuff. But I don't know, like as far as at my work, I just talk, I just try to encourage people where I can. A lot of people are very down. So I like to give them hope,
Yeah.
and it's a good opportunity to do this. So,
this is so important. I mean, honestly, people are depressed all over the place. They're depressed because they're directionless, and so you're doing them such a service by giving them hope and how do people
or advice. It's kind of like the man I'm talking to now. He said I'm like a barbershop counselor. He's like. He's like, you just give advice to people. Like sometimes it's about CBD, but most of the time it's just about life. I'm like their hairdresser or something.
Cool.
So what was I'll have to catch up on what y'all went over tonight. But
Sure.
What did I miss? Other than your fantastic collection of files here.
Oh, thank you, honey. You're so gracious. George, give her a summary.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah, Douglas. The thing is, Victoria, me and Douglas could probably do this show 12 hours several times over in a row. There's so much to cover and talk about.
Any highlights?
One of the things that I enjoyed talking to you before, Victoria, is about 9/11. You were very acquainted with the 9/11 history, and the back history to 9/11. But yeah, we've covered many topics tonight, me and Douglas. We've been talking about we've just discussed about a new aspect of the ufological phenomena, plasmas that have been identified and are being realized as another form of alternative biology. So they're living organisms, and we've discussed just before you came on, just before you sent the message, we saw, Douglas was just alluding to the physical and visible atoms of the universe, which I brought up earlier on, and it was just the composition of the universe, and the government component of the universe is the expansion rate. The responsible for that is dark energy, and what we're just earlier on just mentioned about Neil deGrasse Tyson. He admitted publicly it keeps him up at night because he can't recollect it. He cannot fathom it. He doesn't comprehend what dark energy is. Obviously,
he's so annoying. Can I just say, Neil deGrasse Tyson is just insufferable.
Oh, I said that the only reason he can't sleep at night is he's worried about more rape charges. That's what I was telling George Knight. But look, honey, I think with George, I think what Victoria would be more interested in was the fact that we were talking about the reality of a Zionist occupation government, and we were talking about the fact that basically we're in a situation where people are so manipulated by the media that they are blind to the fact that 9/11 was an attack on the United States in which Israel was quite complicit, meaning that they conducted an attack on the United States which was far more egregious than Pearl Harbor, which was a military surgical strike in which very few civilians were killed. On the other hand, the Israelis were involved with an attack that killed specifically civilians. So they are definitively an enemy of the United States, and that they are very much enamored of Russia, and Russia's very enamored of them, which means I'll conduct another screenshot here, as a matter of fact. Let me see if I can find that map that I was looking at earlier. And, of course, this
what blows my mind, if I might interject, is that I am now at an age where there is entire generations that have no idea even about 9/11, which is just, it's kind of incredible to me that like something so egregious on our own soil isn't focused on. But then again, I wasn't raised in public school, and I can see them avoiding hot topics like that might be, a little spicy.
That's such a good word for it. I like that, spicy. That's adorable. Can you see the cursor moving? But go on, George. Finish what you were going to say.
I was going to say, Victoria, it's like it's almost scrubbed. It's almost like completely suppressed. Like they don't want to remember that it even happened. They don't want.
Maybe maybe they shouldn't have started this never forget trend, because all of us are going to be like, well, never forget some wooden doors. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But
that's quite right. Yes.
But by the way, forgive me, honey. What do you mean by wooden doors? Could you educate me on that?
I don't know if I'm allowed to educate you on that, sir.
It shouldn't. I don't think it'll cause a strike against us. Hopefully, it's. So
to make it more clear for our audience, the buildings that are stated to be gas chambers for the World War II stuff in the Third Reich, I guess, are supposedly having wooden doors, but I don't think gas could really stay in with wooden doors. I don't think it works like that. It's not really how gas chambers are assembled.
Okay. Yeah, and
also the Zyklon B that they supposedly use, Obama used for lice in our own border for children. Also, if we had used Zyklon B, the bricks would be blue. So I have blue balls for bricks because there are no blue bricks, my friends.
In the camps that people tour.
In the buildings, yes. Yeah. And I've visited Prague. I've been inside these buildings. It's not what they say. They have light fixtures. There's holes in the roof.
You visited what they called the death camps. You visited?
Yes, sir.
Wow! Holy shit!
Yes.
Oh my God! That's incredible. I'm so proud of you. I mean, you personally went there. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I mean,
my parents took me there when I was a graduation present.
Why?
Bring a friend to Prague.
Oh my god, yeah, no.
Yeah, my dad is a Delta pilot, so we traveled.
Uh-huh. Yeah. No. By the way, if you'll notice this, darling, if you can see this map, can you see this?
Yes.
This is a Russian map that is produced for a Russian utopian novel about Russia's conquest of the future. It's titled "The Third Empire" in Russian, and
You can see the year on it, yes.
yeah, and you can see the year is 2053. And at that point, the Russians perceive themselves as having conquered all of Europe into Greenland. But you'll notice that that an integral part of the Russian Empire is a Eretz Israel, a greater Israel that comprises both. Yeah, that comprises both Lebanon or Lebanon and the former kingdom of Jordan. So as far as the Russians are concerned, Israel is very much an ally, and that's certainly how the Israelis perceive the Russians. What I was trying to explain earlier with George Knight, and that was a big part of our episode, was explaining how BRICS, the alignment of Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, is an enemy alignment that's forming, and effectively Israel is part of that front. So that was one of the things we were pointing out. So I'd be happy to provide further conversation about that in the future. But that was certainly one of the things that we were covering. I'll see if I can find out another map of interest. Oh, yes. This is, again, what, one of the things that our dear Victoria sent me was the poster for a film, The Midwife of Auschwitz. And her point is very well taken, is that if Auschwitz was a death camp, why did they have midwives? And that is a film that's produced with a lot of Jewish participation. So it's
I think it was an audio book.
Yeah.
It was like an audible audio book that Facebook, I believe, back when I was still activated on Facebook, they were pushing. So it's like, how can you pretend like it's a death camp if mainstream audiobooks are reporting on it? It just doesn't make any sense at all. So,
thank you. No, thank you. It's your point's well taken. I mean, so something like that hits me more than even the wooden doors. That hits me more with the logic of how this is being exploited.
There are photos of these women holding these babies. So
yes,
does it sound very racist? It's not like Herod killing all the firstborns.
That's right. That's right. This is definitely it's Jewish produced, and it's showing women holding babies that are supposed to be emulating or be actual photographs of the midwives at Auschwitz, the death camp. Yet babies are being delivered. So that is. Yeah, it's your point's well taken. I mean, that is something that's shocking to me and bears looking into. I'm trying to see if I can find the particular map that I was looking for. That of course is, I think, relevant to some of the politics that we're discussing in America. And so here we are. I've found it. So this map was produced by a Russian supremacist, and this Russian supremacist was predicting that if Trump gets reelected, that Russia and America would unite with China and India in a war against Germany and Japan and Mexico. This is what he is predicting for a Trump reelection. Of course, we are in a dire situation with our next election, and it's just bad choices everywhere you look. I confess that if it came down to a runoff between Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Trump, I would find myself voting for Trump. I mean, that's how alarmed I am by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But I don't know, what's your opinion on the next election, and who do you lean towards out of Victoria?
Myself? Oh my goodness.
And believe me, I won't hold it against you. I'm not going to hold it against you, whoever you choose.
I really don't buy into the supposed election, aka selection. I just don't like. Literally, the last time I felt like I had to choose. I left the U.S. like supposedly for good. I was trying to expat myself on the back and get the heck out. So,
where were you? Where were you attempting to resettle? This is so intriguing. Where were you attempting?
I went to like Thailand, Cambodia, a bunch of like some of Europe, and then I was in India for a few months. But as far as like who is actually running like this, like Trump and like, I haven't been paying attention.
You ain't missing shit. You ain't missing shit.
They all hump the wall, okay? They all copulate with the goddess.
Yeah. No, they all go to the Wailing Wall in Israel. Yes, and they all put on the yarmulke. They all put on the yarmulke.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's
but,
your point's well taken.
My head, you know, I suppose Trump, because of the border issue, I would say that's kind of a huge issue. I've tons of family in Texas, and only some of them have guns. Probably most of them don't. So, like, you know, they're just like sweet little Christian people. So, you know, I would rather the border kind of be some of a thing. You know, that would be nice. Less violence in the cities. You know, how conservative me. Wow, how edgy. Honestly, there's no centrist position, though. So it's not really logical either way these days.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I can make a case for that. And so I'm so glad you share that. Honestly, you have no idea how much I appreciate that. And so when it comes to basically what you're telling us is you're almost like a conscientious objector, a political atheist. At this point, you're a political atheist.
I am not signing up to vote. Correct. I'm not registering to go vote.
Yeah. And
here I'm being fair enough. I'm like, they'd poison the paper I touched anyway. No, maybe not. Oh my goodness.
And so what about with the so with the politics there, we've kind of you've kind of given up on any hope for electoral politics.
Okay, well, I believe that we should be political, but I believe it should be in a very different way. I believe we should be holding signs. I believe we should be taking Sharpies to our dollar bills and writing truth on them. I believe we should be talking to people and you know, just one-on-one. And that should be our new political voting. He's like, hey, waking people up on the one-on-one, because really the TV is going to continue to feed lies and fear porn, and it's not really going to get anyone anywhere. But, you know, here we have apparently Tucker going to go interview Putin. So people are reaching out on their own, which is good. We need people to do that. That's cool. We need different views.
Well, I'm not quite sure if Tucker reaching out to Putin is very helpful. Do you feel that that's helpful only in the sense that it provides like an alternative perspective?
Considering back in the day, everything that came out of RT was way more reliable than anything that was even on Fox, you know, yeah, I would trust more what we say about China or China, right, or Russia. I would trust, or maybe not, because we lie about everything. But I would say I wouldn't trust our own media to tell the truth, or anyone's. Like China says, the only difference between us and you guys is that we know our media is lying to us. So I don't know. It's a little tough.
Yeah, well, it definitely is. And, you know, I consider you a work in progress. You haven't been exposed to so much of what we say here, but with time, hopefully, you'll catch up with it. And obviously we have basic agreements, Christianity, etc. I don't know if you caught my response to you earlier, but I noticed you had entered "I love Jesus," and I think you retracted that message. And then I answered "I love Jesus too." I don't know if you saw that, but I was just responding to you in that regard. And you know, hopefully you catch that.
I think I was gonna retype it Yeshua. I don't know. I might have fallen asleep.
No, that's I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Yeah.
I was on so much THC, darling.
Yeah, and so the tolerance that you've built up for THC. How's your sleeping lately?
It's fine as long as my cats let me sleep a little bit.
Oh my god. You have two now?
I have had two for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about the possum? Does the possum still visit?
I haven't seen the possum, but I do have half a mouse on my doorstep outside. So that's nice. I'm well taken care of, Douglas. I'm very well taken care of up here. Yeah, they feed me, you know.
The cats, yes, they bring you dead mice. Yes, that's so adorable. Oh my god.
But anyway, about a lot of this. As far as like the whole Putin thing and the Tucker thing, I like some of what Putin has said in the past. Do I trust him? No. I like a lot of what Tucker has said. Do I necessarily trust him? Well, he's in the Red Thread Kabbalah Club, so no. But do I respect some of what they do, some of what they say? And I just, if we're going to stir the pot, let's stir the pot. Let's get the show going. You know what I mean? And
So
they're going to continue to do it no matter what side.
Right. So what was it that Putin said in particular? Is there anything specific that he said that you can relay that you found, positive?
Yeah, a lot. He said not recently, but like a year or two ago, I heard the last time I heard video clippings of him. But he said a lot of super base stuff as far, as a Christian, he said a lot of base stuff about the whole transgender stuff and the whole nuclear family thing and the importance of whatever the normal structure of family. So for that alone, I am very for it because of the push for the destruction of family by the Marxists at this time.
Does he use that term, Marxist?
No, but I because I'm saying like the Marxists have been, every single thing. It's like it's kind of trying to destroy fathers and destroy family and destroy masculinity. Like there's a difference between masculinity and toxic masculinity, and getting rid of masculinity is not going to help. Like getting rid of yang isn't going to help. We need to have both yin and yang for life to be okay. So, yeah.
No, that's cool. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I certainly appreciate what you're saying. In terms of, obviously, I certainly want to talk to you more in depth privately, because sometimes some of these subjects might be a little sensitive to listeners. I mean, honestly, probably we could talk about a lot of these things publicly, but when it comes to what we discuss privately, we also have a certain rhythm that enables us to communicate more smoothly when we're saying some things privately, because we don't have the pressure of the public listening in. But so apparently what attracts you to Putin is or certain elements of what Putin was saying rather was that he was trying to express a certain level of conservative stance, a conservative stance.
Conservative family values, yes.
Yeah, and so when it comes to, but do you not feel that that's kind of an odd, cause for a war, isn't it?
I can't even pretend to know what they are pretending this war is about. I have no idea. I'm just saying I've heard some things in the past that I've been like, oh, well, I don't disagree with that, but I have no freaking idea what they're pretending this war is about. Absolutely no idea.
Okay, so I'll try and speak a little bit about the Russian ideology of cosmism in the near future, and maybe with our next episode even. But just so you know, the way that Putin has been presenting this war in a large degree is he presents it as World War gay, basically. In other words, he's fighting against the West because the West is trying to make the world gay. This is essentially how he's kind of essentially what it comes down to, what he's saying in a very large way. He's a lot of it comes down to that. He's very much kind of hung up on this, as you said, the transgender issue. He believes that this is something that's being proselytized, promoted, and that the West accepts people into the West as assimilable cultures, as assimilable or welcome to the West if they take on the gay rights agenda. So this is kind of like what he's been presenting to people as the reason for the conflict.
I did not know that. That's
okay.
Wild.
Yeah, and so it's so I'll go into that more publicly, and certainly I can speak to you about that privately as well. But Yeah.
I thought we all wanted our world leaders to be dancing around like Zelensky in a leotard. I mean, that's always been my goal. And to have Obama with Big Mike, like, that's just goals, hon. Like, we're so progressive. If we're lying about whose children they are, I'm totally about lying about children, whose children they are. That's totally moral. Yes. Yes.
So do you feel that Michelle Obama is transgender?
Dare I say? Yes.
I mean, look, I'm not going to argue.
Mike?
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing: is Douglas 15 years ago, people, or 10 years ago, my gay and trans friends were calling out Obama for being a bottom. Back then, they're like, "Yeah, we all know. We all know."
Okay.
So, yeah.
I mean, I'm not tripping
Mike
off.
is.
Yeah.
Not only that, but Joan Rivers was mysteriously off after such a you know, it's just you know, we can say it's a conspiracy, but it's kind of like people telling me like, oh, Sean Lucas was, my dear friend Sean Lucas was just died in 4 different supposed places. He wasn't murdered by Hillary Clinton the day before he takes the DNC to court after he served them papers. Totally. I'm the whack job who's disrespecting my friend, not all of those other people in DC who just rave and party and don't give 2 shits about truth like I have for over 14 years.
Yeah,
So,
well, I mean, your 14 years in pursuit of truth are certainly to be admired. I personally, I don't trip off of the Michelle Obama deal enough to really care enough to pursue it. Whether she's male or female is almost a moot point or a non-issue to me. But I do find it interesting or intriguing that you perceive her as male, and I won't argue the point. I mean, you know, I don't care. If she is, she is. But you know, such being said, with who was the other person you mentioned? Oh yeah,
Michael
Zelensky in the
Levon,
leotard.
yeah, so his name initially is Michael Levon, yes, Big Mike. But so Mike and I, he said, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Totally, everyone mixes up Mike and Michelle, but whatever. Anyway, so Sean Lucas was my dear friend who took the DNC to court, and served the DNC papers, and the day before he took the DNC to court, he was found dead. And then I heard one, and then I heard another different version.
You knew this person? You personally knew him?
This is my dear friend. Yeah, he put me in a music video with Martin Garrix. We went on a friend of
Can we see this music video? I'd love to see you in this music video. Can we see?
It wasn't in an actual. I missed the actual music video, Molly, but I was in some like thing that they projected behind his tour video back in the day. Either way, I'm just saying, yes, this is a real person. We hung out. He was in the rave scene back in the day. Either way, yeah, wonderful person. But he did this, you know, that was like his real job, other than all the media stuff.
And he paid the price. He paid the price with his life.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he live streamed his whole thing going into that building. And then I heard 4 different versions. 4. And I was told to stop talking about it because I was the one being disrespectful. It's just blows my mind. Like that's why I'm like, I don't even miss those worlds, because none of those people cared about stratospheric aerosol injection or 9/11 or pizza, whatever, you know, whatever. So,
what do you feel about the Pizzagate thing? What's your take on that?
Okay. We can pretend it's not a thing, but again, those are CIA terminology. The fact that the internet is using the CIA terminology and referencing CIA terminology, as well as Podesta and Hillary Clinton using CIA terminology in their emails, that is not a conspiracy. That's just reporting. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's on them. If they want to order a bunch of pizza with hot dogs on the pizza with some scarves on the side, and then some, you know, like, fuck you. It's a part of my language, but fuck that shit. There's me being Christian. Whoops.
No, that's fine, honey. Don't even worry about it.
I know you don't care.
Yeah, no, we're fine. That's fine. I like T. Tank Barry also said, Christ is our Lord and Savior. Jesus is his name, and he's got the crown. Thank you, T. Tank Barry. That's cute. That's so cute. That's so cute.
I love it.
Yeah, and
cute.
And what about when it comes to so you obviously you brought up transgender friends, gay, you have gay friends, transgender friends. You're
I've
not
had trans friends for well over like 15 years, and the thing is most like actually all of them. What am I saying? All of them, young and old. This is from way back then. They all were like, "Yo, can you just stop messing with the kids?" None of us are on that tip. None of us want to chop off kids to parts or touch kids. Can you just leave us out of that mess? So, like, most people aren't trying to like mess society up in the LGBTQ. It's just media and a certain sect. A certain sect of people. Gosh, they're so nosy. I don't know what's going on, but they're
oh
gosh. So most of us, because I identified as bi and queer for many years, and like literally no one. Most of us were just hanging out, trying to have a day. It's not that complicated. Hi, kitty. So. Yeah, anyway, I do have to get ready for work, my dears, but I am so glad I got to talk to you for a little bit.
Well, it was such a pleasure to have you here. We love you dearly. Mwah. And you have a blessed day, and we'll speak again privately soon, okay?
Yeah, you guys as well. I'll be listening to the rest of the stream, and yeah, thank you so much. It's good to talk to you guys.
Thank you. Well, the stream will be over soon, and I'm going to be pretty busy this month, but I'll try and catch up with you in the spare moments that I have. In the few moments that you have remaining with us, I'd like to show you my calendar on the screen share, okay? Just so you get an idea. So here, let me go down here, and we've got 23 listening now, concurrent viewers. We're doing good. 348 views, average duration 54 minutes and 36 seconds. So this is the Google Calendar. So for this month, it's very much taken up by the Asian Lunar New Year, which the New Year's Eve day actually begins tomorrow. And the New Year's Day in the Asian lunar calendar is Saturday the 10th, and that's when we enter the Year of the Dragon, just so you know, honey. And after that, it's 2 weeks of various parts of the celebration. I'll start being more free in the last week of this month, but hopefully you and I will have a few opportunities to speak privately before then, and hopefully you'll be appearing on my shows, because I will be conducting my shows at my regular transmission times, and hopefully you drop in like you did today. And so we love you dearly, and you have a blessed day, okay?
Yes, I'll leave you just with one quote from your dear birth father. He said, "Everything on this earth can be changed for the better. Every defeat may be made the foundation of a future victory." So, never give up, never surrender. Hail victory. Love you guys.
Yes, see Kyle. Love you dearly,
right.
honey. See Kyle. Bye-bye, honey. Love you dearly. Thank you so much. And so glad she brought up, of course, the fact that she herself was engaged in the bisexual and gay lifestyle for a long time. And so we do want to remember that, anybody out there who's listening, and bear that in mind. And of course, this also goes to show the power of the Putinists and their propaganda and the Victoria's a work in progress, and I really her whole family, this is the thing, her whole family listens to Fox News, her whole family watches Fox News, and beyond that, I'm sure it progresses to Russia Today and all the rest of that eventually. It's like, but this is what we're dealing with. So everybody, hopefully the map that I showed her gives her an understanding of that the Russians are on Israel's side. Yeah, and this is like it's a challenge, and we are definitely in the time we have remaining. We've got about a little less than half an hour. Amy Como and Medusoid Humanoid, she says, "None of my family likes Russia." Okay, thank you, honey. I love you. Thank you for that. Thank God. Yes. It's not that we dislike the Russian people, mind you.
No, it's nothing. No.
Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
I've always had to disambiguate that. Whenever I've posted anything about Putin, I've disambiguate between I'm not referring to the Russian people as the enemy, it's Vladimir Putin. Please don't conflate the two as one. It's not the same. It's, yes, thank you, Douglas. It's, as you said, the Putinist people believe in the West, the people that are pro-Putin, like Tucker Carlson.
Yes.
I'm thinking of him as the great white hope, and that's what I was thinking when, bless her, Victoria, bless your heart, yeah, when she mentioned Tucker gonna go to interview Putin, or to go and consolidate with him. Yeah, I was just thinking, yes, he's pro-Putin. I don't know if they can't recognize that or see that. It's a bit like, so many other people, Edward Snowden. All these
in all fairness, in all fairness, Edward Snowden's a victim of circumstance, only in the sense that, of course, I've deconstructed his quote unquote, heroism. He's no hero, but he really just wanted to. Originally, if you remember, he wanted to defect to communist China. And the communist Chinese wouldn't take him. He was in Hong Kong, and they wouldn't take him. That's why he was stuck with Russia. And so then our dear Victoria says, thank you. Yes, God bless all people. Thank you. As a matter of fact, let's try and bring on Amy Como. Yes. And so let's first off at Amy, give her a kiss out there at Amy. Mon Amy, and let's see if we can dial her and see if she responds, because she's also going through quite a bit, and no doubt it will be a way to enlighten our listeners. They're curious about her, and sure they care about her, and want to hear about how she's doing, and when it comes to the one thing I noticed, a good example was Dan Vandermeulen. Amy Como joined. And so, Amy, honey, tell us about whatever you're willing to share. I can't share it for you because I think I'll fuck up and give away something private, but whatever you're willing to share, darling. Oh my God, you've been through so much. Share it with us.
Me? You miss me so much. I know. It's been days since I talked to you. I can't believe you made it through the whole night. Excellent.
We
so
did.
Good. They didn't at all.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. They like George. He's got a British accent. They can't stop listening to it. They love it. Yeah. They jack off to it. They jack off to George talking. Yeah.
Oh, nobody wants that. So do you want me to talk about how to transliterate yut from
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Normal English?
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about what it could possibly mean, but
gotcha in
that
Vermont.
Is like
yeah, go on.
In Vermont, instead of saying like I gotcha or I already did that, we just go yut.
That is so. What the fuck is that a result of? Morbid inbreeding or something? It's like monosyllabic talk or is that all the drinking?
Yeah, I think it's the inability to express yourself properly because of all the drugs and alcohol that you need to stay numb while you take care of people's homes when you haven't even had a home for a number of years.
But by the way, good question. There's a good question asked by T-Tank Berry. T-Tank Berry is saying, where's Amy's moderator wrench? Yeah, what happened to your moderator wrench? I didn't take it away. What happened? Did you take?
Never wanted one. You tried to give me one of those, and I can't commit to showing up enough. Like I don't want to be a moderator and then not be able to show up for every show. Like that.
You mean you never had one?
No, you tried to give it to me, and I was like, don't bother.
Oh, okay.
It's too much responsibility, T-Tank. Like I'm. Yeah. No, I can't. I just want to be able to show up if I'm going to do that, and I can't promise you that I am going to show up. Although I've been pretty good at checking in when I wake up in the morning.
Yeah, I think we should try and give you the moderator wrench. So, the next time I'm talking to Brendan, he and I will work on that, and we'll stick it to you anyway.
I'd rather just show up and say hi to everyone, and like I'd really like to re-listen to whatever Victoria was talking about. I'm really glad George was able to come on again. but like the moderator wrench has like certain responsibilities. Like you have to be in the chat, you have to be talking to other people. I'm not that person. That's
No, you don't get it. It's like you're making more of this than it is. It's just gives you the ability that if you happen to be around and you see some asshole troll, then you can do something to suppress them. That's all. That's all it's for. That's all I give it out for. And
that is not me. I don't do that.
well,
Like,
you might be prompted to do that if you saw it in action. I mean,
thank you so much for thinking that that's something I'm capable of.
You're capable of it. Yeah. You're capable of it. Yeah. I mean, it just doesn't hurt for you to have that. It's a nice thing to have. And once you did it, you'd probably become addicted to it. And then my problem would be keeping you from censoring everybody.
Oh, what did they say, Amy? They didn't say nothing. That was their problem. They were too boring. We can't have boring.
First person you'd probably wind up blocking would be Sid. Because you see...
I would have. That's just it. That's what I'm talking about. Like, this job is not for me. Like, I tend to be really quick on the draw. And I like, for instance, last night I moved all my stuff out of the crypt. Out of, not your crypt, but my crypt.
Tell us about this. By that you mean Callis?
No. She's on she hates me.
Oh, so sorry.
She's on a rant against me. Yeah, well, whatever. And this place, I just was like, okay, I can do it. I can make it work. But then last night I was over there and like my eyes were itching, my throat was getting sore, and it was just I was standing in there with the door closed. Like, I can't. Yeah. So, and they told me somebody was coming to fix it. Nobody came to fix it. Like, I mean, clearly that somebody had been in there, but they didn't do anything. They didn't get rid of the broken chairs. They didn't take out the broken toaster and fix the windows. So yeah, I just didn't feel like playing that game anymore. Driving 2 hours.
The mold pit with the towels, the mold pit with the set of towels, and the air machine,
Yeah, which I thought was like, oh, okay, thanks for bringing me that.
Wait, tell people about this. It's like you're commuting 4 hours a day, 2 hours to work and 2 hours back, and the traffic is unbelievable. Yeah, go on.
The traffic is ridiculous.
But it's all going in the opposite direction. It takes you 2 hours when you're going without traffic to get to your destination.
I'm not going to go to work up on the mountain. I'd be stuck in all that traffic. I'm just going to live up on the mountain and then go the opposite way of everybody trying to get to work. But yeah, driving 4 hours a day to just go and look at properties and try to fix things, and it's not even like there's no, like, it's impossible. Like, why would I do that? Like, why would somebody even expect that was an option?
By the way, George, our dear Sid gave a photograph of himself, and I was showing it to Amy and saying, honey, he was hitting that bong so hard and so fast that it looked like his apartment was on fire. I don't understand how those overhead fire alarms and sprinklers in that photo didn't go off and saturate him in a flood of fire control water. And she was like saying it's due to inspectors like herself who don't give a shit because they're just too tired to give a damn. And well, you know, it's like, this is what you've been doing. You've been inspecting these apartments. They give her an apartment to live in, but it reeks of mold, and it has a bunk bed. A bunk bed! So, oh my God, and she's sleeping on the lower bunk, and I said, I would sleep on the upper bunk myself, and she said, I'm not going to climb. Or so, what did you say? I forgot, it was so fucking funny.
No, it's too much if I have to pee to climb out of the top bunk. And up from the bottom bunk.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah. No, I moved out of there last night. I got my friend to help me pack everything up.
So this is the crypt you're talking about. When you were complaining to him about the mold, they provided you with an air machine, and that still didn't help. It's still, oh my God, it's and the windows were painted shut. The windows were painted shut. They couldn't change it during the winter. Oh my God, she was trapped in oh Jesus. It was like, why did they give you that? Why did they give you that?
Because it was open. That's what I'm trying to tell you is like there's no housing here. Like you can't buy an apartment. You can't get into a house. There's only vacation homes, which is what I manage. And it's not like people who live here don't have options. Like you don't have a place that you can afford. You don't like there's nothing. Like I have to drive 4 hours just to go stay in a moldy basement apartment.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's in the basement too.
It was kind of I mean it was on a hill, so like the basement wasn't like full on like no windows. There were windows and all, and it was like a level that you walk into, but it was definitely like the lowest level of the building.
Wow. That's
and I just it was so great. Like we went up there. I grabbed this beef pot pie from one of the best restaurants over there. And then we were warming up. The frickin' stove didn't even work. Like, I'd never even used the stove. And so when we get up there and I'm trying to warm up this pot pie, we were, like, packing stuff up for an hour and a half. This stupid thing wasn't even hot. Like, it was like the stove didn't even work. Like,
Jesus.
I'm sure if I'd have stayed there longer, I would have found more things to complain about. I couldn't, like, I just couldn't. I mean, I tried to clean up some of the mold, and then Uncle Jim was like, you know, I do that, and I wear a respirator and a suit, and we use peroxide, and you're not doing it right. You're going to get sick.
Who's Uncle Jim?
Uncle Jim is Uncle Jim. He's everybody's uncle. He comes over every now and again. He's just a really good dude. He's got a lot to say. And he doesn't fight. Like, he's like somebody who, like, he looks like this old Scottish, like, cranky old man. Like, wild hair. Like, he's ancient. He's so old, and, like, he has no gray hair. He's all blonde. And he's just, like, he's like, he doesn't mess around. He's funny. He, like, cracks jokes. Tries to make people uncomfortable. But he doesn't mess around. Like, he tells you what he thinks all the time. And that's what we appreciate about him.
Oh,
He's
wow.
got like 5 kids, and yeah, he's died like so many times. Like he's come back from. He's like a cat like that. He comes back every time. But he's really strong faith, and yeah, he would never lie to me about anything. And he was like, "You're doing it wrong. This is how you do it. But you shouldn't even be over there. Like you shouldn't even be bothering with that." So yeah, and then and then our other auntie was also like, she came to visit me at work yesterday and take me out to lunch. And she was just asking me, like, what are you doing? Like, you can't let them do this to you. Like, this is not a real job. Like, you can't be doing all this work and then be told that, like, you're part-time, temporary, at-will employee. Where, like, how do you even apply for an apartment? Like, if there were apartments for me to apply to, like, how do I even go in and put on an application? Oh yeah, I'm still probationary. I still don't, I mean, regional manager, but don't have any actual salary. I just work by the hour.
And tell people what regional managers are getting paid, what you should be compensated, because you found out you were the regional manager you were supposed to complain to.
Yeah, that's
tell people about that.
Yeah, I don't even know. It's so absurd. Like, I don't, like, why would I incriminate myself like that? like it's so absurd that, like, they just don't have anybody to do this work. And so they handed over all these properties, put them under my name, and I'm supposed to be directing, like, when I get a complaint, like somebody's like upset about a parking pass or something. Like, their parking pass is missing because the last guest stole it. Yeah, okay. Well, I got to send that particular problem into a channel, which is a call center somewhere. And then the call center deals with that so that I can move on throughout my day and handle the tasks that are assigned to me every day. And so I'm handing over a bunch of stuff to the channel, to the call center. And the thing of it is, the call center just doesn't know what they're doing. Like it's like I could just get you to do it. Like they don't have any training, they don't know anything about the area. When I'm like, hey, could you refund this guest for a hot tub that was like no hot tub, or can you like charge this guest for a late checkout? It all just comes back to me like, hey, you need to do this. You need to fill out this form. And I'm like, but what are you doing? Like, I'm running back and forth hundreds of miles across my territory every day. Like, what are you doing? I don't understand why we use this channel if you're not doing anything. And so one of the processes was like this woman, and it's like hundreds of different people. It's never the same people on the call center channels. So this person gets back to me and says, oh, well, you need to complain to your RD. The RD. Yeah, and you're laughing because you already know that it turns out I'm looking around and it's me. Like, I need to complain to myself about that. Yeah, so I don't know what to tell them. Like, they haven't hired anybody who I suggested we hire so that I can rely on support staff. And I'm not getting support from the people who they have hired to do stuff. Like, they're just barely even responsible for the smallest little thing. Like, they don't, like, if something happens, some kid's sick and the housekeeper can't show up, I can't ask anybody to help. Like, they're all just angry at me all the time. I get it. I appreciate your anger. Can we just have a big angry fest? Let's just get angry at each other and then we'll feel better. No, and Douglas was telling me that this is what work is. Like, you just need to realize that other people commute 4 hours a day for not enough money.
Yeah, they're not compensated for their time in the car, I assure you. Yes.
No,
well,
thank
that
you,
was
Douglas.
part
Yeah.
of the deal is our company does compensate you for travel time. Like, that is, we wouldn't have anybody up here if they didn't get paid for their driving. It's driving all day.
Oh my God.
So we do compensate for that. But me taking that apartment, part of the agreement was that I wouldn't get paid to drive the 2 hours because it's too far, because they were giving me a deal on the apartment. But the deal is that it's moldy and you're going to get sick, and then we're going to have to find somebody to replace you anyway.
Yes. Delightful, isn't it? I mean, they got it all figured out.
Well, no, I don't even know. You're giving them way too much credit to say that they figured it all out. Like, that's just, I mean, that's just part of the issue, I think, is like the friends that I have that are from here, they know better. Like, we know that some tech company from Portland, Oregon isn't going to be able to manage this place. They have no idea what it's like living here. Like, they have like this struggle of like looking at all these houses that are like second and third homes for people that they're just trying to capitalize on, while all of us are trying to get out of moldy houses. That's the issue, is like there's, and it's not like we're just starting out and like things will get better. You just have to stick with it. No, we're going into our 50s. My peer group is in their 50s, and we've been dealing with homelessness, drug addiction, a lack of compassion from the generation before us. Like, this has been ongoing. Like, this is not like I don't understand how I'm supposed to handle it other than to just walk away. Like, that's the only thing I can think to do at this point, is to just be like, well, that was fun, but I'm over it. Take care. You know?
Yeah.
Did I lose you?
No, we're here, honey. Can you hear me?
I can. I wasn't sure.
Well, we'll be shutting down the stream soon. But definitely it's been a wild ride, and yeah, I'm pretty amazed we made it this far. I want to give myself, of course, enough of a chance here to kind of recover myself before making a few phone calls before taking off into the gentle day. And this is the holidays beginning essentially for me today. And I basically will make a few phone calls, wait until the home delivered meals drop off, and once Meals on Wheels has made its visit, I can tuck those away in the icebox and be on my merry way. So I'll be here till approximately 9:30, maybe 10 in the morning, but I'll need to conduct a few phone calls and then take off. But yeah, it's...
What is the celebration? It's New Year's Eve day?
Yes. Oh, I'll show you on the calendar, honey, in the few moments we have remaining. Let's take a look. I'm going to do a screen share here again, and here we are, honey. Let's take a look. It's look at the Google Calendar. And this is, of course, today is going to be the Armenian St. Patrick's Day. I'll be celebrating with my son. Then, of course, is New Year's Eve Day is tomorrow. And that'll be the last day of the Year of Cat and Rabbit. And New Year's Day, the first day of the Year of the Dragon, your year, begins Saturday the 10th. Yeah. And yes. And then it'll be Super Bowl Sunday, but also it will be the National Foundation Day of Japan. So Japan's national holiday of being 3,000 years old. And
That falls on the same day as the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, it does. It's very bizarre, yes. And that'll be Son-in-Law's Day for the Chinese New Year's. And then,
Son-in-Law's Day on Sunday?
Yeah, that's right. And then, of course, a few more weeks of celebration. I'll go into with each episode, I'll give you a little more of a hint of what each day represents. And by the next time we're on together, which will be Sunday, will be that Son-in-Law's Day. And then after that will be the National Foundation Day, continuing in terms of it being observed, kind of like, since it falls on a Sunday, they want to give Monday off so people can celebrate a day off. That'll also be in Chinese Lunar New Year's celebrations, the Day of the Rat, in which people leave food out for the rats because it's the rat's wedding day. They hope that the rats will leave them alone